Han's mother did not avoid Xiao Zhen's cold stare. She straightened her back and spoke gently, with no hint of guilt. You and Ziran are not a good match. I hope you understand. Ziran was the top scholar at only 17. How many people in this world are as outstanding as him? And you are just an ignorant girl from the countryside. Xiao Zhen looked coldly at Han's mother's delicate face.
Xiao Zhen's que una sorpresa, Madame Han.
She thought Xiao Zhen would argue after hearing her words. If Ziran heard about it, it wouldn't be good. But since Lord Rin sent 2 guards to protect her, she felt a little more at ease. Now, Xiao Zhen was not crying or making a fuss. For a moment, she realized that all her thoughts from the night before were pointless. After thinking about it, Madame Han decided that a quick solution was better. I know you are also suffering inside, so I will give you 1,000 taels of silver as compensation. Although you married Ziran, you are not truly married, and after leaving the Han family, if you marry again, others won't look down on you. 1,000 taels? That is quite generous. Madame Han took out a letter from her and placed it on the bed. This is Ziran's divorce letter to you, with a silver note of 1,000 taels inside. Why didn't Ziran tell me himself? Xiao Zhen asked as she looked at the envelope on the bed. He's busy. This is just a small matter. Small matter? Xiao Zhen sneered. Is divorce a small matter to him? Pack your things and leave. Madame Han stood up and said to the 2 men, please untie her ropes. Can't she wait even a day? So impatient. At the Han family, she didn't have many clothes. Although her aunt brought her a lot of dowry, since the Han family was offering 1,000 taels, these dowries seemed worthless. Putting Ziran's matter aside, Xiao Zhen was more worried that being divorced from the Han family would cause her aunt to scold her severely. But with this 1,000 taels, maybe she would be scolded less. Everything was over now. She had fulfilled her aunt's wish for her to marry into the Han family, and she could now peacefully pursue what she wanted to do. While packing her clothes, Madame Han and the 2 men kept watching her from inside the room. It seemed they didn't want to see her stay at the Han family even a moment longer. Xiao Zhen didn't delay intentionally. She was prepared for this. If she had felt sad earlier, now she felt more relaxed. In just half an incense stick of time, she finished packing. When she left the Han family, she saw Madame Han breathe a sigh of relief, and even the 2 men looked pleased. In her heart, Xiao Zhen sighed. Under the night before dawn, she slowly walked toward her home. In her previous life, she wasn't divorced, but was abandoned in the countryside. In this life, she wasn't abandoned in the countryside, but was divorced? So, was her rebirth for the purpose of being divorced? Xiao Zhen took a deep breath, feeling very upset inside. She muttered to herself, I'm so useless. I lived through this again, but it wasn't exciting, and now I'm being bullied like this? Should I be so kind? No matter the reason, Han Ziran married me, so he should take responsibility. If he wants to leave, he should do it openly. Am I really so easy to bully? Thinking this, Xiao Zhen turned back and walked toward the Han family. After a few steps, she stopped, sighed, squatted on the ground, and hugged her head with both hands. She suddenly stood up. Even if Andy was acting out to make you marry me, now that you have married me, if you want to leave, shouldn't you say it in front of me? And you want to divorce me, and your mother is helping you? What do you think of me? Though she said this, her mind was filled with memories of her life with Han Ziran. You promised that if you passed the top exam, you would take me to live in the capital, Xiao Zhen whispered. You said you wouldn't disappoint me. You said once you got the top score, we would truly be husband and wife. How can you break your promise? Don't you know I took it seriously? Why do I feel so hurt? Xiao Zhen touched her chest, feeling it was too painful. Her eyes were sore and teary, almost crying. She took a deep breath and sneered. Han Ziran, since you never had real feelings for me, why did you say those things before? Just to give me hope? That's not how a person should behave. Thinking this, Xiao Zhen looked at the brightening sky. At this time, most people were sleeping deeply. Wiping away her tears, Xiao Zhen returned to outside the Han family's woodshed. Her gaze was firm. She took a breath and climbed over the wall. From her perspective, she saw two men standing at the gate of the Han family, guarding it. She took a sack from the shed and went to the window of Han Ziran's room. Gently, she pushed the window open, and one of the window sticks moved. She leapt in, entering the room smoothly. The whole movement was quick and silent. Since marrying Han Ziran, her original room had been her sleeping place, and the study was now Han Ziran's sleeping area. She hadn't entered that study before this. It looked exactly like it did in her previous life, simple and elegant, with bookshelves in each corner. Besides books, there was nothing else decorated. Xiao Zhen's eyes swept over the bookshelves. During her 3 years in the countryside, she worked hard to learn to read, and even flipped through every book in the shelves, naively believing that if she told Han Ziran she had read poetry and books, he would come to find her. She walked to the bedside and looked at Han Ziran, who was sleeping peacefully. Even when sleeping, he was neat and tidy, with his bedding arranged carefully, his black hair not messy, and his gentle-looking face that seemed kind but was actually distant and cold inside.
Sia shen kvietryvatshed Han Ziran slit.
As Han's mother said, how many 17-year-olds are top scholars? Han Ziran was very talented. His excellence came not only from natural ability, but also from hard work and practice. But Xiao Zhen's gaze turned cold. So, what if you're talented? You don't even know the basics of how to behave. As soon as Xiao Zhen finished speaking, she saw Han Ziran's eyebrows twitch, showing he was a light sleeper. Just as his eyes were about to open, Xiao Zhen struck him the neck with her hand, and the cloth bag in her hand was pulled over him. It wasn't difficult for Xiao Zhen to sneak Han Ziran out of the Han family. She often did physical work, and after hunting, she always carried over 100 pounds. It was dawn. Another clear day, sunny and bright, with no clouds in the sky. The villagers had already gone out early to work in the fields. From Xiao Zhen's position, she could see the villagers working at the foot of the mountain. She was on a small hill behind the village.
Were you really?
Han Ziran's voice was calm, not anxious about being kidnapped. Xiao Zhen walked to the cloth bag, found a good spot, and kicked it hard, hitting Han Ziran's. That kick was for her past life. A muffled groan came from inside the bag. She kicked again, hitting Han Ziran's, this time for her current life. Another muffled groan sounded from the bag. Xiao Zhen didn't hold back this time. She used all her strength. Han Ziran should have been in pain, but he didn't cry out.
Were you really?
Han Ziran's voice came from inside the bag. With a cold snort, Xiao Zhen deliberately made a sound. Are you a girl? Han Ziran was momentarily stunned. Xiao Zhen didn't make any more noise and kicked Han Ziran's again. Unexpectedly, Han Ziran suddenly stood up inside the bag, and at the next moment, he let out a scream of pain. Xiao Zhen. Where did I kick him? Han Ziran kept groaning on the ground, looking very hurt. Xiao Zhen felt a bit panicked. Had she kicked somewhere she shouldn't have? She only wanted to kick a few times to vent her anger, not really to hurt Han Ziran. Soon, Xiao Zhen snorted again. Fate had given her a second chance at life, so she wouldn't kill Han Ziran or hurt him badly. She didn't need to worry about that. Xiao Zhen took a deep breath. Since she was all ready, she decided to fight fiercely to get free. Thinking this way, she stopped using her feet and instead used her hands to hit hard, hitting randomly. In her past life, her anger, her suffering, and her hope all vanished with her grievances. He was her prime minister, and she was running her business. Han Ziran, from now on, we will have nothing to do with each other. After some time, Xiao Zhen felt tired, and her anger subsided. She listened to the muffled sounds inside the sack for a while, took a deep breath, and quietly said 2 words, goodbye. After saying that, she turned and left. 10 steps away, she stopped, turned back to look at the struggling sack, her eyes cold. She thought for a moment, bent down, picked up a small stone from the ground, and struck the knot of the sack's rope, which then unraveled. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared over the hill. Xiao Zhen did not go straight home, but thought hard about how to tell her parents she had been divorced by Han Ziran. Considering her parents' fondness for Han Ziran, she felt overwhelmed. After some thought, she decided it was best to be honest with her parents. She slowly returned to her mother's house. When she pushed the door open, she heard crying inside. She saw her second aunt, her mother's sister, sitting on the ground crying loudly, saying, "My son has been ruined like this by you all. You have to compensate me for my son, compensate me." Aunt Xiao was comforting her, while Uncle Xiao sighed. "Second sister, get up and talk," Xiao's wife said, trying to help her sister up. But the second sister stubbornly sat down and cried loudly, saying, "If you don't compensate me for my son, I won't get up." "Second sister, we didn't want this to happen to Baozi, but how can you blame us?" Thinking about her nephew Qinbao's situation, Zhao's wife felt sorry such a good boy had become paralyzed. "How is it not your fault? If it weren't for your ox cart, how would my son have suffered this disaster? Now he's half paralyzed. How will he live in the future?" Aunt Fong angrily said, "Second sister, it was you who begged us so hard to give you the position of the cart driver," Zhao's wife retorted, losing her temper. "Besides, we spent a lot of money on Qinbao's treatment. How can you say such unkind words?" Aunt Fong started crying loudly again. "I have no conscience? My Baozi worked so hard for your ox cart, and you say I have no conscience? Is there no justice in this world?" And second, Xiao Zhen forcefully pushed open the door to his courtyard and looked coldly at Aunt Second Fong. "Qinbao's current situation is entirely his own fault. He has embezzled a lot of money from the ox cart business and even used the cash register to flirt with widows. You know all this. Do I need to find witnesses?" Seeing Xiao Zhen, Aunt Second Fong's anger seemed to grow.
She was about to speak.
But Xiao Zhen was not in the mood to accommodate relatives today. He shouted, "If Aunt Second keeps bothering us, our Xiao family will not pay a single cent for Qinbao's treatment in the future. Or do you prefer the local officials to get involved?" "Officials?" Aunt Second Fong was stunned and hurriedly said, "What officials? We are relatives. Going to the officials would hurt feelings. Would causing a fuss here not hurt feelings too?" Xiao Zhen countered. Aunt Second Fong was so blocked that she couldn't speak. She hesitated for a moment and finally said, "We've used up all the money for Qinbao's treatment." Xiao Zhen understood well. This was her real reason for coming. After Qinbao was beaten, Xiao Zhen knew his parents had already spent a lot on his injuries. But when Aunt Second Fong spoke, their expressions didn't look happy, so he knew they had given quite a bit. Otherwise, his mother, who was usually generous and tolerant with her family, wouldn't show such an expression. "Aunt Second, wait here for a moment." "Mother, I have something to tell you," Xiao Zhen said, pulling Xiao Shenxi toward the house. Inside, Xiao Shenxi said, "Mother knows what you're going to ask. We've already given Aunt Second 70 taels to treat Qinbao's illness. Only a mother truly understands her daughter." Xiao Zhen nodded and went to the stove. He took out the divorce letter from Han's mother, tore open the seal, then put the letter back in his pocket. He spread out the envelope, took a piece of charcoal from the stove, thought for a moment and wrote a few lines on the back of the letter. After finishing, he said to Xiao Shenxi, "Mother, go get 30 more taels of silver for Aunt Second. This 100 taels is for Qinbao's treatment and his future living expenses. I've written everything about the process and the money on this paper. Aunt Second just needs to sign with her fingerprint. From now on, our family won't give her another penny. If she comes again, just go to the officials." Although Xiao Shenxi nodded, his eyes were fixed on the fresh, elegant, yet strong handwriting on the envelope. "Zhen, when did you learn to write?" I practiced at Han's house." Looking at the handwriting on the paper that matches Han Ziran's perfectly, Xiao Zhen felt quite helpless. In her previous life, she had always been literate and practiced calligraphy, but the only handwriting she could imitate was the one Han Ziran left at home. So, the words she wrote looked exactly like Han Ziran's. Probably even Han Ziran himself couldn't tell the difference between real and fake. Aunt Fong nodded happily, thinking to herself that letting a Zhen marry Han Ziran was the right choice. Look, in less than a year, a Zhen had learned to write such beautiful characters. When she heard she would receive 30 taels of silver, Second Aunt Fong was overjoyed. She immediately signed her name happily and left. Once Second Aunt Fong left, the Xiao family became quiet. Zhen, haven't you eaten breakfast yet? I'll go make some, Aunt Xiao said as she headed to cook. Then she asked, did you come back so early today because of something? Uncle Xiao was coming out with a broom when he heard her. He also asked, coming so early, did you talk to your in-laws? Zhen scratched her head and took a deep breath. I was divorced by Han Ziran. Aunt Xiao and Uncle Xiao looked at her. What are you saying? I said I was divorced by Han Ziran. Ha ha ha. Seeing that her parents only looked at her without saying anything, as if they didn't hear her, Zhen took out the divorce letter from her pocket and cleared her throat. Mom, Dad, I mean it.
I was divorced by the Han family.
Aunt Xiao was crying as she chased after her, but she was getting tired. She stopped to catch her breath and wiped her tears with her hand. Oh, why is my life so hard? My son-in-law finally became a top scholar, and my daughter was suddenly divorced. Mother, this matter has nothing to do with me, Xiao Zhen said as he took out a cigarette and sat quietly smoking. After a while, he stood up and said to Xiao Zhen, come on, let's go to the Han family and see Ziran. I don't believe Ziran, who has been so good to you, would really divorce you. How has Han Ziran been good to me? He just said a few nice words. Who can't say nice words? Xiao Zhen said unhappily, annoyed that her parents kept supporting Han Ziran. Are you really divorced? Aunt Xiao wiped her tears again, unable to believe it, and asked. Xiao Zhen nodded. Come with us to the Han family, and Xiao grabbed Xiao Zhen's hand and pulled her outside. I won't go. You must go. I want to ask clearly. I don't believe Ziran would divorce you, Aunt Xiao said sternly. If you don't go, I will beat you today, and then I will die too. Mother, the Han family has always wanted to drive me away. They look down on our family, you know that, Xiao Zhen said helplessly. Even if they look down on us, you are married now. The whole village can testify to that. Mother, if you won't go with me, don't call me mother. Zhen, being divorced is a big deal. It's a lifelong matter. We can't let your life be ruined like this, Xiao Zhen also said. Xiao Zhen took a deep breath. Dad, Mom, my marriage with Ziran has been just on paper. We haven't even had a proper wedding.
What?
Aunt Xiao's eyes widened. Xiao Zhen's voice suddenly faltered. He remembered what Han Ziran had told him when he went to Beijing that day, that he would come back after passing the imperial exam and they would be a real couple. But he didn't expect.
Her mother had been so strict with the Han family.
Now that she knew she was divorced, she was furious. Xiao Zhen understood her mother's anger, but the matter was settled. There was no point in saying more. She had already let go. Whether in this life or the last, holding on wouldn't change anything. Life still had to go on. If her parents weren't still here, she would have already spread her wings and gone to do her own thing. Why was she still tangled up with the Han family? The Han family is too much, Aunt Xiao murmured. What's wrong with our Zhen? How could they treat her like this? I want to go and ask for an explanation. Seeing Aunt Xiao still wants to cause trouble at the Han family, Xiao Zhen tiredly said, Mother, don't go. Why can't I go? No matter how much you dislike it, how can you be so unreasonable? The Han family isn't at fault. It's you, Mother, who is persistent.
What?
Isn't it you who is overstepping? Shouldn't it be you, Mother? Xiao Zhen didn't want to say this to her mother or make her sad, but unless she explained clearly, Aunt Xiao would keep obsessing over the Han family. It's you who insisted I marry into the Han family. The Han family clearly refused, but you went to cause trouble there, making them uncomfortable. They had to marry me to protect their reputation for Han Ziran. The mistake was ours from the start. You. Aunt Xiao's eyes reddened as she glared at her daughter, whom she had raised with love. Han Ziran and I being in that cave, he should take responsibility for me. But everyone who went up the mountain with Han Ziran was related to the Han family. They wouldn't spread this around. It was you who spread rumors everywhere, telling everyone about this, forcing the Han family to marry me under pressure. Isn't it you who caused the Han family to treat me this way? How can you say that about Mother? Aunt Xiao's chest hurt as she pounded it. Everything Mother did was for you. If not for Mother, Could you have become the top scholar's wife?
And now?
I'm still the top scholar's wife, and I've been dismissed. You, oh, child, you. Aunt Xiao said, then grabbed a stick to hit Xiao Zhen. If you have the ability, hit me, Xiao Zhen said angrily. She was willing to take the hits, but they always missed and hit the ground. If I hurt you, wouldn't I feel sad? Aunt Xiao sat on the ground crying. Uncle Xiao was smoking, taking a puff and sighing, feeling that his sighs over the past decades couldn't compare to the one he was having now. Xiao Zhen went to her mother and said, "Mother, forget it, okay?" "Forget what?" Aunt Xiao glared at her. "In this world, what you get is yours. If you just argue, you're the one who suffers. If I wasn't fierce, you and your father would have starved long ago. Look at the kind-hearted people in our village. Aren't they all being bullied because they're too soft? Oh, you were raised by me, but you haven't learned anything at all. I don't care. You've already married someone else, and now you're divorced. What will you do with your life? Besides, in our countryside, no one cares about such things as face or reputation. You're not a noble lady, so why worry about appearances? It's all arranged by your parents and matchmaker. Once married, it's for life, even if you don't like it." "Oh, I've only heard about divorce in plays. Why has it happened to you?" "Yes, in the countryside, there's no such thing as divorce. Poor families just want to marry a wife. After the wedding, they start working hard." Xiao Zhen then honestly said, "Father, mother, Han Ziran was noticed by a high official in the court, and they want to marry him to my daughter. That's the real reason I am being divorced."
What? What?
Seeing her parents' disbelief, Xiao Zhen could only chuckle. She originally wanted to keep this secret as long as possible. How many people in this world can think like her? Some things, once they happen, become a lifelong worry, a dark shadow in the heart. It took her 2 lifetimes to understand this. She worried her parents wouldn't understand, just like in her previous life, where such worries made her sad all her life. Especially her mother, who had passed away in sadness. Aunt Xiao sank to the ground, and Uncle Zhao's pipe fell from his hand. "Who is Masterin?" "He's a top official in the court. People from the village once said that Masterin took Ziran as a student, saying Ziran was lucky to have such a teacher.
They felt very proud at the time.
Actually, we haven't lost much. I was a top scholar's wife for a day, right?" Xiao Zhen smiled. Silence. "Father, mother, don't be like this. Our life is good now, and it will only get better." Still there was silence. "Mother, if you want to cry, just cry." Xiao Zhen didn't know what else to say. "Han Ziran is really that kind of person," Aunt Xiao whispered. "I really misjudged him." "Ah Zhen, could I be mistaken?" Uncle Xiao asked. "This is what Aunt Han told me herself. Could she be wrong? How can they treat us so unfairly?" Aunt Xiao's voice lost its earlier strength. "Compared to powerful officials, what are we? We have nowhere to even complain." After a long silence, Aunt Xiao suddenly seemed hopeful. "Then there's no need to divorce you. Once Miss Ren comes to the house, you can become her little wife." Xiao Zhen. After a moment, she said, "Even if I want to be a little girl, I guess Miss Yan wouldn't like that. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent 2 guards over." No wonder I felt these 2 guards were very familiar earlier. It wasn't their looks, but their manners. Definitely trained in the capital. Isn't this a case of losing both the wife and the soldiers? Aunt Xiao desperately pounded her chest. Xiao Zhen took out the letter of divorce from her and handed her a silver note worth 1,000 taels inside it. "Mother, if you don't mind being divorced, we actually gain something." "What is this?" 1,000 taels from the Han family. Aunt Xiao and Uncle Xiao looked at each other. 1,000 taels? Aunt Xiao quickly wiped her tears and took the silver note, examining it carefully. She had lived her whole life and had never seen a silver note before, especially one worth 1,000 taels. "Is this real?" Xiao Zhen nodded. "Is it the kind of silver note you can cash at the bank?" Uncle Xiao looked very excited.
"Yes.
It's a real silver note, the kind you can go directly to the county bank to cash." Seeing her parents' reactions, Xiao Zhen felt relieved. It seemed she could get through this hurdle. By the way, Han Ziran was quite generous. 1,000 taels was enough for the Xiao family to live well. Even though her daughter was divorced, having this large sum of money made her parents feel a bit better. Still, they couldn't truly be happy. Aunt Xiao, with tears in her eyes, looked at Xiao Zhen, who was completely unaffected. Aren't you going to reason with Han family?
Yes.
In the future, how can we still stay in the village? Aunt Xiao sighed. Mother, didn't I tell you before? We want to buy a house in the county. Now that we have some money, isn't that right? Xiao Zhen smiled. Seeing her parents remain silent, Xiao Zhen took their hands and said, Parents, life always moves forward. You've spent your whole lives in the countryside. Even here in Shun County, you've never traveled much. Don't you want to see more? Both Aunt Xiao and Uncle Xiao shook their heads. Uncle Xiao said, My wife and I have never thought that way. But since you're our only daughter, wherever you go, we go too. Yes, we'll follow you. Even with 1,000 taels in hand, Aunt Xiao's face showed no smile. Although her daughter was still she had been married and then divorced. It didn't sound good to say out loud. Suddenly, Aunt Xiao's face brightened and she said, No. We must go to the county and live there. Uncle Xiao and Xiao Zhen saw Aunt Xiao suddenly become excited, looking puzzled. What's wrong with you? Are you stupid? Aunt Xiao said excitedly. We only need to go to the county town. No one will know that Ajin got married, and we can find her a good family. Uncle Xiao was stunned for a moment, then patted his thigh quickly. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Xiao Zhen. She didn't want to move to the county town for that reason. Never mind, as long as Mom is happy. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhen was comforting her parents, but the Han family was like ants on a hot pan, very anxious. Han Ziran had disappeared without a trace from the Han household. The bedding wasn't folded, shoes were still by the bed, the windows and door were shut, but he was gone. 2 guards who had followed from the capital searched everywhere, but found nothing. There were no clues. He seemed to have vanished into thin air. Han's mother was so worried she fainted. When she woke up, Han Ziran still hadn't been found, and she fainted again from anxiety. Just as the family was at a loss and planning to report to the authorities, Han Ziran returned. He was barefoot, leaning on a cane, wearing only a thin, now dirty shirt. His hair was messy, and his face was bruised and purple in places. He walked back to the Han house holding a bowl of food given by a kind person with a few copper coins inside. The 2 guards at the gate didn't recognize Han Ziran immediately, thinking he was a beggar. They wondered why this beggar's eyes looked so cold and prepared to chase him away. In the yard, Han Ziran's second brother, Han Ziran, was pacing anxiously and suddenly shouted, "Third brother?" Han's mother, who was just waking up inside, heard Han Ziran's cry and rushed out. When she saw the beggar-like figure at the door, her body staggered. When she looked into the clear, cold, water-like black eyes of the beggar, she nearly collapsed.
Ziran,
she stammered. "I'm back, Mother," Han Ziran said, looking at the bowl and the 2 copper coins given by the villagers. He thought about how the villagers didn't recognize him and even gave him a broken bowl. He also reflected on his recent experience and let out a gentle sigh. Laish and Zhang, who came out of the house, stared in shock at Han Ziran, now looking like a beggar. Third brother? Why do you look like this?" Laish exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. "I was kidnapped," Han Ziran said calmly. "Kidnapped?" Zhang cried out. "Kidnapped? But why do those 2 words come out of my third brother's mouth as if nothing's wrong?" Ziran, Han's mother approached, looking at her son's face with disbelief. His face was bruised and purple in many places. She trembled as she asked, "Who is it? Who dared to do this to you?" Her son, Ziran, was the top scholar of the court. She then turned to Han Ziran, who was still stunned, and said, "Hurry and call the doctor." Han Ziran nervously nodded and went to call the doctor. "Top scholar, who kidnapped you?" 2 guards from the capital asked anxiously. It was so bold of them to kidnap the top scholar. Worse, they were trained soldiers by Lord Ren, and they didn't notice the kidnapping at all. Luckily, the top scholar returned safely. If something had happened to him, They wouldn't have the face to return to Lord Run in the capital. I don't know, Han Ziran replied. But he was sure it was a woman, and she hated him. He remembered being stuffed into a sack and everything that happened afterward. When he thought about the punches and kicks from the woman, his face hurt again. When he broke free from the sack, he found himself on a small hill about a mile from the Han family. Top scholar, think carefully. Do you have any enemies? What enemies could Ziran have? He only studies hard to pass the exams. He doesn't have many friends and doesn't go out often. How could he have enemies? Han's mother choked up and said, "Who could be so cruel as to beat Ziran like this? It almost looks like he doesn't recognize him." She gently asked, "Does it hurt?" Han Ziran smiled faintly. "I'm fine." But that smile pulled at his wound, and it hurt terribly. "Top scholar, how many people kidnapped you?" "It should be just one person," Han Ziran replied. "Just one? Could it be a woman? Could she carry him a mile away?" His mother also said he only studied and rarely went out. Besides, as a man, how could he have enemies with a woman? "Madam," one guard asked Han's mother again, "can you remember if the Han family has any enemies or anyone dissatisfied with them?" The two guards were also anxious. A rural village, and yet there might be a master they haven't detected. If this master truly had bad intentions toward the top scholar, and this kidnapping was just a warning. They all broke out in cold sweat at the thought. Seeing her son's battered state, Han's mother was overwhelmed with tears and could only shake her head. After a while, she said, "Our Han family has always been honest. We don't owe anyone anything. We believe in repaying kindness. Even for small things, we wouldn't wrong others. We have no enemies. If there is dissatisfaction, the villagers usually have some disagreements, but after thinking it over, no one would do such a thing." At this moment, second brother Han returned with the village doctor. "Did you hear the top scholar got hurt? Is he all right?" "Luckily, I didn't go out to see patients today," said the village doctor, who was always friendly with the Han family and had watched Ziran grow up. When he heard Ziran was hurt, he immediately put down his breakfast and came. "I'm here," Ziran said calmly. When the doctor saw Ziran standing nearby, he stared for a long time, then suddenly felt weak in the knees, but managed to steady himself. "Ziran? How did you get such a bad bruise on your face?" "Ziran, that woman was really too harsh." Half an hour later, the doctor left the study, handing Han's mother a prescription and a few bottles of medicine to promote blood flow and reduce swelling. Before leaving, Han's mother repeatedly asked the doctor to keep their family's matter secret. She also gave him a basket of eggs, as thanks before letting him go. She then went to prepare and cook medicine herself. Ziran sat in the study, thinking about what had happened, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't figure it out. So he decided not to think about it anymore and started tidying up his books. In a few days, he would go to the capital for work. But now, looking at himself, he realized he hadn't seen his face after being hit. His face was swollen so badly. On the way back, no one recognized him, so it probably didn't look very good. He walked to the wooden basin, intending to wash his face and apply some ointment. But when he saw his reflection in the water, his hands trembled, and the towel in his hand fell into the basin. The doctor was right. He had truly turned into a pig's head. With a sigh, Ziran picked up the towel again, wrung it out, and carefully wiped his face. Afterward, he rinsed the towel and hung it neatly. Looking at the place that was both his study and his sleeping area, Ziran felt confused. Losing his memory didn't mean he lost his judgment. Given how much his family valued him, how could they have let him sleep in the study while the guards who brought him back stayed in the main house? Although his mother said it was for his convenience to read and sleep there, he always felt it wasn't quite right. Since returning to the Han family, he felt an emptiness in his heart, as if something important had been forgotten. His mother asked him to tidy up the study and see if there was anything he needed to take to the capital. He didn't remember much about these books, but when he opened them, he knew all the content inside. It seemed he had read them thoroughly before. Han Ziran opened the drawer again, revealing 3 thick, old books. They seemed to be books he liked before he lost his memory. He picked up one at random and flipped through a few pages. Suddenly, he stopped, noticing a letter inside the open page. The envelope was labeled, "From Han Ziran, personally." Han Ziran was surprised because the handwriting on the envelope looked very familiar. Wasn't it his own handwriting? He picked up the letter and examined it carefully before opening it. Familiar handwriting appeared before his eyes. Han Ziran, if you are reading this letter, it means you have lost your memory. Were you hit?
And badly?
That woman once said that if that is, you, abandoned her, she would give me a good beating. Are you wondering who I am? I am Han Ziran, the version of you before you lost your memory.
Aflique cruzar Han Ziran's brow.
The letter was 4 or 5 pages long. Could it really be him writing to himself before he lost his memory? How could he have known back then that he would forget everything in the future? He sat down and read carefully, word by word. The letter said, "Do you wonder how I knew I would lose my memory? It was that woman who told me. Of course, she always said I abandoned her and didn't want her anymore. But I don't think I am the kind of person she described. If everything she said was true, the only explanation is that I didn't remember her at that time. Are you curious about who that woman is? I won't tell you. Han Ziran." Actually, he didn't quite understand what that meant. So, he continued reading. Isn't it strange that she knew I would abandon her? Because she said she had lived through another life. Living through another life? I scoffed when I heard her say that. Who in this world could live twice? But when I was writing this letter, I believed it. You're probably laughing, an educated person like me believing such nonsense. But I did. Han Ziran. That woman said I would pass the imperial exam and become a scholar, then be accepted as a disciple by a great scholar, and eventually become the prime minister, wielding power over the country. I would enjoy wealth and fame, and have influence over the court. But she hated me very much, because after I passed the exam and became a top scholar, I abandoned her, completely abandoned her. Even 10 years later, when she died, I didn't go to see her. That day in the cave, she was burning with a high fever. She cried as she told me these things, her tears flowing freely. She scolded me for being heartless and unfaithful, for forgetting her kindness. She cried so hard that she was sniffling and tears were streaming down her face, but her words were sincere and heartfelt. She said that in her previous life, I was a cold person to the core, someone who appeared gentle on the outside but kept others at a distance inside. She spent 3 years trying to please me and the Han family, but after I became top scholar, I still cruelly left her in the countryside. She said she had 3 big regrets from her past life. The first was that she never held my hand in a loving way. In that cave, she forced herself to hold my hand many times. Her strength was too much, and I couldn't pull away, so I closed my eyes and let her. Han Ziran, who was reading the letter, trembled slightly and continued reading. Her second regret was not sharing a home with me. She said she looked at me as if I were delicious and really wanted to pounce on me, but my mother absolutely refused. I wondered at the time, why would I need my mother's permission to be with someone? She was so strong. She could have pounced on me any time. Han Ziran. Does he have such shamelessness with his memory intact? Her third regret was not having children with me. She wanted to have 7 or 8 kids. Seeing this, Han Ziran, who had lost his memory, blushed, didn't he? Han Ziran. She spent 3 years waiting for me to change my mind and 7 years defending the country. I asked her, how could a woman defend the country? She said she went to defend the country because she was starving, and going to defend the country could fill her stomach. She was quite a thoughtful person. After saying that, she mentioned she had 10 small regrets. I thought she had many regrets. She said she had lived 2 lives, so her regrets were probably more than others. Thinking about it, it made sense. Let her finish talking about her regrets. I realized I was quite patient, but this woman didn't say anything else. She looked at me with a silly smile and said she wanted to finish her 3 big regrets first. The first regret was already done, so now she was going to work on the second. Han Ziran, who was reading the letter, stiffened. He closed his eyes, and his ears turned red little by little until his face was flushed. He continued reading. I felt I couldn't escape this ordeal. I never thought I would give myself to such a woman, but she was so strong. She pushed down on me, tearing at my clothes, and while doing so, she said, "Little heart, don't be afraid. Be good, don't struggle." I definitely want to struggle. Since I was forced to lose my innocence, how could I not fight back? Not resisting makes it seem like I really want this. Oh, how embarrassing. I said I didn't want it because I am still young, but she said I am no longer young and have everything I need. Then, she kissed me. Her strength was very great, but her lips were soft. My hand holding the envelope trembled again and again. Han Ziran felt he couldn't bear to look at it anymore. Was this really written by the person he used to be? Is this letter necessary? Does it need to be so detailed? He took a deep breath and continued reading. Yes, he really wanted to see what was next. Actually, I am also curious about those things, but I have to be responsible. Before I knew whether I liked this woman or not, I absolutely couldn't give in. Her strength was really too much, and I was worried I couldn't resist. So I decided to minimize the harm, try to like her, and started to observe her appearance. At first glance, she didn't look special, but upon closer look, she was quite pretty. Her delicate features were not unappealing to me. Just when I was exhausted and planning to stop resisting, letting her get what she wanted without effort, she suddenly stopped kissing me and held me, crying loudly again. Han Ziran's lips twitched, and he continued reading the letter. She kept saying she liked me and begged me not to abandon her. She also said that these words were from her past life. In this life, she wouldn't like me anymore and wanted to cut all ties completely. She said, the way the Han family looked at her, the way they hated her from the bottom of their hearts, as if she were a plague, no one could understand how painful it is when someone despises another person with that look. For some reason, hearing this made me feel very uncomfortable inside. You're probably thinking now, did I really lose my innocence? I won't tell you. Han Ziran. She was still holding me and told me many stories about her past life. Her past life was very exciting, truly exciting, and it completely captivated me. Her pain, her complaints, her grievances, even her resentment towards me, all of it was eventually expressed in her bright laughter. She cried and laughed as she said, 7 years of defending the homeland taught me what true righteousness is. Compared to that, all those romantic feelings are nothing. The difficulties the Han family caused me, what are they? I found a new goal. You must really want to know how exciting her past life was, right? I won't tell you. Han Ziran. I have an urge to tear apart my past self, who lost memory. If I only liked this woman a little before, after hearing about her past life, I decided to marry her. Marry her? Han Ziran muttered. Has he married someone? You might find it strange that this letter was indeed written by you yourself, but every word reveals childishness, completely different from our personalities. Yes, I, with a very cold personality, so cold that it could be called indifferent, who is also very distant from my parents and older brother, how could I have written such a letter? Because of that woman. My personality caused her great pain in the last life. She said I only spoke 108 words during 10 years of marriage, with no communication, not even a single glance exchanged. I can't imagine how a couple could have only 108 words in 10 years. She kept asking me, how could I do this? How could I treat her like that? She cried heartbreakingly. She said she had moved on, but when she talked about me, she seemed like a child abandoned by everyone, crying in loneliness and despair. Strangely, I felt heartache. Suddenly, I realized that if I could feel sorry for her in this life, then in the last life, I must have liked her. I just wasn't good at expressing it, which led to that misunderstanding. Or perhaps I lost my memory and forgot her, which caused me to miss out on that life. What she said was very real, as if she truly experienced it. I was suspicious, but even if she was lying, I didn't want to relive the life of Han Ziran from her story of the last life. I want to talk more with her, to truly understand her. I want to find out if she really is the woman she told me about, the woman who had 7 years of defending her country and a wonderful life. So, I became lively in front of her, saying whatever came to mind. The more I interacted with her, the more I realized she was a woman worth liking. Whether her story of rebirth is true or false, you probably already know now. If everything she said really happened, then my suspicion about amnesia must be correct. Her name is Xiao Zhen. She is yours and mine, my wife. If I feel attracted to her, I believe that, even after losing my memory, I would still feel the same. Whether before or after amnesia, I am still the same person. So, Han Ziran, do not be indifferent to her. Do not hurt her again. Even if you no longer like her, you cannot abandon her, because the former you and the current me both like her very much. Han Ziran, I want her to be happy. All right, I am including a map to my wife's family home. I think no one would tell you how to get there. Xiao Zhen? Han Ziran looked at the map in the letter for a while, but in his mind, he suddenly remembered a young woman in rough cloth clothes standing with his parents when he was a top student returning to the village. At that time, he didn't look at her directly, but he was curious in his heart when he saw her out of the corner of his eye. Who could be standing with his parents? Her eyes lit up when she looked at him, as if she considered him a treasure, but then they gradually dimmed. His mother introduced all the people to him, except her. He thought she was probably not an important person. He casually asked who this girl was. His mother simply replied, "Just a servant helping at home. No need to pay attention." Last night at the banquet, he went out to get wine and saw Xiao Zhen. Under the faint moonlight, she stood there staring at him blankly, her bright eyes full of words, but he only saw her as a servant. He even asked her to get and pour the wine. At that time, she must have been very resentful towards him. Han Ziran stared at the letter in silence for a long time. He knew his handwriting well, and this letter was definitely written by him himself. He was only 17 years old, yet he was already married. His wife was Xiao Zhen, and at this moment, she had already been abandoned by him. He frowned, not wanting to disturb his wound. Then he laughed bitterly. So, his wife wrapped him in a sack and beat him badly? He sighed softly, looking at the letter in his hand. For a moment, he didn't know what he should feel. He used to think that the name Xiao Zhen was quite distant from him, but when his wound was pulled, he suddenly felt a very subtle emotion towards her. Did I just say whatever I thought to her? Was I like that in front of Xiao Zhen? Han Ziran looked at the letter, and the words in it were really opposite to his personality. He sighed again, feeling a mix of surprise that words couldn't describe. At this moment, the door to the study opened. Mother Han came in carrying herbal medicine. Seeing her beloved youngest son like this, tears fell again. "With how you look, why are you still reading? Lie down and rest. Your father has decided to report to the authorities. We must find that villain." Han Ziran calmly folded the letter and put it into the pages of his book. "Mom, there's no need to report." Mother Han looked puzzled.
Why?
"I don't want everyone to know," Han Ziran said quietly. "Is that all?" Mother Han choked back tears and said, "No, I can't let you suffer like this. I will secretly have someone investigate." "Secretly investigate?" Mother Han thought for a moment and wiped her tears. "That's okay." "Mom, where's Xiao Zhen?" Han Ziran looked at his mother and asked. Mother Han's expression was a bit stiff. "Why are you asking about her all of a sudden?" "I just thought to ask. Where is she?" "I haven't seen her since this morning. The letter said he would abandon her, but since he returned, they haven't spoken more than 10 words.
Oh, she left.
She left. Yes, in a few days, we will go to the capital with you. I will settle her wages and send her back." Seeing Ziran's strange expression, Mother Han forced a smile and asked, "What's wrong?" "Mom, is Xiao Zhen really just a helper at our house? She said she was abandoned by him. For 10 years, she never thought of her." At this moment, Han Ziran suddenly understood something. "Of course. Otherwise, how could such an ordinary woman appear in my house? Forget her. Let me apply some medicine." Mother Han took out ointment as she spoke. "Mom, I am already married, right? Xiao Zhen is my wife, isn't she?" Mother Han's hand, holding the ointment, froze.
What?
"You're talking nonsense. Xiao Zhen is just a hunter at most. You are a top scholar. Even if you have a relationship, it can't be like that. She paused, then added, Who told you that? I'll ask the villagers. If I am married, they should all know. Han Ziran stood up. Stop. Mother Han blocked him and said sadly, You don't believe what I say? If what you say is true, then why are you stopping me? Han Ziran asked back. Mother Han's face was stiff. Don't go out. If you do, people will laugh at you. Are you afraid of being laughed at, or afraid I will find out something? Ziran. Is Xiao Zhen really my wife? Mother Han's lips trembled, her eyes slightly red as she looked at her son, whom she had cared for since he was a child. His personality was usually calm, but after more than 10 years of family ties, they were very close. However, after Ziran lost his memory, even though his face was still that gentle-looking face, his words sounded a bit unfamiliar. I am your biological mother. I won't lie to you. If I say it's not, then it's not. Han Ziran walked to the door and reached out to open it. Don't go out, Mother Han shouted. Han Ziran didn't hesitate and directly opened the door. Yes, Xiao Zhen is your wife, but what does that matter? Mother Han shouted fiercely. She was a woman who couldn't read or write, someone who only hunted and farmed, and didn't even know how to serve her husband. How could she be a match for you? Han Ziran turned to look at his mother. The sadness and disappointment on her face were clear in his eyes. Han Ziran said, Even if I have lost my memory, I should understand that for us villagers, it is very hard to raise a top scholar. Our whole family saves every penny, and my father and I haven't bought new clothes for years, saving money, so I can study. Is this how I should thank my parents? Mother Han replied, Mother, since you married Xiao Zhen, you can't just abandon her now. Why not? She was the one who lured you into the cave and forced you to marry her. If she can do that, why can't we? Mother Han sneered. Mother, I don't remember what happened in the cave, but since I married her, I won't abandon her with such mean tricks. Mean tricks? Are you talking about me? Mother, you secretly sent Xiao Zhen back home. I think I didn't dislike her before, maybe even liked her. That's why you didn't dare tell me the truth.
Han Ziran spoke honestly.
His mother didn't know what to say for a moment. Mother, if that's true, what will happen when I get my memory back? Do you think I will feel good? If I find out the woman I like isn't with me, have you thought about how I would feel? Mother Han was so angry she couldn't speak. After a long pause, she said, There are many women in the world. With your current status, good women are plentiful.
What is so special about Xiao Zhen? Why do you care so much about her?
She is my wife, my legally married wife. Mother, you know what kind of person I am. If I didn't want her, if I didn't like her in my heart, no one could force me to marry anyone. Ziran, I don't like her, and I can't live with her. Don't you care about my feelings at all? Mother, that's not how a person should behave. If you raised me to be such a good person, then you shouldn't be like this. And what about my respected teacher, Mr. Ren? Teacher Ren? Is this about him too? Mr. Ren likes you very much. He wants to marry Miss Ren to you. Ziran, if you marry Miss Ren, your future career will be limitless. So, this is the real reason you drove Xiao Zhen away? My daughter, if I want to achieve something, I will use my own hands to fight for it, not rely on marriage or women, said Han Ziran as he stepped out of the door. Don't go, Han's mother called after him. At this moment, everyone in the courtyard looked at the mother and son. Mother, what's wrong? Han's father and the eldest brother hurried back after hearing that Ziran had returned. Han's father was still catching his breath. Xiao is my wife, yet my family has conspired to hide it from me, making me abandon her. Is this fair to her? Is it fair to me? Han Ziran looked coldly at the people in the yard, his eldest brother, second brother, mother, father, and 2 sisters-in-law. Everyone in the Han family gasped in shock. Ziran had found out. The 2 guards who had brought Ziran back exchanged glances. One stepped forward and said, Master Ziran, this is also Lord Ren's decision. Han Ziran looked coldly at the guard. The other guard also stepped in front of Ziran. Master Ziran, Xiao is just a rustic woman from the countryside, not suitable for you. Lord Ren intends to marry Miss Ren to you. That's the blessing you've earned in 3 lifetimes.
Stand Aside.
Who my partner is, I know myself. I don't need anyone to interfere. The 2 guards looked at each other. Although Lord Ren favored Ziran, he hadn't ordered them to force him. Besides, they couldn't confront Ziran directly. Thinking this way, they stepped aside.
Ziran?
Han's mother wanted to go after him, but was stopped by her second son. Ziran, what are you doing? Mother, just let third brother go, Ziran replied. Since that day his mother told him those words, he hadn't felt at ease. He couldn't sleep well at night, always feeling guilty. Now that his third brother had made his own choice, he felt relieved.
How can you understand?
This will ruin his life, his mother said. What you're doing now is also destroying third brother's life, Ziran responded.
You.
Can those 2 things be the same? Han's mother pushed her second son away. Enough, Han's father said, wiping his face as if relieved. Let Ziran go.
What?
Even you say that? Han's mother looked at her husband with a hint of resentment. He is your son. Doesn't every father want his son to be happy? I'm very confused. I don't know what is truly good for Ziran. But now that Ziran has made his choice, he's an adult and a top scholar. He understands what he wants. Old Han said as he went to pick up a nearby. His gaze briefly passed over his 2 sons, his daughter-in-law, and Mother Han. He said, although Ziran became the top scholar, don't forget we are simple farmers. Don't let Ziran's success make you forget our honest nature and do things we shouldn't. Zilei and Zining, it's time to go work in the fields. Inside, Old Han also felt relieved. No matter how unhappy he was with the third daughter-in-law, he shouldn't force her to leave in this way. Xian, Han Ziran didn't bring anything out, but he had already memorized the map in his mind. He walked slowly, feeling strangely nervous for no clear reason. It was almost noon now, and more villagers were on the road, all looking at Han Ziran curiously. Strangely, no one recognized him. Faced with the stranger's unfamiliarity, Han Ziran muttered, "This woman is really ruthless. They say a husband and wife share 100 days of kindness, but she really turned against me." Han Ziran also touched his backside, remembering the few hits he took. If he hadn't been too embarrassed to say anything at the time, it would have hurt so much he'd have shouted. Thinking about himself then, Han Ziran only felt ashamed. Wow, I really had unique taste back then. He thought about the contents of the letter, desperately trying to recall moments with Xiao Zhen, but he couldn't remember anything clearly. Soon, he arrived in front of a simple earthen house. The house was very plain, but the yard outside looked quite spacious. Han Ziran knocked on the door, but it opened by itself. It seemed the owner was home. At that moment, he wondered if Xiao Zhen had been crying on the bed after being abandoned. As he was thinking this, sounds came from the kitchen nearby. "Zhen, Mother is getting angrier the more she thinks about it. You were just brought back after being dismissed. That must be hard for the Han family. Mother, if you think that way, the Han family paid us 1,000 taels of silver," came Xiao Zhen's voice. Han Ziran immediately recognized it. That's true. Uft, money isn't more important than integrity. Integrity can't fill your stomach, so money is more important. But I also feel a bit regretful. Regret what? Think about it, Mother. Han Ziran is a top scholar. If he marries Miss Run in the future, he'll rise quickly. I should have asked Han Denyang for more silver back then. Why did I only see the 1,000 taels and get so excited I couldn't even speak? Listening to the conversation, Han Ziran thought, is this what a woman abandoned by her family should say? It sounds like it's not even her own concern. Sighing deeply, Aunt Xiao said, "You really think positively. I want to give Han Ziran a good scolding. He looks so refined, but his actions are anything but decent." "Don't worry, Mother. Right now, Han Ziran probably doesn't even recognize his own parents," Xiao Zhen happily replied. "What do you mean?" "I mean, if I really had to beat him, I'd make sure his own parents wouldn't recognize him. But someone like that, there's no need for us to waste more time on him." Outside, Han Ziran listened silently, knowing he had already been beaten, so there was no need to bother anymore. "Right, forget about him. Who are you?" Han Ziran was feeling both amused and confused when a loud shout made him turn around quickly. Old Xiao looked suspiciously at the person standing in their yard, but when he turned around, he was startled. Oh, where did this beggar come from? Han Ziran remained silent. At this moment, Mother Xiao and Xiao Zhen came out. When they saw Han Ziran in the yard, Mother Xiao looked at him with pity and said, "Who is so cruel? Even beat a beggar, and so badly too. Dad, you should find some old clothes to give him. Really, go get some food for him."
Han Ziran stayed silent.
Xiao Zhen looked at the beggar man in front of her, feeling strangely familiar. Hearing her mother, she nodded and took a few steps away. Suddenly, she turned around and stared in shock at the beggars in the yard.
You.
She pointed at him, but couldn't speak. Han Ziran knew Xiao Zhen recognized him. He looked at her with a calm smile. Seeing her terrified expression, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. "What's wrong, Zhen?" Xiao Auntie asked curiously. He. Xiao Zhen's eyes widened, and she stammered. "Father, Mother, I am Ziran." Han Ziran bowed to the two elders. There was a gasp from both Xiao Auntie and Uncle Xiao, their mouths wide open as if they could swallow a goose egg. "Ziran?" Xiao Auntie couldn't believe her eyes. She couldn't connect the pig-like face before her with Han Ziran's handsome appearance. She exclaimed, "What happened to you? Did someone beat you?" "No. No one would dare to hurt you, right?"
Han Ziran smiled softly.
"This is the punishment Ziran deserves. Father, Mother, I am here to take Xiao Zhen home." The older members of the Xiao family were still stunned from the incident where someone dared to challenge the new top scholar. When they heard Han Ziran say this, they all stood there in confusion for a moment. What's going on? Less than 2 hours after they divorced, why is he coming to pick up Ajin again? If a son-in-law says he wants to take his wife home, that's a happy thing. Pick me up to go home? Xiao Zhen thought she must have heard wrong. Ziran, old Mr. Xiao said happily, "Are you saying you want to take Ajin back to the Han family?"
"Yes. But
didn't you already divorce Ajin?" "Yes." The divorce paper was still in her arms, not yet signed. Xiao Zhen raised an eyebrow and looked cautiously at Han Ziran. What does this man really want to do? No divorce? I didn't divorce my wife.
I don't know about this.
It was my mother who secretly divorced Xiao Zhen without telling me. Although my mother was wrong, she did it for me. Please forgive her, elders. If you want to blame someone, blame me." Han Ziran sighed inwardly about his mother's actions.
Is that so?
Aunt Xiao still nodded blankly. Things were happening too fast. She couldn't keep up at first. But she understood the words. I knew it. Ziran is a good boy. How could he do such unkind and unfaithful things? It was just a misunderstanding.
Haha.
Ajin, what are you still standing there for? Hurry and follow Ziran back to the Han family. Aunt Xiao winked at her daughter, who was still dazed. Xiao Zhen. She looked at Han Ziran's face, which was now swollen like a pig's head. Sigh, she really couldn't bear to look at it. She had already hit him gently. Ahem. Thinking back on what had happened these days, she realized it was all because of Aunt Han. She and Han Ziran had only exchanged a few words when he was drinking. Even if her divorce was her mother's decision, which was different from Han Ziran's, those issues still existed. She had gone through 2 marriages. Although there were differences, the overall direction hadn't changed. What made her feel relieved was that she finally understood why she was divorced. Her reasons were truly heartbreaking. At the same time, she felt a weight lifted from her heart. She really didn't want to get involved in the Han family anymore. Even if Han Ziran came to pick her up now, what difference would it make? Those unhappy things still existed, and they were deeply rooted. Putting aside her inner complaints, from an outsider's perspective, Han Ziran marrying the daughter of the current Grand Scholar was his good fortune, his destiny. Why would he come to pick her up again? After thinking, Xiao Zhen said, since you say Aunt Han is also doing this for you, and if you want to blame someone, blame only yourself. The breakup letter Aunt Han wrote is the same as the one you wrote. I have already been abandoned, so you can leave now.
Azen?
Aunt Xiao hurriedly said. What are you talking about, child? I'm not talking nonsense. What I said is true. Compared to now, my whole life feels less real, Xiao Zhen replied.
Child, you really are.
Uncle Xiao also got upset. Han Ziran didn't expect Xiao Zhen to answer her like that. Wasn't she very sad about being abandoned? Han Ziran, you and I know the gap between us. Why insist on being together? You have a bright future and a good marriage.
Just go live your life happily.
Okay? Oh, Zhen, what nonsense are you talking about? Aunt Xiao felt like she was going crazy. Is it easy for a son-in-law who became a top scholar to step into this house? Mother, I am speaking honestly. Do you want me to live a lifetime of unhappiness in the Han family? I've been comforting myself all along, telling myself to relax and accept life as it is, Xiao Zhen said to Aunt Xiao. Living happily all the time? Is that possible? That's only for gods, Aunt Xiao snapped. You can't be a god, so of course you can't be happy every day. Sigh, isn't that how everyone lives? Xiao Zhen was speechless, thinking that's a good point. Shin, don't you remember what father told you before you got married? Uncle Xiao asked. I haven't forgotten. I remember it well. So why? If I leave the Han family, I might not be happy all the time, but I will be happier than now. I don't think you're so unhappy in the Han family. Han Ziran guessed what was going on. But since we are married, these problems should be solved. Solve? Do you think it's that simple? Then don't bear it. You are my wife, Han Ziran, and part of the Han family. You have to bear the pressure from my family, and similarly, they have to bear the pressure on you. We are a family, and it's mutual. You don't need to be overly kind. You said this before, Xiao Zhen sighed. It seems simple, but when family conflicts are involved, it's hard to explain. I can't directly use force to solve the problems with the Han family. If I could really solve it with force, it would be much easier. Ziran, don't you understand? I don't want to stay at the Han family's house. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain at the back of my head as Aunt Xiao slapped me hard. She shouted in a loud, rough voice, "You little brat, you're living your own life. Just ignore your in-laws. If they are too unreasonable, pour a bucket of water on them." Xiao Zhen. I couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Aunt, the youngest son of the Han family, is here. Aunt Xiao was stunned for a moment, realizing she had spoken impulsively out of anger. Han Ziran nodded and looked approving. I think what mother-in-law said is very right. Xiao Zhen. Being bullied means you should fight back. Even if that person is my mother, it's the same.
Han Ziran smilet kalmlu.
Why didn't you come to me when your mother gave you the divorce letter? Because those 2 guards tied me up for a whole night. That must have made you feel wronged. Han Ziran's dark eyes deepened. I'm here to find you now. I hope it's not too late. You came to find me?
I'm surprised.
Come back with me. This won't happen again. Xiao Zhen raised an eyebrow. Since he said it wouldn't happen again, does that mean she should go back with him? How funny. Can you give my family a little more time? I will also share your burden, she said. Huh. Those beautiful words. Did he not say them often before?
I don't want to hear these words from you.
No matter how much you say, when the top scholar returns, he won't even give me a glance. Isn't it true that I am just your family servant? Xiao Zhen sneered. I don't remember. Don't remember? What do you mean? After the imperial exam, I was injured on my head and forgot everything from before. In Xiao Zhen's widening eyes and the surprised looks of her parents, Han Ziran calmly said, My name, my family, my village. I've forgotten everything. When I returned to the village on the emperor's order to visit my relatives, I saw you, but I didn't know who you were. When my mother introduced me, she only said you were a servant in the family. Han Ziran, are you joking? No. Even in plays, there's no story about someone forgetting everything just because they got a head injury, Xiao Zhen said skeptically. I really have forgotten. Xiao Zhen stared at him in shock. He stood tall and looked at her with a faint smile. His eyes were clear and cold, gentle but distant. The Han Ziran of this life was clearly different from the one in her previous life. Though his gaze was still cold, when he smiled at her, it felt warm. Say it again. In the capital city, I injured my head and slept for 2 days and nights. When I woke up, no one remembered anything. my family, my wife, or the place I grew up. I couldn't recall any of it. How is that possible? That's so unbelievable, I said. It's true. Xiao Zhen looked at Han Ziran with wide eyes. Aunt Xiao and Uncle Xiao looked at each other, confused. Why didn't they understand? I only heard that hitting your head can make you forget things, but I never heard that hitting your head can erase everything from the past, Aunt Xiao said. Uncle Xiao nodded. If that's true, then how come you still remember how to talk and walk? Han Ziran was silent. At this moment, Xiao Zhen looked at Han Ziran with a complicated expression, but she slowly stepped back. Zhen, what's wrong? Aunt Xiao asked, worried when she saw her daughter's strange expression. Xiao Zhen said nothing, only looked at Han Ziran. This man had forgotten everything, including her. She believed his words. There was no need for him to lie. But if it was true, then was Han Ziran from her past life also like this? Xiao Zhen turned and hurried toward the back door. Her mind was a mess.
She didn't know what to say.
Was Han Ziran only forgetting her because he didn't remember anything from the past? How ridiculous. How funny. 10 years ago, her aunt had died from sadness for her. Her uncle had grown old alone. She joined the army and never wore women's clothes again, even risking her life for it. Her heart felt heavy, so heavy she didn't know what to do. Han Ziran, the man she had trusted with her heart in her past life, the man she hated for 10 years but eventually forgave, he had only forgotten her, not abandoned her. If that's true, why is Han Ziran still coming to find her in this life? She longed to go back to her past life, to ask her past self if it was really like that, if he forgot her because he lost his memories, not because he abandoned her. Xiao Zhen pressed her hand to her chest. It hurt so much. She desperately punched her chest, trying to smash the heavy stone inside her that made her breathless. All that talk about letting go or moving on was just nonsense. Deep down, she still cared about the pain from her past life, about how Han Ziran had abandoned her. Her heart hadn't truly let go of this man. She kept hitting her chest, feeling suffocated, overwhelmed by her feelings. Han Ziran silently followed behind, watching the woman in front stumble along the field ridge. She wasn't watching where she was going and kept falling. He wanted to help her, not out of pity, but because it was the way of a gentleman. The letter said, if I would fall in love with her, I believe that even after losing my memory, I would still feel the same. So, Han Ziran, you are not allowed to be cold to her or hurt her again. Even if you no longer like her, you cannot abandon her. I want her to be happy, Han Ziran thought. He touched his chest, where his heart once beat for Xiao Zhen. But now he felt nothing. Did he only fall for her when she forced herself into the cave? Does he have to feel the same now? He rubbed his forehead, stopping his thoughts. Suddenly, he saw Xiao Zhen shout loudly. Ah! Her cry was so loud it seemed to split the sky, startling the small birds on the mountain and causing them to fly away. God, if you can send me back, I won't accept it. I won't accept it. Han Ziran was silent, feeling his sadness quickly fade. Right after saying that, Xiao Zhen stomped her foot hard and shouted, You played with me. You played with me. You played with me.
Han Ziran batchet silently.
Soon after, Xiao Zhen yelled at the sky again. If you have the courage, come and play with me. Come on, let's hurt each other. Han Ziran remained quiet. I can't accept this. I can't accept it. You want me to go back? I will go back. I want to find him and ask clearly. Xiao Zhen kept venting her feelings. Watching her shout, I want to go back to the sky, Han Ziran muttered. Is she someone reborn? Does she want to go back to find the version of me from that life? You want me to go back? You, sky. Did you hear that? Xiao Zhen kept expressing her frustration. Looking at the white clouds in the sky, Han Ziran's dark eyes grew colder. Although he saw the letter and knew that before losing his memory, he liked Xiao Zhen quite a bit, he didn't feel much love for her now. That wasn't why he came to find her. He would only go because they were married and he had responsibilities toward her. The letter also said, my personality caused her a lot of pain in the last life. She said I only spoke 108 words in 10 years, with no communication, not even a single glance. She kept questioning me, asking how I could do this, how I could treat her like that. She cried so sadly, even though she said she had come to terms with everything. When she talked about me, she looked like a child abandoned by everyone, crying alone in despair. Suddenly, I felt a deep sympathy for her. I realized that if I could feel this way in this life, then in my past life, I must have liked her. I just wasn't good at expressing myself, which caused that misunderstanding. He didn't know what happened in his past life. In this life, he couldn't remember how he interacted with Xiao Zhen before losing his memory. His personality was as cold as described in the letter. Could he really make her happy? With a sigh, Han Ziran looked away. But he was startled when he saw the frightening face of the woman in front of him. He staggered back 2 big steps before stabilizing himself. Xiao Zhen? When did she come in front of him? Had she finished venting so quickly? Xiao Zhen looked at him with a grim face. You! This man had hurt her deeply in both lives. It was so frustrating. Why was she always the one bearing her feelings, joy, anger, sorrow, while he remained cold and indifferent? He was standing too close, staring at her with a dark expression. Han Ziran quickly took a step back, but as he retreated, she moved closer, her eyes sharper. Han Ziran felt pain all over his body. After thinking for a moment, he decided to protect his face. He really couldn't afford more injuries. He looked suspiciously at the man in front of him, who suddenly looked like he was ready to sacrifice himself, then covered his face with both hands. Xiao Zhen rolled her eyes. What are you doing? Are you going to hit me? Xiao Zhen. Haha, he was overthinking again. Do I look like I want to hit someone? I never hit people. Never hit people? Then where did the injuries on him come from? Han Ziran didn't dare say that. But hearing her say that, he felt a bit relieved. This is a divorce letter from your mother. Xiao Zhen took out the letter and showed it to him. She had read it. It definitely wasn't written by Han Ziran. Han Ziran didn't look at the letter. He simply tore it up. Staring at the torn pieces on the ground, Xiao Zhen felt a bit dazed. Being abandoned in her past life and divorced in this life, she hadn't expected things to change so dramatically again. She asked, "You said you have no memory. Then, how do you know about me?" "I was kidnapped and beaten up," Han Ziran said, looking at Xiao Zhen as she touched her nose, looking uncomfortable. "On the way back, I heard it from the villagers." Xiao Zhen blinked, her eyes bright. Ah, so she had hit him at just the right time. She never expected that this beating would reveal the reason she was abandoned in her past life. Han Ziran. Why are those bright eyes so piercing? Han Ziran asked again. Really, you don't want to come back to the Han family with me? Come back? Why not? Xiao Zhen looked at him strangely. Why leave a good top scholar's wife behind? That position is very valuable. Han Ziran, who was the person that previously said so firmly they wouldn't return to the Han family. Why are you looking at me like that? Xiao Zhen snorted softly. Aren't you unhappy living in the Han family? Just now, you were so determined to leave. The book says women and villains are hard to raise, and this woman is really unpredictable. At that time, I thought it was your fault I was leaving. Since we can't live together anymore, let's just part ways. Who would want to leave a good life? Han Ziran thought to himself. That makes sense. Besides, even if I don't stay with you, my parents will still try to marry me off to someone else. In this time, if a woman doesn't marry, she can't keep her peace, and others will think it's shameful. I haven't done anything wrong, so why should others think badly of me? That's true. Han Ziran nodded in agreement. After weighing my options, rather than marry someone else, I might as well go back to the Han family. At least, I'd still be a top scholar's wife, right? The same husband, at least familiar. Weighing? Han Ziran suddenly thought of the phrase comparing 3 families and felt a bit upset. This woman's straightforwardness was really refreshing. But do you really have amnesia? Do you not remember what happened before it all? Xiao Zhen always felt uneasy about this. Amnesia? She had never even heard of such a thing. Han Ziran nodded. How did you forget? Han Ziran shook his head. I don't know. I woke up like this. Looking at Han Ziran's face, which she had made look like a pig's head and was still very cold. Xiao Zhen felt that although the story was different from her previous life, her signature smile was becoming more and more similar. It was frustrating. Although she felt sorry for herself, Han Ziran was also quite pitiful. In this life, Han Ziran had amnesia, but after knowing he had married her and then came back to find her, if her previous self had known, she believed he would come back for her. But he didn't. For 10 years, he never thought of finding her. Even after they met, he didn't recognize her. This means that for 10 years, he never regained his memory. Xiao Zhen silently walked back, feeling more and more upset the more she thought about it. The more she thought, the more annoyed she became. Wow, such a heartbreaking situation. Why did she have to encounter this? While anxiously looking around, Aunt Xiao and Uncle Xiao saw their daughter and son-in-law return. They both felt relieved and noticed that their daughter's expression had stabilized, knowing the matter was probably over. Aunt Xiao pressed 1,000 taels of silver into her daughter's arms. Really, go back quickly. Xiao Zhen carefully stored the silver. Mother, it's already noon. Won't you call us to have lunch before we leave? What lunch? Your in-laws are still waiting at home. Hurry and go apologize, say some nice words. Uncle Xiao also spoke to Han Ziran beside him. Ziran, Ajin isn't very patient. Please be more understanding. If she doesn't know manners, teach her. Han Ziran gave a faint smile. Don't worry, father and mother-in-law. How could they be at ease? They truly cared about her deeply. Although Aunt Xiao and Uncle Xiao thought this, they nodded in agreement. The weather was clear and sunny. Xiao Zhen and Han Ziran walked one after the other. From time to time, Xiao Zhen would look back at Han Ziran. Along the way, many villagers looked at Han Ziran with disdain. When they saw Xiao Zhen, they greeted her with smiles. Isn't that the wife of the top scholar? She just went to her parents' house. Ziran scored the top scholar. You'll be living a good life from now on. You really bring good luck to your family. There were many compliments, but no one greeted Han Ziran behind them. Some children even picked up small stones from the ground and threw them at him, muttering, "Look, he's a fool." Han Ziran remained cold and distant, as if the disdainful looks around him didn't affect him at all. He stood straight, walked steadily, and looked aloof. At 17, he still had some childish features, but the innocent cuteness from before was gone. Instead, there was a sense of calm maturity about him. Seeing Xiao Zhen glance back at him now and then, Han Ziran thought she might come to help him. But she only looked a few more times. Soon, they arrived in front of the Han family. Just as Xiao Zhen was lost in thought about what to do after returning home, Han Ziran suddenly took a big step forward and held her hand. When she looked at him in surprise, he had already led her into the Han family's main gate. At this moment, no one in the Han family was resting. Everyone was standing in the courtyard. Khan's mother remained stiff, and her face was even paler. Her whole body trembled with anger. Khan's father sat nearby with a frown. The eldest brother and Lu were worried, while the second brother was calmer but still cautious. Mrs. Zhang looked on with a face full of amusement, thinking about what might happen next. It wasn't until she saw Han Ziran walking in with Xiao Zhen holding his hand that her body softened and she sat down on the ground, unable to believe her son had really brought someone home. Seeing his wife like this, Khan's father sighed. He was an honest man who only knew farming. Although his son had become a top scholar, he still felt rooted in the countryside at Tongxia village. He believed one should not forget their origins or do anything against moral principles. Since his son was married, he couldn't just casually divorce. Even though he thought this, he didn't want his wife to be too sad. Seeing her like this and recalling what he had just said, he felt a bit guilty. "Father, mother, I'm back. I also brought my wife home," Han Ziran said, glancing at everyone in the yard, finally resting his eyes on his two guards. He walked over to them and said, "Wait for me a moment. I need to write a letter to my teacher inside. You can leave now and return to the capital to report." The two guards looked at each other and nodded.
Yes.
Once Han Ziran entered the study, the Khan family members' eyes turned to Xiao Zhen. Except for Khan's mother's hostility and Khan's father's helplessness, The others looked at her with some guilt. Mrs. Zhang, however, seemed to be watching a show. Xiao Zhen didn't know what to say, so she simply waited silently for Han Ziran to come out. How could you come back with Ziran? Han's mother tremblingly stood up and rushed in front of Xiao Zhen, pointing at her and scolding, "How dare you come back? You took the divorce paper and 1,000 taels of silver. Anyone with a sense of shame wouldn't return." Xiao Zhen took out the silver note from her pocket and handed it to Han's mother. "Not a single coin of this silver has been touched.
Please take it back."
Han's mother angrily slapped Xiao Zhen's hand away. Go. You're not worthy to be Ziran's wife. A wife should be like Miss Ren. Do you understand? Ziran came to find me. I also know that the divorce paper wasn't written by him, so I had to come back. I don't want to see you. Our Khan family doesn't want to see you either. Whether you want to see me or not doesn't matter. As long as Ziran wants to see me, that's enough," Xiao Zhen said calmly. "Xiao Zhen, you're so despicable," someone from the family said. "Despicable? What do you mean by despicable? Mrs. Han used such harsh methods to dismiss my actions. Is that considered honest and upright?" You. Seeing Mrs. Han look so angry she almost vomited blood, Xiao Xian sighed inwardly. "Thinking it might be better to be kind," she said, "Mrs. Han, I think this is just fate between Ziran and me. Whether it's good luck or bad luck, when I think about it," Xiao Xian looked up at the sky. "Fate? Nonsense. What are you? Our Ziran is so outstanding that even Miss Ren from the noble family has taken a liking to him. What are you talking about, fate? These words, Mrs. Han, have been said too often before. They no longer mean anything to me. In her past life, she died feeling wronged and helpless. She was always forced to let go. She didn't want to die with regrets again. She wanted to make up for the regrets of her past life. That was the real reason she returned with Ziran." Smack. Mrs. Han suddenly slapped Xiao Xian hard. Mrs. Zhang and Mrs. Liu were both shocked. Mr. Han wanted to stop her but thought about his wife's sadness and didn't move. Big brother and second brother from the Han family just looked away. Xiao Xian clenched her fists. All right, she respected her elders, she was kind-hearted, and she was broad-minded. She would accept this slap. She had married into the family less than a year ago. In such a short time, she hadn't even raised a puppy well, let alone develop feelings between people, especially since the Han family had so many prejudices against her. She endured it. She wouldn't argue with elders. When Mrs. Han slapped Xiao Xian, Ziran had already stepped out. He didn't do anything but looked coldly at Xiao Xian. If it had been the old Ziran, he might have gone to protect her. But with this conflict, if he protected Xiao Xian now, his mother would dislike her even more. Xiao Xian took a deep breath and said, Mrs. Han, my face isn't made of stone. If you hit me, I will feel pain.
My heart isn't that big.
If you hit me, I will remember it. Because you are my man's mother, I can forgive you. I can tolerate you. But my patience has limits. Even if you are my man's mother, there will be no next time.
What?
I am already Ziran's wife. Whether you agree or not, whether you like it or not, I was formally married to your son. It was he who took my hand and worshipped the goddess Xiangzhang to marry me. He told me endings and beginnings. Today, he is the one holding my hand as we enter the Han family. What did you say? Madam Han, I don't like constantly pleasing others. I only treat the Han family well because of Han Ziran. I hope you understand this. Xiao Zhen's voice was calm, but her words carried weight. And about what I said earlier, please remember it in your heart. I won't say it again.
How dare you speak to me like that?
Han's mother was so angry she couldn't find words, her body trembling with rage. Liu and Zhang took a cold breath. Since the third sister-in-law married in, she had always been gentle and mild, seeming to have no temper. How could she suddenly say such rebellious words today? Han's father, elder brother, and second brother were all shocked. After saying these words, Xiao Zhen sighed in her heart. Ah, that felt so good, clearing away the dark clouds from before. Even though she was slapped, it didn't affect her mood at all. Because when Han Ziran brought her back, He had already helped her regain her rightful place in the Han family. Watching all this, Han Ziran smiled faintly, understanding a bit why he had liked this woman before. Top scholar? The two guards saw Han Ziran and saluted. Go back to the capital now and deliver this letter to our master, Han Ziran said, pulling out the letter. When will the top scholar return to the capital? I'm not going back for now. Just give the letter to our master. He will understand once he reads it. The two guards looked at each other and nodded. Yes, they said, then started packing their bags. Han's mother was still angry at Xiao Zhen. Hearing her younger son's words, she asked, Ziran, what do you mean by not returning to the capital for now? Thinking for a moment, Han Ziran replied, Mother, I have no plans to go to the capital. What do you mean? Lord Ren's letter said you should return quickly. There is an important position waiting for you in the capital, Han's mother said, grabbing her son's sleeve, trembling as she looked at him. I may have become a top scholar, but I haven't taken office yet. I want to stay in the county for a few years to gain experience, Han Ziran said calmly. The Han family members were trembling with shock. Stay in the county for a few years? For what? Han's mother asked nervously. Lord Ren has already arranged a high position for you. If you go to the capital to gain experience, why stay in a small place like Shun County? Elder brother and second brother also looked at him anxiously. They all hoped their third brother would go to the capital for an important position. When they went to the capital, they could also find good jobs to support the family and see the world, such wonderful things. Old Han father remained silent. Xiao Zhen was also surprised as he looked at Han Ziran. In the previous life, Han Ziran only went home for 3 days before taking his family to Beijing. This time, he was going to serve as an official in Shun County, and he used the words a few years to describe it. Are you doing this for her? Han's mother suddenly pointed at Xiao Zhen and scolded sharply. Mother, although I have the emperor's favor and have obtained fame, I haven't learned enough about how to handle affairs. If I hold a high position, what I know may not support my role, which could be harmful to me. Even when speaking to his emotional mother, Han Ziran's voice remained cold and clear. Harmful? How could it be harmful with Master Ren by your side? Master Ren treats you like a son-in-law. If anything is harmful to you, he will naturally help solve it. Han's mother looked at Xiao Zhen with sharp, piercing eyes. At this moment, 2 guards had packed their bags and stepped out, bowing to Han Ziran. Top scorer, we are leaving now. As they left, they looked back at Han's family and Xiao Zhen. Is it because of this woman? Is that it? Han's mother sternly questioned her younger son. Mother, Han Ziran felt helpless inside. How could you do this?
How could you?
Han's mother suddenly struck Han Ziran hard with both hands, her voice hoarse as she cried out, Our whole family has been living frugally for whom? For whom? And how do you repay us? For a woman who is nothing, you make such a choice. And I, your mother who gave birth to and raised you, what am I? Mother, I already wrote to my mentor that I am married. This life, I will not marry anyone else. I believe my mentor can understand that. What? I am already married to Xiao Zhen. How can I do anything that would hurt her? Han's mother looked coldly at her son, as if she was examining a stranger. So, you can't do anything that would hurt her, but you can do things that hurt your mother? I haven't hurt my mother. You raised me, and I am grateful for your kindness. But I am grown up now, with my own ideas and actions. I have also earned the title of top scorer. I know what I should do, and what I shouldn't. I refuse to disappoint my mother because what you said could be delayed for a few more years. If Xiao Zhen abandoned me when I lost my memory, and I regained it, my life would no longer be happy. And I would have ruined her life too. Han Ziran looked directly into his mother's cold, dark eyes. Han's mother stared blankly at Han Ziran, the son she had dedicated so much time and effort to teach. She had raised him so well, so excellently, that now she felt so sad and so upset. She even felt like giving up on life, but despite that, she still couldn't bear to hit or scold her son. Delay a few years and work hard? Do you think opportunities come just because you want them? Do you think those high positions will wait for you? You're so smart, you'll be successful in less than half a year. Mother, please, Mother is begging you. If Mother begs you, can you go to the capital? Han Ziran fell silent. You can take her with you. Mother won't oppose it anymore. I won't oppose you being with her. Would that be enough to go to the capital? Han Ziran looked at Xiao Zhen, but a thought flashed through his mind. Because I abandoned her after I took the top scholar exam, completely abandoned her. Until she died 10 years later, I didn't even look at her once. She died 10 years later. If his fate changed, would her fate also change? Han Ziran didn't understand why he was thinking about this. Did he care about her that much? Or was it just because she was his wife? What was he looking at her for? Suddenly, Han Ziran looked at himself. His cold eyes deepened at that moment, making his usually youthful face look more serious. Xiao Zhen felt a strange feeling in her heart. Honestly, seeing Han's mother so distressed, she almost wanted to give up. What was this? The Han family was doing well. If it weren't for her appearance, they wouldn't be so heartbroken. Han Ziran's future was bound to be brilliant, an upcoming prime minister above all others. But now Han Ziran said he wouldn't go to the capital. Even if he did later, as Han's mother said, opportunities wouldn't wait, and he might not become prime minister. All of this was because of her. Why should the Han family suffer because of her pain? Xiao Zhen felt a headache coming on. Han's mother's last words made Xiao Zhen's eyes brighten. If Han's mother no longer opposed Han Ziran being with her and even allowed him to take her to the capital, then everything should be happy. Mother, Han Ziran withdrew his gaze from Xiao Zhen and looked calmly at his mother. I said earlier, this has nothing to do with Xiao Zhen. I just want to train myself more before going to the capital. This time, even Xiao Zhen was stunned and looked at him in surprise. The courtyard suddenly became very quiet, so quiet that you could hear your own breathing. Xiao Zhen looked at Han Ziran's seemingly perfect profile. The curve of his face seemed colder than his appearance suggested, mainly because his long neck made his features more distinct.
Why?
Xiao Zhen wondered silently. Shouldn't Han Ziran, who lost his memory, be more carefree about going to the capital? Why talk about training himself? Would that be what the cold and proud Han Ziran would say? His goal was to pass the imperial exam and then go to the capital. Han's mother staggered a step back, looking coldly at Han Ziran. You are not my son, not my son. My son aims to become the top scholar and then leave this poor place, leave the countryside, and soar high. So, you are not my son, definitely not. After saying this, she slowly turned and went back inside. Han's father sighed softly and walked over to Han Ziran. Child, I am a farmer born and raised. I believe in honest, simple living. I don't think your mother was entirely right, but she has put a lot of effort into you. You hurt her feelings very much today. Lu Shi leaned on her husband, softly crying. Since she married into the family, she hadn't even spared nice clothes, all to support her younger brother's education. She thought that if her brother became the top scholar, she and her husband wouldn't have to work so hard every day just for 3 meals. But she didn't expect. Go inside. Han's eldest brother, with his serious face, didn't look at his beloved younger brother and took his wife into the house. Zhang Shi was stunned, feeling like she was watching a play. She didn't share the feelings of the Han family. She only knew that if Han Ziran didn't go to the capital, her bright future might be gone. She felt quite resentful. She married Han Ziran's third brother, betting that he would become the top scholar, so she could enjoy some fame. Maybe she could even become a noble lady in the capital. Why are you still standing there? Come inside, Zhang Shi said unhappily, pulling in Han Ziran's second brother, who seemed about to say something to Han Ziran. Suddenly, only Han Ziran and Xiao Zhen remained in the yard. The sun was shining brightly, but the Han family was clouded with gloom. Xiao Zhen silently looked at the ground, unsure of what to say. Why was Han Ziran so different in this life? Even after losing his memory, he seemed stranger than before. Are you angry with me? Xiao Zhen asked softly as she approached Han Ziran. Han Ziran looked at her calmly. It has nothing to do with you. Really nothing to do with me? Maybe it's a little related, Xiao Zhen said directly, meeting his gaze. She took a deep breath and said, I am a selfish person. Although I caused pain to your family, I won't leave because of it. She couldn't decisively say that everything in the Han family was not her fault. No matter what, her existence had caused trouble for the Han family. If she insisted on leaving, Han Ziran probably wouldn't be able to really stop her. Many things in life, she hadn't tried hard enough, like fate, love, or this man in front of her. How could she give up without trying? Everyone has their own selfishness. You have yours, I have mine, and they have theirs. In the future, they might vent even more anger on you. Just like you said at home, you'll be very unhappy in the Han family, Han Ziran said calmly. I have complained and resented before, but those feelings didn't help me let go of my anger. Instead, I wasted my days feeling sorry for myself, wasting my life. In her past life, she only realized how she had wasted her time when she was about to die. After experiencing a second chance, she understood one thing. Complaining is useless. It's better to change. Even if I can't change much, I want my efforts to be full and sincere, to be true to myself. Han Ziran's eyes showed some emotion as he looked at her quietly. Her appearance was delicate, but her gaze was not soft like most women's. Instead, it had a firm, masculine quality, pure and untainted. Watching her like this made Han Ziran feel a bit uncomfortable. Xiao Zhen secretly thought, Han Ziran used to be much cuter than he is now. She quickly cleared her throat to hide her embarrassment and asked, Did you see a doctor about the injury on your face?
Yes.
Who do you have such a grudge against that they beat you up like this?
Haha.
She felt guilty inside. It's too much, Xiao Zhen thought. Han Ziran remained silent. Dr. Zhao's ointment works well. It'll heal soon, Xiao Zhen said with a smile, watching her. Her heart trembled a little. I will investigate carefully, Han Ziran said calmly. That's right, Xiao Zhen thought about whether anyone had seen her kidnapping Han Ziran. She believed not. It was still early morning. Villagers hadn't gotten up yet. Even if someone saw her, they wouldn't recognize her clearly. She absolutely couldn't admit to this. That day, the Han family didn't eat, and they had no appetite either. But the villagers kept coming to offer their congratulations. Han's mother had to force a smile and respond, especially to Han's relatives. If you don't eat soon, the food will get cold. I only had a little breakfast this morning and didn't eat lunch at all, Zhang said, standing at the doorway of the kitchen, looking at the guests sitting in the hall. She stomped her foot and said to Lu beside her, It's so late. Why haven't these people left?
I'm starving.
Sister-in-law, aren't you hungry? You're pregnant after all. There's no mood to eat, Lu replied while tidying up the leftover food from yesterday. Look at third brother. He's talking to everyone as if nothing's wrong, Zhang said, watching Han Ziran and some elders from the Han family joking and chatting inside. It was clear she didn't realize there was any trouble with Han's mother today. Since third brother has decided not to go to the capital, I hope Master Ren can find him a good position in the county, Lu said. What else could they do? I just can't understand what third brother is thinking. He refuses the good position with Master Ren and chooses Xiao Zhen instead. When Mother told us about it, I felt quite guilty, Lu added. Lu nodded in agreement. Back then, I also felt very guilty. They say it's better to break a marriage than a temple, but it shows how terrible breaking a marriage can be. Now she felt disappointed but also somewhat relieved she hadn't committed such a big mistake. If third brother marries Master Ren's daughter, our good days will come, Zhang said regretfully. Lu just sighed. Xiao Zhen, who had just pulled out the rabbit grass, was standing beside the kitchen listening to her sister-in-law's words. After a moment of silence, she went to feed the rabbits. After feeding the rabbits, she returned to see the relatives from the Han family and villagers who came to offer congratulations standing up to leave. Some words of praise for Han Ziran drifted into her ears. In response to the praise, Han Ziran remained humble. He was handsome and fair-skinned, giving a gentle, jade-like impression with just a bow. The elders of the Han family grew more satisfied with him, and naturally, Han's mother received many compliments from the elders as well. Once the relatives left, the Han family quickly became quiet again. Old Han looked at his wife, whose face was darkening again, then glanced at his 3 sons who remained silent. He said, "Today, everyone only had breakfast, no one ate lunch." Ziran didn't even have breakfast. "Don't stand here. Go to the kitchen and eat." His eldest and second sons nodded. Han Ziran almost ran into the kitchen, starving. But when he saw Xiao Zhen at the door, he felt guilty about what he had done to her, so his face was not at ease. Han's mother didn't even glance at Xiao Zhen and went straight into the kitchen. "Why are you standing here? Come inside and have dinner," old Han said to Xiao Zhen. Xiao Zhen nodded. "Got it, Dad." Han Ziran was walking last. When he saw Xiao Zhen looking at him, he quietly said as he passed by, "Take care." Xiao Zhen was left wondering, what did that mean? Just as Xiao Zhen was about to enter the kitchen, she heard Mother Han coldly say, "The parents and elders haven't arrived yet." Who said we can start eating? Xiao Zhen looked over and saw Mrs. Zhang had already finished her bowl of rice, and there was less food on the table. Now, Mother Han was glaring at Mrs. Zhang, who was about to serve herself a second bowl. Mrs. Zhang looked startled by Mother Han's words. Soon, she seemed upset, and tears welled up in her eyes.
"Mother?"
Second brother Han quickly went to Mrs. Zhang's side. Xinhua didn't do it on purpose. She just came in, and she doesn't know all our family rules yet. Please forgive her this time. Rules? What rules? Is it only our Han family that we only eat when everyone is here? This was established hundreds of years ago by wise people to teach manners and respect. Even a 3-year-old knows that. Mrs. Zhang had never been spoken to like this by Mother Han before, and started to sob. "All right, everyone hasn't eaten all day and is hungry. Mother, stop talking and let's eat." Old Han sat down. Just as everyone was settling in, Mrs. Zhang, who had been sobbing, suddenly ran out of the kitchen crying. "Xinhua?" Second brother Han saw this, and quickly followed. "Let go of me." Mrs. Zhang's voice came from outside. "What are you making a fuss about? Aren't you hungry? Come and eat," someone called out. "How can I eat when you talk to me like that? At home, my parents don't even scold me, let alone speak harshly. What does your mother think she is? Why does she talk to me like that?" "Xinhua, everyone is tired today. Don't say anything more," second brother Han said, sounding exhausted. "Was it me who started this? Your mother scolded me first and you saw it too." Mrs. Zhang cried more sadly. "Mother said we only start eating when all the elders are seated. That's manners and filial respect." "She's not wrong," second brother Han replied tiredly. "I came here to live happily, not to be scolded like this by your mother. Besides, your mother gave birth to me and raised me. Why should I only show filial respect? I haven't even shown filial respect to my own parents."
"What?"
"I'm going home. Xinhua, I'm very tired. Please stop making trouble, okay? Let go of me. Let go." Mrs. Zhang cried out in frustration. "Let go of me. I want to go back to my parents' house." "Zhang Xinhua, you're shouting at me? You promised to treat me well." Soon, Xiao Zhen heard the sound of a door closing. Probably Brother Han from the second household had pulled Mrs. Zhang inside. The kitchen grew even quieter. Since Han Ziran became a scholar, the single oil lamp on the stove had been replaced with 2, making the room quite bright and clearly showing everyone's expressions. Han's mother and father looked very upset, and the faces of Han's eldest brother and Lu were not much better. Han Ziran sat upright, looking at the table, seemingly unaffected. "Eat your meal," said old Han, picking up his chopsticks. Han's eldest brother scooped some meat into Lu's bowl, saying, "You haven't eaten much today. Eat more, so the baby in your belly won't go hungry." Han's mother shot a cold look at her eldest son. Lu kicked her husband's foot under the table. He understood and quickly scooped some food into Han's mother's bowl. "Mother, you haven't eaten all day. Have some." "Mother," Han Ziran also scooped some food for her. "Eat your meal." "Eat," old Han said. "The children have already served you. If you don't eat, it will get cold and won't taste good." Mrs. Zhang was silent for a moment, then picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. At that moment, outside the kitchen, Mrs. Zhang's crying and shouting resumed. I can't take this injustice anymore. Let go of me. I want to go back to my parents' house. Let go of me. What are you doing? Do you have to cause trouble and disturb the whole family? Brother Han from the second household's voice sounded more tired than before. I've told you many times. Why are you so unreasonable? Is it me causing trouble for you? Am I unreasonable? It's your mother who is over the top. Why does she talk to me like that? Your third brother got the top scholar title, and your parents brought many good things to celebrate. Yet their daughter can't even eat a meal without being criticized. Who's the unreasonable one? Night fell, and in the quiet darkness, Mrs. Zhang's voice sounded especially harsh. Don't you know what the atmosphere at home is like? What does that have to do with me? Your third brother insists on Xiao Zhen. Your mother should be angry at him, or at your eldest brother, or even at you. Why should she be angry at me? Who is she? If I hadn't married you, someone like your mother wouldn't even catch my eye. Zhang Xinyue, you're going too far, Brother Han from the second household suddenly shouted. The yard suddenly fell silent, probably because Mrs. Zhang was startled by Brother Han's shout. You're shouting at me again? You're leaving, right? Go ahead, but if you have the ability, don't come back later. In the kitchen, Mother Han put down her chopsticks and stared blankly at the table. Everyone outside was making so much noise that no one felt like eating. Lu thought about the baby in her belly and barely ate a few bites, unable to swallow more. In the yard, Zhang was still causing trouble, refusing to stop. Xiao knew Zhang's temper well. Once she started fussing, it wouldn't end. Unless she was satisfied, she would keep going. In the past, she had suffered a lot because of her. At this moment, Mother Han stood up and left the kitchen. Seeing her go out, the others couldn't sit still, and also went outside. When Mother Han appeared, second brother Han hurriedly called out, Mother. Zhang saw Mother Han and snorted coldly. Mother Han walked over to Zhang and looked at her coldly. She didn't have high expectations for her eldest and second sons. They weren't as talented as Ziran in reading, but as a mother, she still wanted to give them the best. This Zhang was chosen by her and also liked by Xinyue. She never expected that both mother and sons had been mistaken. What are you looking at me for? Zhang replied tiredly. Can you stop causing trouble? Mother Han said wearily. I'm not causing trouble. It's your fault. I was just eating peacefully, Zhang snorted. Mother Han closed her eyes, her face showing more exhaustion. Go inside and eat. In the past, Xiao might have felt pleased seeing Zhang causing trouble and Mother Han looking upset, but objectively, proper manners and rules should still be followed. Even if parents don't teach it, what you see and encounter around you influences you. Over hundreds of years, these habits have become deeply ingrained in people's bones. If this situation had happened before, Mother Han might not have reacted so strongly. It's just that Zhang happened to cross the line today. Seeing Mother Han soften, Zhang's face showed a bit of pride. She was about to go into the kitchen to eat, but was stopped by second brother Han. Are you going to yell at me again? Zhang said angrily to second brother Han. Looking at his mother's sad face under the moonlight, second brother Han took a deep breath and said to Zhang, You should leave. Go back to your family.
What?
Zhang was stunned.
What are you talking about?
Mother Han frowned. You say you can't stand this kind of grievance. You married in to have a happy life, but what about my mother who gave birth to and raised me? Why should she suffer your unfair treatment? Why should your grievances be based on hurting my mother?
What?
What are you saying? In this matter, my mother is not at fault. It's you who lack manners and basic understanding. Are you talking to me? Yes, second brother Han nods firmly.
How can you say that about me?
When you see your mother upset, don't you see my sadness too? She was moved to tears again. I saw it. But when parents come to eat together, it's a matter of courtesy. Even if you're hungry, you should at least say something. Even if you start eating, you should fill your stomach, but you still need to wait until the family is all together to eat.
What?
If you don't understand this and don't want to learn, that's okay, but you shouldn't even try to be humble. Tears kept falling from Zhang's eyes. She looked angrily at her husband, who seemed to be scolding her. Why should I adapt? Why isn't it you who should adapt to me? You're just taking advantage of your numbers to bully me. We've been used to this for over 20 years. It's made me understand what respecting parents means and what family is. In this world, not many people are willing to make sacrifices for others. You're not a child anymore. Xiao Zhen looked at second brother Han with slight surprise, feeling like he was getting to know him all over again. That makes a lot of sense, she thought. Zhang's face was full of grievance. She felt extremely wronged. She looked coldly at everyone from the Han family, pointing suddenly at Xiao Zhen. On the day third brother returned, the mother-in-law called me, you, and the eldest sister-in-law to her, telling us that third brother had lost his memory. She doesn't plan to tell third sister-in-law about this and wants to drive her out of the house, making third brother think he never married. Everyone from the Han family looked pale at that moment. You, she said, unable to believe her words. Second brother Han didn't expect his wife to reveal this after everything had already been settled. Is this your idea of family? This is your Han family's way? You talk about family so grandly, but it's just selfishness, wanting me to make sacrifices for you. Why should I? Do you think I'm as naive as Xiao Zhen? The mother-in-law has never shown her kindness to her, but she still works hard for the Han family, even being bullied and dismissed, and she just obediently went back to her parents' house. Now that I am back, you still act as if nothing has happened.
Do you think I would be so cheap too?
Mrs. Zhang sneered. Xiao Zhen felt a warm sensation in her hand. She looked down and saw Han Ziran's long, beautiful hand holding hers. She looked up into Han Ziran's clear, cold, star-like black eyes. Xiao Zhen smiled faintly. She didn't mind. What she had always cared about was Han Ziran's attitude towards her. After all, it was not Han's mother who would marry her, but this man in front of her. I don't understand manners. I don't even know basic principles. Yet, your Han family only cares about protecting your own and thinking of your own interests. When my mother-in-law told me and my sister-in-law this, she forgot that we are also daughters-in-law. Mrs. Zhang continued, doesn't that make us feel cold inside? Shut up, Han's second brother said, his face pale. Why should I shut up? The reason your Han family married me was because my father was a wealthy man. What if I don't understand principles? Han Ziran, you won't divorce me. My family is not as weak as the Xiao family. When she said the last sentence, Mrs. Zhang looked coldly at Xiao Zhen. She couldn't understand why Xiao Zhen, who had said so much, was just standing there foolishly. Why wasn't she angry at the Han family for treating her like this? Was she stupid? Then Mrs. Zhang's gaze fell on Han Ziran holding Xiao Zhen's hand. Thinking about her husband's anger and scolding today, her feelings of grievance and anger rose again. Why could Xiao Zhen, from such a poor family, receive the protection of a top scholar? Her own father was wealthy, but her husband didn't cherish her? Thinking this, Mrs. Zhang quickly walked over to Xiao Zhen and said angrily, Are you stupid? Don't you feel anything when you hear about this? Xiao Zhen. Huh, are you so cheap? They treat you like this, and you don't care at all. Zhang Xinyue, are you crazy? Han's second brother said as he tried to pull her away. She pushed him away in anger. Mrs. Zhang looked angrily at Xiao Zhen. How could this woman not react at all? The Han family has treated you like this, and you don't feel anything? Xiao Zhen. Why is this happening to her? Do you really have to make a big fuss about this? Han's second brother shouted at Mrs. Zhang. Yes, I want to make a fuss. I can't accept this. Mrs. Zhang looked at Xiao Zhen sharply and said, Xiao Zhen, you're so cheap. You don't care about anything and deserve to be bullied. Xiao Zhen looked at Han Ziran, who still gazed at her coldly, as if he had no intention of defending her. Suddenly, she remembered what Han Ziran had said earlier. Take care. This man really is like that. No wonder he told her to take care of herself. Does that mean she will have to face problems like the Han family alone in the future? Thinking of this, Xiao Zhen rolled her eyes inwardly, but said with some helplessness, Second sister-in-law, weren't you arguing well with second brother? Why do you have to involve me in this? What? Zhang sure looked at her angrily. What does it mean to argue well? How can an argument be good? Madame Han's actions made me very angry, and I think she was selfish. But at that time, second sister-in-law didn't speak up for me either. Maybe both Madame Han and second sister-in-law had similar thoughts? Zhang Shi was silenced by this remark, unable to reply. Xiao Zhen continued, moreover, although Madame Han divorced me, she also gave me 1,000 taels of silver, which was kind. If I was still angry at that time, it was gone when Ziran came to find me. I returned to the Han family not because I was lowly, but because I wanted to live a good life with Ziran. She paused and then said, second sister-in-law, second brother arguing with you was because you ate dinner alone first.
Just focus on that.
If you bring up other issues, the argument will never end. Do you want to continue arguing about this? Please do it quickly. I am really hungry. Han Ziran, standing nearby, said nothing. Everyone in the Han family looked at Xiao Zhen. You? Zhang Shi thought Xiao Zhen was crazy. How could someone live like her? Enough, Han Leoi spoke sternly.
Stop talking.
Living together as a family, there will be disagreements. If we keep fighting like this, what's the point of living? Just go inside and eat. As soon as Han Leoi finished speaking, he saw Madame Han's body slump and she fainted on the ground. Madame Han was unconscious for 3 days. The doctor said she was overworked and depressed, which caused her to faint. During these 3 days, the Han family was gloomy. Especially Zhang Shi and second brother Han, who hadn't spoken since the big argument 3 days ago. It seemed they had even slept separately. Second brother Han was sleeping on the floor. Lu Shi managed the household chores, while Han Leoi and Han Ziran took care of the unconscious Madame Han. The eldest and second brothers went to the fields, and the rest of the heavy work fell on Xiao Zhen. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Han's mother finally woke up, feeling relatively good but still looking a bit pale. When she woke, only Han's father was by her bedside. "You're awake?" Han's father, who had been caring for her for 3 days, spoke in a hoarse voice, looking tired. "How long have I been asleep?" Han's mother weakly asked. 3 days. Seeing her try to sit up, Han's father quickly adjusted her pillow to make her comfortable. Han's mother was surprised. 3 days? The doctor said you were overworked and also had a sudden emotional upset, which caused you to faint for so long. Is it just you here? Originally, Ziran and I were taking care of you. Just now, the county magistrate sent someone to ask him to discuss something. The eldest and second sons have gone to the fields, and the daughters-in-law are doing housework. Han's mother nodded. Are you hungry? I'll ask the eldest daughter-in-law to make you some of your favorite game hen to help you recover. Han's father was about to leave, but was stopped by Han's mother. Who cooked the game hen? Han's father thought for a moment. It was the 3rd daughter-in-law. Han's mother looked at the bedding without speaking. Han's father sighed, sat beside the bed, and said, "Child's mother, you haven't come to terms with it yet?" Han's mother remained silent. Children and grandchildren will have their own happiness. I know you care deeply for Ziran, but since this is his own choice, let's support him, okay? Even if he regrets later, at least we did our best. Han's mother still stayed silent. The second daughter-in-law is indeed unreasonable. The things she said are like those of a child who doesn't understand. Ziran can speak up for himself, so don't take it to heart, Han's father said, looking at her. Actually, I think the 3rd daughter-in-law is much more sensible than the second. Life is about being steady. If we just dismiss that child over this, wouldn't you feel guilty? Maybe you'll regret it when your legs are stiff from standing. Han's mother looked up at her husband. Han's father, with rough hands, covered her delicate, well-maintained hands that still looked fair despite years of housework, and said, "The reason you married me back then was because I was honest, right? You felt safe with me. Can it be the same? When we married, even basic needs were a problem. Now all the children are doing so well. Child's mother, have you thought about how these events in our family might cause the brothers to drift apart?" Han's father spoke earnestly. Han's mother was stunned. "What did you say?" You can see that Erlang really likes his wife, and Sanlang is also sincerely supporting Xiao Zhen. If we keep causing trouble like this, one day the daughter-in-law might also get into a fight. Then, what will the sons do? Mother Han was stunned for a moment, then looked thoughtful. In the past, you worked hard to teach the children to be respectful and gentle with their siblings. Although they are grown now, and it's hard to change their old habits, once they marry, they truly begin their lives. Life is often difficult, and we must not let these hardships ruin the many years of your guidance. Her father patted her hand.
Stop worrying.
They're grown up now.
Grown up?
Yes, they are. Look at the eldest son. He's about to become a father. Mother Han smiled bitterly. Yes, he's going to be a dad. Honestly, the only person I really dislike is Xiao Zhen. Although the Zhang family isn't my favorite either, their family is well off. If we set aside her education and family background, Xiao Zhen is actually quite a good girl. She speaks little, but does a lot. Xiao Zhen has changed a lot, Mother Han said softly. Changed a lot? Yes. When Ziran was 16, I was already paying attention to girls in the village who were about the same age as him. I didn't have any thoughts about the Xiao family, but I knew a little. Xiao Zhen was cheerful then, but she was also naive and inexperienced, acting very modestly. She listened obediently to her uncle and aunt, with little opinion of her own. Really? Old Han thought about Xiao Zhen's behavior after she married in. She seemed quite normal, but whether talking or acting, she showed a decisive side. She's changed a lot. Sometimes, what she says is so profound that I don't even know how to respond. She's carefree, but her words and actions. Mother Han couldn't quite explain. Have you accepted her? Old Han asked. Looking at her husband's tired face and the nervous look in his eyes, Mother Han said nothing. Just when Old Han thought she hadn't made up her mind, Mother Han forced a smile. What's the point if I don't accept her? You're right. Family discord and sibling fights. That's not the life I want. I haven't been happy these days, and neither have you. We can't go on like this. Old Han patted her hand. And what about the second daughter-in-law? Is she still upset? The mother sighed. Those words still make me angry when I think about them now. I don't expect her to do much, just that her son can take good care of his wife. While the elders were talking, the door opened, and Han Ziran came in. When he saw his mother sitting up, a faint smile appeared on his usually cold face. He quickly walked to the bedside. Mother, you're awake? Han's mother nodded. Her son had always been distant and cold since he was young. It was rare to see a hint of joy on his face. Although he didn't show it openly, she believed he was very worried inside. Mother, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Han Ziran sat on the bed and carefully examined her. Should I call the doctor to come again? Now you care about me? Han's mother sounded a bit resentful. I'm your son. Of course I care about you. Hearing this, Han's mother felt a little better. She looked into his cold, black eyes that resembled hers and hesitated. Ziran, are you really sure you won't regret this? Understanding what her mother meant, Han Ziran nodded. Although she was still a bit sad that her son was so straightforward, Han's mother didn't say anything more. Mother? You're awake? Han's eldest brother and second brother entered, followed by Lu Shi, Zhang Shi, and Xiao Zhen. The whole family came into the room, making it a little crowded. But seeing the concern on her sons' faces, Han's mother felt less worried. When she looked at the three daughters-in-law, Lu Shi was happy to see her awake, Zhang Shi looked serious, as if still angry, and Xiao Zhen was calmly smiling at her. Han's mother coldly withdrew her gaze. At that moment, she heard Han Laodai say, eldest daughter-in-law, go make some porridge for your mother. Okay, I'll go right now, Lu Shi replied and left the room. Knowing she couldn't do much inside and might even annoy Han Dinyang, Xiao Zhen said, I'll go help my sister-in-law. Then she also left. Since entering the room, this mother-in-law hadn't even smiled or looked at her. Zhang Shi thought about the past 3 days of arguing with her husband every day. She felt both angry and wronged, so she decided to follow Xiao Zhen out. Xiao Zhen had just fetched some firewood from the shed and was about to go into the kitchen when she saw Zhang Shi muttering at the door of her parents-in-law's room, even stomping her feet in frustration. When she saw Xiao Zhen looking at her, she glared. So fierce, Xiao Zhen muttered to herself as she entered the kitchen. Mrs. Lu was already wearing an apron and tending the fire when she saw Xiao Zhen come in. She said, "Third sister-in-law, please take a rotten radish from the clay jar in the woodshed. It's good for the appetite, and mother also likes to eat it." Okay, Xiao Zhen rolled up her sleeves and went to the woodshed again. Radishes that are fermented at home usually take a year to fully develop. People who haven't tried them often say they smell bad, but villagers love them. They can eat 3 big bowls with rice. However, not everyone can make good fermented radishes. Mother Han made hers very well, perfectly rotten but still intact, looking bright and clear on the outside. As Xiao Zhen happily smelled the radish on her way to the kitchen, she saw Zhang standing beside Mrs. Liu. Zhang said, "Big sister-in-law, when we went into the in-laws' house, the mother-in-law looked at us coldly. But when she saw her son, she was all smiles. Do you think we married into this family just to be looked down on?" Mrs. Liu was busy making porridge. Hearing Zhang's words and recalling the cold look from earlier, she felt uncomfortable but didn't want to say much to Zhang. When Xiao Zhen entered, Zhang gave her a disdainful glance. Seeing that her eldest sister-in-law didn't respond, Zhang felt annoyed. Watching Xiao Zhen wash the radish, she said, "At least the mother-in-law treats big sister-in-law well. It's right to be respectful. But some people just like to act friendly on the face and cold behind the back." Xiao Zhen placed the cleaned radish in a bowl and handed it to Mrs. Liu. Mrs. Liu looked at Xiao Zhen. Seeing that she didn't seem angry at all, she wondered silently, is this third sister-in-law really not bothered? Xiao Zhen dried her hands and then looked at Zhang with a calm expression. She said, "Although I was ignored by Aunt Han, didn't second sister-in-law also give me a cold look when I came in?" Mrs. Liu looked at Zhang. Zhang didn't expect Xiao Zhen to say this. She was angry inside. "Mother-in-law clearly looks down on you. I was just angry earlier, but I didn't give you a cold look. Just accept it if she looks down on me." "I don't mind," Xiao Zhen said with a smile. "What?" Zhang was surprised. Xiao Zhen thought for a moment and said, "Isn't it normal for a mother to support her own children? It's strange if she doesn't. Also, second sister-in-law didn't treat Aunt Han like family either. Otherwise, why would she say those things last night? Are you crazy? Who talks like that?" Zhang waved her hands fiercely, feeling furious at Xiao Zhen. "I'm just here for the children. As for everything else, just eating and sleeping is fine," Xiao Zhen said with a smile, and then left the kitchen. As soon as I entered the kitchen, I saw Han Ziran standing outside. He was tall and upright, gentle like jade. He was a bit younger, and his face looked a little inexperienced, though he was trying to appear calm and steady. "Is Annie Han feeling better?" Xiao Zhen asked.
Han Ziran nodded.
Xiao Zhen rolled up his sleeves and headed to the vegetable patch in the backyard. Han Ziran quickly followed. "What did the county magistrate want with you?" Xiao Zhen asked as they walked. "He has issued me a formal appointment notice." Xiao Zhen bent down to pick vegetables, then turned to look at him. "An appointment notice? Are you going to take the position?" "Yes, as Deputy County Magistrate of Sheng County." Deputy County Magistrate is a position just below the County Magistrate. Xiao Zhen didn't feel much happiness about this. Normally, by now, Han Ziran would have gone to the capital, gained the favor of Lord Yan and risen quickly, eventually becoming the Prime Minister, the highest official. But in this life, his fate has changed. And her fate has also changed. "Do you really not regret it?" Xiao Zhen asked softly. Would Han Ziran regret?
If he knew about his past glory.
"Just now my mother asked me the same," Han Ziran said with a faint smile. "My answer is the same. I do not regret." Xiao Zhen felt a complex emotion. "Are you really just trying to train yourself?" "Yes." "Don't you believe me?" "No, I don't believe it." He doesn't seem like someone who would say that because he is too confident. His confidence has never disappointed anyone. In his previous life, he was always capable and relaxed in everything he did. Xiao Zhen took a deep breath and said, if. His voice suddenly paused.
"Huh.
Why did you stop talking?" "I'm talking about if you go to the capital and rise quickly, becoming the Prime Minister in just a few years, would you still want to train yourself in this small place?" After saying this, Xiao Zhen felt a wave of relief in his heart. Han Ziran's deep gaze flickered. Seeing Xiao Zhen look so relieved, and recalling what was written in the letter. If this is his life, would he regret his current decision? Why aren't you saying anything? Seeing Han Ziran lost in thought, Xiao Zhen asked nervously. If I can truly become the prime minister in this life, then a few more years won't change that outcome, Han Ziran said confidently, looking at Xiao Zhen with hopeful eyes. Won't change the outcome? I won't stay in Qing County forever. Since my wife has mentioned the position of prime minister, I will work towards it from now on. Han Ziran's cold gaze carried a confident flair. Xiao Zhen paused briefly, then realized he was overthinking. Who is Han Ziran? How could he stay only in a small town? Last night, I didn't protect you. Are you upset? Han Ziran suddenly asked. No, I'm not.
Why not?
Because I can't argue with second sister-in-law, and I can't fight second brother either. How else could you help me? Xiao Zhen wondered.
Han Ziran.
Then he said, was that all you were thinking about at the time? What else should I think? Xiao Zhen picked off the rotten leaves around the vegetables and looked at Han Ziran before continuing to pick. I really want to help you, but if I speak to second sister-in-law for you, second brother might feel sad. It could create a gap between the brothers, and things might not get better later. Then aren't you worried about conflicts between me and second sister-in-law? Isn't there still me and second brother acting as mediators? That's true. Xiao Zhen thought for a moment and then said, even though you're a man, I didn't expect you to have such a delicate heart like a girl.
Han Ziran.
He rolled up his sleeves and said, let me help you pick the vegetables. Han Ziran's hands were very beautiful, with long fingers like scallions, and his arms exposed were very fair, showing he rarely did rough or even light chores. Thinking about how in his previous life he never even touched this man's hand, Xiao Zhen felt uncomfortable. He was her man, her husband. Since this life began, Han Ziran had only held her hand once during their wedding, but that was a different feeling then. Perhaps Xiao Zhen's gaze was too intense, so Han Ziran silently looked up. Seeing Xiao Zhen constantly staring at his hand with a hint of sadness in his eyes, he remembered what was written in the letter. She said she had 3 big regrets from her past life. One was never having held my hand. In that mountain cave, she forced herself to hold my hand many times. She was too strong, and I couldn't pull away, so I closed my eyes and let her. Han Ziran quickly lowered his sleeves and even retracted both hands, speaking awkwardly. The vegetables aren't heavy. You can do it yourself. No longer able to see his hands, Xiao Zhen pouted and said, didn't you say you'd help me pick the vegetables? I'm leaving now. Wait a moment. You said before the exam that if the top scholar returned, you'd move back home. Thinking of what Han Ziran had said when he went to Beijing, Xiao Zhen felt a little shy. Move back home? Han Ziran didn't understand at first. Yes, from the study to my room. Soon, the shyness in Xiao Zhen's heart disappeared. Having served in the army for many years, she was no longer shy. She simply looked forward to seeing Han Ziran. Han Ziran's whole body stiffened. Did I say that? Xiao Zhen nodded. Everyone heard it, even my parents. Is there such a thing? Why didn't the letter mention it? Han Ziran was momentarily at a loss for words and could only stay silent. I'll go to the study later to move some things, Xiao Zhen said cheerfully, about to happily leave. Wait, Han Ziran forced himself to speak. Is there something else? I'm not ready yet.
What do you need to prepare?
Haven't you already admitted that I am your wife? Xiao Zhen asked curiously. Are you blushing? Han Ziran's ears had just turned red, but after Xiao Zhen said that, she really was blushing. She felt a bit helpless and said firmly, anyway, I'm not ready yet. Let's talk about it later. Then she quickly walked past him and left. Xiao Zhen was left speechless. In less than 2 days, with Han Ziran taking office, the Han family returned to their usual routine, except for Han's second brother and Mrs. Zhang, who still had tense relations. That day, the Han family got up early to send Han Ziran off to his new position. Xiao Zhen was busy with her chores while waiting quietly for her parents to arrive with an ox cart to take the Han family to the county town. Naturally, her parents insisted on sending them. If they didn't, the Han family would still go to the county office to see Han Ziran. They all needed the ox cart. Since Zhao's family's ox carts were now spread across various villages in Shun County, even the drivers who used to run the carts had become Zhao's long-term workers. Therefore, even if Zhao's family didn't want to send them, they had to. The Han family couldn't walk there either. Seeing that the Han family was dressed well, even Mrs. Zhang, who was still sulking, looked presentable. Xiao Zhen thought her parents would arrive soon, so she put down her work and changed into new clothes. This was the first time she wore new clothes since her rebirth, a light green, very fresh. She remembered her mother insisting on buying her 3 sets of red new clothes, which she stubbornly refused. Looking back, she thought she had been too stubborn. If she had worn all red to the county office, it would have been too flashy. Since she didn't have a mirror, Xiao Zhen didn't know if she looked good or not. Just as she was thinking this, she heard her eldest brother from the Han family say from the yard, "Auntie, why are you all here?" Auntie? The only aunt in the Han family was Huang Yuge's mother. Xiao Zhen opened the door and saw Han's aunt, Liao Shuiwan, holding her daughter, Huang Yuge, standing in the yard. Both faces showed some embarrassment, especially Huang Yue, who kept avoiding eye contact. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry and call someone," Mrs. Liao urged her daughter. Huang Yue stiffened and obediently called out, "I heard Ziran is starting his new job today. I thought he liked the dried meat I made when he was a child, so I specially dried some to send with him, Mrs. Liao said, then handed a bag of dried meat to Madame Han and looked at her kindly. "Sister, are you still upset with me?" Madame Han shook her head. "There's nothing to be mad about. You're my real sister. I was just thinking about inviting your family over for a meal." Since Shui Wan was her own sister, she couldn't truly be angry with her. Instead, she felt guilty. Hearing this, Mrs. Liao relaxed and smiled happily. Ziran really is impressive. Now he's a county official. Ever since the last time the second brother from the Han family tried to push his cousin onto her, she felt uncomfortable. Especially when she saw that the cousin had stubbornly hugged the third brother and even said she was willing to be a concubine, her face looked displeased. She turned and saw Xiao Zhen standing at the door and asked, "Third sister-in-law, when will your ox cart arrive?" This sentence drew everyone's attention to Xiao Zhen. "Hurry and call her," Mrs. Liao said, pulling her daughter's sleeve when she saw Xiao Zhen. Third sister-in-law," Huang Yue called stiffly. She couldn't bring herself to say the name of Xiao Zhen, whom she disliked very much. But thinking of her mother's words, she knew she shouldn't be stubborn now. Glancing at Madame Han, who showed no displeasure, she felt relieved. She guessed her aunt probably still didn't like Xiao Zhen. Xiao Zhen smiled politely in response. She and her second husband didn't have a good opinion of Huang Yue. It wasn't because Huang Yue liked Han Ziran and made her unhappy, but because sometimes her actions were really unlikable.
Ziran is out now.
"Have you packed everything?" Old Mr. Han saw his youngest son come out of the study and hurried over to take the bundle from Han Ziran. "Everything needed is inside," Han Ziran replied. Before he finished speaking, a girl in a yellow dress approached and cheerfully called out, "Third cousin." "Ziran, hurry and call little aunt," Madame Han quickly said. Ziran's memory loss was a secret from everyone except her family. She hadn't told anyone else, not even relatives. Han Ziran had already checked the relatives of the Han family and knew that the person in front of him was likely his mother's younger sister, Liao. He called her softly. Liao didn't seem surprised and smiled gently, saying, "Ziran, I know you're about to take your position. I brought some dried meat for you." "Thank you, Aunt," Ziran replied quietly, his gaze falling on Xiao Zhen. This was the first time he saw her in new clothes. Although he had only known her for a few days, her outfit was eye-catching. However, her hair was still in a simple bun, and her dark hair, darker than usual, was just gathered high on her head. This woman always looked neat and tidy, dressed as if ready to work at any moment. The fresh green outfit made her look even more lively. Yuguang, who had been watching Ziran, saw that he only looked at Xiao Zhen. She felt very jealous. Her mother and aunt had a close relationship, and she had grown up in the Han family. The elders often joked about her and her cousin Ziran, and she thought she would marry Ziran when she grew up. But she didn't expect Xiao Zhen to use such mean methods to force her cousin Ziran to marry her. Earlier, when Ziran's second brother asked about it, Xiao Zhen was already at the door checking if the ox cart from Xiao's family had arrived. Soon, she heard the bell and saw her father driving the ox cart over. Here it comes, Xiao Zhen quickly called out to the yard. Everyone from the Han family came out. Father, Xiao Zhen went to greet him. Uncle Xiao quietly asked her as he got off the ox cart, "Is everything the same as before?" Seeing the worry on her father's face, Xiao Zhen whispered, "Even better." Her uncle was relieved and smiled as he greeted the Han family. Uncle Xiao was known as an honest man in the village, so the Han family didn't treat him badly like they did Aunt Xiao. Old Mr. Han kept thanking him. After they loaded everything onto the ox cart, the Han family members also got on. Just as Xiao Zhen was about to sit next to Ziran, Han's mother suddenly pulled her aside. She thought Han's mother had something to say, but in that brief moment, Han's mother had already sat down next to Ziran. Xiao Zhen blinked, noticing that Ziran didn't seem to notice anything unusual. She hadn't sat down yet and even looked at her with a questioning gaze. It was really frustrating. When everyone from the Han family was seated, Yu Guang suddenly spoke, "Auntie, can I go with you to the county to see the world?" "I've never seen an official office in my life," said the daughter. Hearing this, Mrs. Liao felt happy inside. Her daughter was finally beginning to understand. She had already asked her daughter to come over when Ziran became a scholar. Even if they couldn't get married, Ziran's success would bring some benefit. But her daughter refused. Now that Ziran has become a top scholar and a government official, they are no longer close to the Han family, so there's no chance to gain favor. Additionally, she had another small plan about Yu Yi's marriage. She was thinking of letting Ziran see if there was a suitable match among his colleagues. Thinking of this, Mrs. Liao said to Mrs. Han, "Yes, sister. Since there's an empty seat on the ox cart, let Yu Yi go and see the world." Xiao Zhen looked at Mrs. Han, and Han's eldest brother, and Lu's wife also looked at Mrs. Han. "Since my cousin is going too, it might be crowded," said Han's second brother before Mrs. Han could speak. He still had a tense relationship with Xianu. If Xianu found out that his aunt wanted to send his cousin to him before, it would only make things worse. How could it be crowded? Yu Yi isn't fat, and the ox cart from the Xiao family is big enough for 2 people, Mrs. Liao said, then turned to her daughter. "Your aunt has no objections, so you should go now."
MRS. Han hesitated.
After all, Yu Yi was her sister's daughter and had grown up with her. It felt different. But recalling what had happened earlier, she thought for a moment and said, "Ziran is going to take up his new post now, not for fun. Yu Yi, next time you have a chance, your aunt will take you to the county town to visit. Okay?" Yu Yi, who was about to get on the ox cart, stiffened and then pouted. "Auntie, I know I won't disturb Cousin Ziran's work. Please let me go."
"It's not convenient this time."
"Auntie has been busy at home, so there's no time to go to the county town. Besides, I grew up with my cousins. Now that the third cousin is a government official, I want to see what it's like. I can still sit, right?" Yu Yi said softly. Yu Yi was determined to go, and Xiao Zhen looked at Mrs. Han. Everyone thought Mrs. Han would agree, but she simply said, "Yu Yi, next time I'll take you." "Dear father-in-law, let's go." Yu Yi wanted to say more, but Mrs. Liao held her back and smiled at Mrs. Han. "Next time then. Everyone, be careful on the road." As they watched the ox cart drive away, Mrs. Liao's face darkened. "Mother, why did you say that?" "Maybe if I keep asking, Auntie will agree," Yu Yi said angrily. "Big sister is like that. Since she already said no, arguing more will only make her angry. It seems the Han family no longer considers us relatives. Perhaps they are mocking our poverty." Thinking that my own older sister might treat me this way, Liao was both hurt and angry. "But Yu Yi, no matter how cold they are, you should still visit the Han family more often. I'm counting on Ziran to introduce you to a good match." Yellow Yu Yi bit her lip tightly and nodded. Yes, Ziran's achievements are far from over. His official position will only grow bigger. If she wants to find a good family, she must stick close to the Han family. In a month, summer will arrive. During this season, sitting on an ox cart is no longer cold. A gentle breeze blows, making it very comfortable. This was Xiao Zhen's first time riding in her own ox cart. The sides of the cart and the top were padded with straw, making it very comfortable. There was no bumping, and if there weren't so many people, she would love to lie down and watch the blue sky all the way into town. But just as the ox cart left the village, they saw a carriage approaching ahead. The coachman looked at them, then called out to stop. He jumped down and approached, saying, "Is the person inside the top scholar?" Xiao Lao Yi quickly stopped the ox cart. Ziran stood up and said, "That's me." The coachman saw Ziran and quickly bowed.
My name is Li San.
I've been sent by the county magistrate to pick up the deputy governor. Oh, a carriage. It must be very comfortable, Han's second brother exclaimed, looking at this seemingly luxurious carriage. The curtain on the carriage was made of fine fabric, indicating the interior was quite splendid. Everyone from the Han family looked at the carriage with surprise. As country folks, it wasn't easy for them to see a carriage, let alone ride in one. Even Lu, who was slightly better off, looked at the carriage with envy. Ziran glanced at Xiao Zhen, who was focused on examining the horse. She didn't seem surprised by the carriage or envious of its luxury. Instead, she looked thoughtfully at the horse, as if pondering something. Ziran remembered the letter. If Xiao Zhen was truly reborn and had protected her homeland for so many years, then these horses should be common, right? How many people can this carriage hold? Lao Yi asked. Up to 5, Li San replied. 5 people? But here there are at least 8 of us. Lu looked at Ziran and said, Ziran, since the county official sent someone to pick you up, you should get into the carriage now. Han Ziran smiled softly and said, Father, mother, eldest sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, and my wife will go in the carriage. I will sit with my 2 brothers in my father-in-law's ox cart to go to the town. That won't do. This carriage was specially prepared for you by the county magistrate, Han's mother said, glancing at Xiao Zhen sitting beside her, with a stiff smile. Xiao Zhen, you are good at hunting, and you usually do the rough work at home. You should sit in the carriage to go to town, okay? Old Xiao, sitting at the driver's position, was unhappy. That won't work. No matter how good Xiao Zhen is at hunting, she's still a girl. Han's mother sneered. Are you saying that we, the 2 elders, or the pregnant eldest daughter-in-law, who never do rough work, should sit in the ox cart to go to town? Old Xiao elbowed his wife gently, signaling her to say less. I'll sit in the ox cart. The carriage can be for the children.
I'm Fine.
I'll sit in my father's ox cart. I've never sat in our family's ox cart before, Xiao Zhen said cheerfully to old Xiao.
Dad, we haven't had a good talk in a long time.
It's a good chance for a Zhen to talk to you. Hearing this, old Xiao felt sorry for his daughter, but said nothing and nodded. Everyone got into the carriage. Just as Han's mother was about to help Han Ziran get on, he said calmly, Dad, Mom, eldest sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, you all sit comfortably. I'll ride in the ox cart. Isn't there still space? Han's mother asked. Eldest sister-in-law is pregnant. You all sit more comfortably, so my future nephew can be comfortable too, Han Ziran replied, then lowered the curtain and jumped onto the ox cart. Xiao Zhen, who was chatting happily with Uncle Xiao at the driver's seat, saw that Han Ziran didn't sit in the carriage. Although she heard his reason for not riding, she also thought he might be doing it for her. At this moment, Uncle Xiao whispered to Xiao Zhen, Zhen, although Ziran has lost his memory, he still has a conscience. If he just leaves you and rides in the carriage, do you think Dad will forgive him? Exactly, Xiao Zhen chuckled. After a moment, she said, but Dad, in the future, if this happens again, don't get involved. Just let them talk. Uncle Xiao sighed softly. Dad also wants to join in, but seeing how they treat you, it hurts his heart. What do you mean by saying the second daughter-in-law never does rough work? Whether she does rough work or not has nothing to do with us. Dad, you should think like that. Xiao Zhen sat close to her father, resting her head on his shoulder. She looked at the blue sky and softly said, although they haven't treated me well, they haven't deprived me of food or clothing, and they haven't hit me. Isn't that better than those in-laws who have neither food nor clothes and also hit people? Why does that sound so familiar? Her father asked. Xiao Zhen chuckled. That's how my father taught me. He says that a wife who works hard and manages the household is better than lazy women. And at least my mother is healthy and able-bodied, unlike those women with disabilities. Thinking this way, I see my mother as a perfect person. Now, I think Aunt Han is quite good. Uncle Xiao was silent. Meanwhile, Han's eldest and second brothers sitting on the back of the ox cart looked at their third brother quietly moving to sit at the front of the cart. Although he was sitting at the front, he was actually very close to the driver, who was Uncle Xiao and Xiao Zhen sitting back to back. But they had a strange feeling that their third brother was secretly listening to the conversation between the Xiao father and daughter. The two Han brothers looked at each other. The second brother whispered, "Big brother, I think third brother is probably eavesdropping on third sister and her father." The eldest nodded. "I think so too." "Is third brother smiling?" The second brother looked over and saw that third brother's lips were slightly curved. What are they talking about that makes third brother so interested? The eldest shook his head. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhen saw her father looking at her with a speechless expression and chuckled. "Father, Ziran has lost his memory, but after he found out about me, he still came to see me. For a top scholar who is destined for great success, that's quite rare. So now, we should just focus on living our lives well. Aunt Han may not like me, but outside, she has never spoken ill of me. Besides, although Aunt Han is not perfect, she is not the one living with me." Her father nodded. "You're quite optimistic." Xiao Zhen smiled. Was she really optimistic? Not really. Because Han Ziran treated her well. Even after losing his memory, his caring nature didn't seem to have disappeared. That was enough. After all, Han Ziran was the one she was going to live with. Thinking of Han Ziran before he lost his memory, Xiao Zhen felt a bit lost and sad. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Han Ziran. Just as she turned her head, she almost jumped in surprise and swung her fist. She didn't know when Han Ziran had sat behind her, leaning his head to one side and listening with one ear toward her. Clearly, he was eavesdropping. I didn't expect Xiao Zhen to turn around at this moment, and Han Ziran looked stiff. "Ha, what are you doing?" Xiao Zhen raised an eyebrow. "Do I look like I'm doing something?" Han Ziran forced a smile. "Listening in," Xiao Zhen said bluntly. "Haha, no way. I was just tired of sitting, so I was turning my neck." Han Ziran looked at the blue sky and twisted his neck a few times. "Big brother Han. Second brother Han. Are they talking about their third brother? Where is his coolness? Has it been lost? What did you hear?" Xiao Zhen asked casually. "It's just about family matters." Han Ziran's voice suddenly stopped, and he looked at Xiao Zhen with an awkward expression. Old man Xiao chuckled. Me and Zhen didn't say much. "If you overheard, it's no big deal." "It's no big deal." Xiao Zhen found it strange that Han Ziran was eavesdropping. It didn't seem like his usual behavior. Even if Han Ziran hadn't lost his memory, he probably wouldn't do this. Han Ziran also wondered about his own actions. But when he saw Xiao Zhen talking quietly with his father-in-law, his curiosity suddenly got the better of him. Such strange things. Zhen. Uncle Xiao lowered his voice, but it was loud enough for Han Ziran behind to hear. "What is it, Dad? When are you and your husband going to have a child? You're not young anymore." Uncle Xiao was worried. This was also a question asked by his wife, who was busy with farm work. Xiao Zhen. "Dad, are you asking on purpose?" She cleared her throat and said, "Dad, Ziran is still young. He's not ready yet." "How is he young?" "He's already 17. Others at 17 already have 2 kids. Xiao Zhen nodded. "That's what I think too. But he says he's not ready. What can I do?" She had already decided to live a good life with Han Ziran, so she naturally didn't avoid this topic. Sitting behind Han Ziran. "These father and daughter are actually talking about this in front of me. Girl, why don't you take Ziran to see a doctor?" Uncle Xiao looked worried. Xiao Zhen was stunned for a moment and became serious. Thinking back to her previous life, although Han Ziran had left her in the countryside, she had met him a few times during her soldier years. She had never heard of him remarrying. Could he really have a hidden illness? Thinking of this, Xiao Zhen couldn't help but look at Han Ziran, who was glaring back at her with a flushed face. He gritted his teeth and said, There's nothing wrong with me. Old man Xiao hurriedly focused on driving. Really? Xiao Zhen smiled. Then why didn't I get married during those years in my past life? Since I lost my memory and don't remember ever being married, it's strange that I didn't marry anyone. Why do you look so worried when you smile? Han Ziran felt upset. He was annoyed that this woman thought that way about him. Nearby, Han's eldest and second brothers were confused about why their third brother suddenly got angry. They saw Xiao Zhen grab the oxen yoke, jump onto the cart with both legs, and sit next to their third brother. The road wasn't flat and the cart shook a lot, but she seemed to be walking on a flat road and jumped so lightly. Han's second brother found this hard to believe. Even if they tried, they probably couldn't do it so well. What are you doing? The seats suddenly became crowded, and Han Ziran looked a little uncomfortable. Husband, Xiao Zhen took Han Ziran's arm and looked at him with concern. If you have any hidden illness, we need to treat it. Hearing her call him husband, Han Ziran was momentarily stunned. He didn't know if she had called him that before, but now she did. He thought he might find it strange, but he didn't. However, her next words made his usually cold face a little. He said coldly, I don't have any hidden illness. Xiao Zhen nodded. Really, I don't. Xiao Zhen smiled. I'm serious. I believe you. Xiao Zhen chuckled. But her smile was still full of worry, clearly not convinced. Han Ziran gritted his teeth and said, I've been healthy since I was a child, with no illnesses at all. That was true, and Xiao Zhen believed it. She also wondered if Han Ziran really had a hidden illness, his mother wouldn't be acting like this now. Thinking of this, Xiao Zhen asked curiously, Then what do you mean by not prepared? Han Ziran sighed and said, Do you really have to ask about this? You called me back because you want to spend your life with me, right? If that's your plan, why are we still sleeping separately? Xiao Zhen couldn't understand this. Looking at her calm but confused expression, Han Ziran's ears turned red. This woman didn't shy away from such questions at all. Luckily, she spoke softly, so her brothers wouldn't hear. I just met you, didn't I?
Huh.
Maybe we knew each other well before, but now, to me, you're just someone I've known for a few days. Even if we are married, I still feel like a stranger. So that's how it was. Xiao Zhen was surprised. She was so calm that it made her seem more anxious than she actually was. For a moment, they sat in silence. The warm breeze of late spring was gently blowing, making people feel sleepy. The road was uneven, but Uncle Xiao was used to driving the ox cart, so it was very steady. The horse-drawn carriage ahead was going a bit slower to keep pace. Mother Han occasionally lifted the curtain to look at the ox cart. At first, she saw her younger son talking to Xiao Zhen with a worried look. Now, although they sat together, they were silent, which made her feel a little more satisfied. Lu Shi also looked through the curtain at Xiao Zhen. Seeing her mother-in-law's annoyed expression when looking at Xiao Zhen, she thought that Xiao Zhen's days in the Han family might not be easy. She was surprised that her younger brother was still willing to pick Xiao Zhen up and bring her back, especially since he was no longer the same country boy he used to be. Although Zhang sat in a carriage, she was in the same space as Han's father and mother, feeling very uncomfortable. But when she thought that her younger brother was now a government official, she felt happy and asked, Mother, since my younger brother is going to take his post in the county, should we also move to the county town? Lu Shi was also concerned about this. Previously, when her younger brother was going to Beijing for his appointment, her mother-in-law planned for the whole family to move to the city. Han's mother shook her head. We won't move. Why not? Zhang asked, puzzled. The village isn't deep in the mountains. It only takes an hour or so to go back and forth to the county. Why should we move? When she said this, Han's mother's previously calm face stiffened again. She had hoped the whole family would move to Beijing with Ziran. At least we won't have to live in the countryside. When the time comes, big brother and second brother can find some work in the county. Isn't that good? Zhang urged. With so many people, we can't afford to rent a house. Besides, with such a short distance, does it make sense to rent a house in the county? We have land and fields, and we can hunt in the mountains to support the family. That's enough. We don't need to go to the county to find work. If they move to Beijing, The family would have to squeeze into a shed for a few years, but they would endure it willingly. However, living so close to the village and the county was not worth it. Han's mother coldly looked at Xiao Zhen in the distance. The more she looked, the more annoyed she felt, so she lowered the curtain. Xiao Zhen naturally didn't notice her mother-in-law's frustration at this moment. She was thinking about what Han Ziran had just said to her. In fact, she didn't know how to communicate with him. In her past life, they only spoke about 108 words in 10 years. In this life, most of the conversations were from Han Ziran talking to her. She rarely took the initiative to speak to him. Compared to Han Ziran's unfamiliarity with her, she also didn't know how to get along with him. Thinking of this, Xiao Zhen sighed softly. Now, this was truly Han Ziran, calm, slow to warm up, and maintaining a strange sense of rationality. It sounded reasonable, but if they weren't close, sleeping in separate rooms might make them even more distant. Her sigh naturally reached Han Ziran's ears. He looked down at her and asked, "Why are you sighing?" "Nothing," Xiao Zhen replied with a faint smile, deciding to put this matter aside for now. She then turned to Xiao Shizi and said, "Dad, I'll drive the ox cart."
Can you do it?
Xiao old dad looked at Xiao Zhen. His daughter was good at everything she did, but she had never touched an ox cart since she was young. "Yes, I can." "Come sit at the back," Xiao Zhen said. She then grabbed the ox cart side and, with a little effort, jumped onto the driver's seat. After Xiao old dad handed her the reins, she started driving. Big brother Han and second brother Han, who were dozing off, looked at Xiao Zhen in surprise when they saw her driving the ox cart. Although Xiao Zhen was full of strength, her frame was small. She was slightly taller than most women. Unless you saw her hunting in the mountains or doing rough work, she looked like an ordinary person. Her way of driving the ox cart was as skillful as Xiao old dad's, even with a touch of elegance. "Mother, look. Third sister-in-law is driving the ox cart," Zhang Shi said casually as she looked outside the carriage and exclaimed. Han's mother peeked out and saw Xiao Zhen driving the cart. She immediately lowered the curtain, not wanting to see her. The coachman inside the carriage, hearing Zhang Shi's words, turned to look behind. When he saw a woman driving the cart, he was surprised. This girl is really skilled. She must have been driving for 5 or 6 years, right? "Huh, I'm not as skilled as her." Inside the carriage, Lu Shi and Zhang Shi exchanged glances. Zhang Shi sneered, 5 or 6 years. That's impossible. Their family's ox cart was bought only 3 or 4 months ago. Han's mother didn't want to hear Xiao Zhen's name at all, and simply ignored this remark. Actually, old Han, who had been silent all along, looked outside. As the coach driver said, the third daughter-in-law was quite skilled at driving the ox cart. She is different from most women. She can even drive a cart.
But where did she learn to drive like that?
"Uncle Xiao, I feel like third sister-in-law is better at driving than you," said Han's second brother, who was ready for the bumpy ride. Surprisingly, the ride was smoother than before, not bumpy at all. Old Xiao was also curious. His daughter had never driven a cart before, yet she seemed more experienced than him. He smiled and said, "Our Asian has been smart since she was little. She learns everything just by watching." Listening at the front, Xiao Zhen smiled faintly. In her past life as a soldier, she often used a cart to buy vegetables. During the tense war years, she helped carry supplies for soldiers, so she gained a lot of experience. She said, "Is there really anything to learn? Just walk on flat ground." Under the sunlight, Xiao Zhen looked lively. It was as if, once she took hold of the reins, her ordinary appearance suddenly became radiant. Han Ziran only glanced at Xiao Zhen, but his eyes stayed on her side profile. If her face was plain and ordinary, her features were delicate and refined. Her eyebrows, eyes, nose, and lips were perfectly shaped, forming a very beautiful curve. After about an hour, Xiao Zhen and the others finally arrived in the county town. The town was full of red bricks and green tiles, bright buildings with flying eaves, tea houses, taverns, workshops, pawn shops, and small vendors. The streets were bustling with lively voices and noise, never-ending. Lu's family and Zhang's family peeked out curiously as soon as they entered the town. Even old Han couldn't resist, glancing outside now and then.
Sit properly.
What do you look like? Since we've entered the county, we'll take you out to play later, Han's mother scolded gently. Hearing this, Lu's and Zhang's faces lit up with joy. They quickly sat down. On the cart, Han's second brother kept shouting since they entered the town. Big brother Han chuckled and shook his head. Second brother, you've married now. Why do you still act like a child? Han's second brother shyly scratched his head. Next to him, old Xiao whispered to Xiao Zhen, Asian, I've taken the cart into the county several times, but I've never dared to go to the government office. Today, thanks to your son-in-law, I might finally get a chance to see it. Xiao Zhen looked at her father's proud expression and once again felt that her choice was right. Some things she could not give her parents no matter how much money she earned. Her parents wanted her happiness, but also a bit of pride. This pride, this arrogance, was really just the happiness they felt from seeing their children succeed. There were many things she couldn't provide, but Han Ziran had given her those. Soon, the group arrived at a wide road. The houses on both sides were grand mansions, with rows of buildings shining under the sunlight. Almost every house had stone lions guarding the gates, showing they belonged to wealthy or noble families. Everyone living here is rich people from our county, Zhao's father said. This time, not only Han's second brother was surprised, but even Han's eldest brother looked a bit jealous.
Han Ziran just smiled faintly.
Zhao's father said with a dismissive tone, So what if they are rich? When they see our Ziran, they still have to bow and call him official Tongji. He then laughed happily. Isn't that right, Ziran? Han Ziran nodded with a gentle smile. Yes, father-in-law. Seeing his father's happy smile and Han Ziran's calm expression, Xiao Zhen felt this scene was very nice. It warmed her heart, and she made up her mind to live her life well this time. At this moment, the horse carriage stopped in front of the Grand County Government Office. The office faced south, with the main entrance on the cross street. Two tall, serious-looking officials with swords guarded the gate. When they saw the carriage, one of them went inside to report. After everyone got out of the carriage, the county magistrate and officials from the government came out.
Ha ha ha.
Our top scholar and official Tongji have finally arrived, said the county magistrate. Today, he wore official court robes. Though slightly overweight, his authority as a government official was still clear beneath the robes. Out of 5 top scholars in Xing County's history, you're the youngest one, said a woman about 25 or 6, dressed in fine silk and looking noble and beautiful. Her appearance made people turn their heads. Han Ziran politely bowed and said, Thank you, magistrate and madam, for coming to greet us. Everyone was surprised that the magistrate's wife was so young and beautiful. At this moment, Han Ziran had already entered the government office with the magistrate and others. The magistrate's wife smiled and approached Han's mother and others, saying, Are these to your parents? Greetings, madam, Han's mother replied politely and confidently. The men from the Han family all bowed politely. Lady Lu, Lady Zhang, and Xiao Zhen also bowed in the same respectful manner as Han's mother. There's no need to be so formal. Our county magistrate speaks highly of the esteemed Mr. Tongji. Soon, we will be family. Look, everything is prepared at home, food and drinks. Let's go back now. Steward? The lady of the county magistrate called out. Behind her, an aged steward, about 60 years old, hurried over and said to the 3 Han men, Gentlemen, the carriage is ready. Please follow me. It was the first time they were called sir. Old Han smiled kindly, while Han's eldest and second brothers trembled slightly, almost losing their balance. They felt as if they were floating. Seeing their father left aside, Xiao Zhen was about to go over and hold his hand when Han Ziran quickly pulled him back and said to the steward, Old steward, this is my father-in-law. The steward looked a bit awkward, thinking he had mistaken him for a coachman earlier. He hurriedly replied, Sir, I apologize for the oversight. Please follow me. Old Father Xiao didn't mind at all. Instead, he felt very happy seeing how much his son-in-law cared for his family. Xiao Zhen was completely surprised to see how considerate Han Ziran was towards his family. He felt very comfortable inside. However, Lady Han's expression grew a bit complicated. Seeing this, the county magistrate's wife's smile deepened. After seeing off the men, she took Lady Han's arm and said, "Madam and the other ladies, please ride with me in my carriage. The magistrate will come by later to handle official matters." As she spoke, a coach pulled up with a large carriage. The carriage was covered with silk around the sides, and the four corners of the roof were decorated with carved wood. Lady Lu and Lady Zhang were amazed, but Lady Han and Xiao Zhen remained calm. Xiao Zhen was used to seeing carriages from her past life, even the Emperor's dragon chariot, so she was not surprised by this small carriage. Still, she admired Lady Han's good manners, calm, composed, and very proper in every way. The maids on both sides of the carriage had brought footstools and were serving nearby. Inside the carriage, a pleasant fragrance filled the air. Lady Lu and Lady Zhang took deep breaths, feeling they had never smelled such a wonderful scent before. Earlier, I was curious about what kind of mother could raise such an outstanding top scholar. Now I see. A son truly takes after his mother, the county magistrate's wife said with a smile. "Madam, you flatter me. It's also because Ziran is willing to work hard." Mother Han smiled and said, "Ziran often talks about how the county magistrate cares for him. Our Han family is very grateful. If Ziran ever does anything inappropriate in the future, I hope the magistrate and Madam will kindly guide him." Of course. Along the way, Mother Han and the county magistrate's wife chatted happily, appearing very harmonious. Occasionally, the magistrate's wife also smiled and exchanged a few words with Lu and Zhang, without any awkwardness. Xiao Zhen thought it was not easy to be the magistrate's wife. Although she had lived through another life, she was still a newcomer in this role. Soon, the carriage stopped at the back door of a large residence. As the Han family stepped out of the carriage and wondered why they had stopped at the back door, two maids came out and bowed to the county magistrate's wife, saying, "Madam, everything is ready." The magistrate's wife nodded and smiled, saying, "Everyone is dusty from the journey. Please come inside to wash up. We have prepared new clothes for you." "New clothes? Are there new clothes?" Zhang's face lit up at the mention of new clothes. Mother Han looked a bit guilty. This is really too much trouble for Madam. It's just a small matter. Our master likes the magistrate very much. From now on, they will be colleagues. Old Madam, please don't say it's troublesome. Please come in." Although it was the back door, once inside, the layout amazed everyone. The place was clean and tidy, with corridors and pavilions, lattice windows, and connecting rooms, all surrounded by bamboo groves, creating a peaceful atmosphere. This is where the servants live. If you go further inside, you'll find the guest rooms. The magistrate's wife pointed to a young maid about 17 or 18, smiling gently. "This is my personal maid, Xiaoxing. She will take you to wash and change, then lead you to the front hall, where many of the elders' family members are. I need to go greet them." "Madam, your careful arrangements leave me speechless," Mother Han said hurriedly. "Please go ahead and attend to your duties." At this moment, the Han father and sons, along with old Xiao, had already been taken to another room to wash up. Xiaoxing led them into a very spacious room and then left. Only their family members, Zhang and Lu, relaxed. Suddenly, Zhang exclaimed in surprise, "Mother, eldest sister-in-law, look. Are these the new clothes we're changing into?" Mrs. Zhang went to a wardrobe, which was neatly filled with several sets of new clothes. She picked up a few pieces to compare. "This feels so smooth. All of it is silk." Mrs. Lu also approached. "These clothes feel even softer than my skin." "Mother, are these really for us to wear?" Mrs. Han didn't seem as excited as the others. She just nodded. "We should also change into fresh clothes. It looks like many people have come to the main hall. The county magistrate's wife is very thoughtful. I want this one," Mrs. Zhang said, choosing the most beautiful dress. "Mother, which one do you want?" Mrs. Lu asked Mrs. Han first. Pick whatever you like first, Mrs. Han said while watching Mrs. Liu and Mrs. Zhang choose clothes and also looking at Xiao Zhen, who was still examining the room. Since you've come here, you should watch your words and actions. Stand tall, take care of yourselves, and don't embarrass Ziran, especially you, Xiao Zhen. She looked coldly at Xiao Zhen.
Understood, Aunt Han, sier sken smiled.
Mother, this dress suits you, Mrs. Liu said, holding some modest yet not too dull clothes, trying them on Mrs. Han. Let's go with this one. Mrs. Han nodded. Xiao Zhen picked a simple style dress with fewer decorations. She put it on and looked at herself in the mirror, left and right. She didn't care much about clothes, but since she was going to be with Han Ziran in this life, she naturally paid attention to her appearance. Mrs. Zhang glanced coldly at Xiao Zhen, then turned away from the mirror. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she pulled Mrs. Han over to the mirror. Mother, this mirror is so clear. Come look. Mrs. Han came over. Xiao Zhen was about to step aside, but her outfit was already neat, so she didn't bother. She turned around and saw Mrs. Zhang looking proud. Oh, is it really necessary to be so childish? Xiao Zhen was too lazy to bother with her. However, Mrs. Zhang was pretty, and her outfit did catch the eye. The county magistrate's wife is so thoughtful, even choosing clothes that fit us perfectly, Mrs. Han said, looking at Mrs. Liu, who was pregnant and wearing new clothes, which seemed very reasonable. Then she looked at Xiao Zhen with a cold, pointed look and said, "Only a wife with such careful thoughts deserves the county magistrate." Xiao Zhen could tell that Han's words were meant to mock her, implying she wasn't good enough for Han Ziran. She realized that if Han's mother kept talking like this, she wouldn't feel hurt anymore. She couldn't even feel sad. Xiao Zhen nodded. Aunt Han, you make a good point. Madame Han coldly glanced at Xiao Zhen and left with a serious face. Third sister-in-law, you really know how to pretend, Zhang Shi snorted as she passed by Xiao Zhen. Do you think it's like second sister-in-law arguing with second brother over small things? That's so petty, Xiao Zhen chuckled. You? Zhang Shi didn't expect Xiao Zhen to reply so directly. She blushed with anger but couldn't lash out, so she had to hold it in and leave. A maid led them through a garden into a large hall. When Xiao Zhen saw a group of officials' family members, she understood why the county magistrate's wife wanted them to change clothes again. All the families of the officials in Sheng County had come. Xiao Zhen clearly felt that Lu Shi and Zhang Shi were tense, and even Madame Han's rare smile showed some nervousness. These women were dressed in fine silk and looked very elegant. It was obvious they were of the same social class as the county magistrate's wife. The magistrate's wife greeted Madame Han as soon as she saw her, and the other women, who were chatting, naturally came over. Why are there so many people? Zhang Shi moved closer to Madame Han but kept her eyes fixed on the women's outfits, unable to look away. Lu Shi also felt nervous, but turned her head to see Xiao Zhen's calm expression. She didn't seem nervous or uncomfortable at all. Third sister-in-law, aren't you nervous? No, Xiao Zhen replied simply. How can you not be nervous? Lu Shi asked in surprise. She could read and knew etiquette, but what did third sister-in-law know? She had rarely gone far from home. Big sister-in-law, look at these women. When they see us, they're all smiling, but some of those smiles look like they're trying to flatter us. If we're nervous, then they're probably nervous too, Xiao Zhen whispered. Lu Shi looked at the women and realized Xiao Zhen was right. Why is that? Because we are related to the same official. Those women with gentle smiles probably have family members with similar official ranks as Ziran. The ones with more flattering smiles likely have lower ranks than Ziran. As Madame Han just said, we just need to take care of ourselves. It all made sense. How simple this principle was. Why hadn't she thought of it before? Lu Shi secretly nodded and looked at Xiao Zhen with curiosity. Third sister-in-law, how did you figure this out? By instinct. Maybe I was born to be a wife of an official, Xiao Zhen said easily. Mrs. Liu. Following Mrs. Han, Zhang, who was behind, saw Liu, Xiao Zhen, and Han mother walking so close together. She felt uncomfortable and pulled Lu's arm, saying, Big sister-in-law, walk with me. After county magistrate's wife introduced Han mother, she started greeting the other ladies and Han Mother. One woman, however, looked at Lu, Zhang, and Xiao Zhen with a smile and asked, "Madam Qi, which one of these three is the assistant lady?" In an instant, everyone's eyes focused on Lu, Zhang, and Xiao Zhen. But most of the attention was on Zhang because she was quite pretty. Zhang felt a bit proud, but when she remembered she was not actually the assistant lady, she felt a strange, uncomfortable feeling inside. Mrs. Qi, the county magistrate's wife, also looked at the three women and smiled, saying, "I've been talking for so long, but I still don't know which one is the assistant lady." The woman asking seemed familiar with Mrs. Qi and teased, "Madam Qi, you're being a bit rude to the guests." "Exactly," Mrs. Qi said with a light laugh, covering her mouth with a silk handkerchief. "We've been chatting so happily on the way here that I forgot to ask about this." Mrs. Qi spoke up, and since so many people were asking, Han Mother had to force a smile and said to Xiao Zhen, third daughter-in-law, "Come quickly and greet the ladies." Xiao Zhen stepped forward confidently and bowed politely, saying, "Xiao Zhen greets Madam Qi and all the ladies." "Come, get up, get up." Madam Qi helped Xiao Zhen to her feet, smiling warmly. "Actually, I guessed it just now, but I didn't expect to be right." Everyone also greeted her, but secretly, they were observing Xiao Zhen carefully. They had already looked into this new assistant lady beforehand and knew some things about her. Still, seeing her in person, they were quite surprised. Compared to the assistant lord, Xiao Zhen seemed quite ordinary. They wondered what the assistant lord saw in her. "I heard that the assistant lady and the assistant lord grew up together as childhood sweethearts." "That's really enviable," said one woman.
Exactly.
"The assistant lord passed the imperial exam at 16 and gained the emperor's favor. The assistant lady must have contributed a lot," another added. Were they thinking this? Smiling politely, Xiao Zhen knew that most of what these noble ladies said was not sincere. She also noticed Han Dajia's unpredictable expression, probably resenting her inwardly. So cliché. Soon, Mother Han, Lu, Zhang, and a few others were pulled away by women to talk. Xiao Zhen wanted to find an excuse to go somewhere quiet, but then she thought that she would have to be around these people in the future. She couldn't just drag Hanzi along and leave, right? As Xiao Zhen was thinking this, a gentle sound of a qin, a stringed instrument, floated through the air. Sometimes it was soft and flowing, sometimes like a bubbling stream, showing that the player was very skilled at playing. The women's voices quieted down. Someone said, "If I heard correctly, this qin sound should be played by Miss Qi, right? No wonder it sounds so beautiful." The qin came from the banquet area. "I think Lord Qi called Miss Qi to help entertain," another person said. "You're good at listening." That qin was played by Lianer. Lady Qi smiled and said, glancing at Xiao Zhen intentionally or unintentionally, "Miss Qi's qin art is getting better and better. If I remember correctly, she's 16 now?" Lady Qi nodded. "I wonder who is lucky enough to marry Miss Qi?" "Counting the talented young men here, there aren't many who can match Miss Qi," someone said. "As for talented young men, the first is Lord Tongji. No one dares to say second," another added. The women started talking again about Miss Qi. Xiao Zhen listened with a smile, occasionally marveling. If she didn't agree, she might seem out of place. Over time, she became more familiar with these women. At this moment, a woman asked Xiao Zhen with a smile, "Tongji, madam, will you be living in the county office with Lord Tongji in the future?" Xiao Zhen nodded and smiled. "That's wonderful," the woman said happily. "In the future, I can invite you out to play often." Zhang, who was nearby, overheard their conversation and looked displeased. She said to Mother Han, "Mother, will our third sister-in-law always live in the county town?" Mother Han's face also looked unhappy. Her son was now a Tongji, which was a proud achievement. But what about Xiao Zhen? If these women knew she couldn't read or write, they might look down on her. "I also want to live in the county town," Zhang thought with more displeasure. Old Lady Qi, sitting nearby and talking to other women, noticed Mother Han's expression. She turned around and asked, "What's wrong, Mother Han?" Mother Han quickly smiled and said, "It's nothing." The old lady is truly a fortunate person. Not only is the magistrate a talented man, but also his 2 sons are outstanding. I heard you have been teaching them to read and be polite since they were young, which is why they are so excellent. And your 3 daughters-in-law are also from scholarly families, I hear." Madame Chi smiled and said, "Thank you for your praise." Madame Chi looked at Lu with a gentle smile. "I heard from my husband that Madame Han's father is a scholar and well-respected in the village. Is that right?" Hearing this, Lu became more careful about her words and actions. "My father became a scholar after passing the imperial exam and has been teaching in the countryside ever since." Madame Chi nodded and then looked at Zhang, smiling. "I heard that Madame Han's father is known as a very kind person. He often gives clothes and porridge to those in need. Many people in our county have been helped by him." Zhang quickly said, "My father always says that helping others is the root of goodness and the foundation of virtue." Madame Chi nodded and smiled at Madame Han. "May I ask what your family does, Madame Han?" This question caused the surrounding women to gather closer. Xiao Zhen and Madame Han were nearby and naturally heard what Madame Chi asked. Madame Han's face stiffened slightly. Her hands clenched into fists under her sleeves. She took a deep breath, about to speak, when Xiao Zhen's clear voice rang out. "My family used to be ordinary farmers. Now we run a cart business." "A cart business?" The women looked at each other. "Yes, we pull carts to transport people between the village and the county to earn some small money," Xiao Zhen explained. "So, it's just pulling carts? Does Madame Chi know how to read?" Xiao Zhen asked. Madame Chi sipped her tea lightly and looked at Xiao Zhen with a faint smile. "Yes, I can read," Xiao Zhen replied. Perhaps she knows more characters than some of the people present, but she couldn't say that. Everyone knew Xiao Zhen hadn't gone to school, so she couldn't read. "I don't know how to read," Xiao Zhen admitted. Zhang looked at Xiao Zhen with disdain and muttered, "It's so embarrassing. Being with her makes me feel ashamed."
Lu glanced at Madame Han.
Madame Han, usually calm, looked very stiff now. She knew her face was not looking good either. She felt guilty about Xiao Zhen making them look bad, but what could she do? Madame Chi put down her teacup, surprised. "You don't know how to read, Madame Xiao? Are you joking with us?" Seeing the contempt growing on the faces of these noble women, Xiao Zhen calmly said, "I really don't know how to read." Madame Han closed her eyes, her face looking worse. Does this person have no shame left? How can she speak so calmly? Zhang looked angrily at Xiao Zhen.
Who does she think she is?
Does she really not care about her third brother's reputation? "Madam," at this moment, the maid Xiaoxing came over and said, "The master and the official have returned from the government office. They are talking in the outer hall with the other gentlemen. It's getting late. Should we serve the food now?" "Then let's serve the food," Madame Chi nodded and called everyone to sit down. Of course, Mother Han and Madame Chi sat at the same table. Just as Xiao Zhen was about to sit down, Zhang coldly said, "Xiao Zhen, you should know the rules at the dining table, right?" Xiao Zhen looked at her, but said nothing. Instead, Zhang suddenly pulled her over to Mother Han and whispered, "Mother, let Xiao Zhen sit beside you. That way, she won't embarrass herself, and you can keep an eye on her." "Sit down." Mother Han's face looked very unhappy. Seeing Madame Chi greeting other women, she said, "When the food is served, you can only eat from the bowl in front of you. If you can't, just say you're full and don't eat. It's not a big deal to lose face, but you must not lose the face of Ziran. Do you understand?" Although Mother Han's words made Xiao Zhen uncomfortable, she didn't feel angry. She just wasn't used to this life. She understood the etiquette of the heavenly dynasty. Even if she hadn't practiced every rule, she knew the basics. There was no need to argue about who was better. She nodded and said, "Understood." Seeing Xiao Zhen obeyed so well, Zhang's hand, which was twisting her handkerchief, felt more annoyed. At this moment, the maids brought out dishes one by one. Xiao Zhen saw the desire for food in Lu's and Zhang's faces. Not only them, but all the elegant women looked eagerly at the dishes in front of them. Despite that, everyone was holding back. Their way of eating was like little chicks pecking at rice. "Why are these maids standing behind us?" Lu asked Zhang softly, watching 2 maids serve each table. Zhang came from a good family, and probably knew more about this than she did. More maids make it look grand. Zhang pretended to be knowledgeable. These maids are here for your convenience, Xiao Zhen said. What do you know? Zhang sneered coldly. Lu looked at her suspiciously and saw Xiao Zhen gesture to one of the maids. The maid then came over, bowed, and asked, Madam, do you have any instructions? Xiao Zhen clearly pointed to a dish a little farther away on the table. The girl then picked up her chopsticks and plate, placing the dish in front of Xiao Zhen. Under the surprised gazes of Lu, Zhang, and Mother Han, Xiao Zhen said to the girl, Please also serve some for these ladies.
Yes.
Xiao Zhen tasted the fish and happily said to Madame Qi, who was watching her with curiosity, Madame Qi has a good cook at home. That cook works at the famous Ing Mango in the capital. He was visiting his mother these days, so I invited him over. I didn't expect his dishes to suit the taste of the deputy magistrate. As she spoke, Madame Qi signaled her maid to serve herself a piece of fish. When she tasted it, it melted in her mouth, and she thought it was quite good. She was a bit surprised by Xiao Zhen's understanding of such matters. At this moment, Xiao Zhen signaled the maid to serve more dishes, also asking her to serve the people from the Han family. Her movements were natural and smooth, as if she was very familiar with all this. Of course, Xiao Zhen couldn't eat large bites, but she was not just tasting lightly either, so she ate quite happily. The others at nearby tables watched her eat while nibbling on small bites, but after a little while, they all started to serve themselves, too. By the end of the banquet, Xiao Zhen had tried every dish and was quite full. She knew everyone was watching her, but she didn't mind. Her eating was neither hurried nor clumsy, and even if it wasn't very delicate, it was good enough. That was enough. During lunch, Mother Han's face remained stiff, especially when Xiao Zhen asked her maid to serve her and the others. Her expression looked even more uncomfortable. After lunch, Madame Qi wanted to take Mother Han and the others to visit Han Ziran's official residence, but Mother Han politely declined. There are still many guests in the hall. It wouldn't be good for Madame Qi to leave. Han Ziran's residence can be visited by the coachman, she said gently. Madame Qi thought for a moment and said, All right. If you need anything, just tell the coachman to come back and inform me. Mother Han nodded. Thank you very much for your hospitality today, Madame Qi. Madame Qi smiled as she watched the Han family leave in their carriage. Just as the carriage was departing, a young girl about 15 or 16, with a lovely appearance, came out and took Madame Qi's hand, asking, Auntie, is that woman pretty? Madame Qi gently tapped the girl's forehead with her finger and smiled. She doesn't even look half as good as you, and she can't read either. Can't read? The girl exclaimed in surprise. How is that possible? How could Deputy Magistrate Ziran marry a woman who can't read? She wants to learn to read, so your uncle won't have the idea of marrying you off to a nobleman. Mrs. Qi chuckled softly. Also, when your uncle's friend came home to visit, this woman poured wine for them. But when your uncle asked who the man was, she said he was someone who served his mother. The girl asked curiously, Why did she say that? Guess yourself, Mrs. Qi replied with a cold smile. Han Ziran is not a common man. With his looks and talent, how could he marry such a low-status woman? But he still married her, the girl said with a hint of disappointment on her face. Yelian, since you know your uncle wants to marry you to Han Ziran, you should have asked more about him earlier. The reason the official married this woman was because he saved her life and didn't want to be blamed for anything, so he married her out of necessity. Yelian's face lit up with a smile. I see, she said, then she took Mrs. Qi's hand affectionately. Auntie, I am young and don't know much. Luckily, you've always guided me. This time, you must help me again. Of course, Mrs. Qi said, gently patting Yelian's forehead. Looking at her young, pretty face, she smiled kindly, but with little warmth in her eyes. She thought, she's just her husband's niece. She can't really get close. But as her husband said, if Yelian could find a good family in official circles, it would be very beneficial for her husband. Maybe this was her way of repaying the fact that Yelian, being young and orphaned, had been raised by them all these years. The carriage sped along quickly. Earlier, when they arrived, Mrs. Qi was present, and everyone was chatting happily. Now, because Han's mother looked tense, Zhang and Lu also had serious expressions. Xiao Zhen was not tense, but under this atmosphere, it was impossible to relax. She knew Han's mother was angry about her behavior at the dinner table, but she didn't plan to always accommodate her. Soon, the carriage stopped. The coachman came to lift the curtain. "Ladies, the official residence of the official is here." Xiao Zhen sat at the front and was the first to jump down. She reached out to help Han's mother, but Han's mother didn't even look at her and simply held onto the railing to get off herself. As Zhang got out, she exclaimed, "Isn't this the wealthy street that third sister's father mentioned earlier? Is my brother-in-law's residence also here?" "Yes, it's the house right behind you," the coachman said with a smile. Xiao Zhen looked at the house that the coachman mentioned after helping Lu Shi out of the carriage. Zhang and Lu both took a sharp breath. Wow, so grand. Mother Han's face was full of excitement. Thinking that her son had finally achieved success, she couldn't help but feel proud. After serving the official for an hour, the servants will come.
Then,
before the coachman finished speaking, Zhang asked in surprise, "Are there more servants?" "Of course," the coachman nodded. "There will be 2 young men to serve the master." "Are their wages paid by our third brother?" Zhang was even more surprised. The coachman smiled. "No, the wages for the servants are paid by the government." Besides Xiao Zhen, the expressions of the 3 women from the Han family were very rich, especially Mother Han, whose eyes seemed to glisten with tears. "Do the ladies have any other instructions?" Zhang and Lu shook their heads. At this moment, they were too excited to speak, unable to think of anything else to do. Mother Han then took some broken silver from her and handed it to the coachman. "Please accept this, and thank you for your hard work." "Thank you, madam, for the reward."
"I will take my leave now."
After receiving the money, the coachman happily left. "Mother, why did you give money to the coachman?" Lu asked curiously. "This is the rule in the city," Mother Han replied calmly. She looked up at the large, imposing characters above the gate that read Tongji Prefecture, then stepped inside. Xiao Zhen watched Mother Han's figure, feeling a bit surprised by her act of giving a tip. Although Mother Han was educated and polite, she was still a native from the countryside, rarely having been to the city. Yet she seemed to understand many rules and customs. The Tongji Prefecture wasn't very large, just a bedroom, 3 side rooms, and a courtyard. As an official residence, it was simple yet grand, with a sense of authority in its arrangement. To Zhang and Lu, it already looked like a sign of great wealth and status. Suddenly, Mother Han stopped and turned around, her cold gaze fixed on Xiao Zhen. Xiao Zhen calmly returned the gaze. "What is it, Lady Han?" "You should know that you just embarrassed both us and Ziran," Mother Han said coldly. Xiao Zhen thought for a moment and replied, "I didn't mean to be disrespectful." "Really? You're eating and drinking like that isn't disrespectful?" Mother Han scolded sharply. "What do you consider disrespectful?" Xiao Zhen asked in return. "People live by their reputation. Didn't you see that no one else was eating and drinking like you? I haven't overeaten, nor have I been rude in my manners, nor have I done anything inappropriate. What's wrong with that? Women outside the family should only eat enough to satisfy their hunger. If you want to stay with our Han family, you must follow this rule." Xiao Zhen took a deep breath and calmly said, "Madam Han, you may be right, but I also have my own beliefs." Lu Shi gently tugged at Xiao Zhen's sleeve and whispered, "Third sister-in-law, just listen to what Mother says. Relying on others all the time isn't my nature. I'm afraid that if I stay under Madam Han's strict rules for too long, I won't be myself anymore," Xiao Zhen said honestly. Lu Shi was surprised. "What did you say?" Madam Han looked at Xiao Zhen in disbelief, unable to believe her ears. "Madam Han, this is who I am. Since we will be living together in the future, you have to accept me as I am," Xiao Zhen said calmly, with a quiet strength behind her words. "What?" Madam Han clenched her fists, her anger rising. Zhang Shi, standing nearby, kept glancing between Xiao Zhen and Madam Han, a slight smile on her face, looking quite pleased. Seeing Lu Shi looking anxious, she rolled her eyes and said, "Third sister-in-law, Is this how a wife talks to her mother-in-law? That's too disrespectful. It's one thing to speak like this in front of your little brother, but you should at least behave properly in front of your mother-in-law. Zhang Shi's words only added fuel to the fire, and sure enough, Madame Han's face darkened further. Xiao Zhen ignored Zhang Shi. Xiao Zhen, even if you don't listen to me, you should think about Ziran. He is now a government official, and his words and actions are watched by both officials and the people, Madame Han said sternly. Xiao Zhen nodded and replied, I understand, Madame Han. That's easy to say, but you always treat my words as if they are nothing. Zhang Shi continued to stir trouble. Lu Shi gently pulled Zhang Shi's sleeve, signaling her to say less, not wanting her to make things worse. Elder sister-in-law, don't stop me. Third sister-in-law is just like this. Did I say something wrong? Mother has told her many times, but she never listens. Third sister-in-law, apologize to mother, Lu Shi softly suggested. She usually obeyed Madame Han and felt that Xiao Zhen's attitude was quite rebellious. At this moment, Xiao Zhen looked at Zhang Shi with a slightly deep gaze. Zhang Xinhua, if you still want me to call you second sister-in-law, then shut your mouth. You? Zhang's heart burned with anger, but when she saw Xiao Zhen's cold gaze, she suddenly trembled. For some reason, Xiao Zhen's eyes made her feel a little scared. How can you say that about your second sister-in-law right in front of me? Mother Han's face grew paler. Madame Han, I already said before, I came back because Ziran treats me well. You are Ziran's mother and also an elder. Even if you are harsh to me, I can overlook it. As for Zhang, I don't care about the past. But stirring up trouble like this is beyond my patience. Mother Han was speechless from this remark. Xiao Zhen continued, Madame Han, I am someone who speaks honestly. If I say something wrong, you can scold me. But you always argue with me over every little thing. Even with my good temper, I am starting to lose patience. Argue over big and small things? You know very well that I only want you to leave Ziran. Xiao Zhen sneered coldly, feeling she had no more patience left. If outsiders hear you, Madame Han, they might think I am shameless, clingy to your Han family, and refusing to leave. Remember this. Ziran is the one who brought me back from Zhao's family. If you still have this idea, just go talk to Ziran directly.
No need to waste my time.
Shut up. Who are you telling to shut up? Sorry to say, but I also dislike Madame Han very much. I am only being tolerant because of Ziran. Xiao Zhen said softly, coldly, but with a faint hint of strength. You? Mother Han trembled with anger. Lu, who was nearby, saw this and quickly said, Mother, we haven't even seen Ziran's residence yet. Let's go take a look first. She pulled Mother Han away hurriedly. Until the three of them disappeared down the corridor, Xiao Zhen let out a sigh. This verbal fight was more exhausting than a battle. She turned to leave, but saw Ziran standing at the gate, apparently standing there for a long time. When did you arrive? How much did you hear? Xiao Zhen felt a bit awkward, but quickly regained her composure. Ziran was silent for a moment, but seeing Xiao Zhen looking at him, he smiled faintly, thinking about what to say. Looking at his expression, which was neither cold nor tender, Xiao Zhen suddenly felt angry. She reached out and pinched Ziran's cheeks. Oh, his face was so tender it felt like it could be squeezed out water. The silence on Ziran's face suddenly cracked in shock. You. Let go. Can you stop smiling like that at me? If you don't want to talk to me, just say so. I am your wife, not a stranger. Can you be a bit more warm and friendly? Xiao Zhen said. Let go of me first. I won't. Xiao Zhen tightened her grip. Han Ziran, your sarcastic attitude really tires me out. Are we strangers? Do you know how boring and uncomfortable it is for me to talk to someone like you? I understand. Please let me go. Does it hurt? Xiao Zhen asked coldly. Han Ziran nodded, her cold expression replaced with a look of grievance. It hurts. The frustration I feel inside is worse than the pain you have, she said. Do you understand? Why, yes, I understand. Xiao Zhen released her hold. Han Ziran quickly covered her cheeks with her hands, gently rubbing them and looking at her with a sad face. Seeing her upset, Xiao Zhen felt a little better inside. Sweetheart, it's not good to always resort to violence, Han Ziran said softly. Xiao Zhen looked at him calmly and said, I didn't just act impulsively. Han Ziran hesitated, recalling the time she had tied him up and scolded him harshly. Wasn't that also an act of violence? If you're unhappy with that, then let's end it here, Xiao Zhen said with some resentment. But when she saw Han Ziran's face darken, she wondered if she had gone too far. Suddenly, her mother's sharp voice rang out. Then just divorce her? Xiao Zhen turned around and saw Han Ziran's mother, Zhang, and Lu approaching. Since she asked for it herself, Ziran, you should divorce her, Han Ziran's mother said sternly. After seeing this residence, she felt Xiao Zhen was not suitable for Ziran. Looking at her mother's disgusted gaze toward Xiao Zhen and her own indifferent smile, Han Ziran remembered a line from a letter. She said that the way he looked at her, that deep-seated dislike, was like she was a plague. No one can understand how hurtful it is when someone despises another with such eyes. Xiao Zhen suddenly looked at Han Ziran because he was holding her hand. His hand was long and warm. Her hands were so delicate. But why did he suddenly hold her hand? Mother, I always thought you understood my attitude toward Xiao Zhen. Now I see you haven't, Han Ziran said firmly, looking into his mother's surprised eyes. Xiao Zhen is my wife. If you embarrass her, you're embarrassing me. If you look down on her, you're looking down on me. If my mother cares for me, she will naturally care for my wife as well. I don't want to cause my mother trouble. If she truly cannot get along with Xiao Zhen, then my son and Xiao Zhen can always live outside. Xiao Zhen also looked at him in surprise. What did he just say? For her, does he want to move out of the Han family? Third brother, Mrs. Zhang exclaimed, how can you speak to your mother like that? Aren't you worried about making her sick with anger? Shut up, Han's mother suddenly scolded Mrs. Zhang coldly. Mrs. Zhang was stunned for a moment, then looked full of grievance and embarrassment. Lu looked at Mrs. Zhang and thought that this second sister-in-law seemed clever, but in fact, she often acted without thinking. Usually, the main affairs in the Han family are decided by Han's mother, who never likes outsiders interfering in her and her son's matters. Just now, Mrs. Zhang's words to Xiao Zhen were entirely in line with Han's mother's wishes. But when the topic involved her younger brother-in-law, her mother-in-law would never allow outsiders to speak. At the same time, Lu was surprised that this younger brother-in-law treated Xiao Zhen so kindly. What's wrong with you all? Han's second brother's voice rang out, and Han father and Han eldest brother came in. Han's second brother looked at Mrs. Zhang's full face of grievance and saw that their mother didn't look happy either, so he understood what was happening. He said to Mrs. Zhang, "Did you make mother angry again?" Seeing her husband accept it without question, Mrs. Zhang felt even more wronged and said angrily, "It was third sister-in-law who made mother angry. What does she mean by your mother? Isn't his mother also hers?" Han Ziran didn't reply, afraid that their mother would get angry again. He only looked at Xiao Zhen, noticing that her hand was still tightly held by Han Ziran, and understood what was going on. "Third sister-in-law, you really are always making mother angry. What does she mean by always making Han's mother angry?" Xiao Zhen felt unhappy inside, so she glanced at Han Ziran's hand, which was being held tightly, and saw him looking at her with worry. Xiao Zhen didn't understand why Han Ziran was so worried about her, but at this moment, his behavior was quite warm. Just as Xiao Zhen was thinking about whether to shout at him, Han Ziran suddenly pulled her aside toward a small courtyard. "My wife and I have something to talk about. Don't follow us." This mansion was indeed very nice. As they walked inside, there was even a small bridge with flowing water, not very big, but full of life. Han Ziran stopped on the small bridge, releasing Xiao Zhen's hand. His cold expression carried a hint of seriousness. "How long have we been married?" "More than half a year," Xiao Zhen thought for a moment. "You're wrong."
"What?"
"My mother is not wrong." Xiao Zhen was stunned and gave a cold smile. "Where am I wrong? Your mother, who is also my mother-in-law, is already 40 years old. She had my eldest brother when she was 18. For over 20 years, she has been teaching us in her own way. Her ideas and methods are things she has built up since she was born. You've only been married for more than half a year. Do you think you can change someone who has had 40 years of habits in just half a year? Xiao Zhen paused and then said, I didn't mean to change Aunt Han. That's your mistake. You didn't think about changing my mother, but you expected her to accommodate you. Her way of thinking can't be changed at all. Is that the conclusion you drew after just half a year of marriage? Just half a year, and you think you can easily make a 40-year-old elder change? When it doesn't work, you even say I should divorce you. Han Ziran's voice was no longer as cold as before. I was just angry when I said that, but seeing how serious Han Ziran was, Xiao Zhen felt uncomfortable too. Why do I have to endure this dislike and rejection? Is my background something I can choose? Is my existence something I can choose? As my mother, Han Ziran, is she able to choose? Making you my daughter-in-law, is she able to choose? The only thing we can choose is to do better when things have already happened. Isn't that right? Xiao Zhen. That was a good point. But still, I don't want to accommodate. I could live a better life. Why do I have to live through days when others dislike me? Yes, why? Because this path was your original choice. I believe that before you chose it, you already knew how difficult it would be. And I believe that after knowing how hard it is, you also made up your mind to live well. Have you forgotten? Xiao Zhen looked blankly at Han Ziran in front of her. His reasoning was always more. What does respect the elderly and love the young mean? Why put respect the elderly before love for the young? Because the elderly are stubborn, because they are persistent. These stubbornness and persistence are not things that younger generations can change overnight. A younger person, without even basic patience, what can they do? Han Ziran said these words, and she understood them well. Hasn't she always been doing this? By the way, did she really only say those words out of temporary anger, not sincerely? But when he spoke to her like that, even though he was always talking about reason and she agreed with his words, she still felt upset inside. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Zhen said, I don't want to.
What?
I've never blamed Mother Han. Xiao Zhen looked directly into Han Ziran's shifting black eyes. On the contrary, I like Mother Han. I see a woman who cares about living well, whether it's housework or the yard. Just being in the Han family makes people feel comfortable. She raised my older brother, second brother, and you, all of you are excellent. Such a mother, I think, is great.
Han Ziran liste ned kvietlu.
As you said, Mother Han has always lived carefully. That's why she doesn't like me and targets me in many ways. You're right. But changing Mother Han in just half a year is impossible. Respecting elders and being tolerant are what a younger person should do. It's part of good manners and a broad mind. But I didn't plan to spend 2 or 3 years or even 7 or 8 being patient with her. I didn't want to live like other mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, constantly adjusting.
Han Ziran looked så herkomlig.
I have my own life I want to live. Things I want to do. I don't want to spend my life arguing in the backyard. That's not what I want, Xiao Zhen said seriously.
Han Ziran sighed softly.
Then why did you marry me in the first place? I didn't want my parents to be disappointed. I thought about their wishes. At that time, she believed he would divorce her. She always thought her troubles with the Han family would end that day, fulfilling her parents' wish for her to marry into the Han family and starting her new life. It seemed like a perfect solution. When I received the letter from Mother Han asking for a divorce, I thought everything was over. But in the end, you still came back. If you decided to return, you should have known how my mother would treat you. Why come back?
Because
she learned that the grand scholar only wanted to marry his daughter to him, which was why he asked for a divorce. She also found out that he hadn't actually divorced her. Instead, he had lost his memory. After discovering all this, the regrets and grievances from her past life suddenly overwhelmed her. At that moment, she was speechless. Looking at the young man before her, like a flower in bloom, she wanted to make up for her past regrets. She wanted to live a good life with him. In the yard, you told my mother those words. You said that your life cannot be abandoned just because you understand what my mother has done. You said you came back to make your life complete. You also said that no matter what, you wouldn't leave. You said you are my wife, and whether my mother agrees or not, whether she likes you or not, I married you officially and brought you home by worshipping the goddess of fragrant trees. A man like you wouldn't let go. Han Ziran paused, his voice becoming a little low and serious. Did you mean that as a joke? Xiao Zhen took a deep breath and said, I was serious when I said that. Listening to this, it sounded like she was denying her own words. Han Ziran's expression also made her feel uncomfortable, but she really just said it casually. Yet, somehow, her words seemed to have drifted away from her original meaning. Han Ziran's voice remained cold, and his dark eyes deepened. Then keep it serious. You married into our Han family alone, facing the family that has been living with you for decades. It's not easy to fit in. I understand you don't want to, but I will always stand behind you and protect you. But no matter when, even if you're angry or upset, I don't want you to say things like, I will divorce you. That hurts, because not only you are trying hard. Xiao Zhen was stunned for a moment. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Han's mother standing a few steps away, watching them. Madam Han? Han Ziran looked at his mother, who looked tired and exhausted. Mom? Han's mother seemed drained, looking at her younger son with tired eyes. She had been following them since Ziran brought Xiao Zhen over. She wanted to see how Xiao Zhen would treat Ziran. But what she heard was Ziran speaking earnestly. Her son would succeed and do great things. Naturally, he was favored by the prime minister and noticed by the emperor. But she, as a mother, was worried that her son, a strong man, was wasting his energy on family quarrels. She always thought that after Ziran married Xiao Zhen, he wouldn't protect her mother anymore. But that wasn't true. Ziran still protected her, balancing between her and Xiao Zhen. It was her who, as a mother, was making her beloved son uncomfortable and putting him in a difficult position. She had always pretended to be confused on the surface, even though she understood in her heart. Now, hearing Ziran's words, if she continued to be stubborn about her son and Xiao Zhen, she truly wouldn't deserve to be a mother anymore. Mother? Han Ziran stepped forward to support her mother. Are you very tired? Han's mother nodded, then looked at Xiao Zhen. She really couldn't bring herself to like this girl, but Ziran had done many things for her. Han's mother closed her eyes and said to Han Ziran, It's getting late. We should go home. Although you are now a government official, I can't rest easy leaving you here alone. It's just a short trip of about an hour. If you have anything to tell me, you can ask my father-in-law to talk to me. He can also bring what I need, Han Ziran said. Han's mother nodded. That's true. Help me out first. Xiao Zhen. She left just like that. She hurriedly called out, Han Ziran? Just as Han Ziran was about to turn around, she heard Han's mother coldly say, Such a fickle girl. One moment she speaks beautifully, and the next she says she wants you to leave her. Who knows what kind of changes she'll make in the future? Don't bother with her. Han Ziran looked at her mother in surprise, but when she saw the love in her mother's eyes, a faint, almost unnoticeable smile appeared in her cold black eyes. That's exactly what my son thinks too. What does that mean? Just as Xiao Zhen felt a bit speechless, she saw Han's father hurriedly approaching and say, Mother, Ziran, the bridegroom is coming with the ox cart. Has her father come? Xiao Zhen quickly followed outside. As soon as she stepped out, she saw her father organizing the ox cart. She went forward and said, Father, thank you for your effort today. Their ox cart business was doing well now, so her father didn't need to do everything himself anymore. It's nothing. Ziran is now a government official, so I have to personally see her off, Uncle Xiao happily said. Thanks to Ziran, today I had a meal with many local officials. Second brother-in-law, come up quickly, Han's second brother urged from above. Seeing that all the Han family members had already sat on the cart, only she was left, Xiao Zhen looked at Han Ziran again. The other girl didn't look at her, but was talking with Han's mother. Feeling frustrated. What's wrong? Did you argue with Ziran? Han's father noticed her unhappy face and asked gently. Xiao Zhen quickly shook her head. I only heard old Master Xiao say, Zhen, you are now the wife of the official. You must be careful in your actions and not act casually like at home. Think about Ziran, understand? Xiao Zhen sighed silently. She saw her father looking at Han Ziran with a happy expression, as if he couldn't get enough of watching him. This made Jin feel even more upset. What is this all about? She had only casually mentioned something without any other intentions. Now, it has caused her such frustration. Take good care of yourself alone. If you need anything, ask someone to send a message back, Han's mother advised Han Ziran. Got it, mother. Han's mother's eyes slightly moistened. Ziran, as an official, you must be honest and clean. You should do more practical work for the people. Han Ziran nodded. Mother, I understand these things. Rest assured. Han's mother nodded and took out a silk handkerchief to wipe her eyes. Han Ziran looked at Xiao Zhen, whose face was very gloomy. Xiao Zhen was about to get on the ox cart. She smiled faintly and grabbed her arm. Xiao Zhen looked coldly at him. What are you doing? Isn't there still the ox cart at home later? Yes, there is. Han Ziran looked at his mother and said, Mother, I want my wife to stay a little longer. You all go back first. Father-in-law, be careful on the road. Han's mother looked coldly at Xiao Zhen but said nothing, just nodded. All right, said old Master Xiao happily. Zhang, on the ox cart, watched Han's eldest brother place his hand behind Lu's back to prevent the cart from shaking. The third brother, who was a top scorer, also asked Xiao Zhen to stay a little longer. Only her husband, who didn't care about her, made her angry enough to pinch Han Zinan's arm hard. Han Ziran let out a painful cry. Everyone on the cart immediately looked at him. Seeing the ox cart moving further away, Xiao Zhen finally looked back at Han Ziran with a glare. Why are you leaving me here? Don't you want to stay? Han Ziran asked. You won't let me stay. So you're just going to listen to your mother? Xiao Zhen was speechless. What could she do? Should she argue with an elder as a junior? I don't want you to leave angry. Han Ziran took her hand and led her toward the other official road. Seeing that Xiao Zhen hadn't spoken, Han Ziran turned around. Xiao Zhen looked at him coldly. Why don't you want me to leave angry? Anger hurts the body. If you keep it inside, it will only grow. I don't want there to be any distance between us. Really?
Han Ziran nodded.
The words I just said were meant for Mother to hear. I know my mother has been following us, and I also want her to see our efforts. Xiao Zhen remained silent, calming his mind before saying, Actually, I never wanted you to divorce me. I just said that casually. Talking about divorce? So easily? What if I took it seriously? What would you do then? Would you really take it seriously? After thinking for a moment, Han Ziran nodded. The more you talk, the more likely someone might believe it. After all, those are hurtful words. Then I won't say it again in the future. Xiao Zhen thought that made sense, then asked, Did you really believe it just now? I know you were just speaking casually. You knew? Xiao Zhen stepped forward and blocked his view. You spoke so seriously earlier, and those words really upset me. To avoid upsetting you, how would you know that the words about divorce shouldn't be said lightly? Han Ziran's cold gaze softened a little. I know some requests might be unfair to you, but I still hope you can give my mother some time. Xiao Zhen blinked. She thought, Han Ziran is a very filial son. Even without his memory, his filial piety remains. Of course, the kindness of parents should be repaid properly. As a daughter, she understood this simple truth as well.
All right.
But I won't just accept everything passively.
Han Ziran smiled faintly.
Although I'm telling you this, I hope that when I'm not around, you can protect yourself. Xiao Zhen nodded happily, feeling the previous gloom in her heart disappear. Let's go, Han Ziran said, pulling her toward the lively street. Curious, Xiao Zhen asked, Are we going shopping? To buy you a mirror. A mirror? Soon. Han Ziran stopped at the entrance of a jewelry shop. The street was large and bustling, probably the busiest market in town. The jewelry shop in front of them was quite popular, and after looking around, it seemed to be the biggest shop. This is the best jewelry store in our town. I heard about it when I visited for study abroad, Han Ziran said as he led her inside. The shop assistant quickly came forward. Welcome. What would you like to buy? We have everything, even the latest styles from the capital. Where is the mirror? Han Ziran asked. The mirrors are in the back room. Please follow me, said the shop assistant, leading them inside. Xiao Zhen didn't expect that the shop actually had several private rooms inside, each holding some jewelry and mirrors. One room was specifically set up for mirrors. When she entered, she was immediately impressed. She had never seen so many beautiful mirrors before and didn't realize mirrors could be so fancy.
Take your time, madam.
If you need anything, just call out, and I will come right away, the shop assistant said cheerfully, bowing as he left. Han Ziran saw that Xiao Zhen wasn't choosing a mirror, but was watching the assistant's back as he left. He coughed lightly and asked, "What are you looking at?" "The shopkeeper is very friendly," Xiao Zhen murmured. "It's only an hour from the county to our town, but their attitude is really different."
Han Ziran smiled.
"Go ahead and pick one. Choose a nice one for your room." "Why did you think of buying me a mirror?" Xiao Zhen asked out of curiosity. Han Ziran looked at her new clothes and said a little awkwardly, "This morning, when you changed into your new outfit, I noticed there was no mirror in your room." That's why he thought of buying her a mirror. Xiao Zhen felt warm inside.
Thank you.
Actually, my older sister-in-law and second sister-in-law have mirrors. I can borrow theirs if I want to look. But that's not very convenient. Do you want to buy anything else? Xiao Zhen thought for a moment. I don't think so. What about jewelry or accessories? Han Ziran looked at her fresh and simple outfit. Although he hadn't seen many women like his wife, who are neat and clean, are rare. I have some, Xiao Zhen said, taking out a matching heart-shaped lock and a piece of jade from her pocket. These two things were gifts from you before. After what happened, I put them away and haven't worn them. As she spoke, Xiao Zhen pinned the heart-shaped lock around her waist and tied the jade around her neck, tucking it into her clothes. Did he give her things before? Han Ziran couldn't quite figure it out, but he said, "That lock looks like a stone. It's quite unique." "Yes, you liked it at first sight." The shopkeeper said this lock isn't carved, but naturally formed. When you saw it, you just had to buy it to give to me. Xiao Zhen played with the lock. She didn't believe the shopkeeper's words. How could a stone naturally grow into a lock shape with holes for a latch? But the craftsmanship was indeed beautiful. "Do I like this lock that much?" Han Ziran examined it. Xiao Zhen looked at him honestly and said, "It's more that it's affordable. You didn't have much money at the time." Han Ziran. "Officially, sir?" A woman's gentle call came from the side room door. Xiao Zhen looked up and saw a girl about 15 or 16 years old walk in, followed closely by a maid. The girl wore a light yellow dress that reached her waist, and she was pretty and charming. When she smiled, her eyes curved beautifully, very lovely. This was Qi Yelian, niece of Lord Qi. Qi Yelian didn't expect to meet Han Ziran here and was very happy. "Young lady greets the official. Miss Qi." Han Ziran nodded slightly in greeting. "Who is this?" Qi Yelian pretended not to recognize Xiao Zhen and asked curiously. "This is my wife. I am bringing her here to buy a mirror." Qi Yelian's face lit up with a bright smile, but her eyes held a cold glint. "Really? The official is so thoughtful." Because of that cold look, Xiao Zhen looked more closely at Qi Yelian. "Miss Qi is Lord Qi's niece. When you were at Lord Qi's residence, you probably heard Miss Qi play the zither," Han Ziran explained when Xiao Zhen looked at him with confusion. Oh, now she remembered. Xiao Zhen smiled and said, "Miss Qi's playing is very beautiful." "Thank you for the compliment, madam." Qi Yelian lowered her head slightly, her eyes showing some doubt. Wasn't her aunt saying that Han Ziran didn't like this woman? That he even wanted to divorce her? Why was he still here shopping for mirrors with her? Xiao Zhen picked up a mirror and handed it to Han Ziran. "Husband, what do you think of this one?" "Husband?" Han Ziran's face turned slightly red. He was not used to Xiao Zhen calling him that, but the name sounded nice. Isn't that a bit too ordinary? Being simple is better. If it's too fancy, it might attract unwanted attention, Xiao Zhen said, glancing at Qi Yelian standing behind them, who looked disappointed. Even if she was a bit clumsy, she could still sense that something was wrong.
Han Ziran nodded.
"Then this mirror it is." Just as Han Ziran called the shop assistant to pay, suddenly there was a loud slap next door, followed by a sharp, unpleasant voice. "What are you? How dare you insult the madam?" "Madam? She's just a concubine." She dares to call herself madam. If the madam weren't kind-hearted, the Qi family would have already dismissed her. Someone sneered. Kind-hearted?
Ha!
Maybe she's just getting old and losing her charm. Look at who Lord Qi favors now. If it weren't for my wife's kindness, she would have been kicked out of the Qi household long ago. The maid quietly beside Qi Yelian whispered, Isn't that Xiao Xing's voice? Miss, it seems Xiao Xing is arguing with someone. Seeing Han Ziran's gaze shift away, Qi Yelian quickly said, I'll go check. Xiao Xing? Xiao Zhen thought the name sounded familiar. She remembered that Xiao Xing was a close maidservant beside Madame Qi. Why was she arguing here? Madam, the mirror has been wrapped up, the shop assistant said with a smile as he carefully handed the wrapped mirror to Xiao Zhen. Would you like to see anything else? Han Ziran took the mirror and said, I'll hold it. No more, Xiao Zhen replied with a smile. If we need anything else in the future, we'll come again. As Han Ziran and Xiao Zhen left the cubicle, Xiao Xing's voice rang out again. This time, I'll let you go. But if there's a next time, I will make Madam kick you out of the Qi residence. Xiao Xing, stop talking, Qi Yelian said softly. She has already admitted her mistake. You're lucky today. Now, get out quickly, Xiao Xing continued arrogantly. Soon, a young maid, about 18 or 19, ran out, covering her left cheek with messy hair, clearly embarrassed and avoiding everyone's gaze. She quickly disappeared into the shop. As soon as she was gone, Qi Yelian and two maids came out of a side room. Xiao Xing still looked angry. When she met Xiao Zhen's gaze, she shouted, What are you looking at? But suddenly stopped, looking frightened. Madam, Master Tongji? Master Tongji?
I've seen the master and madam.
Xiao Zhen smiled but didn't take it to heart. If it weren't for the fact that he's the master of the household, I think my lady would have already scolded this girl, Han Ziran said coldly. Xiao Zhen looked at Han Ziran and saw the coldness in his eyes, clearly angry. I dare not, the maid stammered. Not daring? I think you're quite bold. You don't look at anyone and speak harshly. Everyone should give you 3 points of respect, Han Ziran said. I really don't dare. Xiao Xing hurriedly knelt down. Please, sir, have mercy. Qi Yelian was again shocked. Was this Master Tongji helping Xiao Zhen? How could he side with this woman? Han Ziran didn't look at them anymore. He took Xiao Zhen's hand and said, Let's go. As the two of them walked away, little Xing sighed with relief. She thought to herself, if I had shouted earlier, it would have been really dangerous. She looked up and saw her niece's face was tense, and her fists clenched tightly. She understood what her niece was thinking and felt a bit sad. She said softly, Miss, I may be a humble servant, but I still serve the county magistrate's wife. I never expected this official to be so disrespectful about face. Qi Yelian bit her lip and asked, Why would the official protect Xiao Zhen like this? Little Xing hurriedly replied, Don't worry, miss. The lady said your marriage will definitely happen. Really?
Yes.
But now it seems that Lord Han cares a lot about this woman. So what if he does? I heard that her family only has a few ox carts.
How can they compare to you?
You have the county magistrate behind you. Qi Yelian nodded. But what if he wavers? It won't happen. Miss, with all due respect, your uncle, Lord Qi, lost his wife and married a woman from a salt merchant family. If Lord Han wants to settle in our county, who else could he marry besides you? Hearing this, Qi Yelian felt a bit more at ease. Besides, Sheng County is under Lord Qi's control. If Lord Qi says go east, who dares go west? If Lord Han wants a promotion, he needs our Lord Qi to speak well for him. Little Xing, Qi Yelian took little Xing's arm gently and asked softly, Has your aunt mentioned when my matter will be settled? Don't worry, miss. The lady has already started preparing. How is she preparing? You might not know, but during lunch, the old lady of the Han family and her 2 sisters-in-law were very displeased with Xiao Zhen. Especially the old lady. She could tell right away she didn't like that woman. The lady plans to start with the old lady. Qi Yelian raised her eyebrows, then took off her jade bracelet and slipped it onto little Xing's wrist. Little Xing, please talk more about my affairs to your aunt. Once it's done, you know I won't forget to treat you well. Little Xing touched her jade bracelet happily, but looked a bit troubled.
Miss, this isn't right.
This bracelet is too valuable. I care about your matters, but keep it for yourself. Don't be so formal with me. Qiao Lian smiled and looked at the jade bracelet already on Xiao Xing's wrist. She felt a twinge of pain, but when she thought of Han Ziran's gentle and elegant face, broad shoulders, slim waist, and the wealth she would gain after marrying the official, she suddenly felt that this little money was not worth much. The lively town was not only full of beautiful shops but also bustling with pedestrians dressed in fine clothes. Xiao Zhen looked at these passers-by. Even if they didn't wear silk or brocade, their clothes were quite nice. Compared to villagers, they looked more refined. Xiao Zhen glanced at Han Ziran beside her. Although he was now an official, his clothes were quite plain. Still, even plain, he attracted many looks. His handsome face, tall figure, outstanding temperament, and a calm aura that seemed between youth and manhood made people stare for a while. Husband, Xiao Zhen called him. Do I usually dress very badly?
No.
Really?
Han Ziran did.
When you first saw me, what did you think? Xiao Zhen was curious about how Han Ziran saw her. First time? Han Ziran thought back to when he first saw Xiao Zhen. She was standing in the crowd, greeting him. She was a bit taller than most women, slim but very spirited. Actually, the first time I saw you was when I got out of the sedan.
Me? Han Ziran did.
Yes, among so many people. You were very noticeable. Noticeable?
How could that be?
Xiao Zhen was surprised. She was so ordinary. How could she stand out? I don't know either, Han Ziran said. Now, he finally understood why he noticed Xiao Zhen at first sight. Although she was a woman, her posture was as upright as a pine or bamboo. Her unique and elegant appearance made her very special and eye-catching among so many people. I want to buy new clothes, Xiao Zhen suddenly said. Something pretty. My father is right. I can't embarrass Han Ziran. After all, our status has changed. Just as Han Ziran was wondering why Xiao Zhen suddenly changed, he heard a voice nearby. Are you, Zhen? Xiao Zhen turned around. When she saw a woman dressed in rough cloth next to her, her eyes lit up. Big Aunt? Big Aunt, is that really you? Is it really Zhen? Oh my, I didn't recognize you. The woman called Big Aunt was about 40 years old, wearing coarse cloth clothes with some patches, indicating a hard life. She looked neat and tidy, with features somewhat resembling Xiao Zhen. Aunt, are you shopping? Xiao Zhen happily said. She hadn't seen her aunt in many years. After leaving the village in her previous life, she never saw her again. In this life, besides her parents, only her aunt and younger aunt have truly been kind to her. So, seeing her now made her very happy. I'm here to buy medicine. Your uncle helped someone move with last time and hurt his back, but he's fine now and almost recovered. Aunt Xiaoda smiled and said, then looked at Xiao Zhen. Zhen, you're getting more and more beautiful. Aunt, I miss you so much. Xiao Zhen linked her arm with her aunt's and said affectionately, you're growing up and still love to be spoiled. Aunt Xiaoda looked at Han Ziran and brightened up. What a handsome young man. She saw Xiao Zhen with him earlier, but didn't dare approach. Now, it seems they know each other. Hello, Aunt.
Han Ziran greeted her.
Aunt Xiaoda nodded and smiled. Zhen, who is he? Aunt, he's my fiancé, Han Ziran. You really should come to celebrate my wedding, even if you're busy. On the day of the wedding, my two best aunts didn't come because Xiao Zhen didn't take the wedding seriously at the time and didn't feel any regret. But she missed them and hoped they could come. Still, everyone was busy at home. Aunt Xiaoda looked confused. What? Xiao Zhen, you're married?
Yes, Aunt.
Seeing her aunt's surprised expression, Xiao Zhen found it strange. Didn't you know? No, my second brother didn't tell me either. Aunt Xiaoda exclaimed. How is that possible? Xiao Zhen, are you joking? You're really married? Yes, Aunt. Such things aren't jokes. I really got married. My mother even sent someone to pass the message to you, and second, Aunt. Mother? Aunt, you don't know? I've already recognized Uncle and Aunt as my parents.
Aunt Xiaoda nodded.
Although she was surprised, she was more shocked that her beloved niece was married. I didn't know. Your second aunt visited me a few days ago, but didn't mention your marriage. It seems she didn't know either. Xiao Zhen. It must be Feng Shi. It must be her doing. She never told me or second aunt about your marriage. Talking about Feng Shi, Xiao Zhen's sister-in-law, Aunt Xiao, got angry. I must confront her. Xiao Zhen. Could it be that mother deliberately didn't tell aunt and second aunt? Thinking about their usual disagreements, Xiao Zhen felt speechless. But, Zhen, look at your nephew-in-law. He seems so gentle and handsome. What does he do? Leaving behind the unpleasantness caused by the Fong family, Aunt Xiao thought this nephew-in-law looked very good and was increasingly pleased. Big Aunt, he is my husband and also the new official in our county. Aunt Xiao nodded happily. An official is a high position. She was surprised and asked what? An official? The new official?
Yes.
Aunt Xiao widened her eyes in disbelief, looking at Han Ziran. An official is someone you bow to when you see them. Could he really be her nephew-in-law? Zhen, I want to tell second aunt this good news. She will be very happy to hear it, Aunt Xiao said excitedly. Then she looked at Han Ziran, so excited she didn't know what to say. An official?
Haha.
Should I bow to him? There's no need, you are Zhen's big aunt, so you are also my big aunt. As an elder, you don't need to bow. Han Ziran said with a gentle smile. That's not right. You are a grown-up. Aunt Xiao had never seen many important people, mostly just the village head. Now she was talking to a high-ranking official who was also her nephew-in-law. She was so excited and nervous, she didn't know where to put her hands. That's just how outsiders see it. Just call me Ziran. Wow, those words were so kind and warm. Aunt Xiao felt even more excited. She quickly said, Then you all play first. I'll go home, no, I'll go to my sister's house and tell her this good news. Without waiting for Xiao Zhen and the others to say anything, she hurriedly left. Xiao Zhen looked at Han Ziran and teased, I think you are like a shining star in the sky. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw him.
Han Ziran.
He cleared his throat. Your mother-in-law didn't tell Aunt Xiao and second aunt about your marriage. Do you think they might come to ask questions? Fighting is inevitable. I've argued with them many times since I was young. Xiao Zhen shrugged. The conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, sisters-in-law, and aunts seem impossible to resolve. It's getting late. My ox cart should be here soon. I should go. Han Ziran looked at the sky. If he went back now, he could probably arrive home before nightfall. He nodded. I'll go with you outside the city. Xiao Zhen nodded. The sun was shining brightly, and my mood was very good. I looked at the man beside me, and Xiao felt warm inside. If this had happened in my previous life, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. This life is finally different. Sometimes, I feel a bit confused, wondering what happened to Han Ziran in the last life. After I died, how did he continue living? That man, with a cold face, now seems to only hide his feelings inside. That heartless man now appears to be a man of principles and responsibility. The man who abandoned me now seems to have just lost his memory. He didn't remarry and has been living alone since. What is he like now? He should be living well.
What are you thinking about?
Han Ziran asked softly when Xiao suddenly fell silent, looking a bit heavy-hearted. Han Ziran, do you believe in the afterlife? The afterlife? With this life, no afterlife, who knows if there really is one? But Han Ziran nodded. I believe. Isn't there someone who is reborn beside me? So, there should be an afterlife too. If I let you carry the memories of this life into the next, would you come find me? Xiao asked. Han Ziran thought for a moment. I don't know. Xiao nodded. This answer was expected. Just as the two were lost in their thoughts, a carriage suddenly stopped beside them. A gentle voice came from inside. The Lord of Tongji and his wife, singing and following each other. What a lively scene. That voice? Xiao looked over and saw Che Feimingliang stepping down from the carriage. At the same time, a young boy, about 14 or 15, was helped down by him. Master? Han Ziran looked at Che Feimingliang with some surprise. Why is Master here? Zhao's eyes lit up instantly when she saw Che Feimingliang. However, Han Ziran still recognized him, suggesting they must have seen each other when they were in the capital. But when Xiao saw the young boy stepping down from the carriage with Feimingliang, her eyes widened. It wasn't because the boy was particularly handsome. Compared to Feimingliang and Han Ziran, he was just good-looking. What amazed her was the noble aura that radiated from the boy. What shocked Xiao even more was that, if she wasn't mistaken, and she wasn't, this young boy was the current 9th prince, the Emperor Chengwang, who sat on the throne 8 years later after walking through blood and fire. In her previous life, she had been entrusted by her mentor to protect this boy for several years. Even until her death, she was still guarding him. Years of military training made Xiao Zhen almost bow at this moment. "There's nothing to do in the capital, so I came out for a walk." "I thought of this place first," said Che Feiming brightly and kindly. Then he looked at the young boy Xiao Zhen, who was wide-eyed and watching him, with some curiosity. He then greeted him with a smile. "Madame Tongji, nice to see you again." "Hello, Master." Xiao Zhen was still shocked that she could see the future emperor in such a small place as Shun County. Just then, Han Ziran asked, "Master, who is this young master?" "He is my new student." "You can call him Emoer," said Che Feiming, looking at Emoer. Emoer stepped forward, bowed to Han Ziran and Xiao Zhen, and said softly, "Greetings, Lord Tongji and Madam." After that, his gaze kept curious as he looked at Han Ziran. "Since he is under Master Che's care, we are now fellow students. Emoer, you don't need to be so formal in the future. Just relax," Han Ziran said with a gentle smile. Seeing how cold Han Ziran was toward the 9th prince, Xiao Zhen couldn't help but think of the past life. The 9th prince's rise to emperor was thanks to Han Ziran. Could it be that their friendship was formed at this moment? "Where are you going?"
asked Che Feiming.
"Taking my wife out of the city. The ox cart from the city should arrive soon," Han Ziran replied. At this moment, the 9th prince's gaze fell on Xiao Zhen, and he asked curiously, "Lord Han was 16 when he became top scholar, and at 17 he was a Tongji. If he can become a Tongji's wife, I suppose she must be very capable?" Xiao Zhen was speechless. Was the 9th prince speaking so directly now? Che Feiming cleared his throat lightly. "Emoer, women are diligent homemakers. Being content and responsible is already virtuous." Han Ziran smiled faintly and said, "Getting married is only about fate, not about having the same skills." "That's very true," Emoer said to Che Feiming. "Master, being thrifty and responsible, any girl can do that. If that's all it takes, then Master Che must be quite blind." Xiao Zhen pondered. It seemed that before the 9th prince met Han Ziran, he already had a very good impression of him. Once the 9th prince becomes emperor, Han Ziran is bound to become a prime minister. Che Feiming and Emoer did not leave, but instead continued talking with Han Ziran as they walked outside the city. During the walk, Xiao Zhen noticed that the 9th prince kept sneaking glances at her from time to time. Clearly, he was very curious about her. She thought to herself, "I didn't expect the future emperor to be so curious at this age. In my previous life, when I first saw the 9th prince, he exuded the aura of an emperor, and I couldn't see such childishness in him. But after all, he was a prince raised in the palace and not young anymore. He shouldn't look like that, right?" Han Ziran and Che Feiming were chatting comfortably. They didn't seem unfamiliar with each other. One was the future imperial teacher, and the other was the future prime minister. At this moment, the future emperor was also nearby her. Xiao Zhen quietly followed behind. Although she knew what these people would become in the future, in her previous life, she wasn't familiar with them, or with the people around Han Ziran. The friends she made then didn't appear in front of her in this life. In this life, she wouldn't join the army anymore, nor would she be chosen as a personal guard by her great general mentor. Naturally, she wouldn't meet those close friends who lived in the shadows anymore. She felt a bit disappointed, but she had gained a lot. At least, the things that she regretted in her previous life were beginning to come to a happy ending. Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang out. Xiao Zhen looked up and smiled. "The ox cart has arrived." This time it wasn't Xiao Shizi driving, but the family's coachman. When the ox cart stopped, 8 or 9 people sitting on it got off quickly. Soon after, another 7 or 8 people were preparing to get on the ox cart to go back. "Madam, there are no more seats. Please wait for the next ox cart," the coachman said to a lady about to get on. "Isn't there still one seat left?" The lady pointed to an empty spot on the cart. "That's where our young master Xiao is supposed to sit," the coachman said, pointing to Xiao Zhen, who was standing nearby. "Young master?" Did the coachman give her this new nickname? Xiao Zhen chuckled. "Young master?" The lady looked at Xiao Zhen with suspicion, then suddenly widened her eyes excitedly. Could it be the same lady from the official's family? "Yes," the coachman who was helping Xiao Zhen carry her things replied. "Is this young lady the official's wife?" the lady asked, pointing at Han Ziran beside Xiao Zhen. Hearing this, everyone around looked over. The coachman had only seen Xiao Zhen before but hadn't seen Han Ziran. He was unsure at first, just looking at Xiao Zhen and the 2 handsome men beside her, along with a noble-looking young master. "I am indeed the one," Xiao Zhen replied.
Han Ziran smiled faintly.
The crowd was startled, especially those who returned with Xiao Zhen in the same ox cart, all watching Han Ziran and Xiao Zhen with excitement. A few clever people had already come forward to pay their respects to Han Ziran. The crowd's sudden movement made things a bit awkward, especially as some people kept approaching Han Ziran to speak or bow. Neither Han Ziran nor Xiao Zhen managed to say much. Xiao Zhen had no choice but to ask the driver to turn back. The ox cart had already gone far, and as Han Ziran still looked at the departing cart's shadow with a calm expression, the driver, Fiming Liang, smiled and said, "I didn't expect the magistrate and his wife to be so close. I thought you had no impression of her now." Han Ziran's face suddenly grew cold. He looked at him coldly and said, "The master has been very kind to me, knowing my situation but not telling me anything. Earlier, I heard about some of your matters with her." Fiming Liang said softly with a gentle smile, "If you are truly destined, you'll be together eventually. What is fate?" If it weren't for that letter, his connection with Xiao Zhen might have ended there. Thinking of this, Han Ziran merely shot a cold glance at Fiming Liang and turned to leave. "Where are you going?" "To the magistrate's residence." "MOR, then let's stay there tonight too." "Sorry, the magistrate's residence is small and has no guest rooms to host 2 people. With your status, it's better for the officials to host you," Han Ziran said coldly. Fiming Liang was speechless. The ox cart jolted along the road, finally reaching Tongxia village before nightfall. However, this cart was not the usual one traveling between Tongxia village and the county seat, so after Xiao Zhen got off, she headed toward the neighboring village. Getting off the cart, Xiao Zhen let out a sigh of relief. The whole journey inside the cart, the women kept talking nonstop about how lucky they were, etc. Seeing that it was already late, Xiao Zhen hurried toward the Han family's house. It was summer now, and many villagers, after finishing dinner, were outside enjoying the cool or chatting. When they saw Xiao Zhen, they all greeted her with smiles. As Xiao Zhen turned past a thatched hut, she heard the woman who had been smiling and greeting her earlier say, "I heard that Han's 3rd son became the magistrate and wants to divorce Xiao Zhen." "No way? Is that true?" "I was skeptical at first, but now it seems pretty certain. Otherwise, why would young couples be separated? The county seat isn't far from our village, right? That makes sense. But the Han family doesn't seem like the kind of people to do that, though. This is no surprise about the Han family. Lady Han has never liked the Xiao family. Besides, everyone knows how Xiao Zhen married into the Han family with tricky tricks. Yes. Now, Han Erlang is so successful. Maybe he will become an official in the capital someday. Who would want a wife who doesn't even know how to write her own name?" Listening to these whispers from the villagers, Xiao Zhen smiled. These rumors from her past, which caused her pain for a long time, no longer hurt her now. She looked at the dark sky, took a deep breath. In this life, Han Ziran did not hurt her, and she is no longer the Xiao Zhen who only felt sad and couldn't change. "Third sister-in-law, you're back?" Han's eldest and second brother's voices sounded ahead. "Big brother, second brother? It's so late. What are you both going to do?" Xiao Zhen asked when she saw Han Zile and Han Zhe. Father asked us to come pick you up, said Han's eldest brother. It's so late. I thought you would stay in the county town, said Han's second brother.
How could that be? We agreed I'd come back.
Have you eaten at home? Xiao Zhen asked.
Not yet.
We're waiting for you to eat, they replied. Xiao Zhen was surprised. Waiting for me? Han's second brother nodded. Lady Han isn't here? She's here. But she said she was tired after coming back from the county town and is sleeping. Father just want to see her, but she's still asleep, they explained. Xiao Zhen nodded. Third sister-in-law, I want to remind you, Han's eldest brother suddenly stopped in front of Xiao Zhen, frowning. The person alive, talking and chatting, isn't like you say. I don't understand what you mean, big brother, Xiao Zhen said. Ever since you married into our family, you know how much harm you caused us, especially to my mother. I've never seen her so sad before. So, please be careful with your words in the future, he warned. Big brother, why are you saying these things? Xiao Zhen felt annoyed. Han's second brother quickly said, Can't we avoid talking about this? It's necessary to talk about it. Otherwise, mother will always be upset. You don't want to see her so worried about third brother's matter, do you?
Han Ziran side to Han Set.
What words do I need to be careful about? Xiao Zhen's happy expression gradually faded. All the words. I don't want to see mother say one thing, and you reply. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you, said Han's eldest brother. The atmosphere in the house cooled down after this woman entered. Han's eldest brother felt annoyed. Politeness is mutual, Xiao Zhen replied.
What?
If I believe I am right, and if I think I am correct, I will speak out, no matter how hurtful my words may be. I must say what I feel, Xiao Zhen said coldly. Xiao Zhen, you really are. Big brother, hurt feelings are mutual. Whenever your family excludes me, I get hurt too. Aunt Han is your mother, so of course you want to protect her. But what I want to protect is not others, but my own heart. Shouldn't I protect myself? No, you shouldn't. Since you married into the Han family, you are part of it. No matter what we do to you, you have to accept it. So, if the eldest sister-in-law is wronged, does big brother also have this attitude? Han family's eldest brother's face darkened. Can you two stop talking for a moment? Han Ziran said helplessly. It was big brother who started it. I didn't realize he was such a selfish person, Xiao Zhen sneered. Xiao Zhen, we all live like this. No one likes someone who is sharp-tongued like you, Han family's eldest brother said angrily. If my actions are seen as sharp-tongued by big brother, then the people who made me that way can't be good either, Xiao Zhen replied. Han family's eldest brother looked very upset. Han family's second brother stared at Xiao Zhen in shock. Facing his brother's anger, he quickly said, All right, it's getting dark. If you're not hungry, I am starving. He pushed Han's eldest brother forward. Xiao Zhen let out a breath. Aunt Han is an elder. She can be given more time. As for Han's eldest brother, if he goes too far, she doesn't need to tolerate it. When they entered Han's house, they saw Han Lao from his wife's room. Seeing the three return, he asked, You're back? Father, is mother awake? Han's eldest brother asked. Han Lao nodded. Yes, she's awake, but she doesn't want to eat. Let's eat first. Zhang, who was leaving the kitchen, heard this and became angry. She went back into the kitchen and said to Lu, who was tidying up the stove, Finally, we can eat. When I was at my parents' house, I never went hungry like this. And we have to sit together before we can eat.
What's the rule about that?
Lu smiled silently and started preparing bowls and chopsticks. At this moment, Han Lao, the eldest brother, the second brother, and Xiao Zhen all entered the kitchen. Older sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, I'm back, Xiao Zhen called out. Zhang snorted coldly. Third sister-in-law, are you not wanting to come back from the county town? That's why you're coming back so late? Yes, I returned a bit late. Xiao Zhen smiled faintly, not wanting to engage with Zhang's harsh words, as she feared it would never end. Where are Dad and Mom? Lu Shi asked, noticing that Madame Han wasn't coming in with them. Mom has no appetite. Just leave some food for her, Han's eldest brother replied. Everyone's hungry, sit down and eat, Old Master Han said. Lu Shi's cooking skills seemed to be taught very well by Madame Han. The dishes she made smelled just like Madame Han's, and even the delicacy was similar. After that day, when Han Ziran insisted on sharing sweet potatoes, Lu Shi started eating plain rice at the Han family. Although she often had to endure hardships there, from eating sweet potatoes to plain rice, from being dismissed to being brought back, Xiao Zhen felt her days were gradually getting better. The grievances she suffered didn't seem so important anymore. Zhang suddenly put down her bowl and chopsticks, looking upset. "What's wrong?" Second brother Han asked his wife. "Is the food not to your taste?" Zhang gave her husband a cold look and said sharply to Xiao Zhen, "I don't want to see third sister-in-law. You don't know. Today at the county magistrate's residence, she embarrassed us in front of everyone."
"What are you talking about?"
Second brother Han said, feeling a headache coming on. "Can't we just have a nice meal? You're actually blaming me? You're my husband. Why are you helping outsiders?" Zhang's face turned red with anger. Third sister-in-law isn't an outsider. Besides, everyone is eating peacefully. Why are you talking so much? I talk too much? Don't you know how embarrassed we were at noon? Sister-in-law, isn't that right? Zhang looked at Lu Shi, hoping she would side with her. Lu Shi didn't expect to be spoken to, and she hadn't said a word. But Zhang turned her anger toward her. She wasn't sure what to say. She didn't think the incident at noon was so embarrassing. Although third sister-in-law was eating, her manners were proper, and she even let Lu Shi taste many delicious foods she had never tried before. But Zhang's temper was such that if she said anything, she might never let it go. "Sister-in-law, say something," Zhang urged. "I'm really sorry. As third sister-in-law, I've embarrassed second sister-in-law," Xiao Zhen said with a cold smile, looking at Zhang. "Since second sister-in-law doesn't want to see me, why don't you just leave?" "You?" Xiao Zhen's words caught Zhang off guard. She didn't know how to respond. She felt restricted everywhere in the Han family and just wanted a place to vent. But now Xiao Zhen's sharp tongue made her feel even more cornered. "Everyone eat. Why are you arguing during mealtime?" Old Mr. Han spoke at the right time. Usually, he rarely talked in front of his daughters-in-law, but these two daughters-in-law were becoming more and more unreasonable. He thought it was best to find some time to talk with their Lang. As soon as old Mr. Han spoke, the kitchen became silent. Only the sounds of eating and chewing remained. Seeing Zhang constantly glaring at her, Xiao Zhen ate her food while glancing back at her. Unlike Zhang's obvious anger, Xiao Zhen seemed calm and unaffected. After the meal, the three men from the Han family went out of the kitchen. Lu Shi started tidying up. Zhang watched her do the chores, and Xiao Zhen naturally helped. "Third sister-in-law, stop. Your strength is too much. Several of our bowls already have cracks." Lu Shi quickly took the bowl from Xiao Zhen. "I can wash them myself." "Big sister-in-law, you're tired too. Let me do it." "I'll be careful," Xiao Zhen offered. "It's fine," Lu Shi replied. Zhang snorted coldly and turned to leave the kitchen. As soon as Zhang left, Lu Shi sighed softly. She had hoped that when Zhang came in, she could share some of the chores, but she didn't expect her to do nothing at all. When her mother-in-law was unwell, all the work fell on her. Thinking for a moment, Xiao Zhen said, "Big sister-in-law, if you want help with the chores, you should just say so." Lu Shi looked a bit embarrassed, realizing her thoughts were seen through. "I'm fine. It's just a small task. I can do it alone." Xiao Zhen was speechless. At this moment, the eldest brother of the Han family came in and said to Lu Shi, Hui, heat up the food and bring it to mother." "I'll do it after I wash the dishes," Lu Shi replied. "Third sister-in-law, why aren't you doing anything?" Seeing Xiao Zhen just standing aside, the eldest brother frowned. Lu Shi hurriedly said, "Husband, I told third sister-in-law not to do anything." All the bowls in the house were carefully bought by her and her mother. Xiao Zhen had only washed a few times, and several bowls already had cracks. She felt heartache for them. Hearing his wife say this, the eldest brother of the Han family looked at Xiao Zhen with some dissatisfaction, then turned to Lu Shi and said, "You're just too kind-hearted." Xiao Zhen felt a bit helpless. Night had fallen, and the bright starry sky remained unchanged for thousands of years. Xiao Zhen looked up at the sky, quietly thinking about everything that had happened recently. She never expected such a result. She always thought she and Han Ziran would be strangers in this life.
Amnesia?
No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't figure out such a reason. Everything is fine now. She doesn't have to go to the battlefield or protect others. More importantly, she no longer lives in darkness. As a daughter, a wife, and even as an unloved daughter-in-law, she lives her life. Only sometimes does she think about whether Han Ziran from her past life is doing well. When she died, his memory hadn't returned yet. Will there be a day when he suddenly remembers? She decides not to think about it anymore. Her past life is over. Thinking this, Xiao Zhen puts the water bucket into the well to wash her face and then goes to sleep. Just as she is drying her face with a towel, the door of Han's mother opens. Lu Shi comes out carrying a bowl of rice, followed by Han's eldest brother. "Brother Lei, what do you think is wrong with mother?" Lu Shi asks softly, looking at the untouched bowl of rice. Han's eldest brother shakes his head, thinks for a moment, and then says, "Maybe today third sister-in-law did something to upset mother again." Mother was indeed angry with third sister-in-law today. Lu Shi recounts what happened at the county magistrate's residence this noon. She then softly adds, "But I think what third sister-in-law did today isn't as bad as second sister-in-law said. In fact, I feel like she understands these manners quite well." "Really?" "I can't quite explain that feeling." Lu Shi recalls what happened at noon. She always feels that Xiao Zhen seems to understand the etiquette among the wealthy. And on the way back this afternoon, I didn't see her upset either. Han's eldest brother nods. Mother didn't speak much on the way back, as if she was thinking about something. When asked, she didn't say anything. "What should we do?" "Mother didn't eat much at noon, and if she doesn't eat tonight, she'll be hungry. Go warm up some food in the pot." Mother is really hungry. She'll come to eat when she's ready. The two walk towards the kitchen while talking. Since the well is in the corner, in front is the study, and to the right is Xiao Zhen's room. It's quite dark. Neither Lu Shi nor Han's eldest brother sees Xiao Zhen inside. Xiao Zhen, while wiping her face, watches Han's eldest brother and Lu Shi go into the kitchen, then returns to her own room. She looks at Han's mother's room, which is still lit, and thinks, could it be that Han's mother is really so upset that she can't eat? No, that's unlikely. Han's mother is usually strong. She rubs her towel again, pours out the face wash water, covers the well with a stone, and returns to her room. She closes the door and is about to lock the window and the wooden latch when suddenly Han's mother's door opens. Han's mother, wearing only a middle coat, steps out. Xiao Zhen thought she was hungry and would go to the kitchen, but Mother Han instead walked to Han Ziran's study and gazed at it absent-mindedly. At this moment, Father Han came out and gently put a coat on Mother Han, softly saying, "Mother, go eat something." Mother Han shook her head. Ziran is probably still studying late into the night. With his personality, he must be trying to quickly learn what he needs to know. Father Han nodded. He has always been a diligent child. Others say he's smart and a rare talent, but no one knows the hard work he puts in behind the scenes, Mother Han sighed. Yes, Ziran spends a lot of time studying. Such a talented boy, yet he married such an ordinary woman. Mother Han suddenly choked up. I understand what you're thinking, Father Han sighed. The study was close to Xiao Zhen, but Mother Han and Father Han spoke very softly. Xiao Zhen could only hear bits and pieces and didn't catch everything clearly. When she finally heard her own name, she simply kept her head down and fell asleep, knowing it was probably not good words about her. At this moment, Father Han let out a gentle sigh. Ziran has repeatedly defied my mother to stand up for Xiao Zhen. I thought he married her and forgot about his mother, but today at noon, when I saw what Ziran said in front of Xiao Zhen, I realized he still cares about me, his mother, and has been trying to balance his relationship with me and Xiao Zhen. Mother Han's voice sounded a bit lost and tired.
Noon?
Father Han was confused for a moment. His wife was upset with her daughter-in-law earlier, so why did it sound like something else? No matter their background or family status, Xiao Zhen is a good girl based on her character. Mother Han deeply sighed. This sigh was not as sad as before, but seemed more like she was letting go.
What did you say?
Father Han thought he heard wrong. Actually, I know I've been overdoing things these days, but I just can't control my feelings, Mother Han said with a bitter smile. I don't want Ziran to suffer so much anymore. Are you letting it go? Truly letting it go? Father Han asked in disbelief. What's the point if I can't? Like you said, if I keep going like this, the three brothers will surely drift apart. Father Han smiled and felt relieved inside. Seeing his relaxed expression, Mother Han also smiled. All three sons were married now. If she kept holding on like this, their family would only end up divided in the end. Mother, go eat something. Don't go to bed hungry. That's fine. That night, Xiao Zhen slept quite late, but before dawn, she woke up early. After quickly washing up, she hurried to her parents' house. At this time, other fields nearby had already been planted, and the seedlings were starting to grow, but her family's field was just beginning to be sown because they had been busy with the ox cart and fell behind. So, Xiao Zhen hurried back home to help with the farming. Although it was early summer, some village girls had already changed into light clothes, showing their fair necks. When Xiao Zhen passed by the large pond, she saw the girls washing clothes and chatting happily, full of springtime energy. Seeing this, Xiao Zhen suddenly remembered her only childhood friend, who had married 3 years ago and moved far away. Since her marriage, they had lost contact. Someone by the pond saw Xiao Zhen and called out, "Isn't that Xiao Zhen?" Immediately, the people washing clothes by the pond looked at her. The girls all showed envy in their eyes, and a few lively ones called out, asking her to chat. Xiao Zhen smiled and said she had something to do, then left. Instead of returning to her parents' house, she went straight to the fields. The Xiao family's land was at the foot of the mountain, only enough for her family of 3, so they didn't have much land. Usually, she and her father farmed the land together, which took a whole day. But when Xiao Zhen arrived at the field, she found 7 or 8 people helping her family plant. These people weren't from the village and she didn't recognize them. "Hey, isn't that the young master's wife?" Someone saw Xiao Zhen and greeted her. "Ah, Zhen, what are you doing here?" Her father looked up and saw his daughter. "Why did you come?" "Someone is helping with the field." Xiao Zhen nodded slightly to these people as a greeting and then asked her father, "Dad, who are they?" "They're the family of our cart driver. Since it's so late and we haven't finished planting, they came to help," her father said happily. Xiao Zhen nodded, understanding, and felt very grateful.
Go home now.
"We're almost done here," her father said. Xiao Zhen nodded and replied, "I'll go find Mom. I have something to do." Then she turned to the workers helping with the planting and said, "Thank you all. No need to thank us. Young master's wife, you're too polite. There's no need to thank us. It's just a small favor." Seeing their warm smiles, Xiao Zhen also smiled and left. She took a deep breath, feeling more motivated to do her work. When I returned home, I saw my mother busy in the yard, already having bought many vegetables early in the morning. It seemed she planned to host a good meal for those helping out today. "Mom," Xiao Zhen pushed open the yard gate. Seeing Xiao Zhen, Aunt Xiao only glanced back briefly, still busy with her work. "Why are you back?" "I was originally coming back to farm, but I didn't expect so many people to help," Xiao Zhen said with a smile. "Of course. Ever since we got the ox cart, more and more people come and go, and more folks come to help with family matters," Aunt Xiao said happily, her face showing her joy. "By the way, Zhen, come here." Aunt Xiao put down her work and went inside the house. When Xiao Zhen entered, she saw her mother coming out from the inner room with a heavy wooden box. She smiled mysteriously at her and then opened it. Inside the box, there were over a dozen gold ingots. Xiao Zhen looked at her mother in surprise. "Have we earned this much?" Aunt Xiao nodded excitedly. "We now have over 70 ox carts and more than 100 workers. Zhen, if this keeps up, we'll be very rich." "Mom, I want to talk to you about this today," Xiao Zhen said, closing the box. "I want to stop the cashier from working on the ox carts." Aunt Xiao was surprised.
"Why?"
"Because the cashier also takes a spot on the ox carts. It's okay for a day or 2, but long term it's not practical. Also, every day, people rush to get on the carts, and it's easy for arguments to start. So, I want to set up ticket offices in each big village, like the banks in the city. People can buy tickets if they want to go to the county, and the silver can be collected in one place. We can also estimate how many people go to the city each day. Aunt Xiao was stunned, but mostly understood. But we've only had cashiers for a few months. Won't people say something if we stop now? That's unlikely. Even if we stop, they're just changing jobs. They won't have to sit on the ox carts every day, which might be more convenient for them. Xiao Zhen explained her plan. Then she added, Mom, I think we should switch from ox carts to horse-drawn carts. What? It's not urgent. We can start by trying out one horse cart, Xiao Zhen said, showing her mother a drawing she had been working on for days. What is that? Aunt Xiao looked at the drawing of the horse cart and gasped when she saw it. Such a big cart? How much would that cost? Our ox cart can only carry 7 or 8 people, but this carriage can hold 12 or 13. This carriage was modified from a war chariot used in her past life for transporting supplies. However, it is only suitable for villages along the main roads near the county town. It cannot be used in remote areas. These villages are close to the county and have better conditions, so they can afford to use a carriage. Still need to spend money? Thinking about the hard-earned savings, Aunt Xiao suddenly felt a bit distressed. The money we saved up, your father said he wants to rebuild a house. Xiao Zhen looked at their simple house and agreed they should rebuild it. Mom, when we earn more money, we can do it then. We also plan to buy a shop and a big house in the county. Trust me, we will succeed. Aunt Xiao nodded. She believed in Zhen. She was in charge of family matters anyway. All right, whatever you say. About the shop, Mom, tomorrow night, please call the 3 main workers responsible for the ox cart. I want to talk to them in detail. Okay. Xiao Zhen thought for a moment. There were a few other things she needed to do, but she wasn't in a hurry. First, she wanted to make sure the ox cart was in good shape. How is cousin Qinbao doing lately? Hearing this nephew, Aunt Xiao sighed. He's paralyzed now. Can't even walk. But your aunt hasn't caused trouble since you last mentioned her. Xiao Zhen nodded. Qinbao's situation was his own fault. There was no one else to blame. Their family had been very kind to them. Mom. Xiao Zhen took Aunt Zhao's arm and smiled at her. What's wrong? Didn't you tell Dagu and Xiao Gu about my marriage to Ziran? Aunt Xiao stiffened and blushed slightly under Xiao Zhen's gaze. No, I did tell them. Yesterday, I met Dagu in the county town.
She didn't seem to know anything.
Aunt Xiao didn't say anything, just stared at her. Xiao Zhen felt a bit helpless. Mom, how can you do this? Even if you have issues with them, they are still my older and younger aunts, your sisters. You should have told them. Do you know they had issues with Mom and still helped them? That's one thing. Don't forget who helped us when we were in the worst situation. Helping is one thing, but they also gave us a hard time. They only care about protecting their brother, and they don't see who's supporting this family, Aunt Xiao complained. Every family has its own problems. At home, Mother always keeps Dad under her control. She makes all the decisions about the family matters. When her older sister-in-law and younger sister-in-law see this, they think their younger brother is being bullied by his wife. They often interfere and give Mother a hard time. But they truly do care about their family. Xiao Zhen sometimes thinks that if the Han family had a sister or a younger sister, it would probably be the same situation. Mother, can't you just look at me and get along with the older and younger sisters-in-law? I want to, but they are kind to us. I worry about that, but their words are harsh and never let me go. Mother, you also say things about them sometimes, Xiao Zhen chuckled. Aunt Xiao glared at her. You've been out for so long. Why aren't you going back? If your in-laws find out, they'll scold you. Xiao Zhen looked at the sky. The sun was high now, and the Han family should have finished breakfast. She said to Aunt Xiao, Mother, I'll have breakfast first before going back. What? You haven't eaten yet? How can you go hungry? Aunt Xiao quickly went to the kitchen and brought 2 big steamed buns for Xiao Zhen. You should have told me earlier. Wow, smells so good, Xiao Zhen exclaimed as she ate eagerly, savoring every bite. Seeing her daughter like this, Aunt Xiao suddenly felt sad. In the same village, everyone sees each other often. Even a small rumor can spread quickly. Although the Han family doesn't have many girls' clothes or accessories, they know the family doesn't like girls. Plus, after the recent separation letter, she hadn't slept well for days. Zhen, does Ziran treat you well now? Aunt Xiao looked at her adopted daughter with love.
Xiao Zhen nodded. Yes.
Really? Really? After finishing a big bun, Xiao Zhen smiled and said, Mother, don't worry. Ziran treats me very well, much better than most men. If that's true, why don't you move to the county with him? People in the village say your mother-in-law doesn't allow you to live there. Seeing her mother worriedly watching her, Xiao Zhen smiled and said, Mother, you're overthinking. You just like to comfort me. She must have given you a hard time, right? Mother, I went back not because Han Dajia would treat me well, but because Ziran treats me nicely, Xiao Zhen explained. Even if he treats you well now, if his mother always dislikes you, can he still treat you kindly? If I had known it would be like this, I shouldn't have let you marry into the Han family. Aunt Xiao choked up while speaking. Not letting her marry into the Han family? Well, now her mother has finally understood this. But now that her mother understands, she herself wants to be with Han Ziran. Mother, since I am married, isn't it just to find a good man? Xiao Zhen said. Dad and Mom also think Ziran is good, right? That's true. Aunt Xiao felt a little more relaxed. Although her daughter isn't favored by her mother-in-law, considering the years she spent married, she has lived like this all along. The days are long, and it's all the same. After chatting a few more words with her mother, Xiao Zhen hurried back to the Han family. Compared to other families, the women in the Han family don't need to work in the fields. The 3 men in the Han family had already planted the fields early on, even doing the small chores like planting vegetables. The women only need to do housework, making it very easy. Before returning to the Han family, Xiao Zhen went to the wild and cut a few bundles of wild pig grass and rabbit grass before heading home. As soon as she entered the house, she saw Huang Yui coming over. She was in the yard, chatting and laughing with Zhang. Xiao Zhen looked at the open door of Han's mother's room, where she could faintly hear the voices of Han's younger aunt and Han's mother talking. She didn't expect Han's younger aunt and Huang Yui to come so early. She didn't know what they were here for. Second sister-in-law. Look, third sister-in-law is back, Huang Yui said to Zhang upon seeing Xiao Zhen. She's back. Who cares? Zhang snorted, pulling Huang Yui toward her room. Cousin, I really feel like we've known each other forever. Come, let's chat in my room. Sure, I like second sister-in-law too, Huang Yui said proudly, glancing at Xiao Zhen. Xiao Zhen didn't understand what Huang Yui was proud of. She simply put her things in the firewood shed, planning to feed the pigs and rabbits later. Just as she was about to spread out the cut grass, Lu Shi came out from the kitchen. Seeing Xiao Zhen, she said, Third sister-in-law, come eat breakfast. Breakfast? Xiao Zhen was surprised. Her surprise wasn't because the Han family had left her some food, but because they had always left food for her, whether good or bad. Usually, when she returned late, she ate leftovers. What puzzled her was that today Lu Shi actually called her to eat breakfast voluntarily. Second sister-in-law, haven't you eaten yet? Yes, I have. Lu Shi quickly took out the steamed buns that were still warm when she saw Xiao Zhen go into the kitchen. I already ate. The place where I cut grass is close to my mother's house, so I just stopped by for a bite. That's good, Lu Shi said with a smile. Big sister-in-law usually doesn't ask me to eat breakfast. Why would she think of asking me today? Even if she didn't ask before, now that she has asked, it's fine to eat. Why did she have to say these words? Lu Shi looked embarrassed and said, It's Mom's idea. She wants to save some for you. Is it Aunt Han? Xiao Xian's mind was curious. I also need to go outside the village to buy a fish. Today, Auntie and Cousin Yui will have lunch here, and we don't have enough food, Lu Shi said, taking off her apron. I'll go with big sister-in-law. No need. It's nearby, Lu Shi replied, and went out. When she saw the large bundle of grass in the corner of the yard, she looked surprised at Xiao Xian. You cut such a big bundle?
Xiao Zhen noted that.
It looks healthy, so I cut more. We probably won't need to go out to cut grass the day after tomorrow. At this moment, laughter came from Zhang's room. It was unclear what Huang Yui said to make Zhang so happy. Why is second sister-in-law so close to cousin Yui? Lu Shi muttered, recalling how before Uncle Han was married, Auntie insisted on giving Yui to second brother. She wondered if Zhang would still be so close to Yui after finding out. If it were her, such a thing would definitely make her refuse to step into the Han family again. After Lu Shi left, Xiao Zhen returned to her room and started sketching ideas for a carriage. Although she wouldn't be drafted into the army in this life, she didn't want to waste what she learned in the military camp. Once she started working on the ox cart business, her mind opened wide. All her knowledge flooded in about relay stations set up by the court, intelligence networks, all about winning by speed, and speed depends on horses. If she could adapt these horses for use in ox carts. That was one aspect. Another was the management style of the intelligence network, which she could apply to managing the coachman. Both are people, so the management system should be suitable. The current problem was finding the right person to manage them. While Xiao Zhen was pondering these questions and sketching on paper, the door suddenly opened. Huang Yui walked in, snorting coldly. Xiao Zhen, second cousin-in-law, said you should wash the clothes at home. Xiao Zhen only glanced at her, then looked back at her paper and said calmly, "Aren't the chores already assigned? I take care of poultry and grass. She and big sister-in-law are responsible for washing clothes. Big sister-in-law isn't here. Then second sister-in-law can wash them." "I don't want to wash," Zhang's voice interrupted, sounding proud. "Xiao Zhen, you go wash them." Xiao Zhen ignored her. Seeing Xiao Zhen's expression, Zhang's good mood for the day instantly disappeared. She rushed over angrily and said, "Go wash up."
"No, Xiao Zhen blade.
"You? Are you going to wash or not?" Seeing Xiao Zhen only focused on the paper on the table, Zhang angrily snatched the paper from her hand, crumpled it, and threw it away. Xiao Zhen looked up, coldly staring at the increasingly overbearing Zhang. "Second sister-in-law, have you been too rude lately? Do you think I am easy to bully?" "Third cousin-in-law, I see that you listen to what the eldest sister-in-law says. You even went shopping for fish with her. Why do you ignore what the second sister-in-law says?" Huang Yui added fuel to the fire. "Maybe it's because I am easy to bully, so you think you can bully me?" Zhang said angrily. Although she was chatting with Huang Yui inside the house, her eyes and ears were not deaf. If Han's mother was the first person she disliked in the Han family, then Xiao Zhen was the second. She didn't like Lu's family being too close to Xiao Zhen. "It's really hard to explain," Xiao Zhen said lazily, getting up to leave. Not wanting Huang Yui to stop her, her tone turned unfriendly. "Haha, third cousin-in-law, you really don't see the second sister-in-law as important." Xiao Zhen looked at her coldly. "Huang Yui, mind your words. As an unmarried girl, don't act like a shrew." "What did you say?" Huang Yui's face turned red with anger.
"You."
"Second sister-in-law, look, am I right? Xiao Zhen is sharp-tongued and doesn't respect others. Do I have to beat you up to make you happy?" Xiao Zhen sneered at Huang Yui. "What did you say?" Xiao Zhen then looked at Zhang. "For women who like to steal your man, I didn't expect you to still be able to chat happily with her."
"What?
"Steal my man?" Zhang's originally angry face now looked strange as she looked at Huang Yui. Hearing Xiao Zhen say such things, Huang Yui panicked. "Ah, Xiao Zhen, what are you talking about?" "Second sister-in-law, don't believe her. She's just trying to stir trouble because she sees our good relationship." Zhang looked at Xiao Zhen for a moment, then at Huang Yui, suspiciously asking, "Did you want to marry my husband before?" Huang Yui waved her hands quickly. No. Second sister-in-law, don't believe Xiao Zhen." Xiao Zhen quietly considered whether to add more fuel, but decided against it. She thought this was enough to let them fight. She happily left the room, letting them argue among themselves. While thinking about what to do next, Xiao Zhen saw Aunt Han and Lady Han come out of the house. "Hello, Aunt Han and Auntie," Xiao Zhen greeted cheerfully. Auntie Han first glanced at Han's mother's face. Seeing that she was just cold and expressionless, Xiao Zhen knew she was still not favored by her sister, just like before. Auntie Han pretended not to hear and looked around, then said, "It's getting late. Bruwa, we should be preparing lunch now, right?" Han's mother looked at the chimney above the kitchen stove. There was no black smoke coming out. She asked Xiao Zhen, "Where is your sister-in-law?" Xiao Zhen didn't expect Han's mother to ask her so kindly. Although she still looked cold, it was better than before. She quickly replied, "My sister-in-law said Annie wanted to eat at home, so she went out to buy a fish." She went to buy fish? Oh my, doesn't that mean she has to go outside the village? Xiao Zhen, your sister-in-law is pregnant. How can she go alone? Auntie Han, also known as Mother Huang, said kindly. In other words, it was her fault again. Just like Mother Huang and her daughter, their words carried hints. Xiao Zhen smiled and said, "My sister-in-law is just showing filial piety. If Annie hadn't come, she wouldn't have gone to buy fish. Don't worry." With Xiao Zhen speaking so calmly, it made it seem like it was Annie Han's fault. Mother Huang didn't expect Xiao Zhen to be so sharp-tongued. She was momentarily speechless and could only say, "I'm just worried about Ruo Hui." Han's mother looked at Xiao Zhen and said, "I'll go wash some rice first." Just then, Huang Yue's anxious voice was heard from the other side. "Second cousin-in-law, I really don't have it."
Please believe me.
Believe you? You deliberately approached me, isn't it for Hanzi? Of course not. How could I? I've hated second cousin since I was a child. When Huang Yui and Zhang Shi came out, they saw Han's mother and Mother Huang. Both quickly shut their mouths. "Why are you two coming out of that house?" Mother Huang asked curiously. "Why is your daughter coming out of Xiao Zhen's house?"
We.
Zhang Shi couldn't find a reason to explain. Seeing this scene, Xiao Zhen felt that if she stayed a moment longer, something else might happen. She said, "I'll go fetch sister-in-law." Then she left the Han family. Whether it was Zhao's family or Han's family, some relatives' actions really gave Xiao Zhen a headache. She wished there would be more trouble every day to keep things interesting. On the way, villagers kept greeting Xiao Zhen with big smiles. But when she turned around, everyone was talking about her. Xiao Zhen smiled. The two paths in these two lives are both difficult, but no matter what, she has already overcome the hardships of the past life. Her parents are still with her in this life, and the relatives causing trouble are just messing around. The villagers' gossip doesn't matter. How can she be easily defeated? Xiao Zhen greeted everyone she knew with a smile. To her surprise, even after leaving the village, she hadn't seen Lu's figure. Could she still be at the fish-selling house? The fishing spot is far from the village, and that house is right by the river. So, villagers usually buy fish directly from there. Xiao Zhen hurriedly walked over. As she passed a small grove, she saw a silk ribbon floating on the branches. Her eyes narrowed. If she remembered correctly, this ribbon was what Lu always used to tie her hair. Without thinking much, Xiao Zhen ran into the grove. It's just a small forest with about a dozen trees, and the fishing river flows straight through it. In the open forest, Xiao Zhen quickly saw Lu holding a fish. However, the two people talking with Lu didn't notice Xiao Zhen entering. "Go away, I don't know you," Lu said with a pale face, looking at the man in front of her. The man was about 23 or 24, with a fair face and dressed differently from ordinary villagers. He looked anxious and said, "Why should I go away? I finally found you after a long search."
Who are you?
"I really don't know you," Lu replied.
I'm Chi-Chian.
"You said that once I return from the capital, you will marry me," the man insisted.
What?
Lu's face turned pale. After a long pause, she said, "You're talking nonsense. I am already married." The man was stunned. "Married? Go away. Don't come looking for me anymore," Lu said, trying to leave. But she didn't want her hand to be grabbed by the man. "Let go of me," Lu said anxiously. "What do you mean you're married? Are you joking with me?" Let go. Lu's voice was starting to choke. "What's going on?" Xiao Zhen watched the scene. The man isn't from the same village. She always thought Lu only knew men from the village, but it turns out she also knows men from outside the village. "Let go of my sister-in-law," Xiao Zhen spoke out, and quickly walked toward Lu. Lu's body suddenly stiffened, and she looked pale as she saw Xiao Zhen approaching. "Third sister-in-law, why are you here?" "I saw you hadn't come back, so I came out to check." Xiao Zhen looked at Lu Shi, who had been gazing at Lu with deep affection. Now he looked at her cautiously. Up close, the man appeared even fairer and seemed to be a scholar. Big sister-in-law, do you know him? Lu Shi hurriedly shook her head. No, I don't know him. Don't know him? The man looked at Lu Shi softly, then suddenly his expression darkened. He grabbed Lu Shi's arm roughly. You say you don't know me? At first, this man was quite handsome, but now he looked grim and a little fierce. Seeing his wary gaze earlier, Xiao Zhen stepped forward and directly pulled the man away. Brother, don't make a move. My sister-in-law is delicate, Xiao Zhen said. The man didn't seem to want to listen to Xiao Zhen. He thought a small woman like Lu Shi couldn't possibly pull him away. But when she grabbed his arm, he suddenly felt a numbness and instinctively let go of Lu Shi. He stared at Xiao Zhen in surprise. Xiao Zhen ignored the man and looked at Lu Shi, who was trembling with fear. Big sister-in-law, are you all right? Lu Shi was so scared her body was trembling. She said to Xiao Zhen, let's go quickly, let's go home.
Not so fast.
Speak clearly, the man said fiercely, blocking Lu Shi. Lu Ruhui, you said you liked me and would wait for me. How could you get married? Lu Shi's face turned pale, and tears filled her eyes. Who are you?
Don't ruin my reputation, she said.
Seeing Xiao Zhen frowning, Lu Shi grew anxious. I didn't say that. Don't listen to him, she hurriedly explained. Xiao Zhen was confused. Let's go quickly, Lu Shi said, pulling Xiao Zhen toward the woods. Just as the man was about to chase after them, Xiao Zhen kicked a small stone at his feet. The stone hit somewhere on the man's body, and he suddenly froze, unable to move or speak. He could only stare helplessly as Xiao Zhen and Lu Shi left. Once outside the woods, Lu Shi's legs buckled. If Xiao Zhen hadn't supported her, she might have fallen. She looked back nervously, relieved to see the man hadn't come after them. Big sister-in-law, do you really not know that man? Xiao Zhen asked curiously. From his words, it seemed he recognized Lu Shi and that they were very close. Seeing Xiao Zhen's doubtful expression, Lu Shi hurriedly shook her head. I don't know him. Truly I don't. Third sister-in-law, please don't spread rumors when you get home. If others found out about this, she wouldn't have the face to stay at the Han family anymore. Xiao Zhen nodded. Although Lu's anxious look was suspicious, given her timid nature, such worry was normal. She then handed her the silk ribbon she had picked up. Older sister-in-law, redo your hair, it's all messy now. Lu took the ribbon, handed the fish to Xiao Zhen, and nervously said, what a crazy person. How did I meet such a lunatic? Luckily you came. All the way, Lu kept holding Xiao Zhen's arm without letting go, clearly frightened. When they reached the Han family's door, Lu finally relaxed. Ah hui. Third sister-in-law. Where did you go? Han family's eldest brother's voice came. Xiao Zhen turned around and saw Han family's father, eldest brother, and second brother coming back from the fields, each carrying a. She called out to each of them. Auntie and Jade Goose came, so I went to buy a fish, Lu said with a quick smile. Eldest brother nodded. Why does your face look so pale? Probably nothing. Let's go inside. I still need to cook, Lu said hurriedly, and entered the house. The Han family's chimney was already smoking, and Han's mother had finished cooking. When Lu entered the kitchen, Xiao Zhen took the fish from her hand. Older sister-in-law, I'll handle the fish. You go help Annie with the cooking. Lu looked at Xiao Zhen gratefully. Just then, Huang Yu, coming out of the kitchen, overheard Xiao Zhen's words and sneered twice. Xiao Zhen, you're quite good at pleasing people. This is my own older sister-in-law. Naturally, I should be nicer. Better than those who pretend to be good on the outside, but are different inside, right? Jade Goose cousin? Xiao Zhen said with a light laugh. Huang Yu's face darkened. Zhang, who came out to see her husband return, also stepped out of the kitchen. Huang Yu wanted to call out, but Zhang shot her a glare, and her voice got stuck in her throat. Han Ziran, I have something to tell you, Zhang said, pulling Han's second brother into her room. Seeing this, Huang Yu stomped her foot and glared angrily at Xiao Zhen, who was working on the fish by the well. She blamed Xiao Zhen for meddling. She had finally gained Zhang's favor, but everything was ruined by Xiao Zhen's words. Xiao Zhen finished preparing the fish and hurried into the kitchen, only to see Han's mother and Huang's mother sitting with stern faces. Huang Yui was crying nearby, and Lu was cooking. When she saw Xiao Zhen come in, she quickly took the fish and looked at her worriedly. "Old Lady Han, Auntie, what's going on?" Xiao Zhen asked curiously.
Auntie? Did you call her that?
"Do you really think you're part of the Han family?" Mother Huang angrily glared at Xiao Zhen. "Madam, I was just asking casually. Please don't take it the wrong way," Xiao Zhen replied calmly, not upset by her words, using a different way to address her. Lu Shi, standing nearby, said nothing. Han's mother also gave Xiao Zhen a cold look. "Jia, you tell her," Mother Huang said angrily, but mindful of the Han family. She turned to Han's mother. Han's mother looked at Huang Yui, who was choking up while holding her hand, then at the confused Xiao Zhen, and said coldly, "Yui said that you are causing trouble in front of Xianu, that you can't stand her and Xianu being close, and that you bring up old issues to stir trouble between them. Is that true?" "Yes," Xiao Zhen admitted directly, coldly looking at Huang Yui. She really was quick to accuse others first. "Auntie, look, she admits it herself," Huang Yui choked out. Han's mother's gaze turned cold. "Second sister-in-law asked me to wash what I should, and Huang Yui kept stirring trouble, making second sister-in-law want to fight me. So I told her about Huang Yui's old plan to marry second brother, because I worried that if second sister-in-law and Huang Yui stayed together long enough, she might influence her badly. That's why I mentioned this old matter," Xiao Zhen said coldly, staring at Huang Yui. "You." Huang Yui almost fainted from Xiao Zhen's words. She angrily grabbed Han's mother's hand and said, "Auntie, I didn't stir trouble. I really get along well with second sister-in-law, and I would never stir trouble. I'm just telling the truth. It's her nonsense. Please, you have to stand up for me." Han's mother patted Huang Yui's hand and looked coldly at Xiao Zhen. "Xiao Zhen, are you determined to make everyone in the Han family upset? Is that it?" Xiao Zhen looked back at Han's mother with a cold gaze. If Huang Yui could control her mouth, the Han family wouldn't have to cause trouble. Mother Huang gasped. "Oh my sister, your third daughter-in-law is really something talking back like that. Usually, a mother-in-law would have slapped her by now." Madam Han, earlier Huang Yui, was just stirring trouble like her mother. "It was a small matter, but when they talk about it, it changes," Xiao Zhen said calmly. "Oh no, is this my fault?" Mother Huang said angrily. "If she were my daughter-in-law, I would have already taught her a lesson." As soon as she finished, loud banging sounds came from the yard, followed by Zhang's crying voice. "Han Zin, how could you treat me like this? How can you be so unclear with your own cousin?" "I haven't," Han Zinen's tired voice said. "How many times do I have to say it for you to believe?" "I don't believe it, I don't believe it." The mother and daughter of the Huang family in the kitchen exchanged looks, then glanced at Han's mother, whose face suddenly darkened. They felt things might get worse. Lu Shi looked worriedly at Xiao Zhen. At this moment, Han's mother stepped out of the kitchen, and the people inside quickly followed. They saw Zhang Shi crying in the yard. Han Ziran didn't know what to say. Han's father and Han's eldest brother, who had just put away the farming tools, came out of the woodpile. Seeing the scene, Han's eldest brother asked, "Ziran, what happened again?" Han Ziran sighed and said, "Big brother, you should know, I really have nothing to do with young Goose cousin. Heart Moon must have heard something wrong somewhere, and she keeps saying I have some unclear relationship with young Goose. Second sister-in-law, who is gossiping about you." Zhang Shi pointed at Xiao Zhen and said, "It's her." Everyone in the Han family looked at Xiao Zhen. Xiao Zhen sighed inwardly. She was furious, really furious. Now she was seen as the one spreading rumors. "Second sister-in-law, are you really saying that?" Han's second brother said, in disbelief. "When did you start liking to spread rumors?" Han's eldest brother looked coldly at Xiao Zhen. Since she entered the house, things had never been peaceful. "Xiao Zhen, some words shouldn't be said lightly," Han's father also said. At this moment, Han's eldest brother said, "Second sister-in-law, don't listen to Xiao Zhen's nonsense. There's no such thing. Since childhood, second brother, and young Goose have always fought when they met. How could there be any unclear relationship? Listening nearby, Huang Yuga quickly said, "Second sister-in-law, you heard it too.
Xiao Zhen is lying about me.
She just can't stand me and you being close, so she's spreading rumors." Before she finished, Xiao Zhen heard Han Ziran shout at her, "Shut up." Seeing her husband suddenly shout at Huang Yuga, Zhang Shi smiled, then glared at Xiao Zhen and said, "Xiao Zhen, I didn't expect you to be so sneaky. You almost succeeded. I'm just telling the truth. Believe it or not," Xiao Zhen said coldly, walking in front of Huang Yuga. "Huang Yuga, don't think you can stir trouble in the Han family just because you're a cousin. If you can't marry Ziran, then you want to marry second brother. I think more people saw what happened that day, not just those present. Do you want to ask the villagers for confirmation?"
You? Xiao Zhen, enough.
"Do you really want to cause chaos in the Han family?" Han's mother suddenly spoke, her voice calm but firm. "For the peace of the Han family, do I have to swallow my anger when I am bullied?" Xiao Zhen looked at the Han family members who were all angry and staring at her. "If this is what you call gossip, I think I will keep doing it." Zhang was also full of anger as she looked at Han Ziran. Han Ziran hurriedly said, "Even if it's true, it's about Jade Goose's cousin. It has nothing to do with me. I really dislike her. Second cousin Yu." Huang Yuga was both angry and helpless, so she cried and begged Han's mother, "Auntie, you have to stand up for me. I never had such thoughts about second cousin." Han's mother glanced at Huang's mother and Huang Yuga and coldly said, "You all come out. I have something to say to you." Then she walked out first. Once the three left, everyone in the yard became quiet and stared at Xiao Zhen. Especially Han's second brother, who was very angry, but Zhang was still muttering beside him. "Han Ziran, tell me, do you like Huang Yuga? Do you plan to marry her? No wonder Huang Yuga is so eager to please me. She even wants to be your little concubine." "No way, can you stop being disgusting?" Han's second brother shouted. Hearing this, Zhang was wronged and said, "Why are you shouting at me? It was Xiao Zhen who started all this. If you want to shout, shout at her." Han's second brother glared at Xiao Zhen, about to yell, but Xiao Zhen calmly said, "Don't shout at me. Let's fight." Everyone was stunned to see her. Xiao Zhen stretched and said, "I've had enough. Clearly your woman provoked me first, but I am the one who suffers. I've said everything I need to. Since my patience is only making you push your luck, let's fight." She was straightforward. "Third sister-in-law, do you know what you're saying?" Han's eldest brother said in disbelief. "Third sister-in-law?" Lu Shi couldn't believe what she heard. A woman wanting to fight a man? Old Han also widened his eyes. "I know exactly what I'm saying," Xiao Zhen sneered. "I'm very upset. Even if we're family, there's a limit to patience. So, tell me, do you want to fight or not? Can you beat us?" Han's second brother shook his head. He couldn't believe that third sister-in-law would say such a thing. "We can all fight together. Although my strength isn't as good as last time after rebirth, I've been training every day, and I'm almost back to my full strength." Xiao Zhen raised her eyebrows and said, "If you can't beat us, then so be it. I will give it my all." At this moment, Mother Han called Mother Huang and Huang Yuga outside. After watching her sister and niece for a while, she said, "You can go now."
What?
"Sister, you're actually telling us to leave?" Mother Huang exclaimed.
Why?
"Yes, Annie, everything was fine." Under Mother Han's cold gaze, Huang Yuga's voice suddenly stopped, and she hesitated, afraid to say anything. "Sister, do you really think those things just now were Yuga's fault?" "That's impossible," Mother Huang hurriedly said. Mother Han glanced at her sister and didn't want to say much. She simply said, "You should go now." "Oh, sister, I am your real sister, and she is your real niece. How can you believe Xiao Zhen?" Mother Huang was annoyed. "I'm not trusting her. I just know you both too well," Mother Han said tiredly. "We didn't do anything wrong." Mother Huang felt very wronged. "Sister, you're clearly not trusting us." Yuga nodded beside her and also felt very wronged. "Yuga, did you really say nothing?" Mother Han looked coldly at her niece, who had been with her since childhood. "I didn't. Should I call Ye out and ask her everything?" Huang Yuga was stunned for a moment, then cried, Auntie, it's no big deal. You're just helping Xiao Zhen. If you don't help me, you don't love me anymore. Exactly, Mother Huang added. What is Xiao Zhen? She is my daughter-in-law, Mother Han suddenly said sharply. Both Mother Huang and Huang Yuga were stunned.
Go now.
Don't come back unless there's something important, Mother Han said before turning to go inside, but Mother Huang grabbed her.
Sister, what do you mean by that?
Are you cutting ties with me? It's not cutting ties, but I don't want any more trouble in the family because of you, Mother Han replied. Sister, this is all Xiao Zhen's fault. It has nothing to do with Yuga. Mother Huang held onto Mother Han's hand and refused to let go. She was shamelessly flattering her, just hoping that later Han Ziran could help Yuga find a good man. She absolutely couldn't let her sister drive her out again. Mother Han pulled her hand away, her eyes sharp. Do I need to be more straightforward? Whether it's you or Yuga, you always can't control your mouths. Do you think everyone is a fool and can't understand what you're saying? I dislike Xiao Zhen, but her character is much better than yours. After saying this, Mother Han turned and entered the house. I didn't want to enter the house and hear everyone stiffly standing in the yard. My second son was glaring angrily at Xiao Zhen. After a while, I heard Xin say, forget it. A good man doesn't argue with a woman.
Let's just leave it at that this time. Mother?
Lu Shi was the first to see Mother Han come in. Where are Auntie and Yui? Old Mr. Han asked when he saw his younger sister-in-law hadn't come in. They've gone back, Hanmu replied without looking at anyone. She simply said, let's eat. Xiao Zhen blinked. She thought she would get scolded by Hanmu, but surprisingly, she didn't. The Han family members were just as shocked. Usually, Xiao Zhen might have been scolded again. I don't want to eat. Zhang Shi still hadn't calmed down. Then don't eat, Han Ziran said angrily, and went into the kitchen first. Seeing her husband like that, Zhang Shi stomped her foot in anger. When she saw Hanmu looking at her, she bit her lip and ran back to her room. Third sister-in-law, because of your words, second brother's family argued again, Han's eldest brother said angrily to Xiao Zhen. That's because second sister-in-law was being too difficult, Xiao Zhen replied. Hanmu then coldly said to her, Xiao Zhen, aren't you tired of making trouble at home? Xiao Zhen clenched her fists. Hanmu took a few steps, then suddenly turned back and looked at Xiao Zhen. Xiao Zhen calmly met her gaze. Hanmu's anger was very obvious on her face, but she didn't actually show it. Instead, she coldly said, I'm a bit tired.
Rest for a while. Don't come bother me.
Then she went back to her room. Mother, Han's eldest brother wanted to call her back, but Lu Shi held him back. Luo go, Mother isn't in a good mood. Let her rest for a bit. Mother didn't eat dinner last night, only had a little breakfast today, and didn't have lunch either. Her health will suffer, Han's eldest brother said urgently. Old Mr. Han sighed, looked at Xiao Zhen, then at his wife's room for a long time. He said, just leave some for your mother. Let's eat. Seeing Xiao Zhen walk toward the kitchen, Han's eldest brother stopped her directly. Third sister-in-law, do you think you can still eat this meal? I can eat, Xiao Zhen replied calmly.
People need to eat.
If I don't, I'd be going against myself. Han's eldest brother was so angry he almost walked away in frustration. Old Mr. Han nodded. If only your mother thought like you. After finishing all her chores, Xiao Zhen went to her room to draw plans for a carriage and to think about longer-term plans. In the evening, Hanmu came out of her room but said nothing. She just started cooking quietly. Mrs. Lu was nearby helping, wanting to ask a question but not daring to. Just as she began to focus on chores, Mother Han suddenly said, go call Xi and you to help.
Oh.
Mrs. Lu quickly put down her work and called Zhang. Soon, Zhang came over, looking unhappy and resentful. When she saw Mother Han, she asked, Mother, is something wrong? Starting today, you will learn to cook with me, Mother Han said calmly. You have to learn whether you want to or not. When a woman gets married, she must learn to cook, regardless of her previous skills or willingness. On my wedding day, I already said. Zhang hesitated under Mother Han's cold stare, then angrily asked, what about Xiao Zhen? Why didn't you call her too? She hasn't had the same love and care from her parents as you did. Zhao's family is small, and she was raised more like a son by her aunt and mother. She's used to rough work, and her family does small chores. If she tried to do housework for a few days, we might not even have bowls to eat from, Mother Han explained deeply. Zhang looked at Mother Han with suspicion, feeling that Mother Han seemed different about Xiao Zhen than before, but she couldn't quite say how. At that moment, the sound of bells came from outside. Wasn't that the sound only the ox cart from Zhao's family made? The three looked at each other, and Mother Han had already left the kitchen. Xiao Zhen also heard her family's ox cart and went outside to see. Third sister-in-law, is your father here to see you? Mrs. Liu asked. Xiao Zhen wasn't sure, so she stepped out of the yard and called, Father, Ziran? Hearing the name Ziran, Mother Han quickly walked out. Sure enough, she saw Han Ziran getting off the ox cart. Mother, I'm back, Ziran said as he jumped down. Why are you back? Mother Han asked in surprise. Every day, my father-in-law's ox cart goes into town and back. I thought riding the cart was pretty fast, so I came back that way. From now on, unless I'm busy or it rains, I'll take my father-in-law's cart home, Ziran said calmly. Afterward, he looked at Xiao Zhen, who was talking with Uncle Xiao. You're such a child. That must be hard for you, Mother Han said kindly. She then went to Uncle Xiao and smiled. Father-in-law, you've worked hard. Let's stay home for dinner. This sentence made Mrs. Liu, Mrs. Zhang, and Xiao Zhen all look at Mother Han. Uncle Xiao was even more surprised, his mouth opening wide. Han's mother's smile was already a bit stiff, and now it looked more awkward. She said, Look, Ziran has been bothering you. We haven't properly thanked you. Please stay for dinner tonight. It's okay. I'm just passing by. I can go home to eat. My wife is alone and quite lonely, Xiao Shizi replied, feeling a bit overwhelmed by Han's mother's sudden warmth. Oh, Han's mother nodded. Then take care on your way. All right, Xiao Shizi said quickly, then hurried onto the ox cart and left. Seeing her father leave so hurriedly, Xiao Zhen felt speechless. Her father was used to Han's family's coldness, and now that they suddenly became warm, he was clearly not used to it. However, Han's mother was indeed less cold to her today than before, even though she was still somewhat distant. As soon as her father left, Han's father and brothers returned from the fields. When they saw Ziran, they were naturally surprised. When they heard Han Ziran say he would come back every day, although it seemed a bit troublesome, they felt happy about him coming back daily. Xiao Zhen didn't get a chance to speak with Han Ziran. She was still thinking about her drawing, so she went back inside to continue working on it. The horse cart drawing was almost finished. Xiao Zhen wanted to make it more comfortable, so she kept thinking about it. She worked on it for what felt like half an incense stick's time. When she finally wanted to stretch lazily, the door opened, and Han Ziran entered.
Dinner is ready.
His eyes were cold, his expression was cold, and even his voice was as clear and cold as mountain spring water. At this moment, Han Ziran made Xiao Zhen feel as if she hadn't been reborn and was still living in her previous life. But she also knew that the Han Ziran from her past life wouldn't call her to dinner. What are you thinking about? Seeing Xiao Zhen staring into space, Han Ziran smiled faintly. Aren't you hungry? It's time to eat. Yes, okay. Xiao Zhen quickly stood up. Husband, are you coming back because you're worried about me? Actually, yes. My elder brother just told me that in the past few days, Mother hasn't been eating much, probably because of you. Although she knew Han Ziran didn't blame her deep down, he kept shifting the blame onto her, which made Xiao Zhen very unhappy. My elder brother really knows how to complain.
I think he has some opinions about me.
Han Ziran smiled faintly. They went into the kitchen, where everyone from the Han family was already gathered. Because Han Ziran's return was sudden, the dishes prepared were all simple home-cooked meals. Despite that, Han's mother still placed the best dishes in front of Han Ziran. My daughter, third brother said he'll come back often in the future. If you always serve good food to third brother every day, I will be angry. Second brother Han snorted. Mother, I think the same way, too. Seeing her two sons express their dissatisfaction, Mother Han smiled and said, Got it. This is the last time. Lu Shi chuckled softly beside her, while Zhangshi pursed her lips. The family rarely gathered like this. Old Mr. Han smiled as he drank wine. After a few sips, he said, Ziran, since you'll be coming back every day, why not move the things from the study into the house later? As soon as he said this, the room fell silent. Mother Han's smile faded. She wanted to say something but stopped herself. Xiao Zhen was also momentarily stunned. Moving the study things into the house meant that Han Ziran would be sharing a room with her. She glanced at Han Ziran. His nearly perfect face was still cold and calm, and she couldn't tell what he was thinking at that moment. But when Xiao Zhen looked away, she caught sight of his earlobe, which was unexpectedly pink. Xiao Zhen couldn't help but look a few more times. It really was pink, so shy and subtle. Is he shy? That means his heart must be quite stirred right now, not as calm as he appears on the surface. Xiao Zhen suddenly felt very happy. Old Mr. Han cleared his throat. We'll move everything later. Although his wife told him that night to treat Xiao Zhen as family, her personality might cause her to delay, so it's better to do it early and be done with it. Understood, father, Han Ziran said calmly while eating. From the outside, he seemed just like usual. What does this mean? Hearing his father's words, does it mean the Han family is acknowledging Xiao Zhen as their daughter-in-law? Zhangshi thought silently, looking at her handsome younger brother. Considering his current official position and Xiao Zhen's casual dress, she never expected that this naive woman would eventually become the wife of an official. Zhangshi felt her appetite fade. The food suddenly tasted bland. Lu Shi, Han Ziran's older brother, and the other two brothers were surprised by their father's words. But what puzzled them even more was their mother's reaction. Usually, she disliked Xiao Zhen the most, yet she didn't oppose this time. She didn't say anything, which probably meant she didn't oppose either. It was strange. Why had Mother Han suddenly become so accepting of Xiao Zhen? Lu Shi muttered to herself. Xiao Zhen was more surprised than anyone else. She thought that when old Han said this, old Han's wife would be angry, but she wasn't. It was truly unbelievable. Had something she didn't know happened? Old Han put down her bowl and plate, looked serious, and got up to leave. Anyone could tell she was in a very bad mood right now. Tonight was especially cool. Sleeping together was quite awkward for the two, who usually slept separately after marriage. Xiao Zhen didn't know what Han Ziran was thinking. She felt very uncomfortable. Thinking about sharing a room with Han Ziran tonight, in her past life, she either looked at him from afar or chased after him. Now, she was going to sleep in the same bed as him? Haha. Just thinking about it made her a little excited. The door was pushed open. Han Ziran tidied up some things, put them away, and then, for a moment, neither of them spoke. The candle flickered at this moment. Han Ziran stood straight, his youthful black eyes still cold and clear like mountain water outside the night, but his expression looked a bit stiff. Why was the atmosphere so awkward? Xiao Zhen cleared her throat. Maybe we should just sleep now? Han Ziran froze slightly. You sleep first. I'll go to the study to read some books. He said this quickly and left the room. Xiao Zhen. He left so quickly. Sleeping together as a couple should be very normal, right? Such a strange personality. Xiao Zhen yawned, but then remembered how Lady Han had treated her today. She was obviously angry but said nothing. She decided not to think about it and took off her outer clothes to go to bed. When Han Ziran entered the room, Xiao Zhen was already asleep. He quietly stood by the bed, watching the sleeping woman. His face was a bit complicated. Although he couldn't remember what happened before, as long as she was around, he couldn't help but look at her. He wanted to talk to her. Clearly, she was like a stranger to him, but he must have liked her very much in the past to be so affected. While Han Ziran was thinking about how to spend the night, he noticed there were 2 blankets on the bed and was a bit surprised. At this moment, Xiao Zhen sat up, yawned, and looked at the young man standing by the bed. Actually, when he reached the door, she had already woken up. Her alertness, trained in her past life, was always there. She wanted to sleep peacefully without causing awkwardness, but he had been standing there for so long. How long are you going to stand there? Xiao Zhen asked helplessly. Did I wake you up?
Yes.
If I don't sleep soon, It will be almost dawn. If you are unwilling, I won't force you. I've placed 2 blankets on the bed, so let's just sleep like this for now. She wouldn't force him to sleep together. Honestly, sharing the same blanket makes her very embarrassed at the moment. What does it mean that she won't force him if he's unwilling? How does he find this statement strange? For now, he can only nod, take off his coat, hang it up, and get into bed. At this moment, Xiao Zhen has already turned away and fallen asleep quickly. Listening to the steady breathing of the person beside her, Han Ziran simply cannot fall asleep. She is used to sleeping alone, and now that someone else is in bed, she feels a bit uncomfortable. The next morning, as soon as dawn broke, Han Ziran opened her eyes. She thought of something and turned her head to look beside her, only to find Xiao Zhen had already gotten up. She quickly also got up and came outside. The sun was shining brightly, and although it was early, there was a slight warmth in the air. Spring was already halfway through, and the coolness had lessened. Xiao Zhen was hanging clothes in the yard. When she saw Han Ziran come out, she said, "Hurry up and wash up. Breakfast has already been prepared by Aunt Han, and Dad's cart will arrive soon."
Han Ziran nodded.
"Do you get up this early every day?" "Yes, there's a lot to do," Xiao Zhen replied, continuing to hang Han family's clothes. The Han family's breakfast was simple: steamed buns, pickled vegetables, and some dried salted fish left over from the New Year. When Han Ziran finished her breakfast, she heard the bell of old Zhao's ox cart approaching. Regarding her younger brother's appointment, Han's mother couldn't help but give some more advice. After Xiao Zhen and old Xiao talked for a while and watched them leave, just as she was about to go inside, Han's mother called her back. Seeing Lu Shi and Zhang Shi and others watching, Han's mother said to them, "Go inside first. Xiao Zhen and I need to talk." Once everyone was inside, Han's mother looked at Xiao Zhen with a not-so-good expression and said, "Last night, you and Ziran."
"No.
"We each sleep with our own blanket." Xiao Zhen knew what Han's mother wanted to ask. "Each sleep with your own blanket?" Xiao Zhen nodded and smiled faintly. "On the day we got married, Aunt Han said we had to wait until Ziran was 20 before we could truly become husband and wife. Since I agreed, I will naturally follow through." Han's mother's face eased a little. "You are Ziran's mother. I don't want you to feel too upset because of me." Xiao Zhen finished and went inside. Knowing that the two hadn't shared a bridal chamber, Han's mother felt relieved. But hearing Xiao Zhen say this, she also became thoughtful. Since the division of household chores in the Han family, Xiao Zhen doesn't have many tasks left. After cutting the grass and taking care of the livestock, she mostly spends her time resting. She has plenty of time to do her own things. After finishing the drawing of the final carriage, Xiao Zhen showed it to old Han. "Father, who is the best carpenter in our county? Let him make a carriage like this." Old Han looked at the drawing for a moment, then widened his eyes and said, "Is this a carriage? It looks very big. If we can make this carriage well, it should seat about 13 or 14 people," Xiao Zhen replied. Old Han nodded. "If we talk about who has the best woodworking skills here, it would be Old Wan from Huda village. Third sister-in-law, if you're looking for a carpenter, you can find someone else, but don't go to Old Wan," said Han's eldest brother, who was about to go work in the fields with his farming tools, in a cold voice.
"Why?"
Xiao Zhen asked curiously, noticing the anger on Han's eldest brother's face. She found it strange. Huta village is at least 20 miles from Tangxia village. Such a long distance. Could there be some old feud between Han's family and Old Wan? Old Han sighed and said, "When your eldest brother was 8, he learned carpentry from Old Wan. He studied for over 10 years. His craftsmanship was originally recognized by Lu's carpentry team in the capital. At that time, Lu's team was ordered by the emperor to build palaces. If they did a good job, they might receive a reward from the emperor. But unexpectedly, Old One let his son take over for him. Han's second brother, who was coming out of the firewood shed after chopping wood, snorted coldly. Eldest brother always respected that master like a father. I never thought he would do such a thing. My mother was so angry she was sick for over 10 days. People like that are truly shameful, Xiao Zhen said angrily. Exactly. Han's second brother also looked furious. Han's eldest brother, with a serious face, glanced at Xiao Zhen. Seeing that her anger was genuine, he felt a bit surprised. He didn't expect his third sister-in-law to support him so much. Then what happened in the end? Did that family's son get a reward from the emperor?
Xiao Zhen asked.
No, he didn't, old Han replied. But he stayed in Lu's carpentry team. I heard they have a lot of customers now. That whole old one family moved to the capital. Old Han sighed. It's just a pity that our eldest son didn't get to enjoy good fortune. Xiao Zhen's eyes twinkled, and suddenly she said, Eldest brother, since you learned carpentry and were recognized by Lu's team, your skills must be excellent. She then handed the drawing to Han's eldest brother with a smile and said, Your younger sister's carriage design depends on you. The payment will be according to the market rate.
Me?
Han's eldest brother was momentarily stunned, then looked at the drawing of the carriage in his hand, and his eyes brightened. At this moment, Lu, Zhang, and Han's mother all came out of the kitchen. They had heard the conversation in the yard just now. Lu excitedly looked at her husband. Since he was 8 years old, he had learned woodworking from Master Wan. His skills were as good as Master Wan's, but because of this matter, he was so angry that he threw away all his woodworking tools and stopped working with wood, only working in the fields. Does my third sister-in-law mean for me to make this carriage? Han's eldest brother asked doubtfully. Xiao Zhen nodded. Since you have such skills, of course, you should help your sister-in-law. Besides, you are family, so you will do your best. I trust you. But I haven't touched woodworking for 2 or 3 years, Han Ziran said, looking at Xiao Zhen's smiling face, feeling a strange mix of emotions. Your eldest brother has studied for over 10 years. His skills are well known. Once he starts, he should become familiar with it quickly. Big brother, you know I'm focused on making ox carts. Please help me, Xiao Zhen said sincerely. Brother Ziran?
Liu prøver han Ziran softly.
You've always liked this kind of work. Now that third sister-in-law needs help, we should naturally support her. If this can make Brother Ziran pick up woodworking again, that would be wonderful. Han's mother's cold gaze also carried a hint of something unusual. Most of the furniture in the house was made by her eldest son, whose craftsmanship was impeccable. But that incident had left a mark on his heart. Over the past 3 years, she thought Ziran would never pick up woodworking again. However, when he saw the drawings Xiao Zhen gave him, his shining eyes made her realize that her eldest son had never truly let go of woodworking. Big brother, I'll go buy woodworking tools for you, Han Ziran said. Hearing this, Zhang's wife felt annoyed again. A set of woodworking tools would cost at least a few taels of silver.
Who would pay for it?
She was unwilling. Big brother, Xiao Zhen also said, for the sake of Ziran, you should help me a little. Han's eldest brother was still hesitating. Han's mother stepped forward, took the drawing from Han Ziran's hand, and looked at it. She said, Such a beautiful carriage. If my son made it, it would probably be even more beautiful, right? Han Ziran was stunned. Mother? My eldest son has always been the best at woodworking. Here, Han's mother placed the drawing in Han Ziran's hand. Show everyone your skills. Han Ziran didn't expect his mother, who usually focused on his younger brother, to praise him like this. He felt a bit emotional and nodded, saying, I understand, mother. Then he turned to Han Ziran and said, Second brother, were you planning to give me some tools? I want to start working tomorrow, so you need to buy them soon. I'll go buy them this afternoon, Han Ziran quickly agreed. Han Ziran looked at Xiao Zhen, who was smiling faintly at him. He wanted to say something but didn't know what. Just as he was feeling awkward, Xiao Zhen said, Big brother, my drawing might not be very realistic in some parts.
Please help me correct it.
Han Ziran wanted to speak naturally and smile, but their previous relationship was a bit tense, especially with her. He didn't expect Xiao Zhen to ask him to help with the cart she drew. Just then, an older woman from next door came in and said, Mrs. Han, I was out buying vegetables and overheard some outsiders saying there's a man in the village looking for your eldest daughter-in-law. A man? Mrs. Han asked curiously. Everyone in the Han family looked at the woman who had spoken. What man?
Han Ziran asked.
I heard he's tall and well-mannered. Looks like a scholar. He keeps asking where the Han family is, saying he's looking for a Hui. Lu Shi thought about the man she knew. She didn't recognize anyone with that appearance, and shook her head.
I don't know such a man.
Where is he now?
Mrs. Han asked.
The woman shook her head. I just came to check if he's a relative of Huey's.
If he is, you should go and see him. As she spoke, someone outside called, Young master, this is the Han family.
Old Han, are you at home? Someone is here looking for your eldest daughter-in-law. Soon, 2 villagers brought in a young man about 20 years old. When Xiao Zhen saw the young man's face, she was surprised. Wasn't he the young man she saw yesterday in the small forest, bothering her sister-in-law? Lu Shi's face turned pale when she saw the man. She clung tightly to her husband and said, Brother Lei, I don't recognize him. Seeing his wife look so frightened, Han Ziran didn't understand why she was so scared upon first seeing this man. Just then, Xiao Zhen said, Big brother, yesterday when sister-in-law went to buy fish, she ran into this man. He kept bothering her for a long time.
What?
Han Ziran's face showed anger. The man brought by the villagers saw Lu Shi and happily said, Hui, I found you. I don't know you. Lu Shi tightly held her husband's hand. You're talking nonsense again. I am Qichong. When I was 15, we secretly agreed to marry. We said that when I returned, you would marry me, the man said painfully when Lu Shi didn't recognize him. Secretly agreed to marry? What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Shi was anxious. She truly didn't know this man, but if this news spread, she wouldn't be able to live with herself. Hearing Lu Shi's words, the man's eyes filled with sadness. He pointed at Han Ziran and said, You say you're married, but is this man the one who took you? Everyone in the Han family was shocked by his words. Seeing how frightened Lu Shi looked, Han Ziran believed his wife. They had known each other since childhood, playing together before he was 10. Even though he learned a craft later, no one in the family ever mentioned Lu Shi knowing such a man. My wife said she doesn't know you. Who exactly are you?
Han Ziran asked. Don't know me?
Her name is Lu Ruhui from Lu village. The man detailed Lu Shi's background, even recalling some childhood events. Many of these things even Han Ziran didn't know. Lu Shi was also shocked. She had forgotten many small details, but this man could remember them clearly. Seeing her husband look at her with suspicion and villagers also doubting her, Lu Shi panicked and cried, Husband, please believe me. I really don't know this man. Xiao Zhen had not looked closely at this man earlier in the woods, but now she examined him carefully. The man had a neat, fair face, and looked polite and well-dressed. However, sometimes a hint of exaggeration appeared in his expression. From their past experiences, Xiao Zhen knew Lu Shi was delicate and timid, but her pride was similar to Han Mu's. Even if she knew this man, it would only be a polite acquaintance, definitely not someone she secretly married. At this moment, the man sadly said, If Hui doesn't want to acknowledge me, I won't force her. But I must say, Qichong will never marry anyone else besides Lu Ruhui in this life. Enough, shut up, Han Ziran's older brother shouted at the man. My wife doesn't know you at all. Stop talking nonsense and ruining her reputation. If you dare to speak again, I'll break your nose. The man sneered and said, Big brother, I understand how you feel right now, but I truly love Hui. Stop talking. Old Mr. Han took out a stick and swung it at the man. Mrs. Han was so angry she was trembling. Matters of reputation are very important for a woman's honor. Even if what the man said isn't true, rumors could ruin Hui's reputation and make it hard for the Han family to stay in the village. Hui, I will wait for you at the old place forever, the man said loudly before running away when he saw Mr. Han look ready to hit him. Seeing Mrs. Lu crying from anger and others upset too, Xiao Zhen thought for a moment and quietly followed the man as he left. Mrs. Lu is a gentle person. Her calm nature makes her unlikely to cause trouble, so the fact that this man appeared out of nowhere and might have some connection with Mrs. Lu is suspicious. But if this man is deliberately trying to frame Mrs. Lu, what is his goal? The man seemed very familiar with the village roads. Instead of taking the main road, he turned a few corners and headed directly toward the small path out of the village. Just now, the neighbor lady was saying that this man was asking about the Han family's location. Now, he doesn't look like someone who needs to ask. Xiao Zhen followed quietly. Soon, the man left the village, walking about a mile until he reached a broken grass hut and stopped, as if waiting for someone. Xiao Zhen hid behind some bushes and watched. Soon, a woman wearing a straw hat and veil arrived. Her face was hidden, but her figure looked young. When the man saw her, he looked very flattering, losing all his refined manners. Miss, everything is done. In less than 3 days, that woman's reputation will be ruined. The woman took out a purse and handed it to him.
Good job.
Did anyone suspect anything? Don't worry, miss. It's just a small matter. Besides, the Han family is eager to clear things up now, and the villagers are just watching a show. They won't suspect anything. The woman nodded. If everything really goes well, there will be a reward.
Thank you, miss.
Thank you so much. The man kept bowing and nodding. Leave quickly, don't get caught. Yes, yes. Xiao Zhen watched as the man headed somewhere else, then saw the woman walk toward the neighboring village. After thinking for a moment, she quietly followed behind her. The village the woman was heading to is called Dongling Village, but she didn't enter the village. Instead, she went to the entrance and joined a group of women waiting with ox carts. It seems this woman is about to ride in a bullock cart. Just as Xiao Zhen was thinking this, her family's bullock cart came rushing from nearby. When the people on the cart got off, the woman boarded the cart. Xiao Zhen was a bit surprised. She didn't expect this woman to be from the county town, but it was also possible she was from a village along the way. As for the woman's appearance, Xiao Zhen wasn't in a hurry to find out. At this moment, the driver told the people on the cart, "Wait a moment, I'll go get a glass of water and be right back." Then he entered a house at the village entrance. Xiao Zhen stepped forward and called out Uncle Fong. The driver turned around and, seeing Xiao Zhen, happily said, "Young master, what are you doing here? Are you here to take a look?"
Yes.
Uncle Fong, please keep an eye on someone for me. Xiao Zhen pointed to the veiled woman sitting on the cart. I want to know where she gets off. If it's in the county, keep an eye on which house she enters. All right, no problem. And don't forget, come to my house tonight. I have something to tell you. Uncle Xiao already told us. We'll be there on time. Uncle Fong was very grateful in his heart for Xiao Zhen's trust. His life had improved so much because of Xiao Zhen's help, and the salary allowed his family to live without worries. When Xiao Zhen hurried back to the Han family, the sun was already overhead. As she entered, she saw the Han family gathered outside the eldest brother's house. The eldest brother kept knocking on the door, calling for Lu Shi to open it. Inside, Lu Shi's sobs could be heard from time to time. Seeing the serious expressions on everyone's faces, Xiao Zhen felt that if she didn't find out what was going on, the Han family wouldn't have peace of mind these days. If it were more serious. Xiao Zhen frowned. Third sister-in-law, while our whole family is worried about the eldest sister-in-law, where have you been? Zhang Shi asked angrily, as soon as Xiao Zhen arrived. Xiao Zhen looked at Zhang Shi, feeling that she was increasingly targeting her. She didn't know what she had done to upset her, but she didn't want to bother with her. Instead, she looked at everyone and said, I went to follow that man named Qi Chong. Hearing that Xiao Zhen was following Qi Chong, the eldest brother of the Han family nervously asked, Do you know the reason? Seeing the concern on his face and noticing Lu Shi's crying had stopped, Xiao Zhen deliberately asked, Do you trust your eldest sister-in-law? The eldest brother of the Han family nodded without hesitation. Of course, I trust her. I grew up with her and know her character well. My eldest sister-in-law is not that kind of person. Yes, my eldest sister-in-law is not that kind of person. Second brother, Han, also spoke. Mrs. Zhang looked at her husband and told him not to speak so much. Yes, we trust our eldest daughter-in-law's character. It must be that man spreading rumors, Mr. Han said. Mrs. Han, what about you? Xiao Zhen asked Han's mother. Han's mother looked at Xiao Zhen. She noticed that Lu's wife had stopped crying when Xiao Zhen asked, so she said, Of course I believe her. Xiao Zhen nodded. My sister-in-law was framed. Then she explained everything she had seen. Just after she finished, Lu's house door opened. Lu looked happily at Xiao Zhen. Third sister-in-law, Is what you said true?
Yes, it is. My sister-in-law wants to think about it.
Has anyone caused trouble between you recently?
Lu wiped her tears and shook her head.
I've grown up here, and I've never even had a fight, let alone make enemies. I really can't think of anyone.
Xiao Zhen also believed this.
Who could be so mean?
Mrs. Han said angrily.
Husband, what should we do?
Lu clung to her husband's sleeve, worried.
That man just now told everyone in the village. If they go around talking, how can I live?
Don't worry, they won't spread rumors, Mrs. Han said.
She went into her room and came out holding a small bag of money. She put it in her pocket and looked at the others in the yard. I'll be back soon. Xi and you cook lunch today.
I'll cook?
Zhang was anxious when she heard she had to cook lunch. Seeing Mrs. Han leave, she had to stomp her feet. Han Ziran saw his wife looked worried and said, since mother already said so, don't worry too much. Rest for a bit. He helped Lu into the house to rest.
Such things are really upsetting. There's still some time.
Second brother, go work in the fields for a while.
I'll fix the broken, old Han said, and headed to the woodshed.
No, you can't go. Zhang grabbed Han Ziran's sleeve and said sadly, stay and cook with me. You want me to cook? I'm a man. I've never even touched rice. Besides, I need to work in the fields, Han Ziran replied. Then ask sister-in-law to cook. Did you see how sad she is? How can she cook now?
Just this little thing. Do you need to cry?
It's obvious she doesn't want to cook, so she's pretending. What do you mean, just this little thing? If you want, go tell me outside. Don't yell in front of sister-in-law's room. You're getting worse to me. Looking at this couple who are always arguing. Aren't they tired? Xiao Zhen also feels tired just watching them. When she entered the house, Xiao Zhen took her notebook from the bookshelf. She had been taking notes on the family's workers, carriages, and income. Since no one professional was managing these things and her parents didn't understand, she was the one recording everything. It was time to have someone dedicated to handle these matters. When Mother Han returned, Zhang had already prepared the meal. It wasn't as delicate as what Mother Han and Lu usually made, but she had learned to cook properly. Xiao Zhen believes that cooking and stir-frying do require some talent. She is clumsy and noisy when she does anything, even just holding a bowl. But Zhang had only been learning for a few days, and her dishes tasted quite good. After finishing one bowl, Xiao Zhen went to serve herself another. Since she no longer had to eat sweet potatoes at the Han family, she often ate 2 bowls of rice. Mother Han never looked at her badly for this. Second sister-in-law, your cooking skills are quite good, Xiao Zhen praised sincerely. Zhang saw Xiao Zhen going for another bowl. Although she was used to her younger sister-in-law's roughness, hearing her praise her cooking made her very happy. Then you should eat an extra bowl.
Sure.
Next to them, Mother Han glanced at Xiao Zhen and continued eating quietly. Second brother Han looked at his wife and then at Xiao Zhen, feeling unexpectedly cheerful. While the family was quietly having lunch, someone outside called, "Is Madame Han here? Someone is looking for you." Hearing this, Lu quickly stood up, looking nervously outside. She seemed quite frightened by what had just happened. Not only her, but Mother Han and the eldest brother of the Han family also looked worried. The family went outside and, upon seeing a girl about 16 or 17 years old standing in the yard, they felt a bit relieved. The girl seemed to recognize Mother Han and walked straight to her, bowing politely and handing over an invitation card. She said, "Old Madame Han, Our Lady invites you to come for tea tomorrow." "Your lady?" Mother Han suspiciously opened the invitation. Seeing the name Qi Ming on it, she suddenly realized, is this the invitation from County Magistrate Qi's wife? Exactly. The maid smiled slightly. "Does the lady only invite my mother?" Zhang asked. "I don't know about that," the girl replied. Mother Han glanced at Zhang and then told the maid, "Tell Madame Qi that I will attend the appointment." "Yes, I will go ahead and inform her," the maid replied, bowing slightly before leaving. "Mother, is Madame Qi only asking you to go alone?" Zhang leaned forward, trying to see the note, but Mother Han closed it before she could. Mother Han's cold voice said, "Just stay at home and wait." Although today's events at the Han family were a bit worrying, in the afternoon, Han Ziran still went to the town to buy the best wooden tools for her older brother. All afternoon, Xiao Zhen could hear the sound of her older brother sharpening new tools. Looking at the blue sky with white clouds, clear and calm, a few birds flew by, creating a peaceful scene. Xiao Zhen took a deep breath. Her days at the Han family seemed to be gradually improving. For dinner, Xiao Zhen did not eat at the Han house but returned to her mother's home. That evening, she told the coachman about her plans. There were dozens of ox carts, each with a driver, but only 5 managers, chosen from neighboring villages. Early in the morning, Xiao Zhen met Uncle Fong, one of them. When Uncle Fong arrived, Xiao Zhen was still having dinner. Seeing him, she didn't wait and asked directly, "Uncle, was the woman from the county town?" "Yes, young lady. She came from the county," Uncle Fong replied, taking the tea her aunt poured for him. He then said to Xiao Zhen, when she arrived in the county, she took off her veil. "She looks about 20 years old and quite pretty. I asked a friend in the county to follow her. My friend said she entered the residence of Lord Qi." "Lord Qi's residence?" Uncle Fong nodded. "My friend heard someone inside call her Little Xingjia." "Little Xingjia? Little Xing? Isn't she the personal maid beside Madame Qi?" Xiao Zhen's first thought was whether Lu Shi had offended Madame Qi when she was at Qi's residence. But she quickly dismissed the idea, since Lu Shi had been with her at the time. "Young lady, we are here," the other managers entered. These managers were all in their 40s or 50s, well-respected in several large villages. They were good-natured and well-mannered, with almost no enemies. That's why Xiao Zhen chose them as drivers and managers. Aunt Xiao had already cleaned the house. Once everyone sat down, Xiao Zhen shared her plan. As soon as she finished, everyone looked at her in surprise. "Some uncles, do you think this plan will work?" The young master's word is final. "Exactly, I didn't quite understand everything." "Me neither." Xiao Zhen. "Young master, we are short-sighted and haven't thought as much as you. Just follow what the young master says." Uncle Fong said. Xiao Zhen smiled and said, "All right." She originally called them today to discuss future plans, but now it seems pointless. After all, these uncles have spent their lives working the land, and they might not understand these matters well. It seems the most urgent thing is to find some literate and capable people first. When the coachman left, Xiao Zhen asked them to keep an eye on the Qi family and little Xing. If anything happened, they should tell her. The coachman agreed happily. Xiao Zhen then shared her plans with Aunt Xiao. "You're adding more people?" "Yes, if we let others do these tasks, can we trust them?" "I think it's better if I keep the money myself." "Father, mother, if we don't organize everything clearly and step by step, it might cause confusion later. We can't just focus on immediate benefits. We need to think about the long-term future." Aunt Xiao and Uncle Xiao looked at each other and nodded. Whatever their daughter said, they agreed. Then Aunt Xiao seemed to remember something and said, "Ah Zhen, Ali is back."
Ali?
"Yes, Luli, who has played with you since childhood. She came back yesterday." Xiao Zhen was happy and said, "Really? I'll go see her right away." Over the 2 lives, she had no close friends, and her only childhood friend Luli had married 3 years ago. Since her marriage was far away and they both couldn't read, they lost contact. "Let's wait a few days," Aunt Xiao stopped her and sighed. "She's probably still unconscious now." "Unconscious?
How could she be?"
"Her husband beat her. That child is so pitiful." Her mother, wanting to get some bride price, forced her to marry a man far away. But that man beat her every day. Now she's finally escaped. Xiao Zhen pressed her lips tightly and stayed silent, her face cold. "I heard she also lost her 7-month pregnancy because of that man."
It was a boy.
"Well, wait a couple of days before you visit her. Let her rest and recover first. If you go now, she might cry her heart out, which would be to her." Xiao Zhen nodded. Memories of childhood playing together flashed in his mind. Thinking of his friend's situation, he felt a tight knot in his heart. Just then, Han Ziran's voice came from the yard. "Father, mother, is your wife at home?" Xiao Zhen stepped outside and saw Han Ziran standing in the yard. Under the moonlight, he stood quietly, tall and slender, looking at her with a calm yet warm gaze. "Ziran is here? Have you eaten?" Xiao Zhen's wife came out and happily asked when she saw her son-in-law. "I've already eaten," Han Ziran replied softly with a gentle smile. "It's getting dark. I came to pick up my wife and take her home." Xiao Zhen's wife nodded and said to Xiao Zhen, "You two should head back soon. It's late, and you should rest early. Ziran has to leave for the county early tomorrow." Xiao Zhen responded softly with a hum. The night was cold, stars sparse, and the moon not as bright as usual. On the way, Xiao Zhen didn't speak much, only occasionally gazing at the night sky, lost in thought. Han Ziran asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" "Probably going to rain tomorrow," Xiao Zhen said. "Really? The weather is so nice today," Han Ziran replied. "Don't forget to bring an umbrella when you go out tomorrow morning," Xiao Zhen advised. It was her experience from past military campaigns that even if it doesn't rain, it will be a cloudy day. "Got it." Han Ziran stopped walking. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" Han Ziran looked into Xiao Zhen's clear black and white eyes. They were calm, unlike the lively look they usually had. "My mother told me that my only close friend was beaten by her husband and had a miscarriage. That man often hits her. This time, she ran back secretly," Xiao Zhen explained. "Your close friend?" "Yeah. She got married when she was 14 and just came back now." Xiao Zhen sighed, feeling very upset. "Do you want to help her?" "I don't know how to help her," Xiao Zhen said. After marriage, life isn't like military campaigns where you act quickly and decisively. Since Ali is married to such a man, unless that man dies, she can't escape her situation. Others who want to help can't do much either. "You forgot that your man is a government official," Han Ziran said with a faint smile. "As long as you reveal your identity, that man should think twice. Right?"
"Seems so."
"That makes it pretty simple," Xiao Zhen said softly, thinking this method might work.
She felt a bit relieved.
"Why did you come to pick me up? You are a woman. On such a night, how can I be sure to let you go home alone?" Xiao Zhen blinked. "What's wrong?" "Husband, I never thought that after losing my memory, you would be so caring."
"You are my wife."
"If I don't treat you well, who else would I treat well? Then, if your wife weren't me, would you still act the same?" After asking, Xiao Zhen felt it was a silly question. Listening to this, it's a bit sour. "And you? If I weren't your husband, would you treat another man like this?" She didn't need to think about this question at all. "I've never thought I would marry you someday. Whether in the past life or this one, because he is so outstanding, I always thought I would marry a hunter and spend my life in these mountain fields, dying from illness or old age."
Han Ziran lyste ned kvietly.
"Marrying you was an accident. If in my past life I had a lot of resentment and only found peace at the end, then in this life, being able to marry you makes me very happy." After Han's mother divorced her, and when he lost his memory, still needing her, an ignorant, rustic wife, she felt grateful to him too. Han Ziran looked down at Xiao Zhen, who was smiling happily. His wife's smile was bright and cheerful. Her black eyes were clear and sharp, calm but with a hint of wisdom. Such eyes could only belong to someone with a lot of life experience. Han Ziran suddenly remembered a line from a letter. Her previous life was very wonderful, truly wonderful. It completely captivated me. He couldn't help but wonder, in her past life, how wonderful was her life. That's how she got such gentle, yet wise black eyes. At this moment, he suddenly wanted to know. Han Ziran held Xiao Zhen's hand tightly. "This life, we will walk together, until we reach the end of our days." The end of our days? That phrase sounded so tempting. Xiao Zhen took a deep breath and happily said, "That's also my wish." "Oh, thank you for helping my elder brother pick up woodworking tools again," Han Ziran said. Actually, in his heart, he never really let go of it. He's your elder brother, and naturally mine too. Besides, since he has such skills, I should entrust my affairs to him. No one cares more than family, Xiao Zhen smiled. Has second sister-in-law always been difficult for you? Her words are really annoying. By the way, there's something strange. Xiao Zhen recounted everything that happened to Lu's family today, and finally said, That little Xing is a close maid to Madame Qi, and Madame Qi has invited your mother for tea tomorrow. Han Ziran was very surprised. My older sister-in-law and Madame Qi probably don't have any grudges. Xiao Zhen nodded. At the county magistrate's house, my sister-in-law and Madame Qi haven't spoken much, so there's no real conflict. Han Ziran wondered what was going on, but noticed Xiao Zhen looking at him thoughtfully. He asked curiously, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Young master, you are as handsome as jade. Your appearance is really nice," Xiao Zhen said with a smile. Hearing this suddenly from his wife, Han Ziran's ears turned red. "I think so too." Xiao. After a moment, she asked, "What if your romantic luck is too strong?" "What romantic luck?"
Han Ziran repli dunhapeli, I alvais behave propeli.
Where would I have any romantic luck? Indeed, Han Ziran's self-control was probably the best. No one could claim otherwise. Over 2 lifetimes, that hadn't changed. Xiao Zhen had a guess, although unproven, that with Han Ziran's handsome appearance, 17 years old, between youth and adulthood, the contours of his face were gradually developing. Describing Han Ziran's growth as a fleeting beauty was not an exaggeration. Your master must have liked you and wanted to marry his daughter to you, right? I think this kind of thing has happened more than once. Han Ziran looked at her suspiciously. Since my master already knows my feelings, he probably won't trouble me anymore. Whether or not he would trouble him, anyone who could make Han Mu do such things was not an easy person. However, Xiao Zhen didn't want to continue this topic. Nothing was certain yet, right? She just smiled and said, "If anyone dares to covet you, just tell me, and I'll deal with them." The word "deal with" made Han Ziran's previously injured spot suddenly ache, and he quickly cleared his throat several times. "Oh, by the way, I need to go to the county town tomorrow. Is there something important? Do you remember the shop assistant who sells mirrors?" Han Ziran thought for a moment and nodded. "I want to bring him here to be my steward." Han Ziran asked, "Why him?" "Just a feeling. He caught my eye." "Let's go. The family might be waiting anxiously," Xiao Zhen said, holding Han Ziran's hand as they moved forward. The night breeze was gentle, and the moonlight was occasionally blocked by thin clouds, but the occasional rays still illuminated the world clearly. Han Ziran glanced sideways at the woman who would spend her life with him. Throughout the day, her hair was a bit messy at the temples, so she casually tucked it behind her ear. Apart from the day she accompanied him to the county office for his appointment, she had dressed up a little and let her black hair down. Since then, she had kept her hair neat and tidy, tied back in a simple style. Her face has a long, attractive shape. She often pursed her lips lightly and occasionally smiled softly, calm and composed. Even during her confrontation with her mother, she remained like this, as if nothing could stir her emotions. Her skin, exposed on her face, was not very fair but very delicate. It was hard to tell she often did rough work. Her hands, however, were covered with calluses, hands that worked hard. They were slender, warm, and strong. Holding such hands, one would feel fearless, ready to face anything in life. He didn't know when he started feeling this way about her. He felt she was very strong. But the more he thought about it, the softer his heart became. To give off such a strong aura, a woman must have experienced many hardships. Her life must have been full of twists and thorns. The next day was cloudy, but the sky was still quite bright, so it didn't seem like it would rain. When Xiao Zhen told Han's mother she also wanted to go to the county town, Han's mother hadn't spoken yet. Zhang's wife said, "I want to go too." "Second sister-in-law, I'm just going on official business." Xiao Zhen explained her reason for going. Not wanting to hear Zhang's wife sneer, she said, "I'm just shopping. Since I married in, I've never been to the county town. Our family doesn't lack anything. What do you want to buy?" Han's second brother asked curiously. "Even if I don't buy anything, I want to look around. Maybe some fashionable things from the capital have arrived," Zhang's wife said happily. Since Zhang's wife said so, Xiao Zhen didn't argue. It didn't matter to her, and Han's mother hadn't spoken either. Han's eldest brother saw that his wife was just eating without saying a word. His face looked worried, still thinking about what happened yesterday and that she hadn't fully relaxed. He wanted her to go to the county town to relax, but considering she was pregnant, he decided against it. When Xiao's ox cart's bell rang, everyone had already packed up. "Young master, do you need anything carried?" At this moment, it was not Uncle Xiao driving the cart, but a man from another village about 40 years old. When he saw Xiao Zhen, his eyes filled with gratitude, and he naturally showed respect to the people of the Han family. "Young head?" Mrs. Zhang glanced at Xiao Zhen and asked curiously, "They call you young head?" "They call me that casually," Xiao Zhen replied with a smile. "Not just casually," the coachman said with a smile. "Old Lord Xiao said, our ox cart is truly run by you." Mrs. Zhang looked at Xiao Zhen with surprise. Although she knew Zhao's family did well with their ox cart business, she didn't expect such an unremarkable person like Xiao Zhen to be the head of the family. So, all the income of the Xiao family is in Xiao Zhen's hands? Mrs. Han also glanced at Xiao Zhen. When she heard Xiao Zhen say, "I am the only daughter of my parents, so I naturally have to work harder," she nodded. After Han Ziran helped everyone onto the ox cart, he sat beside Xiao Zhen and softly said, "Don't make yourself too tired, okay?" Xiao Zhen nodded. Since Han Ziran was sitting next to her, she couldn't help but look at Mrs. Han. Although Mrs. Han had a cold face, she didn't say anything, and Xiao Zhen was sure that Mrs. Han was beginning to accept her. She felt relieved. On the way, the coachman talked a lot, praising Xiao Zhen as if she was the most outstanding person in the world, making Xiao Zhen feel a bit embarrassed. Mrs. Zhang and Mrs. Han kept their eyes on Xiao Zhen. Mrs. Zhang's eyes were full of envy and jealousy, while Mrs. Han looked thoughtful. Han Ziran kept smiling calmly. He was happy to see his wife so well-liked and respected by the Xiao family's workers. Mrs. Zhang grew impatient and said, "Coachman, there are still a few empty seats. Why don't you stop along the way to pick up those going to the county town?" "No need. This ox cart is just for you." Mrs. Zhang blinked. "Just for us? Don't you do other business for others?"
Yes.
"I will wait outside Master Chi's door later. Won't you pick up others in the middle?" The coachman nodded. "How can I pick up others?" Old Lord Xiao said, "The Han family's carriage is available whenever they need it." Old Lord Xiao? So Uncle Xiao is called Old Lord Xiao. Mrs. Zhang felt a bit uncomfortable. Mrs. Han, though not showing it on her face, was also surprised by this title. Soon, the ox cart entered the city. Xiao Zhen got off directly in front of the shop where she bought the mirror last time. She watched the cart leave until it was out of sight, then she entered the shop. "Guest, please come in." The person greeting her was still the same shop assistant from last time. Last time, Xiao Zhen didn't look him over carefully, but now she was here with a purpose, so she naturally paid more attention. The shop assistant looked quite ordinary, probably around 23 or 24 years old, and seemed quite young. When faced with her sudden gaze, he was momentarily stunned, then broke into a full smile. "Madam, please come in. Are you here to buy something this time? Do you remember me?" "Of course. You are Lady Tongji. Is there anything you want to buy today?" The shop assistant still smiled warmly. Compared to last time, he was more enthusiastic, but his friendliness wasn't annoying. "Lady Tongji?" That title was quite convenient for doing things. Xiao Zhen ignored him and went straight into the inner room to look at the items there. The shop assistant happily followed behind. "How long have you been working here?" Xiao Zhen asked. "Almost a year."
Can you read?
"A little. Do you like doing this?" "It's just to make a living. I don't have strong feelings about it." "Madam, this is a new set of cloud reflection mirrors from the capital. They are clearer than the previous batch. We also have some new items. Are you interested in knowing more?" Xiao Zhen nodded. Although her eyes were on the copper mirrors, her peripheral vision kept watching the shop assistant. He introduced each item carefully, then smiled and said, "Actually, I think you came here for more than just buying a mirror. If not to buy a mirror, then what are you here for?" The shop assistant thought for a moment and said, "Sorry to be bold, but I guess that since your clothes are simple and plain, you probably don't care much about fashion. Since you already bought a mirror last time, I don't think you'll buy another now. When you came in, your gaze didn't fall on any other jewelry or accessories. Maybe it's just my imagination, but I feel like your eyes have been on me the whole time." Perhaps there's something I can help you with? Just as Xiao Zhen thought the shop assistant was quite perceptive, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind her. Lady Tongji? Xiao Zhen turned around, her eyes slightly widened. It was the 9th prince, youthful and handsome, glowing with a radiant aura. Looking at the 9th prince's innocent face, Xiao Zhen still felt a bit uncomfortable. In her previous life, as the young emperor, she had never seen that handsome face show anything but sternness. Lady Tongji, what are you doing here? The 9th prince Mo heir happily approached Xiao Zhen, his eyes bright with joy. Xiao Zhen finally calmed her restless heart and said, I came out to handle some matters. She then looked behind the 9th prince and asked, Where's the coachman, mister?
¿Qué?
The 9th prince's eyes twitched, and he quietly said, I snuck out secretly. Xiao Zhen smiled and nodded. You should head back quickly, or the teacher will get worried. It was strange, though. Why would the emperor allow his most favored son to be taken out by the coachman Mingliang? She had observed around that day, and didn't see any secret guards or anything unusual. Not yet. I haven't had enough fun outside. It's so interesting out here, the 9th prince said excitedly. He waved the things he bought in front of Xiao Zhen. Look at these. You can't see them in the capital. They only cost 10 taels of silver. Xiao Zhen looked at the spinning top and the simple toys he held. 10 taels? Clearly, he was tricked. Those were just a few copper coins worth. Such toys are everywhere in the capital. There's no shortage. Maybe the palace doesn't have them, but outside they're common. When the shop assistant heard 10 taels, he nearly fainted, his legs trembling. Sir, you're so generous. Generous?
Me?
The 9th prince looked excited. Just like those brave swordsmen in the martial world, right? The shop assistant smiled slightly. Indeed, very heroic. I can also make these toys, and they're even more fun than these. If you like, I can make some for you right now. Really?
Great.
The 9th prince nodded eagerly. Xiao Zhen hesitated. Should she save this naive young prince? But seeing his eyes shining so brightly and thinking about the bloody path he might walk in the future, she decided to hold back. The shop assistant's name was Zhang Lu. After taking a few bamboo sticks, he made toys that looked even better than what the 9th prince bought, especially the 12 zodiac animals, vivid and exquisite. The 9th prince was completely captivated. At this moment, Zhang Lu said, Sir, I can make different toys for you every day. They're all free gifts, no charge. If you like them, you can tip a little. The 9th prince stared wide-eyed. I've never met someone as kind as you in my life. Then he took a silver ingot from his hidden pocket and threw it into Zhang Lu's hand. This is a tip for you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Zhang Lu said happily. Xiao Zhen. Such a spendthrift. But I have to say, Lu Ting is quite good at doing business. Seeing the 9th prince, who usually has strict palace rules, playing happily like a 3-year-old, Xiao Zhen couldn't really say anything. She decided to let him play. However, soon the shop will get busy with customers, so it wouldn't be appropriate to say much to Zhang Lu now. Seeing the 9th prince having fun nearby, she signaled to Zhang Lu to move to the other side and said, You were right earlier. I came here today to find you. May I ask, madam, what instructions you have for me? Xiao Zhen explained her purpose. Zhang Lu was surprised. Please, are you asking me to be the manager? Xiao Zhen nodded. Would Brother Zhang be willing to come? The madam called him Brother Zhang? She is a high-ranking madam, after all. Zhang Lu was stunned for a moment and quickly said nervously, I dare not, madam. Just call me Zhang Lu. It's proper to call you Big Brother since you're older, Xiao Zhen said with a smile. Although Han Ziran became a manager, she didn't feel she had become more important. That was Han Ziran's achievement, not hers. I dare not, Zhang Lu hurriedly said. What a joke. Madam is a powerful person, and he was risking his life. Let's not be formal about this. Simply put, Brother Zhang, will you come? Xiao Zhen said straightforwardly. Zhang Lu's eyes flickered, but he still looked nervous and said, May I ask, madam, what is the salary? Xiao Zhen made a gesture with her hand to indicate a number, then said, The annual salary is 25 taels. The business is just starting, so it's not much. Once it grows bigger, naturally, you won't be treated unfairly. 25 taels is quite good, more than some shopkeepers in the county. Zhang Lu smiled and said, Madam, may I think about it for 2 days? Xiao Zhen nodded. Of course. Before Brother Zhang makes a decision, I want to discuss these matters first. Then she shared her thoughts about the future of the ox cart business. Zhang Lu listened blankly at first, but as she spoke, his face showed increasing surprise. After Xiao Zhen finished, about the time it took for a stick of incense, Zhang Lu's expression was full of doubt and curiosity. Xiao Zhen smiled. When she looked over, she saw the 9th prince still playing with his toys, feeling a bit speechless. She could only say, Young Master Amo, I'll take you back now. No, I want to keep playing, the 9th prince replied. Xiao Zhen. Madam, aren't you going back? The 9th prince continued playing with his toy and asked, Just a little longer. If you like these little toys, you can take them home to play. No, I will be laughed at by the master. Also, the 9th prince happily said, There are many places I haven't visited before. It's rare to go out, so I want to enjoy myself. As he spoke, the 9th prince pointed at these things and said to Zhang Lu, Send all these to the governor of Tongji. I plan to have fun later. Yes, yes, Zhang Lu naturally agreed eagerly. Seeing the 9th prince leave, Xiao Zhen naturally wanted to follow. Young master, where are you going? There seems to be a shop called Pink Xiangla here. I heard it's very famous, so I want to see what good things they have. Pink Xianglu? Xiao Zhen thought for a moment. I haven't heard anyone mention it. Who did you hear it from? I overheard the servants from the Qi family talking about it. Xiao Zhen asked, Where's the lady going? You're a guest here, and you don't know the area well. You should have someone familiar to guide you, Xiao Zhen said with a smile. In her past life, she had hidden in the shadows to protect her master. Now, she was out in the open, chatting happily with the future emperor. Quite a different experience. The 9th prince's eyes brightened. Great. Let's go to Pink Xiangla together. I think it's in the north. How can we find it this way? Xiao Zhen asked, then approached a woman passing by and asked, Madam, could you tell me how to get to Pink Xianglu? The woman, who had looked quite kind to Xiao Zhen, suddenly frowned when she heard her speak. What is a young lady doing going there? She then looked Xiao Zhen up and down strangely before walking away. Xiao Zhen was confused. She asked another woman, but she received the same expression as the first. The 9th prince, seeing Xiao Zhen ask passers-by for directions, became interested and stopped a man around 40 years old, asking, Sir, could you tell me how to get to Pink Xianglu? Pink Xianglu? The man looked at the 9th prince with a flirtatious smile. Young man, aren't you a bit too young? I'm not too young. I'm 15, the 9th prince said with a frown, annoyed. He hated being told he was too young. Really? The man chuckled and looked at the 9th prince again. Young master, your clothes suggest wealth or nobility. It seems you're planning to have some fun. Just as the 9th prince was about to reply, Xiao Zhen pulled him back and stood in front of him, coldly looking at the man. Uncle, if you know the way to Pink Xianglu, could you please tell us? The man looked at Xiao Zhen and said a few times, You look quite pretty, but your dress. Xiao Zhen felt something was off. Why did these people react so strongly to the fragrance shop? Could it be that this fragrance shop? In her memory, only one place would cause such a reaction, namely, a brothel. Is this fragrance shop a brothel? Otherwise, what could it be? The man looked disappointed and said, Don't you know? What is a brothel? The 3rd prince asked curiously nearby. The man rolled his eyes and walked away. A brothel is a place where men go to have fun. Young master, it's better not to go there, Xiao Zhen sighed. Have fun? What kind of fun would make men go there? Xiao Zhen thought about how to explain. It's a place where women entertain men to make them happy, but women there charge money for their services. The 3rd prince blinked and then suddenly understood, his face turning red. That's absurd. How can I go to such a place? Xiao Zhen nodded calmly. Exactly. Young master, you're either rich or noble. When you grow up, women will come to you whenever you call and leave when you want. You can have any kind of woman you like, No need to go to such dirty places for fun. The third prince hesitated. I find what the lady said makes sense, but I still feel like I'm being too casual. Besides, lady, as a woman, how can you speak so openly? Did I say something wrong? It's not that. I just feel you're different from other women, the third prince said. He hadn't been in the common folks' world, so he didn't know if women there spoke so openly. In the palace, women definitely wouldn't speak like that. They'd be too shy to say such things, or at least pretend to be shy. Xiao Zhen chuckled. Shall we go back? Are there other places to go? I don't want to go back. The teachers and officials only stay at the government office. They don't play with me. Oh, the third prince's eyes suddenly lit up. I heard from the official that the lady goes hunting. Why don't you take me hunting? Hunting is far from here. It takes a couple of hours to get to the nearest mountain. By the time we go there and come back, it'll be late, Xiao Zhen said with a smile. The third prince looked disappointed. At that moment, a shout came from nearby. Selling malt candies. Come by malt candies. Xiao Zhen glanced over. Young master, do you want to eat some malt candies? Are they tasty? Of course. I have a good friend who really likes these candies. I want to buy some to give to her. While Xiao Zhen was speaking, the malt sugar vendor had already come over to them. Xiao Zhen quickly stopped him and bought 2 packs, one for Prince Jomoer and the other kept in his own pocket. At this moment, several guards hurried over. Young master, we've finally found you. They were out of breath but relieved to see the prince safe and sound. You went out without telling your teacher. He's been worried. Yes, please come back with us quickly, they urged. Xiao Zhen looked at Prince Zhou's miserable face and smiled, saying, let's go. I'll take you back. Since it was still early, when they returned to the same official's house, Han Ziran and Che Feimingliang were still busy at the government office. After seeing they were safe, a few guards went back to report to the office. Inside the official's residence, only one servant was sweeping. He had seen Xiao Zhen before, hurriedly bowed, then went to clean in the main hall. Xiao Zhen looked up at the sky. Today the sun was weak, but it wasn't completely cloudy. Since Madame Qi had asked Aunt Han to come for tea, they probably had lunch already. Just as Xiao Zhen was thinking this, he heard Mrs. Zhang's voice from the main hall. Come here, pour me a cup of tea. I am so tired.
Who is that?
Prince Zhou heard Mrs. Zhang's voice and walked toward the hall. Xiao Zhen had no choice but to follow. Mrs. Zhang was lying over the table, complaining about being tired. After a while, no one brought her tea. Just as she was about to get angry, she saw a boy about 14 or 15 run out from the backyard, with Xiao Zhen behind him. She raised an eyebrow and asked, Why are you here? Second sister-in-law, that's a strange question. This is where my husband lives, so of course it's also my home. Why can't I come? Xiao Zhen sneered. Mrs. Zhang was speechless, unable to reply. She simply said, Pour me a cup of tea. The tea is on the cabinet over there. You're capable, so help yourself, Xiao Zhen said. Prince Zhou said nearby, Madam, is she your second sister-in-law? People who don't know might think she owns this house. Isn't that a bit too much? Who are you? Mrs. Zhang was annoyed that a young boy was talking to her like that. Not telling you, he replied. Just then, Che Feimingliang's voice rang out. Moer, are you being naughty again? As soon as he finished speaking, Che Feimingliang and Han Ziran entered the hall. Xiao Zhen's gaze lingered on the future imperial teacher as soon as he entered. He was the epitome of perfection, tall, graceful, with gentle, jade-like eyes and a friendly smile at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be the most perfect man in the world. Similarly, Zhang Shi was just as foolish. If Xiao Zhen admired him purely, Zhang Shi was obsessed. She had never seen such a handsome man before and was momentarily captivated. The ninth prince, watching these two women stare at the teacher with such admiration, finally understood why their father refused to let the teacher teach him to read in the palace. Instead, he insisted that he learn at Che Fei's house. Han Ziran, who had been ignored, looked coldly at the teacher beside him and walked over to Xiao Zhen with a gloomy face. Wife, what are you looking at? Nothing. Xiao Zhen quickly looked away, noticing Han Ziran's displeased expression. What's wrong? Why ask what was wrong? She was his wife. Yet, she was so captivated by another man. When she looked at Che Fei, he found it very annoying. The teacher said he's treating everyone to a meal today at Fu Yuan Lu, the best restaurant in the county. When did I say that?
Che Fei exclaimed in surprise.
Did the teacher forget? He said so when he came in. Han Ziran coldly glanced at the teacher. Let's go. Che Fei looked confused. Did he really say that? He couldn't remember at all. But that wasn't the main point. The real issue was that the price at Fu Yuan Lu was not affordable for ordinary people. At the Qi residence, Mother Han had just stepped down from the ox cart. Seeing a young woman standing at the gate, she initially thought she was the daughter of Magistrate Qi based on her attire. However, after meeting Madame Qi, she realized the woman was Qi Yelian, the magistrate's niece. She was 16 years old. When she was 10, her parents passed away, and she was raised by her uncle and aunt. Mother Han didn't really understand tea tasting. She simply watched how Madame Qi did it and followed suit to avoid being rude. Throughout the process, Qi Yelian stayed close by, showing that Madame Qi cared for her. The girl's sweet voice and respectful attitude made Mother Han like her quite a bit. But the tea tasting was a bit distant for her. Mother Han knew that Madame Qi probably wanted to talk to her privately. The girl served a few pieces of pastry. Madame Qi placed one piece in front of Mother Han and smiled. "Oh, madam, try this. It's made by a master from the capital. The taste is quite special." Mother Han took a small bite and said, "The texture is delicate and soft, melting in the mouth, with an indescribable feeling of smoothness." Madame Qi also took a piece and placed it in Qi Yelian's bowl, smiling. Different people taste these snacks differently. For the old madam, it's delicate and soft. She must have found someone who truly understands her. Mother Han smiled softly. People are the same. A good general deserves a fine sword. Old madam, don't you think? Yes, Mother Han replied, feeling more suspicious. Then, what do you think about my niece matching with the official? Madame Qi asked with a smile. Mother Han's hand holding her cup stiffened. She looked at Madame Qi and said, "Madam, you're joking. You know this too. Ziran is already married." Madame Qi covered her mouth and laughed. "I'm a straightforward person. If I said anything that offended the old madam, please forgive me. Xiao Zhen truly doesn't match the official. Every move he makes shows he's a simple country girl. Such a daughter-in-law would bring shame to the official." Mother Han remained silent. "About you, old madam, when I first saw you, I felt a scholarly aura around you. Even though you're from the countryside, your manners are just as good as those of city ladies. No wonder you raised such an outstanding son, like the official." Mother Han clenched her fists under the table. Beside her, Yelian lowered her head slightly, her face flushed, saying nothing. "Yelian, why are you just sitting there? Hurry up and pour tea for the old madam," Madame Qi said. "Yes." Yelian quickly stood and poured tea. "Old madam, please have some tea." She took a gentle sip and looked at Mother Han, who was lowering her head. Inside, Madame Qi wondered, what's going on? During lunch that day, she clearly sensed that Mother Han disliked Xiao Zhen. Normally, if she said something about it, Mother Han would consider it but wouldn't stay silent for so long. Mother Han had not spoken all this time. So, does that mean she actually approves of Xiao Zhen? Madame Qi's expression subtly darkened. Yelian bit her lip in anger, feeling confused. How could someone like Ziran, a top talent, choose to spend his life with such a woman? It seemed that the old madam had finally given in. What's the point of not compromising? "I can't keep letting Ziran worry so much about me and that child," Mrs. Qi said with a faint smile. "I suppose it's because the old lady is too kind, so Xiao Zhen isn't hurt too badly. Besides, with the talented Lord Tongji so outstanding, she naturally won't let go easily. Ordinary methods really can't make her leave." Mrs. Han looked up at Mrs. Qi. When she saw a hint of harshness flicker in Mrs. Qi's eyes, her pupils slightly constricted. "Then what do you mean by extraordinary methods?" "To deal with a woman like her, who clings like a stubborn ointment, You have to be a bit cruel. If persuasion doesn't work, then the reasons for breaking off must be strong. Strong? What do you mean by strong? Like losing her virtue, or suddenly running off with someone?
Mrs. Chi smiled gently. What does the old lady think about that?
Mrs. Han's hands beneath the table clenched into fists. She coldly looked at the blue and white porcelain cup in her hand, which was clear and beautiful, filled with fragrant green tea. Mrs. Chi's gaze was fixed on the blooming flowers outside the pavilion, but her peripheral vision kept watching Mrs. Han's actions. Xilan's palms were sweaty with nervousness. Mrs. Han's decision today could affect her lifelong happiness. At this moment, Mrs. Han looked up and said with a faint smile, "Thank you, Madam Chi, for your kindness toward my third son. I may not like Xiao Zhen, but a woman's dignity is as important as her life. If I do as you suggest, it could very well lead to the loss of a young life." This was not as simple as a divorce. Mrs. Chi raised her eyebrows. The old lady is truly kind-hearted.
Emeres. Han smiled.
At this point, Mrs. Chi continued, "If that's the case, then let her run away with a man." Mrs. Han fell silent again. "If Xiao Zhen has no man to run away with, then we can find one. If the old lady finds this difficult, let me handle it. Within 5 years, I won't let her step into Shun County," Mrs. Chi said calmly. "This is no different from a man running away or losing her virtue. Besides, children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. I, for one, will no longer interfere." Mrs. Han stood up, still smiling. "Thank you for your hospitality today. I told Ziran I would join him for lunch at his official residence. It's getting late, so I will take my leave." Mrs. Chi stood up as well. "Old lady, are you really accepting Xiao Zhen's situation?" "Old lady." Xilan also hurried over to Mrs. Han, looking at her anxiously. Mother Han looked at Qi Yalian and suddenly lost all her good feelings for the girl. She didn't like Xiao Zhen, who was crude and only knew hard work, but she liked even less a girl who was still young, shameless, and eager to marry a man. Although she thought this, she didn't show it on her face. She just smiled kindly and said, "Thank you, madam, for your kindness to third son. I still need to discuss this with Ziran first." Madam Chi raised her eyebrows. "Yes, indeed. Marriage is a big matter and the person involved should know about it." Mother Han smiled. "I'll take my leave now." After Mother Han left, Qi Yalian hurried to Madam Chi and asked anxiously, "Annie, what do you think Madam Han really means?" Madam Chi squinted her eyes. "That old lady Han doesn't seem to have all her wits about her. She prefers Xiao Zhen, who is lowly, rather than you." Qi Yalian's face turned pale instantly. "What? Did she refuse us? Otherwise? Ordinary people would have agreed long ago and wouldn't keep hesitating," Madam Chi said with displeasure. Then she snorted coldly. "Since our plan has already begun, how can we give up just because she disagrees?" Xiao Xing, a personal maid, came in from outside the door. "Madam, how is it going?" "It's done. Once we spread the rumors, the story about Xiao Zhen secretly meeting with a man will spread throughout the village. By then, she probably won't have the face to stay in the village." Madam Chi nodded. Compared to the morning, the sky seemed much darker now. It looked like it would rain in the afternoon, even if no heavy rain fell. In the morning, Han Ziran saw the cloudy sky and remembered Xiao Zhen telling him last night to bring an umbrella. He was a bit suspicious. Now, the weather really looked like it was going to rain. He hadn't expected her to be right. The only servant took out umbrellas for everyone. Just as they were about to leave for Fuyuan Tower, Mother Han came from the side path. Mother Han didn't see Han Ziran and the others. She was walking with her head slightly lowered, seeming to be lost in thought. When she heard Han Ziran calling her, she looked up. Seeing her third son, she couldn't help but smile. "Mother, why are you back?" "I thought Madam Chi would invite you to eat at the Chi residence," Han Ziran said, helping his mother. "Master." Mother Han nodded slightly at the bright carriage, then said to Han Ziran, "Madam Chi did try to persuade me to stay, but since you moved into this official residence, I haven't sat comfortably at home, so I came here." "Where are you all going?" "Master said we are going to Fuyuan Tower for a meal, and my mother came just in time." Mother Han quickly looked at Che, fuming brightly. Master, you've gone to some trouble. It's okay. Let's go. Che, fuming secretly, clenched his money pouch inside his clothes, tears filling his eyes. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't remember when he had agreed to treat everyone. Xiao Zhen noticed that Mother Han looked a bit heavy-hearted. Although she and Han Ziran still laughed and talked, her eyes seemed colder and darker. He wondered if something had happened at the Qi residence. In a county town, there are 3 busy streets. Fuyuan Tower is on the largest and most lively street. Most of the nearby buildings are only 2 stories tall, but this tower has 3 floors. From the top, you can overlook the entire county. When they entered the building, the waiter greeted them. "We want to go to the 3rd floor," the 9th prince happily said. Before the waiter could respond, he ran upstairs. The waiter chuckled and said to Han Ziran, "Sir." But before he finished, Han Ziran pointed to Che, fuming brightly, and said, "The one paying is him. If you have any questions, just talk to him." Then he said to his mother, "Mother, second sister-in-law, wife, let's go upstairs." Che, fuming brightly, was speechless. Had he offended some official? Fuyuan Tower has 3 floors. At first, it seemed just like a normal restaurant, but the 2nd floor was more refined and luxurious. The people there looked very distinguished. When they reached the 3rd floor, everyone's eyes brightened. Although it was still in Fuyuan Tower, it felt separate from the lower floors. The waiters' uniforms and the decoration of the entire floor were completely different from the 1st and 2nd floors. Even the 9th prince looked curious. He looked around and headed for the best private room on the 3rd floor. Just as he was about to enter, a young waiter hurried over to stop him. "Sir, this room has already been reserved by the county magistrate's wife." The 9th prince looked a bit disappointed, but didn't say anything. He glanced around and pointed to a seat near the window. "Then we'll sit here. It's outside, but the view is very good, and we can see the whole county."
Han Ziran nodded.
Next to him, Zhang Shi looked at the young boy with some displeasure. She wondered which family he belonged to. He was so lively. Strangest of all, her 3rd brother seemed to follow his lead, acting just as casually. As a few people approached the window to sit down, they saw Fuming walk up. Behind him, there were the wife of the county magistrate, Qi Yelian, and several serving maids. Such a coincidence. "I didn't expect the deputy magistrate to come here for a meal too, Mrs. Qi said happily as she approached, then looked at Madame Han. "Old Madam, if I had known the deputy magistrate was also dining here, I wouldn't have let you go back." She bowed politely. Madame Han smiled and replied, "I only just found out that Ziran brought me here to eat. Since we're all here, there's no need to be polite. Please come to the private room I reserved." After some polite refusal, everyone had no choice but to follow Mrs. Qi to the private room. The room was very elegant. Even the table was made of fine pear blossom wood, making everyone start to behave more carefully. "Deputy Magistrate, Deputy Madam, Fuming, Old Madam, please sit down, Mrs. Qi warmly invited everyone to take their seats. Prince Nine didn't wait for everyone to sit before habitually taking the seat at the head. Xiao Zhen and Fuming also didn't find anything unusual, and even Han Ziran didn't show any surprise. Madame Han looked at the young lord in astonishment, but seeing her son's behavior, she also stopped being surprised. Mrs. Qi knew that this young lord had come with Fuming. She also knew that Fuming was favored by the emperor and had entered the palace to teach the princes. Originally, this position was meant for Fuming, but the young lord was so unruly that he didn't mind. Seeing that Fuming didn't say anything, she could only smile awkwardly. Then, when she saw 2 empty seats beside Han Ziran, she smiled happily, patted the seat next to her, and softly said to Qi Yelian, "Yelian, come sit with your aunt." The seat she pointed to was exactly between Han Ziran and her. Qi Yelian understood her aunt's meaning and shyly nodded. Madame Han looked at Xiao Zhen, but he didn't seem to care and was quietly waiting for the meal. However, Zhang Shi kept glancing at Mrs. Qi and her niece, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. At this moment, the waiter approached Mrs. Qi. "Madam, what would you like to eat today?" Of course, the signature dishes from Fuyuan restaurant. They should all be served now. While the dishes were brought out, Mrs. Qi kept smiling and chatting happily. Her expressions, gestures, and speech all showed her skills as the county magistrate's wife. Mrs. Han listened with a gentle smile, occasionally agreeing with a few words. Xiao Zhen was thinking about the story of this county lady from his past life, but he didn't know much. He only remembered that at that time, he was going to the capital to find Han Ziran. Since he had no money, he did some rough work in the county for a few days to earn some silver. It was said that the current Madame Qi was the daughter of a salt merchant with some influence, and she had good relations with the Green Forest people. Using her skills, she forced the original wife of the county magistrate into a Buddhist hall and took her place as the main wife. It seems that those who are favored by Lord Qi must have some abilities. While Xiao Zhen was lost in thought, the waiter had already started serving dishes. When the dishes were about to be placed beside Qi Yelian, the waiter suddenly wobbled, and the food looked like it was going to fall on Qi Yelian. Hearing Qi Yelian scream in surprise, she was so frightened she threw herself into Han Ziran's arms. Xiao Zhen. Han Ziran was stunned for a moment and quickly moved back, but politely supported her arm with both hands. Then he turned to Xiao Zhen and said, "Madam, please come and help Miss Qi." Xiao Zhen naturally stepped in and, showing loyalty, hugged her tightly. The waiter managed to steady the dishes in time, but looked very frightened, with a face as pale as paper. He looked at Madame Qi nervously and stammered, "Madam." But when he saw her cold gaze, he hurriedly knelt and bowed. "Madam, it was my carelessness. Please forgive me this time. Serve the dishes properly." "No, next time," Madame Qi said sternly. Yes, the waiter hurriedly left. "Yelian, are you all right?" Madame Qi asked with concern, as Xiao Zhen held her niece in his arms. At this moment, Mrs. Han also came over and helped Qi Yelian up. "Miss Qi, are you okay?" "I'm fine," Qi Yelian replied with a slightly embarrassed look. She had wanted to throw herself into Han Ziran's arms, but Han Ziran only used his arms to support himself briefly. In an instant, she didn't even feel his warmth and was instead carried by Xiao Zhen, which made her quite annoyed. "It's good that you're fine." Xiao Zhen smiled and sat down in Han Ziran's seat, making Han Ziran sit in her place. "Why are you sitting here, madam?" Qi Yelian looked uncomfortable as she saw Xiao Zhen sit beside her. "I came to serve the dishes. Miss Qi, you are a young lady of high status. If the previous incident happens again, Ziran is an outsider, so it's not very appropriate," Xiao Zhen said with a smile. Qi Yelian's face stiffened, and she nodded. This meal was enjoyed in different ways by everyone. Even the ninth prince kept looking at Han Ziran and Qi Yelian, as if he had noticed something interesting. Only Xiao Zhen seemed unaware, smiling as she talked to Madame Qi, even though Madame Qi acted as if she didn't notice her presence. After the meal, Madame Qi and her daughter left first. Before leaving, Qi Yelian cast a meaningful glance at Han Ziran, then looked away when she saw Xiao Zhen smiling faintly at her. Xiao Zhen didn't pay her any attention and simply smiled lightly before leaving. Does she really think I don't know anything? Xiao Zhen held back her eye roll, too lazy to argue with her. Thinking of Han Ziran's handsome face and how 3 women have already shown interest in him since her rebirth, probably more in the future, she felt annoyed and sighed. What a complicated fate. "Madame Tongji, what are you sighing about?" the ninth prince asked curiously. "Just lamenting how people's hearts have changed. The world is getting worse, and some people like to steal others' food," Xiao Zhen said with a cold smile while watching Qi Yelian's back. Suddenly, she felt embarrassed as everyone's eyes were on her, and she accidentally revealed her thoughts. "Han Ziran, are you talking about the food, or about Madame Tongji?" the ninth prince asked with a smile. Xiao Zhen coughed twice and glanced at Han Mu, who was coldly watching her, but didn't say anything. Xiao Zhen chuckled and said, "Why are you asking so many questions? It's getting late. We should head home." Mother, husband, second sister-in-law, Moer, Han Ziran then said to Han Mu and the others, "You all go ahead.
I need to talk to my wife."
Han Mu looked at Xiao Zhen coldly and nodded. Watching their figures disappear, Xiao Zhen thought Han Mu had been unusually tolerant these days, letting her do as she pleased. But was she used to being bullied? Isn't it good that Han Mu could be like this? Xiao Zhen found herself feeling strange about it. Are you worried about what happened today? Han Ziran asked. What happened? Xiao Zhen asked with a smile. Besides you, I won't have any other women, Han Ziran said with a slightly red face but very firmly. Xiao Zhen thought to herself, you can refuse the daughter of the grand scholar, so of course you wouldn't notice the county magistrate's niece. Is that why you stayed so calm at the table? That's not quite right. Since I've decided to live with you, I will trust you. Besides, if you want to flirt around, what's the point of me watching closely? That's true, but Han Ziran was curious. What if I really let you down someday? Xiao Zhen smiled slightly. Use force to suppress. Got it, Han Ziran obediently replied. Xiao Zhen. In the afternoon, it indeed started to rain. It was light and not heavy, but it was uncomfortable when it hit the face. The ox cart had a raincoat on it, which could block some of the drizzle. Go back now, Han's mother said to Han Ziran. It's raining today, so don't come back. It's troublesome to keep coming and going. I will handle it, he replied. Watching the ox cart gradually disappear into the distance, Han Ziran looked away and saw Che Faming looking at him with a teasing smile. The governor and his wife really are inseparable. It's hard to tell from afar. The 9th Prince Emoer, looking quite serious, said, the governor just got married a few days ago. Of course he's still in love. Soon, the concubines will come in, and the main wife will just manage the household. Seeing the two men staring at him curiously, Emoer sighed lightly. It's just my father's advice from experience. Che Faming. Han Ziran smiled faintly and confidently said, I, Han, will only have one wife in my life. Men's vows are not always true. When I was 8, I thought so too. But now I think having 3 or 4 wives isn't bad. If they can help share household chores, that's even better, the 9th prince said thoughtfully.
Han Ziran.
But Emoer looked toward where the ox cart was disappearing. The governor's wife is very strange. Strange how?
Han Ziran asked.
I can't quite explain, Emoer replied. Today he had been walking with the governor's wife most of the day. At first, he didn't pay much attention, but once he looked at her casually and noticed that she kept a distance of no more than 1 step from him at all times. Even in crowded places, no one could brush against his clothes. It was as if she was always unconsciously protecting him, like the shadow guards around the emperor. The ox cart moved smoothly, showing that the driver was skilled. After Shang's wife got on the cart, she kept playing with a few jewelry pieces she bought, 3 different silver ornaments, and a couple of pearl hairpins. Xiao Zhen watched silently, without speaking. Han's mother only glanced at her briefly and said nothing. Actually, Zhang's wife couldn't hold back. Mother, 3rd sister-in-law, do you think these ornaments look nice? They look very pretty, Xiao Zhen smiled. It cost me 5 taels of silver, Zhang's wife said proudly. Xiao Zhen saw Han's mother's face suddenly change. Clearly, Zhang's wife noticed too, and coolly said, of course, I spent my own silver, so no one can tell me what to do. Then she asked, 3rd sister-in-law, did you buy anything? Yes. Xiao Zhen took out a small package from her pocket. I bought some malt candy. Did you eat it yourself? No, I gave it to a good friend. It was Lu Li's favorite snack. Thinking of her only close friend and her situation, Xiao Zhen sighed inwardly. By the way, 3rd sister-in-law, if you give the family's carriage to Big Brother for work, how much wages will he get? Zhang's wife asked curiously. Whatever others pay, we will give the same. We won't treat Big Brother unfairly. How much do others pay? I won't tell you.
You?
Zhang's wife snorted and turned away, ignoring Xiao Zhen, and continued playing with her new jewelry. With half an hour left on the road, Xiao Zhen was thinking about little Xing's matter. She looked up casually and saw Han's mother looking at her with a complex expression. Unexpectedly, Xiao Zhen looked at her, and Han's mother quickly looked away. Xiao Zhen felt a bit confused. She didn't understand what was going on with Aunt Han these days. When they returned to Tongxia village, it was already getting dark. Old Han and Han's second brother were waiting at the door, looking eagerly. When they saw the ox cart coming, they relaxed. Lu's wife had already prepared dinner. Seeing Han's mother and the others return, she said, "Mother, we thought Madam Chi would invite you to stay for dinner." "No, but I had lunch with Madam Chi." "No, but I had lunch with Madam Chi." "Ziran, Xiao Zhen, and Xinhua are also here," Han's mother replied. Lu's wife nodded and smiled at Xiao Zhen. "Third sister-in-law, have you finished your task?" "Not sure yet." "Smells so good." Xiao Zhen sniffed the delicious aroma and felt hungry. Next to her, Zhang's wife snorted. Ever since Xiao Zhen gave the carriage plans to Big Brother, sister-in-law has been much warmer to her. Hearing this, Lu's wife and the eldest son of the Han family felt a bit awkward. Lu's wife quickly said, "I'll go get the food." "What are these? Did you buy them recently?" Han's second brother was about to put away the jewelry Zhang's wife handed him when he suddenly saw, "Yes, they look nice, right?" Zhang's wife, "Yes, they look nice, right?" Zhang's wife took out a silver hairpin and pinned it in her hair. "They do look nice, but why buy so many? I like them. No matter how much I like it, I can't spend money like that." Zhang's face darkened. "What did I do with the dowry money my father gave me? If you have the ability, go earn that much money for me to spend." Second brother Han's normally good expression also darkened. He didn't say anything and simply went back to his room. "How can you say that about your husband?" Mother Han, who was serving food with Lu, looked cold. "The money my father gave me. I can spend it however I want." Zhang snorted and sat down to eat. "That's right. The money your father gave you, you can spend it as you like. But in the future, don't say such things about my son in front of me, because he's my child," Mother Han said. "Fine, then don't talk to me when he's around." Zhang's expression became a little proud. "What did you say?" "Mom, are you deaf?" "I said it very clearly." "Enough. Second daughter-in-law, how can you talk to your mother like that?" Old Mr. Han, who was nearby, said angrily. Zhang pursed her lips. "That's how I talk. What's the problem? If it were my own parents, they wouldn't care how much I spend, and would even tell me to spend more so I don't feel wronged. But when I come to your house, I have to work and can't spend that much money." "You?" Mother Han coldly said, "I didn't stop you from using money. That's your dowry. You can use it however you want. But don't talk about my son like that in front of me. Are you deaf?" "I already said, just don't talk to me when he's around." Zhang's voice also rose. When such things happen, Lu is usually shocked. Now she was watching Zhang like this. And Xiao Zhen sighed inwardly. Compared to Zhang, how unshakable and tolerant she was, so filial, so kind. Could it be that Mother Han suddenly started to treat her better because she noticed this? "How can you talk to my parents like that?" Second brother Han, who was putting things down, said in disbelief after hearing his wife speak that way about his mother. He thought that after the big fight last time, Zhang would have changed a bit. "Why can't I say that?" Zhang asked curiously. "You guys started it first, okay? What did we say?" "I was just asking you to be more careful with your spending, even if it means doing some small business or a little shop, better than wasting money like this," second brother Han said angrily. "That's your money. I want to spend my own. Where do I get so much money?" In Han's second brother's view, money between a husband and wife is considered one. Although his wife has a generous dowry, he doesn't intend to take it for himself. He just wants their life to be better. Mrs. Zhang looks at Han's mother and impatiently says, "Ask your mother for some. You've done so much farming over the years, you should get some share. Our Han family hasn't split up yet, so what could we divide?" Han's mother replies sternly. "Then let's split up." Zhang's words draw everyone's attention, mainly Han's eldest and second brothers and Mrs. Zhang herself, all looking at Han's mother. Only Xiao Zhen remains calm and relaxed, though in fact, splitting up would be good for her. She wouldn't have to see Han's mother or Mrs. Zhang's faces anymore. But on the other hand, splitting means she would have to cook for herself, and she remembers how delicious Han's mother's cooking is, and how tidy she keeps the house. So, has she gotten used to watching Han's mother's expressions? Is she actually still fond of her cooking skills? It's so frustrating. Why are you all just staring at me? Han's mother looks at her eldest and second sons in disbelief. Han's eldest and second brothers quickly lower their heads. Are you guys thinking about splitting up too?
She asks.
No, they reply hurriedly. Mother, we're not thinking about splitting, Han's eldest says. Mrs. Zhang turns to Han's second brother and says, Han Ziran, you're really a coward. Last night, you clearly said you would talk to Mother about splitting up. Shut up, Han's second brother snaps. What's wrong with talking? I've already said everything, Mrs. Zhang says, looking at Han Ziran. You said it too, right? Splitting up is good, so your mother won't always argue with me. Stop talking, Han's second brother retorts. I won't say anything more. Anyway, I've said what I needed to. Also, I'm not eating dinner tonight. The meat paste I bought in town is still here, Mrs. Zhang says, twisting her waist and walking away. After Mrs. Zhang leaves, Han's second brother quickly turns to his mother and says, Mother, Xianu is straightforward and speaks without thinking. Don't take it to heart. Han's mother looks at her second son with complexity and, after a moment, says tiredly, let's eat. During this meal, Xiao Zhen still has a good appetite, but the Han family members each have their own thoughts. The table remains silent. After dinner, the rain starts pouring harder. That night, Han Ziran didn't come back. The Han family all went to bed early. Xiao Zhen lies quietly listening to the rain, thinking about recent events. When she thinks of Han Ziran, sometimes she feels like it's all just a dream. Such a tragic past life and a dangerous journey. Living again, I can now enjoy a peaceful and simple life, which is truly incredible. The next morning, when I woke up, the rain had stopped. Although the sun hadn't appeared yet, the sky looked quite clear. Not far away, dark clouds gathered, looking like a storm was about to happen. It seems there will be a heavy rain this evening, Xiao Zhen murmured. Since Zhang's family started working, she hasn't had much to do at the Han household. The chores are mainly cutting rabbit and pig grass, as her two older brothers handle everything else. Third sister-in-law, you're up so early? Lucia opened her door and came out neatly dressed. Big sister, are you up so early too? Yes. Seeing Xiao Zhen pick up her basket, Lucia knew she was going to cut grass. She said, it looks like it will rain heavily later. If you have time, you should gather more grass now, so you won't have to go out again tomorrow. All right. Be careful on the way. Okay. Xiao Zhen agreed. Thinking about what Zhang said last night, after giving the Han family's carriage to her eldest brother, her sister-in-law had become more caring. Since Lu Shi was willing to show concern, Xiao Zhen naturally accepted it. The grass-cutting spot was at the foot of the mountain. Xiao Zhen, who had been a soldier for several years, found everything in this life very easy. Like now, cutting grass on paths that villagers don't often go to, which can be dangerous because no one has been there. The grass grows especially lush here. After gathering a large basket of grass and seeing that it was still early, Xiao Zhen decided to go hunting in the mountains without hesitation. Later, she planned to visit Lu Li. Although she bought a bag of her favorite malt candies, she hadn't seen her in many years. Xiao Zhen thought it would be good to bring more things. She also wanted to check the mountain traps, which she hadn't visited for days. She decided to wait for the rain to pass before doing that. Thinking this, she headed to her mother's house. She first placed the grass basket at her own home, since carrying it was inconvenient. If she left it here, and someone came by, seeing the full basket of tender grass, they might take it. On the way, Xiao Zhen felt very happy, and almost hummed a song. But when she entered her house, she saw a crowd gathered nearby, loudly talking about something. Wow. Why is that man so fierce? Yeah, it's so sad. She married such a man. Those parents of Li Hua are really terrible. Amidst the loud arguments, there were also sounds of men hitting and scolding, and women crying out for help. As Xiao Zhen got closer, she could hear some of the cries more clearly. Zhen, why are you here too? Aunt Xiao came out of the crowd and saw her daughter, surprised. Mom, what's going on? It's because of Li Hua.
Sigh.
Zhen, don't get involved, okay? Li Hua is Lu Li's nickname. When Xiao Zhen heard it was about Lu Li, she put down her basket and pushed through the crowd to her mother. In the crowd, a woman with a swollen face was being dragged roughly by a man. The man was about 40, quite strong, with a face full of flesh and a fierce look. The woman begged and shouted for help, but every time she cried out, the man swung his fist at her. People around pointed and whispered. Some said the man was not a good person, but no one stepped forward to help the woman. Xiao Zhen kept her eyes on the woman. She was so badly beaten that her face was unrecognizable. In her memory, Li Hua was a beautiful, pure girl. Xiao Zhen couldn't imagine that this battered woman was her childhood friend Lu Li. Zhen, this is someone else's village. We shouldn't get involved. Aunt Xiao pushed into the crowd, trying to pull Xiao Zhen away. But Mom, that's Li Hua. She's been my good friend since we were little. Xiao Zhen still stared at the woman, unable to believe it. At that moment, the beaten woman saw Xiao Zhen. She paused, then tears welled up in her eyes. Only then did Xiao Zhen realize that the woman, now unrecognizable, was her only childhood friend Lu Li.
Zhen?
Li Hua is already married. Even if we want to help. Aunt Zhao's voice stopped because Xiao Zhen had already broken free and walked up to the man. The man saw a young woman standing in front of him, snorted fiercely, and said angrily, "Who are you?" Before he finished, he screamed and was kicked 2 meters away. The crowd suddenly fell silent. Xiao Zhen looked coldly at the kicked man and quickly helped Lu Li to her feet.
Zhen?
Are you really Zhen? Lu Li couldn't believe she was seeing her only good friend in this life. It's me.
How are you? Can you walk?
Lu Li nodded, then nervously pointed in the direction where the man had been thrown. Asian. He. Xiao Zhen looked up and saw the man had already stood up, walking toward them with a furious face. Sit on the ground for a while, Xiao Zhen said, releasing Lu Li. She looked around at the villagers, all staring at them with wide eyes. She knew she couldn't solve this problem with force now. To deal with such a man besides fighting. When the man was about 2 meters away, she was thinking about what to say to save Lu Hua without violence. But suddenly, the man shouted harshly, "You wait," and then left. Xiao Zhen was speechless. She wanted to ask how much money it would take to make him leave Lu Hua, but he just walked away. At this moment, Aunt Xiao hurried over, frightened, and helped Lu Hua to her feet. That was so scary just now. That man really deserves a harsh punishment. But, Asian, when did your strength become so great? The villagers also came over one after another to help, greeting them with smiles. Some called her Madame Tongji, others called her Zhao's sister, and some called her Asian. Xiao Zhen responded with polite smiles. When they helped Lu Hua into the house, her parents, hiding inside, saw Xiao Zhen supporting their daughter, but didn't come out to help. Lu Hua's mother sat on the ground crying. "Oh, you unfilial daughter. Why did you come back? Just follow that man and leave. Now that you're back, what if that man comes to trouble us?" Xiao Zhen was furious. "Madam, Lu Hua is your own daughter. You saw how that man treated her. How can you let Lu Hua go with such a man?" "Xiao Zhen, this is our Lu family's matter." Her words were interrupted as Lu Hua's father tugged at her sleeve and whispered, "She is now Madame Tongji. How can you talk like that?" Lu Hua's mother seemed to remember something and said no more, glaring fiercely at Lu Li. Seeing her mother like this, Lu Li wiped her tears silently. Aunt Xiao also shook her head at Xiao Zhen, signaling her not to say more. This was their family's affair. No matter how close they were outsiders. Their own parents hadn't said anything, so what could they say? "Asian, you can go now." "Thank you for today," Lu Li said, looking at her parents' attitude toward her, her heart already cold. She had thought she would die at the man's hands today, but unexpectedly, Xiao Zhen came to save her. "Seeing you in my life is already enough happiness." "Lu Hua, where does he want to take you?" "That man is not the kind of man to settle down with. Looking at his build, he doesn't seem like an ordinary villager." Lu Liwei didn't speak, tears falling down her face. She works at the Pinxiang building in the county. Pinxiang building is actually a brothel. He wanted to sell me there, but I refused to go.
What?
Xiao Zhen clenched her fists tightly. If I go to the brothel, I won't have a good life anymore. It's better to die, Li Hua cried bitterly. Did you hear that? Xiao Zhen looked coldly at Lu Li's parents. That man wants to sell Li Hua to the brothel. How can you let him take her away? What can we do if he takes her? Will he make our whole family suffer? Lu Li's mother, worried about Xiao Zhen's status, didn't dare speak loudly. Better she suffer alone than all of us. Are you still family? Xiao Zhen was so angry her fists clenched. Mother, a male voice called out. Lu Chong, Lu Li's younger brother, entered with his wife behind him. Sister, why haven't you left yet? Didn't that man come today to take you? Isn't that the deputy's wife? Why is she here? Lu Chang's wife exclaimed happily when she saw Xiao Zhen. Seeing Xiao Zhen's surprised face, Lu Chang explained, the deputy's wife is a good friend of my sister. Deputy's wife. Lu Li stared at Xiao Zhen in shock. Ah Zhen, why do they keep calling you deputy's wife? Don't you know? Lu Li's mother said. Ah Zhen's life is much better than yours. She married the third master of the Han family. Now that Han Sanlang has become a top scholar and a government official, you and her are worlds apart. Lu Li happily asked, really?
Zhen?
Seeing the joy in Lu Li's eyes, Xiao Zhen knew she was truly happy for her. She nodded sadly and took out a piece of malt candy from her pocket, offering it to her. This is your favorite. Has the taste changed? It hasn't, Lu Li said, clutching the candy. Tears like broken pearls streamed down her face. How many years had it been since she last ate this candy? Auntie Xiao sighed as she watched nearby, feeling sad too. Zhen, let's go. You still have things to do. Come back in a few days when you're free and visit Li Hua. When Xiao Zhen prepared to leave, Lu Li looked at her with some reluctance but said, yes, the future is long. You should go and take care of what's urgent. Li Hua, if that man comes to find you again, you should pretend to be my fellow wife and tell him that if he bullies you again, I will make him suffer terribly. Do you understand? Xiao Zhen firmly held Lu Li's hand as she spoke. Lu Li nodded and looked at her friend with a gentle gaze. I understand. After leaving the Lu family, Aunt Xiao sighed as she pulled her daughter along. Seeing Xiao Zhen's serious face, she said, Zhen, some things we can't control, even if we find them hard to watch. Li Hua is already married, and she married someone from a different village. And that man, as you saw, why don't more people step in? They're afraid of trouble. I know. What do you mean? Xiao Zhen asked. I heard that Li Hua's husband is involved in the underworld and knows many people there. Even the local official treats him with respect. Don't involve Ziran. He just got his official position a few days ago and doesn't have that much power. He knows people in the underworld. Yes, it sounds frightening. Suddenly, Aunt Xiao shouted, gripping Xiao Zhen's hand tightly. You kicked that man earlier? It looked like a strong kick. Seeing her mother turn pale, Xiao Zhen held her shoulders and said, Mother, constant fear isn't good. Even if he has connections, I now have a different identity and can't come openly. Really? Xiao Zhen nodded. Don't worry. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap shook the sky, making everyone's ears ring. Aunt Xiao was startled. Oh my, why is the thunder so loud? It's been years since I heard such a big thunder. Xiao Zhen looked toward the sky. The dark clouds that were far away in the morning had now moved closer. In a few hours, the sky might be completely black. Aunt Xiao quickly handed her basket of grass to Xiao Zhen. You should go back quickly. Once you get home, don't come out. With these dark clouds, a heavy rain is coming. Xiao Zhen nodded. That day at the Han family, the eldest son was carefully making a cart according to Xiao Zhen's drawings. The wood came from the Xiao family. Lu was nearby watching her husband work, wiping sweat and boiling water now and then. Meanwhile, Zhang and Han's second brother argued constantly. Madame Han was inside sewing, and Father Han sat on the steps smoking and watching the weather. Xiao Zhen stood by the window, looking at the dark clouds gathering in the sky, thinking about Lu Li in the afternoon. At dusk, the wind suddenly picked up, followed by a fierce storm. Before long, heavy rain began to fall, and the raindrops were so large that they hurt when they hit the skin. Everyone hurried into their own rooms, closing windows and doors tightly. No one was unafraid of nature's power because no one dared to challenge the sky. It was only evening, but the sky was so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Besides the rain, it was just rain. At this moment, Xiao Zhen's door opened. She was dressed the same as always, with her hair high, wearing a simple coarse cloth shirt and a belt around her waist. Unlike usual, she had a small axe tucked at her waist. Leaving the Han family, Xiao Zhen quickly walked toward Lu Li's house. She seemed to think her pace was too slow, so she took a deep breath, leaped onto the roof, and after 3 or 4 jumps, disappeared into the night. This skill, called lightness kung fu, was something she once saw as a way to escape danger. She hadn't used it in this life yet because her internal strength was too weak, and she was afraid of being discovered. Now, after nearly a year of what seemed like hard work but was actually training, her lightness kung fu had recovered about 60%. Soon, Xiao Zhen arrived at Li Hua's house, but she didn't go inside. Instead, she sat on the roof, watching the door of Li Hua's house. She remembered the faint look in Li Hua's eyes when she left today, and a strange premonition arose in her heart. She felt that Li Hua might do something to hurt her. She hoped it was just her imagination. Xiao Zhen hid in the shadows, crouching like a cat. Despite the heavy rain, she kept her eyes fixed on Li Hua's house, her gaze cold and stern. Even in the rain, she could see everything within 100 steps around. After 4 years as an undercover guard, this was her habit. The rain grew heavier and heavier. Xiao Zhen looked up at the dark, cloud-covered sky, which was so thick she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. She frowned. The storm had been going on for a while, and from the weather, it seemed to be an unusual heavy rain. She looked around, but not a single person or animal was in sight. No shadows, no barking dogs. She turned her gaze back to Li Hua's house. The lights inside were off, and she guessed everyone was already asleep. Was she overthinking? But today, Li Hua's expression. Thinking this over, Xiao Zhen jumped down from the eaves and walked to Lu's door, knocking firmly. After a moment, a voice came from inside. "Who is it?" In this stormy weather, the door creaked open, and it was Li Hua's mother who came to open it. She used an oil lamp to see Xiao Zhen's face clearly, then paused. Xiao Zhen? No. The wife of Tongji? Haha. At this hour, why are you here? Where is Li Hua? Xiao Zhen looked coldly at the woman who pushed her own daughter into danger. Though she understood her fear, she couldn't agree with her actions. Li Hua's mother smiled stiffly. She's sleeping. Is she sleeping now? Yes. With this weather, what else can she do? Seeing Xiao Zhen standing straight and soaked through, Li Hua's mother felt uneasy for some reason. Especially when she looked into Xiao Zhen's sharp eyes, completely different from the smiling girl she used to greet. "Mother, who is it?" Lu's younger brother asked sleepily, sticking his head out.
When he saw who was in front of him, he was surprised.
"Sister Xiao Zhen? Why are you here?" "I'm here to find Li Hua." "Where is she?" "She was taken away by that man," Lu's brother replied. As soon as he finished, Li Hua's mother glared at her son.
"What are you talking about?"
"Your sister is sleeping peacefully inside." Lu's brother hesitated, then heard Xiao Zhen's cold voice. "Where did he take her?" "She wasn't taken anywhere." "She's really sleeping," Li Hua's mother hurriedly said. "Tell me," Xiao Zhen suddenly grabbed her collar. "Where did that man take Li Hua?" A thunderclap suddenly exploded overhead, booming loudly and lighting up half the sky, illuminating Xiao Zhen's icy face clearly. Li Hua's mother stared wide-eyed at the face so close to hers, her eyes filling with fear. The more she looked, the more terrified she became. You. That man took her south, Lu's brother quickly explained when he saw Xiao Zhen's expression. "Yes or no?" Xiao Zhen demanded sharply. Li Hua's mother trembled suddenly. Xiao Zhen's face was cold as ice. She had grown up watching this young face, yet she shouldn't be so afraid. But right now, she felt that if she didn't tell the truth, Xiao Zhen might kill her. Yes, kill her. Li Hua's mother finally understood where her fear came from. The murderous intent on Xiao Zhen's face, fierce and deadly. Yes, it's true. Xiao Zhen released her and turned sharply southward, rushing quickly away. The rain intensified, pouring down fiercely. Lightning flashed across the dark sky like a dragon soaring, sending chills down the spine. Xiao Zhen's steps never stopped, and after running a certain distance, she would always fly to the highest point to look into the distance. Surrounding her were familiar villages, none of which were places where men could settle. It was unlikely that the man, who left with Pear Blossom, would find a place to rest. Looking at the open, small hill not far from the village, Xiao Zhen hurriedly flew there without hesitation. Today's rain was different from usual, hitting her like sharp needles. Despite this, Xiao Zhen's figure became more agile. In just half a cup of tea time, she reached the small hill. The hill was small, covered with short trees, with a few tall pines standing upright under the gloomy sky, giving a somewhat tragic feeling. She wiped the rain from her face fiercely, and after a sharp scan around with her fierce eyes, she suddenly squinted. 100 meters away, under an old pine tree, one figure was fiercely attacking another. The beaten figure kept begging, as if pleading for mercy. It was too far, and the rain was heavy, with thunder occasionally roaring across the sky. Xiao Zhen couldn't hear what they were saying. The only thing she could do was quickly rush over. Do you think I'll let you go if you don't go? Zhang Jiang, I am your wife. How can you sell me to such a place? Please let me go. I've already sold you and received the money. I can't let you refuse to go. I won't go, I won't go. Do you believe I'll break your hand if you don't go? The man, Zhang Jiang, who was Lu Li's husband, said as he kicked the woman. Then he pulled out a dagger from his waist. Are you going or not? I won't go, I won't go. Even if I die, I won't go, the woman said fearfully, staring at the dagger as it drew closer and closer. Just as she closed her eyes in despair, she heard Zhang Jiang scream loudly. The woman suddenly opened her eyes and was stunned when she saw the person standing in front of her. Under the sky and on the hill, Xiao Zhen stood tall and firm. Rain was pouring over her, but she remained unmoved, not even blinking her eyes. She coldly looked at Zhang Jiang, who was equally shocked and staring at her with fear. She exuded a fierce aura of determination and strength.
Ah, Zhen?
Pear Blossom couldn't believe her friend Xiao Zhen was here at this moment, standing right in front of her. Are you all right? Xiao Zhen looked at Pear Blossom and reached out to help her. When she held Xiao Zhen's hand, she felt the gentle warmth from her palm. Lu Li still felt like she was dreaming. How could you be here? Suddenly, she looked fearfully behind Xiao Zhen and shouted, Be careful. Xiao Zhen didn't even look back and kicked directly. Zhang Jiang's scream echoed again. Xiao Zhen then turned around and saw Zhang Jiang, who had been kicked 10 meters away. The man was badly injured and was still staggering to get up when a thunderbolt struck, revealing the fierce and resentful expression on his face. Mrs. Tongji, right? The man stepped forward and looked at Xiao Zhen with a grim smile. You'd better not try to save her, or I'll make sure Lord Tongji pays a heavy price. Really? Xiao Zhen smirked coldly. At that moment, the man suddenly raised one hand, and a firework shot out from his sleeve, soaring into the sky with a streak of light. Oh no, this is bad, Lu Li said fearfully. That's his signal to gather his friends. Zhen, you must run now. Xiao Zhen glanced at the firework and sneered. When her mother once said that Lu Hua's man was a man of the martial world, she was skeptical. Now she believed it. Someone capable of such fireworks was likely organized and involved in the martial world. Can you still run? Xiao Zhen saw that Lu Hua was almost leaning on her and looked at her legs. She clenched her fists. Lu Hua's legs were bloodied and looked broken. Zhen, you must run now. Don't worry about me, Lu Li said nervously. With my condition, I can't run. Even if I do, he won't let me go. Xiao Zhen nodded, released Lu Hua, and knelt down to look her in the eyes, her expression calm. Let's not leave yet. We'll deal with them first, then go. Lu Li was stunned. As she spoke, Xiao Zhen took out some dried meat she had sun-dried and fed it into Lu Li's mouth. "This is beef. Eat some to fill your stomach and keep your strength." She then reached out to touch Lu Li's foot. When she did, Xiao Zhen looked at Lu Li. Lu Li still stared blankly at her, with no other expression on her face. Xiao Zhen's heart sank. Lu Li's ankle was almost shattered. Normally, touching it would cause unbearable pain, but Lu Li didn't seem to feel anything, probably numb from the pain. Lu Li suddenly came to her senses, pushed Xiao Zhen, and shouted, "What are you still doing?
Run.
Run now. Do you want to die?" Seeing her friend pushing her to leave, but unable to move herself, Xiao Zhen clenched her fists tighter. "Still want to run?
Haha.
I can't go any further." Zhang Jiang suddenly laughed wildly. "Big brother, you guys have finally arrived. Kill this woman to avenge my younger brother." Xiao Zhen looked at the 6 men who appeared a few steps away. Each man was tall and strong, with some even having high, prominent temples, clearly skilled in tough training. Ordinary attacks wouldn't work on them. Lu Li saw these men and turned pale as snow. In this dark, rainy night, her white face showed pure despair. Suddenly, Lu Li shouted sharply, "This has nothing to do with Ah Zhen. Please don't hurt her. She doesn't know anything. Zhang Jiang, just 2 women, and you still used a fire cannon to call us here?" The man with the most prominent temples sneered coldly, showing disdain. He paid no attention to Xiao Zhen and Lu Li. Big brother doesn't know. Xiao Zhen still has some strength. Zhang Jiang hurriedly stepped forward, flattering. "Strength? How much strength can a woman have? You're useless. Third brother, go deal with her," the man behind him said to his subordinate.
Yes.
"Ah Zhen, you must leave quickly. Go now, don't worry about me. Just go." Seeing the third brother getting closer, Lu Li pushed Xiao Zhen hard, even begging at the end. The rain seemed to intensify again, making it hard to see clearly. It felt like only the rain existed between heaven and earth. Lu Li suddenly stopped speaking. She stared blankly at her hand held by Xiao Zhen. Just as she begged him to leave, his grip tightened again. She hadn't noticed earlier, but now she saw that Xiao Zhen had been calm and composed from the beginning to the end, unlike her panic and fear. Her gaze slowly moved up to Xiao Zhen's face, but before she could see clearly, Xiao Zhen released her. He slowly took out an axe from his waist. 1 step away, the third brother looked at Xiao Zhen holding the axe and sneered mockingly. "Little girl, I practice tough energy skills. Don't think that a broken axe can do anything, even if..." Suddenly, a thunderclap roared, accompanied by lightning streaking down from the sky. At the same time, Xiao Zhen swung the axe.
He just swung it gently.
The man's voice suddenly stopped. He slowly looked down at his torn clothing on his chest, wanting to laugh mockingly and arrogantly, but suddenly blood spurted from his chest. More and more blood flowed out. He looked at Xiao Zhen in disbelief. The woman only looked at him coldly, her eyes clear and pure, too sharp and pure, turning into an intense, fierce expression. Zhang San's large body slowly fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Lu Li covered her mouth with both hands, shocked as she stared at Xiao Zhen. She couldn't believe what she saw. Did Xiao Zhen really kill someone? Zhang Jiang and a few other men also looked at Xiao Zhen in disbelief, drawing their weapons and approaching her. "Ah Zhen, run quickly," Lu Li shouted, coming to her senses. "Wait for me, I'll deal with them first, then we'll leave," Xiao Zhen said. She walked over to the injured third man, took back her axe, straightened up, and moved forward. Her steps were steady and even, but her gaze grew sharper and more fierce. "It's surprising you still have some strength. You even managed to break through the iron cloth on Old Third," said another man holding a knife, raising it to slash at Xiao Zhen. In the pouring rain, Xiao Zhen dodged the knife with a quick move. She lightly swung her axe. The man's eyes widened as a blood streak ran from his left temple to the corner of his mouth. Blood seeped out, washed away by the rain, then oozed again and was washed away. If you looked closely, you couldn't tell what was wrong with him, only that he stared at Xiao Zhen with fear, eyes wide open. Xiao Zhen pushed him gently, and his body slowly fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The remaining men exchanged glances. Some of them even took a small step back, all terrified as they watched the woman step closer to them, one step at a time. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and kill her," the eldest brother shouted, wiping rain from his face and yelling at the other four. The four looked at each other, then raised their swords and charged forward. But just one step away, their steps suddenly froze. They trembled as they looked at the person in front of them. Was it really a person? In the darkness, under the heavy rain, she held a small chopping axe, smaller than usual. She stood calmly, her face ordinary, as if she was simply enjoying the scenery. But the killing intent was overwhelming. This woman was wrapped in a deadly aura, a sense of supreme dominance over the world. A sudden flash of lightning split the sky. Xiao Zhen smiled calmly, but her expression quickly turned fierce and twisted, filled with darkness and wildness, as she charged at the four people. With a swift strike, she chopped off a man's throat with her axe. She made no extra move. The four tall, strong men fell into the rain silently, without a single sound. Zhang Jiang trembled violently. The eldest brother quickly turned to run, but Xiao Zhen took a step forward, blocking his way instantly. "Heroine, spare me. Please spare me." The elder brother knelt and begged, trembling with fear of death. "I always eliminate my enemies completely," Xiao Zhen said. "It may seem harsh, but closing your eyes is better than suffering. Though cruel, in this situation, mercy would only be weakness, harmful rather than helpful." The elder brother slowly looked up at Xiao Zhen, trembling as he asked, "Who are you? I've never heard of anyone like you in the martial world." "I'm just an ordinary farm girl," Xiao Zhen replied before making her move. In an instant, 6 martial artists lay dead at her hands, silent and without a single scream. Zhang Jiang was so frightened he fell to the ground. When he saw the so-called big brother collapse slowly, he thought about escaping. But before he could take a step, a pair of shoes appeared in front of him. Looking up, Zhang Jiang saw Xiao Zhen suddenly standing before him. He was so scared he sat down the ground and desperately backed away. "Don't come closer. Stay back," he shouted. Thunder roared, lightning flashed, and rain poured down. Between heaven and earth, only darkness and the brief, white flash of lightning remained. Xiao Zhen held a small axe. Her face was more dark than fierce, almost like belonging to the shadows. She was small in stature, but in this world of natural forces, she seemed to radiate a powerful presence, as if she was part of the universe itself. "No, no." Zhang Jiang watched as Xiao Zhen swung her small axe toward him. Before it could strike, he was so frightened he fainted. Xiao Zhen snorted. "So useless." After speaking, she ruthlessly struck Zhang Jiang's head with her axe, killing him instantly. Lu Li had been staring wide-eyed since Xiao Zhen declared her killing intent, frozen in shock, as if stunned. Now she finally understood what Xiao Zhen meant by solving the problem. Why was Ah Zhen so skilled at martial arts? Why did Ah Zhen kill without blinking? This skilled appearance makes it seem as if Ah Zhen lives in such a world. Even more, she seems to see a sense of freedom and ease in the bloodshed, which is quite striking. Xiao Zhen walks closer to Lu Li. Throughout, Lu Li keeps her eyes wide open, watching her without blinking. Pushing aside her hair that's pressed against her face, Xiao Zhen doesn't know what to say to Lu Li about her situation. She acts impulsively and makes a decision. She completely forgets whether Lu Li will accept this or not. Xiao Zhen squats down. After a moment, she notices Lu Li still staring at her with wide eyes and begins to worry. Could she have scared her so much that she's stunned? "Lu Li, are you okay?" Xiao Zhen's voice is a little hoarse. Lu Li's eyes move slightly, but her gaze shifts past Xiao Zhen to look behind her. Xiao Zhen turns to look back, and when she sees a tall, elegant figure about 10 meters away, her body stiffens. She slowly stands up and faces Han Ziran, who shouldn't be here but clearly is. An umbrella is tossed nearby, quietly enduring the heavy rain. The umbrella's owner is soaked through, her clothes tightly clinging to her body. Her once slender, young figure now appears broader and more muscular. Han Ziran's expression, like Lu Li's, is deep and dark, full of turbulent emotions that words can't describe. He looks at Xiao Zhen and she doesn't know how long he has been watching her. The heavy rain continues to fall, and the sky remains dark and gloomy. Xiao Zhen wipes the rain from her face. She doesn't understand how Han Ziran appeared here, or when he arrived. Did he see everything she did? Or just a little? Seeing everything, or just a bit, doesn't seem to make much difference. Even if he didn't see, she can't explain this environment around her. Lu Li struggles to say the word. Lu Li, are you not scared of me? Xiao Zhen is happy to see Lu Li still able to speak. Lu Li nods, then shakes her head. She was scared of how Zhen was killing. But that feeling isn't exactly fear. She can't quite describe it. As for her late husband, she actually feels relieved. That's good, Xiao Zhen says, then looks at Han Ziran again. She wipes the rain from her face and walks toward him. Han Ziran's face looks extremely pale under the heavy rain and dark sky, but his dark eyes have returned to their usual coldness. Watching Xiao Zhen walk toward him steadily and calmly, her steps are firm and smooth. Her hands move rhythmically, not showing any nervousness or hesitation, even after what just happened. A loud thunderclap echoed overhead. The woman sitting on the ground in the distance trembled with fear, while the woman standing in front of him remained fearless. Just a step away, Xiao Zhen stood and looked at Han Ziran. He hesitated for a moment and managed to say, "Why did you come back? Today's thunder was quite loud. I was worried the wife at home might be scared." Worried about her? Xiao Zhen looked at the distant thunder. If she said she was afraid now, would that seem too delicate? He had to force himself to say, "I'm not afraid of thunder." Han Ziran, with a pale face, nodded. "I saw that." Not just not afraid, she seemed quite happy about it. "Why did you come here?" "I saw some suspicious people heading this way, so I followed to check." "Heh, what a coincidence." Xiao Zhen wiped the rain from his face. "In the future, if you see suspicious people, don't follow them. It's quite dangerous." "Okay." Apart from the sound of rain, the world became quiet again. Xiao Zhen looked at Han Ziran's increasingly pale face and sighed inwardly. He felt it was just too unlucky. At this moment, Han Ziran said, "Should we find a place to bury them?" Seeing Xiao Zhen look at her in surprise, she added, "How do you want to handle the people you've killed?"
No need to handle them.
"If they're found, the officials will just think it was a fight among bandits. The wounds on these people were not randomly cut, so the authorities wouldn't suspect common folk." Still, she needed to visit Li Hua's family because they knew Li Hua had been taken away by Zhang Jiang. Han Ziran nodded, his face growing even paler. "Then let's go back." He turned toward Lu Li and said, "Just a step away, sorry to bother you. I'll carry you down the mountain." "No need." Lu Li quickly looked at Xiao Zhen. Her husband had beaten her every day for years. Seeing a man made her instinctively afraid. It's good to have a Zhen. Although she didn't know who this man was, his handsome and refined appearance made her guess his identity. Thinking about his background made her even more uneasy. Xiao Zhen hurried over. "I'll carry Li Hua. I can walk by myself. I just hurt one foot. A Zhen, just help me a little." Li Hua insisted on standing up. Seeing her stand despite the pain, and noting that one of her feet was fine, Xiao Zhen felt relieved. He quickly helped her. Li Hua said, "When he hit me, luckily I dodged with one foot, or else. It's okay now. This won't happen again." Xiao Zhen Dao. Because Lu Li's foot injury was serious, the three of them walked very slowly. Han Ziran silently followed behind, his gaze always fixed on Xiao Zhen in front. The rain showed no signs of stopping. The three of them walked quietly along the village path. Fortunately, Lu Li's home and Zhao's were both at the end of the village. Since it was late at night, they didn't meet anyone on the way. "Zhen is here, man?" Lu Li whispered. Xiao Zhen nodded.
His identity.
Lu Li hesitated before speaking. Could he be a spy? Xiao Zhen turned to look at Han Ziran, who was also watching her. It seemed he had been looking at her like this all along. She withdrew her gaze and shook her head.
No.
She was surprisingly firm, though she didn't know why. Are you and he close? Close? Xiao Zhen thought for a moment. We don't fight or yell, and we can talk happily. Yes, pretty good. Then I can rest easy.
Zhen?
Yes. It's nothing. Luli ultimately asked nothing more, instead clutching Xiao Zhen tightly, as if only the two of them remained in the world. Because Luli's injury was serious, they moved slowly. When they arrived at Lu's house, Xiao Zhen guessed it was around midnight. Lu's mother opened the door and saw Luli. Her face instantly darkened. Ignoring Xiao Zhen and Han Ziran, she was shocked and exclaimed, "Why are you back? Are you trying to make the whole family suffer by provoking that man?" Seeing her mother's cold, unloving face, Luli felt her heart turn cold. "Zhang Jiang is dead," Xiao Zhen said coldly. Lu's mother froze for a moment, then Xiao Zhen, with a grim face, said, "But this matter, whether you like it or not, we still need to cooperate." Suddenly, thunder exploded overhead, illuminating Xiao Zhen's ghostly face like a demon. Lu's mother trembled and suddenly sat down on the ground. The rain continued to fall. When Xiao Zhen and Han Ziran left Lu's house, about the time a stick of incense burned, they stood at the door. Xiao Zhen looked at Han Ziran beside her, unsure how to explain the terrible things she had done today. Although such things had been common in her previous life, Han Ziran was just a scholar, a gentle man. And why was he not asking her anything? "Let's go." Han Ziran reached out to hold Xiao Zhen's hand. The moment he did, Xiao Zhen was shocked by how cold his hand was, colder than the rain. Though he said nothing now, she could see the shock in his heart. "Do you have anything to ask me?" Xiao Zhen licked her lips, which, despite being soaked by the rain, still felt dry. "Ask what?" "Today's matter. Your skills are very good." "Xiao Zhen." Han Ziran stopped walking and turned to look at Xiao Zhen. Xiao Zhen noticed that Han Ziran had grown taller again. Now, she had to tilt her head back to look at him. The rain was heavy, making it hard to keep her eyes open, but she managed to open them slightly. "From now on, don't do dangerous things alone. If something happens, no one will know. Is that all?" Xiao Zhen nodded obediently. "After all, you are a girl." Seeing Xiao Zhen looking at him as if she wanted to hear more, Han Ziran said calmly, "Let's go." Then, he took Xiao Zhen's hand again. "Is that all? Don't you want to ask anything else?" Xiao Zhen asked curiously.
No.
"How can there be nothing? I've even killed someone," Xiao Zhen said softly. "It's already done. What's the point of asking now?" "That's true. So, are you afraid of me? Do I look afraid of you?" "Not really. You should ask why I killed them."
I saw it already.
Xiao Zhen let out a soft "oh," but although Han Ziran didn't say anything more, his silence made her uneasy. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Such coincidences are just too strange. But his expression was enough to scare her. He wasn't frightened by her, but she was frightened by him. Xiao Zhen felt worried. At this moment, Han Ziran's mood was like a storm inside. No matter how calm he appeared, it took him a while to accept what was happening. Now, he believed every word in that letter, that Xiao Zhen's background was indeed as described. Earlier, he might have believed it with some doubt, but now, all he could think of was her fearless stance when she picked up the axe. Without proper training or battlefield experience, how could she have such confidence? He was sure her past was not just simple military service. Just an ordinary soldier couldn't have such killing aura. The way she killed, her gaze, her methods. Thinking about it now, it was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. What had she gone through in her past life? They walked one after the other, and soon reached the Han family's door. "Are you angry with me?" This question was a bit awkward, but Xiao Zhen didn't know how to ask it. She took a step forward and looked worriedly at him. Any man would probably react differently if they saw their wife had killed someone, right? Even if that person was Han Ziran.
No.
How can there be none?
I don't want you to keep this inside.
At this point, Xiao Zhen didn't know how to solve the problem. "I don't know what to say." Suddenly, he felt that there was a big gap between him and her.
Just tell me what you're thinking right now. I don't want any secrets between us. Let's go inside first. Change out of your wet clothes.
I'll go to the study to change,
Han Ziran said, and went into the house first. Everyone in the Han family was already asleep, and the house was completely dark. Xiao Zhen quickly changed clothes in her room, but she didn't know how to explain what had just happened. It's no longer about doubting whether she knew martial arts, but about murder. Xiao Zhen suddenly thought, with her so reckless attitude towards killing, does Han Ziran really see her as a monster? She felt a terrible headache. The door was pushed open, and Han Ziran, already dressed, came in. Husband?
Xiao Zhen didn't know what to say.
Han Ziran remained silent. Do you think of me as a monster? Xiao Zhen asked worriedly.
I don't think that way.
I just think you're too dangerous, and killing isn't a good solution. Xiao Zhen nodded quickly. I know. This is not a battlefield. No matter what happens, there are laws. I know that too. But if I don't act, then I and Li Hua will be the ones who die. Seeing Han Ziran fall silent again, Xiao Zhen hurried to explain, I'm not making excuses for myself. It's true. If we don't protect ourselves, you won't see me anymore. We're doing this to stay safe.
Han Ziran nodded.
Let's not talk about this anymore. Go to sleep. Is that all? What else do you want? I don't want anything. Just sleep. Xiao Zhen took off her outer clothes and went to bed. When Han Ziran lay down, she felt strange in her heart. To ordinary people, this would be a crazy thing to do, but why was Han Ziran only acting like this? She didn't know what to say, so she closed her eyes. A heavy rainstorm finally stopped at dawn. As soon as the sun came out, it was very fierce, indicating good weather. The Han family was awakened by the noise of Han Ziran's second brother and Mrs. Zhang arguing. Why should we support your parents? I refuse. Mrs. Zhang's voice, which had been gentle, became very sharp and harsh. It was unclear what had made her so angry. Don't speak so loudly. Han Ziran's second brother also sounded a bit angry. So what if I speak loudly? This is what I have to say about this matter. What's there to be angry about? Talk about it? Even if I say something I don't agree. When Xiao Zhen and Han Ziran came out of the house, they saw Han's second brother arguing with Mrs. Zhang at the door. Mrs. Zhang looked so angry she was trembling. At this moment, the door to Han's eldest brother's house also opened, and everyone got up. Mother Han, wrapped in a coat, must have just gotten up after hearing the noise. She looked at Han Ziran and Mrs. Zhang and asked, What are you two arguing about so early in the morning? Mrs. Zhang snorted coldly and glared at Han Ziran. You really raised a good son. He always takes your side in everything. Hearing Mrs. Zhang's attitude, Mother Han frowned slightly. But when she saw Han Ziran beside Xiao Zhen, she was surprised. Ziran? You came back last night in such heavy rain? The Han family members finally noticed Han Ziran had returned and looked at him in surprise. Last night, there was such a heavy storm, with loud thunder and lightning. How did you come back? Old Han asked with concern. Did you get soaked? No, the ox cart at my father-in-law's house is sturdy, so I wasn't soaked, Han Ziran replied. Mother Han nodded and said to Lu and Xiao Zhen, Why are you just standing there? Get up and start working. Lu hurriedly said, I'll go make breakfast. Xiao Zhen also said, I'll pick some vegetables.
Han Ziran glanced at Xiao Zhen.
Just then, Mrs. Zhang sneered and said, Don't go anywhere. Let Han Ziran finish talking first. Mother Han, about to go back to wash up, looked at Mrs. Zhang and asked, What are you talking about? Nothing, Han Ziran quickly said. Mother, Xi and you, and I are just joking. He then took Mrs. Zhang's hand and led her into the house. Let go. Mrs. Zhang struggled. Stop causing trouble, okay? Mrs. Zhang snorted coldly, broke free from Han Ziran's hand, and said loudly, Han Ziran, in front of your family, I want to make this clear. I'm definitely not going to support your parents. Shut up. Shut up? I won't support them, and I won't let you support them either. Do you understand? What are you talking about? Are we asking you to support them now? Mother Han looked at her second daughter-in-law with anger. Second brother, Old Han also said angrily,
What nonsense is your wife talking? She's becoming more and more unreasonable. Xiao Zhen looked at Han Dejia and Lu Shi with surprise. Her reaction was normal because the Zhang family was known for causing trouble. Such words would only increase in the future.
She was worried about last night.
As soon as she thought about it, Xiao Zhen looked at Han Ziran, who appeared calm and indifferent, with a cold face as usual. Does he really not care at all? Han Ziran wanted to bring Zhang Shi back inside, but she refused stubbornly. She said, "Yes, we don't want to raise anyone now, but I mean in the future. In the future, you won't be under my or my husband's care." Han's mother's face turned pale with anger. Han Leoi was furious. The future can be discussed later. Why talk about it now? Although we are old, we are not at the point where you need to take care of us. Zhang Shi snorted coldly. That's because he's your good son. I just mentioned dividing the family, and he said he would take care of you in the future to show filial piety. It's ridiculous. Where does he get the money? All that money is my dowry. Divide the family? Split up? Han's mother looked at Zhang Shi in disbelief, then turned to her son. Do you want to split the family? I didn't. Xian quickly said. They had been talking privately just now, so he just went along with it. But he didn't expect Xian to cause trouble. Han Ziran also felt annoyed. Of course we should split up. Why should I do all the work for the family? Zhang Shi snorted. Lu Shi couldn't stay silent anymore. Second sister-in-law, the family affairs aren't all for you to handle. We are sharing the work among ourselves. I don't want to do it either. I have so much to do alone. It's just about 3 meals a day and a few clothes. I don't need to manage your share, Zhang Shi said, then looked at Han's mother. Since it's come to this, tell me, when will we split the family? Before she finished speaking, there was a loud smack as Han's second brother slapped Zhang Shi across the face. Zhang Shi had fair skin, and Han Ziran's slap wasn't very hard, but as soon as it landed, half of Zhang Shi's face swelled up. Zhang Shi covered her face with one hand, refusing to believe that her usually obedient husband would hit her. She looked at Han Ziran with tears in her eyes. After the slap, Han Ziran felt regret. But Xiao's words earlier had been too much. If the parents are here, there's no need to split the family. Don't you understand that? Having parents doesn't mean we can't split the family. Many families in the village have split, Zhang Shi shouted. That's because they brothers didn't get along, so they had to split up. All right, let me ask you this. Your mother is entirely focused on the third brother. Do you really have no hard feelings about that? Just a few days ago, who was complaining in front of me that your mother was unfair to you? Mrs. Zhang cried out. Stop talking nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. If I were, I would be struck by lightning and meet a bad end. Why are you swearing like that? Han Ziran asked anxiously. Because I am telling the truth. I'm not afraid of being struck by lightning. Do you really have no resentment towards the third brother? Even towards the eldest brother, who at least learned a skill. But what did your parents make you learn? Clearly, you have some distance in your heart from them. Be quiet, Mrs. Han said with a trembling voice. I won't be quiet. So, what if I don't? Mrs. Zhang sneered at Mrs.
Han.
With a soft sigh, Xiao Zhen shook her head inwardly. Supporting parents is still a bit early for the elderly in-laws, and although Mrs. Han has not been kind to her, it is natural for children to support their parents. Moreover, the rift between brothers is something that naturally happens as they grow up together. Because they grew up together, tolerance and understanding can help resolve or erase these differences. Some things shouldn't be spoken aloud, as doing so might only create more distance. Xiao Zhen felt it was unnecessary to listen further. Just as she was about to leave, she heard Mrs. Han coldly say, "We don't want a daughter-in-law like you in the Han family." This one sentence made Mrs. Zhang fall silent. Han Ziran looked at his mother in shock, and the Han family members were also surprised by Mrs. Han's words. Mother, what do you mean by that? Han Ziran asked hurriedly. Zhang Xingyue, Mrs. Han stepped closer to Mrs. Zhang, whose face was turning pale. You can cause trouble. You can disrespect me as your mother-in-law, but my 3 sons are brothers who grew up together. They are respectful and caring towards each other. The eldest always looked out for the second and third brothers. The second did everything he could for the third. When the third became a top scholar, he even told me that the things given by the emperor should be shared with the eldest and second brothers in the future. But listen to what you're saying? This is clearly trying to create discord among the three brothers, making them fight. I absolutely will not allow that. The three brothers of the Han family all fell silent. Mrs. Zhang was frightened by Mrs. Han's words. Since she entered the Han family, even if she had been disrespectful to Mrs. Han, she was not often scolded. But she never expected Mrs. Han to say she didn't want her around. Xiao Zhen didn't continue listening. Instead, she went to the backyard to pick vegetables. Madame Han's words didn't really mean to force second brother Han to divorce Zhang. At most, it was just a warning. Just as Xiao Zhen finished picking vegetables and returned, she saw a few soldiers bowing and leaving toward Han Ziran. She overheard big brother Han say, "So many people died all at once. Luckily, none of them are from the village. Otherwise, it would be very frightening." The officer said those who died were all from the Green Forest group. "I don't know what happened." Old Han shook his head. Then he told his sons, "Don't go hunting in the mountains these days. Wait until this matter passes." Both big brother Han and second brother nodded. At that moment, Han Ziran turned around and saw Xiao Zhen. "Third sister-in-law, please give me the vegetables." Lu Shi saw Xiao Zhen had brought back the vegetables and quickly took them inside to prepare breakfast. Now, only Xiao Zhen and Han Ziran were left in the yard. "Do you have anything else to do today?" Han Ziran asked. "I'll just go pick some pig and rabbit grass and then come back to help at home," Xiao Zhen replied.
Han Ziran nodded.
"Husband, are you really okay after last night?" Lu Shi asked anxiously. Han Ziran gave a faint smile. "I'm fine. You promised me you wouldn't do that again, right?" Seeing Han Ziran's calm appearance, it didn't seem like he was troubled inside. Xiao Zhen was momentarily at a loss for words. She thought maybe Han Ziran's mental strength was different from others. But could a weak scholar, who couldn't even defend himself, really use this as an excuse to get past such a situation? Xiao Zhen felt a lingering doubt in her heart. After breakfast, the ox cart from Zhao's family arrived. Today, it wasn't the same driver from a few days ago, but Uncle Fong from the neighboring village. Seeing Uncle Fong, Xiao Zhen immediately understood that he probably had something to tell her. Sure enough, when Uncle Fong saw Xiao Zhen, he called her aside and said, "Young Master Xiao, the girl Xiao Xing I was watching over yesterday went out again. She met with a man about 20 years old." "A man around 20? Xiao Zhen immediately thought of Qi Chong. She described Qi Chong's appearance, and Uncle Fong nodded. "That's him." They arranged to meet again this afternoon by the willow grove near the city wall. Xiao Zhen nodded. "I understand." Madame Han's voice came over, "Ziran, if you encounter another situation like last night, don't come back. The road is smooth, but if you're careless, I'll be worried."
"Got it?"
"Got it, mother." He nodded and turned his gaze to Xiao Zhen, who was talking to the coachman nearby. At this moment, Uncle Fong came over and bowed to Han Ziran. "Assistant, we should be going now." "I'm leaving, wife," Han Ziran said to Xiao Zhen. "Be careful on the road," Xiao Zhen replied softly. Mrs. Zhang, standing nearby, scoffed inwardly at their display, thinking that Xiao Zhen and her third brother were being overly dramatic. They saw each other every day and acted as if they couldn't bear to be apart. She rolled her eyes and went inside. "Xiao Zhen," Han's mother suddenly said to her, "in a few days, the villagers will go up the mountain for hunting. You should come along." Xiao Zhen was stunned for a moment before replying yes. She quickly added, "Aunt Han, I need to visit my mother's house first. I might come back a bit later." Han's mother only glanced at her without saying anything and went back into the house. Lu Shi and Han Zile exchanged a look and whispered, "Brother Zile, does mother want third sister to go hunting up the mountain?"
Han Ziran nodded, feeling surprised.
After finishing the necessary tasks for the Han family, Xiao Zhen didn't return to her mother's house, but went straight to the neighboring village's ox cart pickup point and took a cart into the county. The suspicious appearance of Lu Chong coming out and the matter involving Han's eldest sister-in-law also raised doubts. She needed to investigate. Is the willow forest by the city moat? Last night's heavy rain made the normally flat road quite muddy and uneven, showing how fierce the rain was. The ox cart was filled with women chatting happily. Xiao Zhen kept her eyes on the roadside scenery, but didn't listen to their conversations until she suddenly heard someone mention Han's eldest sister-in-law's name. Who is Lu Ruhu? She's the eldest daughter-in-law of the Han family in Tangxia village. The Han family? Isn't she the wife of the top scholar? Is this true? Absolutely. I heard she ran away with a man, and they even came to the Han family to cause trouble. Xiao Zhen frowned. Hadn't Han's mother already handled this matter? Why was it spreading to the neighboring village? That eldest sister-in-law of the Han family seems quite proper. I never thought she would do something so disgraceful. Immediately, the women who had been pretending to sleep opened their eyes and listened eagerly to the discussion. Xiao Zhen frowned again, feeling that something was off about how things were developing. When they reached the county, Xiao Zhen checked the time. It was past noon, and she still had some time before the two would meet. She decided to buy some food to fill her stomach first. There are many things to eat in the town, very colorful and varied. Xiao Zhen didn't go into these shops, just bought a few steamed buns and a bowl of tofu pudding from the roadside. Before she could taste the tofu pudding, she heard a familiar voice say, "Madame Tongji?" Xiao Zhen looked up and saw the ninth prince, Mo heir, happily running toward her. The mention of Madame Tongji caught the attention of everyone eating buns nearby.
Montag heir?
Xiao Zhen looked around the ninth prince and saw no one else. She realized he probably snuck out again. Does the young master always go out without attendants? Yes, I brought them along, but I managed to shake them off this time, Mo heir said proudly. When he saw the tofu pudding in front of Xiao Zhen, he curiously asked, "This looks really tasty." "Boss, I'll have a bowl of the same."
Sure.
Seeing the ninth prince sit down beside her, Xiao Zhen also sat down and handed him the tofu pudding in front of her. She chuckled at his claim of shaking off the guards. Those people seemed to be hiding well now. She doubted he truly lost them. Mo heir took a small bite and exclaimed, "Delicious." Mo heir, from now on, when you see me outside, don't call me madam. It's not very convenient.
Montag heir nodded.
Then I'll call you Sister Zhen from now on. Xiao Zhen didn't dare to say no, though she smiled and nodded. At this moment, neither of them knew each other well, so calling her sister was fine. After you finish the tofu pudding, I'll take you back. I finally escaped, so I want to look around a bit before going back, Mo heir said. When the shop assistant brought the tofu pudding, his bowl was already empty, clearly not enough. Soon he finished that bowl too. Where do you want to go next? Last time I explored the north side. This time I want to see the south street. Sister Zhen, do you have nothing else to do? Would you like to come with me? Mo heir liked this Madame Tongji quite a bit. Although she wasn't as beautiful as the women in the palace, she was clean, comfortable, natural, and warm without trying too hard. Looking at the time, Xiao Zhen knew it was already late. She needed to visit Lumu Forest, so she couldn't accompany him. Still, she felt uneasy leaving the ninth prince alone. Although there were others following him, he was a prince. If anything happened, it could affect the entire Sheng County. Besides, she had protected him in her past life, so her feelings were different. Thinking about this, Xiao Zhen said, "I really have something to do, but I will be back soon. Mo heir, stay here and eat something first. Wait for your sister for a while, okay?" Prince Jiu's Mo heir thought for a moment and happily agreed. Xiao Zhen got up to leave, but after turning a corner, he stopped a seemingly honest-looking pedestrian, handed him some broken silver, and said, "Please, big brother, tell the county office that a man named Shay Fei is eating tofu pudding at the tofu stall in front. If he isn't there, he should be playing on the southern road." The pedestrian, happy to earn some silver, gladly agreed and ran toward the county office. Xiao Zhen then looked at the tofu pudding stall and saw that the prince was indeed sitting there obediently. He then headed toward Lulinzi. In the southern part of the empire, there are many branches of the river. Almost every county has a protective moat stretching for several kilometers for the people to drink water or irrigate fields. On both sides of these water systems, some will plant willows for shade and chatting. Over hundreds of years, the surrounding willows have grown into towering trees, but there is only one large grove. Perhaps Xiao Zhen arrived just in time. As he entered the grove, he saw Chi-Chong also entering. Unlike the refined appearance last time, Chi-Chong now looked like a scoundrel, with a drunken look on his face. Xiao Zhen followed behind. After walking a few dozen steps, Chi-Chong stopped at a spot, looked around, and yawned. If only I had come earlier, but I haven't arrived yet. I am already here. Xiaoxing appeared from behind a thick willow tree. As soon as Xiaoxing saw Xiaoxing, Chi-Chong hurriedly went over with a flattering smile. But just as he approached, Xiaoxing slapped him hard. "Why did you hit me?" Chi-Chong's flattering expression turned fierce, because he was afraid of the backing behind Xiaoxing and dared not act rashly. "Don't you know? Know what? I told you to ruin the reputation of the deputy lady, but look at what you've done." "Deputy lady? I not only caused trouble at the Han family, but also spread rumors in several neighboring villages. I don't see many days." "Shut up, waste. That is not the deputy lady, but the wife of the deputy, Lu Shi." Chi-Chong was stunned.
What?
"You're really useless." Thinking about how she had finally caught the attention of Chi Fu and became her personal maid, she was surprised. "You even get people mixed up, Chi-Chong. You're worse than useless." I clearly heard that Lady Tongji called Lu Ruhui that day." Before Chi-Chong finished speaking, Xiaoxing slapped him again. "Shut up. Now, think carefully about how to make up for this." Chi-Chong covered both sides of his face where he was hit, forced himself to stay calm, and forced a friendly smile. "Maybe I should go ruin Lady Tongji's reputation even more?" "No, that won't do. Both of Han's daughters are like that, and people will start to doubt." "Miss Xiaoxing, I have a simple and effective idea." Chi-Chong suddenly grinned slyly. "What idea?" "If this woman is tarnished, Lady Tongji won't want her anymore."
So?
Before Chi-Chong could finish, a group of soldiers suddenly burst out of the woods and surrounded them. Among the soldiers were Han Ziran, Che Feiming, and even County Magistrate Qi. Xiaoxing's face turned pale instantly when she saw Han Ziran. Seeing that County Magistrate Qi was also here, she lost her footing and fainted from fright. Not far away, Xiao Zhen was furious, thinking about how to act, when unexpectedly Han Ziran led soldiers out. She was stunned, not knowing how Han Ziran found out about this. "Spare me, sir. Spare me. Miss Xiaoxing ordered me to do this." Chi-Chong knelt in fear when he saw the soldiers, immediately blaming Xiaoxing. Even Che Feiming, usually gentle and calm, looked stern now, and Han Ziran's face was cold as usual. "This is really unacceptable and disgusting." The county magistrate glared at the unconscious Xiaoxing with anger and guilt, then said to Han Ziran, "Ziran, I didn't expect there to be such a wicked maid in my household. First, I'll take these two back to the estate and give you an explanation. Guards, take these two to the prison."
Yes.
Soon, Chi-Chong and Xiaoxing were taken away by the soldiers. In the woods, only Che Feiming and Han Ziran remained. "I didn't expect your guess was right. Lady Qi wanted to marry Miss Qi to you, so she ordered her maid to do such a dirty deed. But if you just let County Magistrate Qi take these two back, only the maid will be punished." Che Feiming thought about what he heard earlier and found it hard to believe. "I know, but at least it's a warning to them and shows my stance. There probably won't be a next time."
Che Feiming nodded.
"That's true, but aren't you worried about offending County Magistrate Qi and hurting your career? Isn't there still the teacher?" "That's true, indeed," said Che Feiming with a raised eyebrow, then smiled. "Teacher, now you need to find a mower again. You should go back first." "Maybe the servants have already found a mower," Han Ziran coldly said. "I want to stay here and be quiet." When it came to the 9th prince a mower, Che Feiming suddenly felt a bit headache. Bringing him out was a mistake. Knowing Ziran also wanted some peace, he nodded and left. Meanwhile, Xiao was pondering how Han Ziran knew about today's matter when he heard Han call out, "Wife, come out now." He was surprised that Han knew he was here. Xiao Zhen was again stunned but had to step out, awkwardly smiling, "Husband." Seeing Xiao Zhen,
Han Ziran's gaze flickered slightly. How do you know I am here? Xiao Zhen asked curiously. I just called out casually. Xiao Zhen. Can you call out casually like that? Then how do you know someone will meet here? Asked a few coachmen if they had heard anything recently. So, it was her own coachman who betrayed her. Xiao Zhen felt uncomfortable inside, though she was his wife. Why are you asking about this for no reason? Do you think only your sister-in-law cares about her matters? Xiao Zhen suddenly understood. I've been asking around about that man named Chi Chong, thinking you wouldn't just sit by and do nothing. I just asked casually, but those uncles, the coachmen, didn't hide anything from me.
Sening Sia Shen listen seriously, Han Ziran smiled faintly.
If I hadn't arrived in time, what would you have done? Use force to suppress it. Xiao Zhen coughed twice. Of course, report to the authorities.
Haha.
I thought you would beat him first, Han Ziran said. Xiao Zhen, my confidant, then asked again, were you really just calling out casually earlier? Just guessing that you are here now. I didn't expect to find you actually here. Just guessing? If I hadn't responded, wouldn't you have known I was here? Yes, Han Ziran looked at her with a smile. Xiao Zhen, your husband's love life is really lively. You also said that if anyone dares to covet me, you would fight them one by one? I thought about it and felt that would be too tiring. Xiao Zhen looked at Han Ziran, whose face, even if cold and distant, still had a hint of charm. Today, your handling was good. I believe you can do even better in the future. Han Ziran smiled and said, since you're here, let's go home together this afternoon. Xiao Zhen thought for a moment and agreed. That's fine. There was still some time left. Xiao Zhen originally planned to visit the shops in the county, but before they reached the county office, they heard a report from someone below. Sir, Car Fei and the scholar have already taken all the guards out to look for the young master. MOR? Xiao Zhen asked the servant in front of her. Did anyone just come to deliver a message saying the young master is sitting at the tofu stall in the south? If not, look for him on the southern street. Just after the scholar left with his men, someone came to deliver this message. I've already sent someone to inform the scholar. Seeing Han Ziran look at her with curiosity, Xiao Zhen smiled and said, I asked that person to deliver the message. I saw MOR just now. Han Ziran nodded. At this moment, someone else stepped forward and said, Sir, you're finally back. Here are some official documents that need your review. Seeing that Xiao Zhen seemed to recognize her, she quickly bowed and said, So the lady is here. Xiao Zhen smiled and returned the bow, then said to Han Ziran, Sir, you go handle your official duties first. I'll help look for the young master. Finding him is your task. You can rest inside, Han Ziran said, pulling Xiao Zhen into the office. After arranging everything for Xiao Zhen, Han Ziran went to handle his work. Just as he sat down and opened the official documents, a man came in to report, Sir, everything is ready. Han Ziran didn't look up and simply nodded. Proceed as planned.
Yes.
Xiao Zhen was familiar with the county office, as she had passed through many offices in her previous life. But in front of Han Ziran, she couldn't appear indifferent. She had to show some curiosity. It was a bit tiring. Fortunately, Han Ziran quickly went to work and she relaxed, sitting comfortably in her chair and drinking the tea brought by the servant. But this leisure didn't last long, only about the time of lighting a stick of incense. Car Fei Mingliang hurriedly entered and said, Madam, have you seen Ziran? He's gone to work. Does he look like he's in a hurry? Xiao Zhen glanced around and saw MOR, guessing what was happening. Based on your message, I looked for him, but didn't see MOR. I need to find Ziran to get the soldiers from the county magistrate's office. I saw Ziran going to the side hall. Before Xiao Zhen could finish speaking, Car Fei Mingliang hurriedly left in a rush. Xiao Zhen took a few more sips of tea. The 9th prince was the future emperor, so she wasn't worried about anything happening. It wouldn't change history, after all. Change history? Xiao Zhen's hand froze as she sipped her tea. No, she had already changed herself in this life, so perhaps the course of history would also. She was not rejected by Han Ziran. Han Ziran had not gone to the capital, and at this moment he saw the future 9th prince, which was already a very thorough change. But what about the 9th prince? Thinking of this, Xiao Zhen couldn't sit still.
If many people's fates also changed because of her rebirth, then it was not certain that the ninth prince would be in danger. After becoming emperor, although he was decisive and strict, he was seen as a wise ruler by the common people. She couldn't just let the beloved and admired wise ruler she had become in this life be taken away because of her rebirth, could she? Thinking this, Xiao Zhen broke out in a cold sweat. She couldn't sit still anymore. She put down her teacup and hurried out to find someone. At around 14 or 15 years old, she was already managing a household among ordinary villagers. She was not as playful as the ninth prince, although Xiao Zhen knew he had been trapped in the palace for a long time. The street to the south? Xiao Zhen looked around where she was standing. Although there is a north-south division in the county town, there are only 3 or 4 streets. And the street to the south that the ninth prince mentioned? Xiao Zhen sighed inwardly. She had been preoccupied earlier and didn't think much about it. Now she realized that the street probably led to a place full of fireworks and entertainment. At his age, was the ninth prince experiencing a youthful crush? Just as Xiao Zhen turned into this alley of fireworks, a guard hurried over, clearly recognizing her. Madame Tongji, what are you doing here? Have you looked everywhere? We searched the entire street. Some villagers saw the young master being taken into Pinxiang Tower, but when we went in just now, we couldn't find him. The guard pointed to a delicate little building not far away. Pinxiang Tower? Xiao Zhen remembered. Pear Blossom had almost been sold there. She recalled Pear Blossom once said that Jiang was working at Pinxiang Tower. Jiang also had connections with the Green Forest gang. This place shouldn't be underestimated. Xiao Zhen wanted to ask the guard more, but she noticed that although he looked respectful in front of her, his eyes kept gazing longingly at Pinxiang Tower. Xiao Zhen frowned. Are you the only one? Where are the other guards?
They.
Before the guard could answer, 2 young women suddenly came out of Pinxiang Tower and walked straight toward them. One of them grabbed the guard and coquettishly said, Big brother guard, your brothers have already finished eating. Why are you so slow? Who is this girl? The guard looked embarrassed and desperately tried to push away the 2 women, but he failed. In Xiao Zhen's view, his pushing strength was so weak that he couldn't even kill a chicken. Clearly, he didn't want to push away the soft, fragrant embrace. He finally understood why Che Faming Liang couldn't find the young master. His guards had gone off to flirt and ask for flowers, which was no wonder they couldn't find him. Looking at the sky, there were at least 2 hours before nightfall. He also glanced at the fragrance pavilion, thought for a moment, and then turned to leave. When Xiao Zhen appeared again in front of the fragrance pavilion, he was dressed in men's clothes. In his past life, he had been a soldier for 7 years, so disguising himself as a man was easy. Naturally, no one could see through his disguise, and after the change, he looked a bit more heroic. The women at the fragrance pavilion saw him, and their eyes lit up. They quickly pulled Xiao Zhen inside. As expected of a famous building in Sheng County, the interior was decorated with a touch of elegance despite some hints of worldly charm. Courtesans moved through the place. Most weren't stunningly beautiful, but had decent features. Most of the guests were from third-rate sects or less reputable groups, and their manners were quite improper. Xiao Zhen noticed that from time to time, burly men who looked like bodyguards or thugs passed by. Their clothing was similar to Zhang Jiang's from that day. It seemed that Zhang Jiang, whom she had killed, was indeed one of the guards here. Breaking free from the infatuation of a few courtesans, Xiao Zhen discreetly looked around inside. He calculated that although the ninth prince, CMO, looked younger than his peers, he was actually 15 years old, similar to Han Ziran, both slow and steady. A 15-year-old boy might be curious about romantic matters, but he was not a reckless prince. So, it was likely that he was brought here by the women's enthusiasm, but he wouldn't do anything too extreme. To avoid missing anything, Xiao Zhen quietly searched room by room. However, after half an hour, he still hadn't found him. Could he be in another building? Xiao Zhen looked around and headed toward the back garden. The fragrant pear pavilion was quite large, with a main hall and side rooms. Behind the side rooms, there was a spacious garden. However, Just as Xiao Zhen tried to enter the garden, he was stopped by two strong guards who suddenly appeared from the shadows. "Sir, outsiders are not allowed in the backyard of the fragrance pavilion," one of them said in a rough voice. "Big brothers, these side rooms are clearly for guests. What are the conditions to enter?" Xiao Zhen asked with a smile. The two men exchanged glances and looked up and down at Xiao Zhen for a while. One of them sneered, "Sir, your outfit. Better you leave. I just don't like dressing too flashy." "Brothers, let's talk about the conditions," Xiao Zhen replied. She wished she had bought clothes that made her look like a spoiled young master. "Looks like you're not from this kind of crowd." "Better leave quickly," one man said, already growing impatient. But before he finished speaking, Xiao Zhen struck him with a palm, knocking him out. The other man saw this and reached for his weapon from behind, but Xiao Zhen was so fast that he was on the ground before he could draw it. Looking around, Xiao Zhen quickly hid the two men's bodies behind a tree and entered the garden. The garden was decorated differently from outside, with colorful fabrics flying everywhere, creating a dazzling scene, perfect for a game of hide and seek. Just as Xiao Zhen was thinking this, she heard a teasing voice. "Little darling, where are you? Come out so I can find you." Xiao Zhen swiftly hid behind another piece of fabric. She saw a handsome young boy, about 14 or 15, smiling mischievously as he ran out, saying, come on, sir, I'm right here." Xiao Zhen thought, what kind of show is this? Suddenly, a man in his 40s or 50s ran out from the side, hugging the boy and groping him inappropriately. Xiao Zhen turned her face away, feeling nauseous from what she had just seen. In her previous life, she knew such corrupt customs were common in the Celestial Empire, but she didn't expect to see this in a small place like Xing County. As she was about to leave, she overheard the boy, sounding half coquettish and half distressed, say, "I heard the Lord liked the new boy. Once he's trained, he won't need me anymore." "That can't be. You're always my favorite," the man replied. "And what about the new guy today?" "I just think he's a fiery one. Just playing around." Xiao Zhen's eyes sharpened. "The new boy? Could he be Prince Jihuang, CMO?" She heard the boy say, "Sir, I've already given him a love potion. When it takes effect, you can enjoy yourself." "Oh my goodness, you're really my—" Before he finished, the man suddenly rolled his eyes and fainted. "Sir?" The young man gasped in surprise, and suddenly an axe was pressed against his neck. He looked up and saw Xiao Zhen's cold, dark eyes, trembling and unable to speak. "You. Tell me, where is the new young man being held?"
Who are you? Speak.
Xiao Zhen shouted loudly. The young man quickly pointed in a direction, but in the next moment, Xiao Zhen knocked him out. As Xiao Zhen stepped over the body of the master, he frowned when he saw his face. It looked familiar, and now he realized it was the merchant who had hosted a dinner for Han Ziran, the top student in high school, sitting at the desk in the study. One of Sheng County's nobles, he appeared handsome and proper on the outside, but secretly had such hobbies. Thinking about the kinds of people Han Ziran would later associate with, Xiao Zhen felt a mix of emotions he couldn't quite describe. Although only a few dozen steps away, Xiao Zhen reached the small building indicated by the young man. He found several guards inside, each with high, prominent temples, same as the ones Zhang Jiang had called that day. It was surprising that a small brothel would hire underground fighters as guards. It was not simple. If he knocked them all out, it would cause a big commotion. Xiao Zhen then used a tree in the courtyard to jump directly to the second floor. He saw two guards guarding a room. Just as he was thinking about how to take them out quietly, he heard a scream from inside. The scream soon stopped, as if someone had covered the person's mouth. The two guards at the door exchanged glances and quickly opened the door. Just as they stepped in, Xiao Zhen moved swiftly, knocking them out. He then entered the room and quickly closed the door. Inside, there was dim light, and a strange smell filled the air. Xiao Zhen held back a sneeze after a while. The room was empty, but his eyes fell on a bloodstain on the ground, and then on the figure behind a curtain. As Xiao Zhen moved forward, the figure suddenly lunged at him. The attacker was fast, likely trained, but not well trained enough to catch Xiao Zhen. After missing, The attacker quickly turned and tried to stab Xiao Zhen. When the attacker saw Xiao Zhen, his eyes widened in shock. Lady Tongji, why are you here? Mor? You're really here.
Great.
Come with me quickly, Xiao Zhen said happily, grabbing his hand and heading outside. But just as he took hold of it, he was startled by the heat radiating from Simo's body. You have a fever? He then noticed that the ninth prince's face was flushed red in the flickering candlelight, with faint beads of sweat. They forced me to take a love potion, said the ninth prince with a face full of anger and killing intent. His usual lively smile was gone, replaced by a stern aura that made Xiao Zhen pause. Remembering the bloody path the young emperor took to ascend the throne in his past life, and his ruthless methods as emperor, Xiao Zhen felt a bit sad. How are you here? Did they also capture you?
She asked.
Later we'll talk about that. First, I need to find an antidote for you, he replied. There is no antidote, Xiao Zhen answered. Then find a woman?
He suggested.
The ninth prince was surprised. Why did her words sound so strange coming from her? Her serious expression made him think she might really find a woman for him. Shaking off that thought, he narrowed his eyes, and his killing intent grew stronger. If it's a love potion, finding a woman might ruin me, he said, clenching his fists. And this must stay secret. No one, not your teacher or your husband, can know. If others find out, I'd rather die here. Xiao Zhen stayed silent, knowing he was telling the truth. Such a potion could only be broken by intimacy, but the ninth prince was only 15. His young body probably couldn't handle it. Even if they found someone to help, it wouldn't be humane later. She nodded. What should we do? Just endure it. As long as you don't touch a woman, the potion's power won't fully activate. Xiao Zhen thought. The ninth prince seemed to understand this well. She really wanted to know, could he really endure it? It must be extremely painful. Are you sure you won't tell anyone? She asked. Seeing his hand move slightly with the dagger, Xiao Zhen worried that if she said anything that made him think she was lying, he might stab her. Even though he was royal and young, the bloodthirsty nature was still deep in his bones.
I won't, he said.
Though I am just a farmer girl, I keep my promises. Good. My real identity is the current ninth prince, CMO. If I can leave safely, I promise to give you a lifetime of happiness, he declared. Xiao Zhen pretended to be shocked and happy. Just then, a bloody hand suddenly reached out from behind the curtain, weakly calling for help. Help. Someone, help. Before she could finish, the ninth prince lunged forward, stabbing his dagger into the person's chest. His face darkened as he gasped, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Your skill in fighting is impressive, which made Xiao Zhen look at you differently. Let's go. When the second guard at the door was knocked out, the ninth prince hesitated for a moment, then quickly left the house. Just as he was about to go downstairs, he hesitated again, looked around, and asked Xiao Zhen, Can you climb trees?
Yes.
Good. Then let's climb down from the tree. But as soon as he said this, his body started to tremble uncontrollably. Xiao Zhen understood that the medicine was starting to take effect. He sighed softly, gently tapped the ninth prince, and knocked him out, then carried him on his shoulder. Although he was a young boy, he was still somewhat heavy. Unknowingly, it was getting dark. The perfume pavilion had many guards, but they were not very skilled. It was easy for Xiao Zhen to go in, and even easier to come out with someone. However, the ninth prince did not want anyone to know about this. To keep it secret, Xiao Zhen needed to find a place to hide him first. That place was hard to find. Thinking carefully, Xiao Zhen took advantage of the night and headed toward a government residence near the moat. When the ninth prince woke up, he found himself lying on a large block of ice. Nearby, the lady of the household was sitting upright with her eyes closed, resting. Is this an ice cellar? Your Highness is very clever. This is Sheng County's ice cellar. Because of the medicine in your body, only the government's ice cellar can suppress it. Luckily, it's not hot right now, or these ice blocks might not last. Xiao Zhen said calmly. Mor nodded, but her gaze toward Xiao Zhen grew colder and more intense. Xiao Zhen remained calm. Compared to the innocent nature the ninth prince had shown in the past few days, he was more used to the current slightly childish, but sharp demeanor. After all, in his previous life, he had spent years protecting the future young emperor, and he was always like this. I never thought that the lady of the household could break into the perfume pavilion alone, bring the prince out safely, and find this place to help him recover. Truly hidden talents. The ninth prince looked at Xiao Zhen with suspicion, worry, and hidden impatience in his eyes. It was clear he was shocked by her. Who exactly are you? He had earlier said he wanted her to be his older sister, but now, with this attitude, it was. Xiao Zhen calmly replied, "The ninth prince said that what happened today must not be told to anyone. My story is the same. I hope the ninth prince can keep this secret." Prince Nine still looked at her with suspicion. Xiao Zhen thought for a moment and said, "I am just a hunter girl. I have been dealing with wild animals since I was young and learned some self-defense skills. If Prince Nine is worried, you can check later and see for yourself." "The prince will naturally check," he replied. As soon as he said this, his face turned red again, and he curled up, clearly enduring great pain. Xiao Zhen closed her eyes to rest, thinking she would have to wait here all night. After the incense burned for a while, a faint moaning sound gradually reached Xiao Zhen's ears. She ignored it at first, but eventually, the sound of suffering made her open her eyes. Prince Nine clenched his fists so tightly that his hands turned white. His lips were bitten raw, and blood seeped out. His body kept twisting, but he was trying hard to hold back. Looking at the time, it was probably midnight. As long as he could hold on for another hour or two, the medicine's effect would wear off. Xiao Zhen said, "Prince Nine, please take off all your clothes." The prince looked at her. Although he appeared embarrassed, his eyes were very fierce and bloodshot from resisting the medicine. He looked somewhat wild. "Don't worry about me," Xiao Zhen said calmly. "I've been in the army before. This man's body has been forced to see all kinds of things many times. It's easy to get hurt doing this. If you really can't hold it, just do it a few times." The prince glared at her angrily. Did this woman want him to do it in front of her? Was she even a woman? Xiao Zhen thought that although she was not embarrassed, the prince might not be so open. He was young and shy, so she said, "I'll go outside and keep watch." Wait a moment," the prince finally spoke, biting his teeth. "The medicine's effect is already halfway through, but I really can't stand it anymore. Come and serve me." Xiao Zhen's lips twitched hard. Hearing the prince's trembling voice, whether from gritting his teeth or from the medicine, he said, "I won't tell the officials. This secret will stay in the coffin." Xiao Zhen resisted the urge to roll her eyes and said, "Prince Nine, you're overthinking. I'll wait outside for you." Then she walked out. The sound of drums occasionally came from outside. Xiao Zhen closed her eyes to rest and listened quietly as the guards beat the drums again and again. It wasn't until she faintly heard the crowing of roosters in the distance that she stood up, stretched her limbs, and entered the ice cellar. The ninth prince was completely undressed at this moment, lying on an ice bed and sleeping peacefully. His handsome face was a bit pale, looking very tired, with deep dark circles under his eyes, probably from last night's ordeal. Xiao Zhenxin admired the ninth prince. Despite his young age, he had great self-control, which explained his calmness. Since the medicine had worn off, lying on the ice was harmful, so Xiao Zhen picked up his clothes and began to help him dress. Just as her hand touched his body, CMO suddenly opened his eyes. He was weak and lacked strength, but his gaze was sharp. His pale face had two suspicious red spots. Xiao Zhen didn't feel shy or embarrassed. She simply spoke matter-of-factly, "Prince, sleeping like this isn't good for your weak body. Do you have the strength to put on your clothes?" The ninth prince said nothing, only looked at her with a cold face. "If you don't have the strength, blink twice." After a moment of silence, the ninth prince looked at her with a cold stare. Seeing that Xiao Zhen still had the same expression, he was annoyed but truly too weak to do anything else. He blinked twice. Xiao Zhen carefully dressed him without looking away, then said, "It's daytime now. If we go out with the ninth prince, it might be too obvious. Why don't you rest well first? When you have more strength, we can go out."
The ninth prince blinked twice again. Xiao Zhen gathered the dry grass around the ice to keep it cold, then lifted him onto the pile. Rest well, prince. I'll stay here to watch over you. He slept deeply this time, while Xiao Zhen sat nearby, meditating as she had in her past life, watching over him. She no longer needed to be as cautious as before, but she still found herself missing this familiar routine. Although the ninth prince was exhausted last night, his body was in good condition. After about an hour, when he opened his eyes again, he had regained some strength. He wanted to speak, but when he saw Xiao Zhen sitting quietly with her eyes closed, his voice was forced back into his stomach. His first thought was that this woman, the assistant, was very suspicious. He had to find out her background. If she was against him, he would eliminate her. Another feeling was that he never wanted to see her again in this life. Thinking this, he struggled to get up and leave. But as soon as he made a sound, Xiao Zhen opened her eyes. "Prince, you're awake? Is your body okay?" She hurried over to help him, but he pushed her away with one hand. "Don't touch me." Unlike the sharp, murderous gaze from last night, the ninth prince is now mostly angry. "I have never seen such a shameless woman like you. Truly, she is almost like a beast." Xiao Zhen is not angry. She simply says, "What would the ninth prince like for breakfast? Do you want tofu pudding again?" "No need." As soon as she finishes speaking, the ninth prince's stomach makes a loud gurgling sound, and his face turns black with embarrassment. "Let's go. I'll help you," Xiao Zhen says, pulling the ninth prince's hand and placing it on her shoulder. The ninth prince glares angrily at this woman who is much taller than him. At first, he liked her, but now he finds her increasingly annoying, annoyed that she's better than him, taller than him, that she has seen his body, and even her calm, gentle attitude since yesterday makes him dislike her even more. What can he do? Now, he can only let her support him as they leave. The guard who was knocked out in the ice cellar is slowly waking up now, but before he can sit up, Xiao Zhen throws a small stone and knocks him out again. The ninth prince stares in shock at the guard, feeling even more awe for Xiao Zhen. Just one stone can knock someone out so accurately. Her skills are truly impressive. Noticing that the ninth prince is secretly watching her with caution, Xiao Zhen smiles faintly and says, "Just as I kept your secret about last night, I hope you will also keep Xiao Zhen's secret." "Of course," the ninth prince replies, his voice somewhat strained. Xiao Zhen smiles again and says, "May I invite the ninth prince to have some tofu pudding?" The ninth prince snorts coldly. When Che Feimingliang finds the ninth prince and Xiao Zhen at the tofu pudding stall, he almost tears up. Originally, he was just looking for the ninth prince, but then he saw Xiao Zhen. Seeing Xiao Zhen, his worried heart finally relaxes. Of course, Che Feimingliang then scolds the ninth prince seriously, his stern expression resembling that of a future imperial teacher. After a few bowls of tofu pudding, the ninth prince's strength has mostly returned, though he still feels a bit weak. He obediently listens to his teacher's scolding and, at the end, with an innocent, naive look, says, "Master, I just wandered around last night and met Sister Zhen. We played all night. We're leaving for the capital soon, so please don't scold me. Let me have fun. In the future, Emoer will always follow the teacher's orders and go out to play." Xiao Zhen stirs her spoon of tofu pudding, amused by how quickly the ninth prince's face changes. No wonder the prince's act of pretending to be a well-behaved student went unnoticed. Even she was fooled. But once he played his part, why drag her into it? Sure enough, Che Fei looked at Xiao Zhen with a hint of annoyance. Since the wife has already met Emoer, why not send a message? And staying out overnight isn't good. Xiao Zhen could only pretend to regret. My master is right. Of course, she understood what Che Fei was thinking. After all, the ninth prince is already 15, and boys and girls should keep some distance. Their behavior is indeed inappropriate for their status. After filling their stomachs, Emoer was taken back by her master, while Han Ziran silently watched her. Feeling uneasy under his gaze, Xiao Zhen looked up and said, "Husband, I know staying out overnight isn't right. But little Emo was playful and insisted on playing with me. We just wandered around the city."
She tried to shift the blame onto the ninth prince. Han Ziran remained silent. Xiao Zhen wondered if he suspected something between her and the ninth prince. He is only 15 after all. Han Ziran spoke softly. What happened last night? Xiao Zhen hurriedly replied, just a small accident, nothing serious. Last night, several guards from the fragrant pavilion were searching the city. Is this related to you? That's a brothel. How could it concern us? I did go to the entrance briefly, but left quickly. A guard at the yamen knows about it. Xiao Zhen secretly thought. Luckily, she had disguised herself as a man to enter. What exactly happened last night? Nothing much. I just ran into Moer unexpectedly, and I took him around the town for a bit. We only just finished now.
Hee hee.
She couldn't fully believe her own excuse, but since the ninth prince said so, she had to go along.
Really?
He clearly doubted her. Xiao Zhen could only force a look of certainty and nodded. Earlier, she saw that the ninth prince looked quite tired, with dark circles under his eyes, and his spirit seemed exhausted. Definitely not the look of someone who had been out all night. Let's go back. It's late and I didn't return last night. My family might worry. I should head home first. Han Ziran said nothing, only gazing at Xiao Zhen with cold, deep eyes. Xiao Zhen felt nervous being watched. Afraid she wouldn't be able to explain herself if she stayed longer, she said, I think I should go now. You don't need to send me to the ox cart station. I can go by myself. Without waiting for Han Ziran to reply, she quickly stood up and left. Watching Xiao Zhen's hurried disappearance, Han Ziran thought about how Xiao Zhen had spent the night with that young man. He felt uncomfortable and annoyed, especially since they were clearly lying and sharing a secret. This made him feel even more upset. So, Han Ziran returned to his office with a dark face. As soon as he entered, someone reported, Sir, Chu Feifu and the young master are packing their bags. They plan to leave for the capital in the morning. Is that so? That's good. Han Ziran said, then went straight to his main office to work on official documents. The servants inside looked at each other, wondering why the master and the wife seemed to get along so well. For Xiao Zhen, the recent events were minor, so she quickly forgot about them. She was more worried about how to explain to Han's mother that she didn't return last night. Naturally, she would blame Han Ziran, which made her feel quite annoyed, especially since Han's mother already disliked her. Before returning to the village, Xiao Zhen went to the best clinic in Sheng County, bringing a doctor with her. When they arrived in the village, Xiao Zhen overheard villagers talking about Lu's wife, Lu Lian. They said that the man who had come earlier had mistaken her for someone else and had come to apologize, even kneeling in front of the Han family. It seemed that Han Ziran had handled the matter well. Xiao Zhen and the doctor went straight to Lu Lian's house. Lu Lian was her only friend in her second life. She didn't know how things had turned out for her in the previous life, but she guessed it hadn't been good. In this life, Lu Lian's younger brother, Lu Chong, opened the door. Seeing Xiao Zhen, he quickly stepped aside to let her in. Where's Lianhua? Xiao Zhen asked coldly, unable to hide her displeasure when facing the Lu family. She's in my room, Lu Chong replied. Xiao Zhen went inside with the doctor. Lu Lian was lying on the bed, her injured foot bandaged after being treated. Her mother was beside her, taking care of her. When she saw Xiao Zhen, Lu Lian's mother was so frightened she almost dropped the medicine in her hand. Doctor, please check my friend. Is her foot seriously hurt? Xiao Zhen quickly asked the doctor. The doctor sat down to examine her.
Zhen?
The doctor already checked her yesterday. There's nothing serious. Lu Li never expected Zhen to care so much about her. She felt so touched that she couldn't find words, and tears welled up again. This is the doctor I specially called from the county for you. Your foot is badly hurt. If something goes wrong, it could be very serious, Xiao Zhen said. The doctor from the county? How much money will that cost? Don't worry about the money. I've already paid for it, Xiao Zhen replied.
Zhen?
You don't have to do so much. I have nothing to repay you. Lu Li choked out. At this moment, the doctor stood up, sighed, and said to Xiao Zhen, fortunately, the doctor who treated the girl is very skilled in this area. Otherwise, her foot might not have been saved. Now it's saved, but she might be left with a disability. Xiao Zhen nodded with a heavy heart.
Thank you, doctor.
Lu Li sniffed and, hearing this, smiled as if she had come to peace with it. Just being alive is a blessing I've worked for 3 lives to earn. Being limping doesn't matter. Zhen, thank you so much. There's no need to thank me. Aren't we good friends? Xiao Zhen said softly. After the doctor left, Xiao Zhen gave some silver to Lu's mother, telling her to take good care of Lu Li. To avoid misunderstandings, she spoke more firmly. The road was still muddy. Some children in the village started playing with mud, shaping little mud figures, and having fun. Their laughter could be heard from time to time, full of happiness. When Xiao Zhen entered the Han family's yard, Han's eldest sister-in-law, Lu, was washing vegetables. She looked up and said happily, "Third sister-in-law, you're back. Where did you go all night? Your father and the others have been looking for you everywhere." "I went to the county town and stayed with Ziran." Xiao Zhen hurried to help. At that moment, Han's mother's cold voice came over. "Who told you to go find Ziran?" Xiao Zhen turned around and saw Han's mother coming out of the kitchen, her face clearly angry. "Go apologize to your mother." Lu softly tugged at Xiao Zhen's sleeve. Although Han's mother was angry because Xiao Zhen went to find Ziran, not saying anything all night was indeed her fault. Xiao Zhen sighed inwardly and was about to soften her tone when she heard Han's mother say coldly, "Apologize? I can't accept that. In the future, if you go out, don't forget to tell the family. If you do, don't come back anymore." Xiao Zhen blinked. Her mother's words sounded like blame, but she was angry that Xiao Zhen went out without telling her family. In other words, wasn't she blaming her for going to find Han Ziran? "Why are you just standing there? Aren't you supposed to be cutting grass?" Han's mother said sternly. "Oh, I'll go right now." Xiao Zhen said quickly, then went to the firewood shed to get a basket and go cut grass. After spring's new growth, everything looked lively and full of energy. While cutting grass, Xiao Zhen looked at the nearby mountains and forests, thinking that in a few days she would go hunting with the villagers. She felt a little excited inside. Since that heavy rainstorm, spring rain had increased. For several days, Han Ziran hadn't come back. He only sent a message through the coachman, saying he was busy with official duties. At first, Xiao Zhen didn't think much of it. But as days went by, she secretly felt that Han Ziran seemed to be angry with her. Just as she was thinking about whether to visit the county town to ask, someone appeared. It was Zhang Lu, the shop assistant she had tried to bring over from the county. "I have seen Madame Tongji." Zhang Lu bowed quickly when he saw Xiao Zhen. Everyone from the Han family was in the yard, looking at Zhang Lu with curiosity. "After so many days, I thought you refused me," Xiao Zhen said happily upon seeing Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu blushed and smiled. "The day after Madame came, I resigned from the jewelry shop's manager. I had some family matters, so I was delayed for a few days before coming." "When did Madame start working here?" "Anytime," Xiao Zhen replied, then said to the Han family, "This is the person I brought from the county to manage my family's ox cart business." "Manager? What does that mean?" asked the eldest Han brother curiously. Xiao Zhen chuckled. "It means that all my family's ox carts will be managed by him in the future." Hearing this, Zhang Lu was surprised. He thought the Tongji lady only called him to handle small chores, but now he was the manager? How could he deserve this? The Han family members were also surprised. They knew Zhao's ox cart business was very successful now. Lu Shi pulled Xiao Zhen aside quietly and asked, "Third sister-in-law, are you very familiar with this person?" Xiao Zhen shook her head, "Not very." Lu Shi was shocked. "If you're not familiar, how can you let him be the manager? If you don't know him well and something goes wrong, what will happen?" "If something really happens, I'll just remove him," Xiao Zhen said firmly. She hadn't experienced much, and mistakes or betrayals were inevitable. Instead of doubting what might happen, it was better to take action first. Xiao Zhen then told Zhang Lu, "Come with me to my mother's house. I will tell you what you need to do."
Yes.
Once this person left, Lu turned to the Han family and explained what Xiao Zhen had just said. Afterward, she added, "This younger sister-in-law is really something. Their family does such good business, yet she still hired an outsider to be the manager. Doesn't she worry at all?" Han's mother frowned and looked at Xiao Zhen and the person who had just left. She said coldly, "That's Xiao family's business.
We don't need to get involved."
"Exactly," Zhang said. Over the past few days, she had been arguing with her husband and felt very upset. Now, hearing that the Xiao family had hired a manager, her mood worsened. Seeing the Xiao family thriving more each day, and noting that Xiao Zhen's clothes had improved a lot compared to before, plus Han Ziran becoming a government official, she felt very annoyed. At this moment, Han's second brother suddenly asked his parents, "Dad, Mom, do you think I can go work at the Xiao family?" Han's father and mother looked at each other, and then at Han's second brother.
"What are you talking about?"
Zhang Xinue glared at her husband. Big brother has skills to support himself. Third brother became an official, and I, besides hunting in the mountains, don't know much. "I want to learn something," Han's second brother said seriously. "If you want to learn something, you can do it elsewhere. Why must it be at the Xiao family?" Zhang said angrily. "Young sister-in-law is family. If I can help her and learn something, why not go to the Xiao family? What can she learn there?" "No matter what, you can't go," Zhang insisted. Han Ziran ignored Zhang and asked his parents, "Dad, Mom, do you think it's okay?"
Well,
Since the second son brought it up, Han's father naturally agreed. Helping his third daughter-in-law was helping his own family. He had no reason to refuse. But his wife, seeing both father and son looking at her, Han's mother coldly said, "Now that you're married, just tell us if you want to do something. Other matters are up to you." Han's second brother's face lit up. "Mom, you agree?" Everyone in the Han family looked at Han's mother, especially Zhang. She had thought Han's mother would oppose it, but unexpectedly, she only said a few indifferent words and then turned to Han Ziran. "Even if your mother agrees, I don't. You can go to any family you want, just not the Xiao family." "Why not?" Han Ziran asked curiously. "I said no, and that's final. I'm going anyway. What can they do? When the younger sister-in-law comes back, I'll tell her about this," Han Ziran said with a dark face as he stormed into the house. "Recently, I have been arguing with my wife almost every day. Except for the few days after our wedding when things were sweet, we have been fighting over small matters, which makes me feel very tired. The sun is shining brightly. On the way, villagers often greet Xiao Zhen. Zhang Lu, walking with us, keeps glancing at the wife of the same official. After thinking for a moment, he asks, "Madam, you just said you want me to be the head manager. Is that really true? Although I am a rural farmer's wife, I don't make false promises." "It's definitely true."
"I didn't mean that, madam."
"I just find it hard to believe you would give me the position of head manager. We've only met a few times and spoken a few words," Zhang Lu said. "Maybe you just have a good feeling about me." And Xiao Zhen smiled. "Even though I don't know you well, I think you are capable enough to be the head of our family's cart business." Zhang Lu. "Isn't that a bit reckless? Besides, if you really aren't capable, we can change later." "That's fine, right?" Xiao Zhen said calmly. Zhang Lu. This wife of the official speaks very directly. "I've been in business for many years, but I've never seen such straightforward leadership. Usually, I have to be very cautious. Now that she's so honest, I feel a lot more relaxed." "I understand. I will do my best to help, madam. For the next few days, you can learn about our family's operations here. In a few days, come with me to the county town to rent a shop." "Madam, what will you do with the shop?" "I want to set up our business in the county town, so we can grow. Staying in a small rural village limits us from doing big things." Zhang Lu nodded. "So, in the future, will we work in the county town?" "Of course." When Zhao's parents saw Zhang Lu, Mother Xiao examined him for a long time before pulling Xiao Zhen to a corner, satisfied. "This person looks sharp. He should be good at business." Xiao Zhen. As expected, she and her mother only see the people they like. 2 hours later, when Xiao Zhen returned to the Han family, she saw Han's second brother arguing with Zhang's wife again. Han's eldest brother and Lu's wife were trying to stop the fight. Han's mother and father said nothing, but their faces looked grim. What's going on now? Xiao Zhen thought Zhang's wife was becoming more quarrelsome, making the Han family restless every day. Just as she was pondering this, she was surprised to hear what they were arguing about. Han's second brother wanted to help her with her work. I said anyone's family can come, but not the Xiao family. Explain your reason. My answer is no, and that's final. But I insist on going. What can you do? Third sister-in-law has returned, Lu suddenly called out. Immediately, everyone looked at Xiao Zhen. Zhang looked at Xiao Zhen with a look of hatred. Xiao Zhen chuckled and thought it was better to go inside, not wanting Han's second brother to come forward. After hesitating, he said, Third sister-in-law, does your family need more help? If so, let me go. I can do anything. Xiao Zhen looked at Zhang, who was glaring at her with hostility, then at Han's second brother, who looked sincere. Yes, we do need help. I'm happy that second brother can come to assist, but what about second sister-in-law? Shouldn't you discuss it first? Actually, Zhang's crying and fussing didn't matter to her. Since the last incident with Qin Bao, she didn't want her family involved in her business. But she also knew that once family members asked, refusing would be difficult. Compared to Qin Bao, Han's second brother was trustworthy. She believed in him. Don't worry about her. That's fine. In a few days, I plan to move the place where we handle the ox carts to the county town. We'll rent a shop there. By then, second brother might need to go back and forth every day. Why rent in the county town? Why not stay here? Lu asked curiously. The Xiao family's ox carts are in many villages. More carts mean more work. The county town is a central hub, making it easier to handle things, Xiao Zhen explained. I don't agree. Did you hear that? Did you hear? Zhang suddenly stepped forward, grabbing Han's second brother's clothes, pulling and shouting loudly. Enough. You crazy woman. Han's second brother pushed Zhang away. Not wanting to push too hard, Zhang fell to the ground, landing on her back. Seeing this, Xiao Zhen turned and went back inside. The next morning, Han Ziran unexpectedly returned, but not alone. The county magistrate, his wife, and niece Qi Yelian came along, claiming to enjoy a spring outing. Spring had indeed arrived. Xiao Zhen looked at Qi Yelian, whose eyes were full of affection and water, and wondered if she hadn't learned her lesson last time. Speaking of that matter, she wondered what Xiao Xing did with that girl, Xiao Xing's little sister. Old Madam Han, no need to worry. Today we plan to go out into the countryside to play. We came especially to bring a lady of the official office along. Mrs. Qi kindly took old lady Han's hand and smiled warmly as she looked at Xiao Zhen, who was about to go out to cut grass with a basket on her back. Mother Han glanced at Qi Yelian and then at Xiao Zhen, who seemed unaware of everything. She felt worried, but did not show it. She said softly, It's springtime now, but outside in the countryside, there are many snakes and mosquitoes. It might not be very safe. Mrs. Qi replied, Old lady's concern is understandable. Our master also worries about this, so he ordered the guards to prepare some mosquito-repellent herbs before coming. Since they had said so, what could she say? Mother Han nodded and said nothing more. Mrs. Qi, may I go too? Zhang, who had been listening nearby, suddenly asked with a smile. Mrs. Qi's smile stiffened, then quickly forced a smile and said, Of course, we have 2 carriages, and 4 of us can sit together. Hearing this, Mother Han and Han's second brother looked displeased, but they didn't say anything. At this moment, Mother Han saw Xiao Zhen still standing there silently. She sternly said, What are you waiting for? Hurry up and change your clothes. Xiao Zhen glanced at Han Ziran, who was standing coldly and not speaking, then put down her basket and went inside. Inside, Xiao Zhen muttered as she changed her clothes, It's been a few days since I returned, and now I have to put on this act. I wonder if Gunyan thinks about my feelings. The season was mild, neither cold nor hot, perfect for spring outing. The 2 carriages quickly left the village. Along the way, the scenery was beautiful, and they could see a few pairs of kites flying in the sky. Xiao Zhen was not good at socializing with noble women, and after the incident with Xiao Xing, she had little fondness for Mrs. Qi and her niece. Now that Zhang had come, Hearing her deliberate flattery of Mrs. Qi, Xiao Zhen really wanted to jump out of the carriage. Suddenly, she heard Qi Yelian say, "I heard that the deputy's wife drives the ox cart very well. I wonder how good her driving is?" Sitting next to her, Zhang chuckled softly, then looked at Xiao Zhen with disdain and said to Qi Yelian, "How could Miss Qi know about such things?" Qi Yelian smiled gently and replied, "I just heard others mention it. I find it interesting. The deputy is such a kind and gentle person. I didn't expect the deputy's wife to be so coarse." Mrs. Qi also smiled and looked at Xiao Zhen. If Mrs. Qi and her niece said these things, Xiao Zhen could ignore it since they were outsiders. But Zhang's words made her uncomfortable, so she said, "Gentle and refined? So, what if she's coarse? Sometimes having fate is better than not. Some people are lovesick, but in my master's eyes, they are just insignificant passers-by. Some are born wealthy and worry-free, but the most they can marry is a hunter." After speaking, Xiao Zhen thought to herself, "Sorry, second brother of the Han family, I dragged you into this." As soon as Xiao Zhen finished speaking, Qi Yelian and Mrs. Zhang's faces immediately looked unhappy. Qi Yelian held back, her hands clenched into fists on her lap, while Mrs. Zhang couldn't hold back. "Xiao Zhen, what are you saying?" Xiao Zhen sneered slightly. "Is the lady talking about your second sister-in-law behind her?" Mrs. Qi glanced at Mrs. Zhang's angry face and said, "Haha, harmony among sisters-in-law is important. When the lady says this, it can really hurt people." It seemed like she was trying to smooth things over, but everyone could tell she was actually trying to create discord. Looking at Mrs. Zhang, her face had darkened. But neither Xiao Zhen nor Mrs. Zhang needed anyone to stir trouble. They were already rivals. The lady is right. My second sister-in-law, and I usually tease each other like this. When she says something, I reply. When I say something, she responds. Neither of us really takes it seriously. Is that so? Mrs. Qi smiled, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. Xiao Zhen's friendly face and sharp words showed her true feelings. She disliked Mrs. Zhang immensely. She was annoyed that Mrs. Zhang had come along, but now she saw an opportunity to use her. Soon, the carriage stopped in a wild area. The county magistrate helped his wife and niece out of the carriage, then Han Ziran came over to assist her. As for Mrs. Zhang, she naturally had to help herself. She couldn't expect Han Ziran to do it. Before she could reach out, Mrs. Zhang pushed her away. "No need for your fake kindness. I can jump down myself." This suited Xiao Zhen perfectly. The spring breeze brushed her face, and everything was lush green. The endless green fields, distant hills also covered in green, and a few scattered peach blossoms nearby made it a perfect spring outing. Xiao Zhen had only seen this place from the mountaintop during hunting trips in spring and summer, but she had never actually been here. She was too busy with work to enjoy such leisure. Now that she was here, she realized how beautiful and lovely it was. "Did you have a quarrel with your second sister-in-law?" Han Ziran asked when he saw Mrs. Zhang walking ahead, arm in arm with Qi Yelian. Xiao Zhen explained what happened earlier and asked, "Have I really been so busy with official matters these days that I haven't come back?" "Yes," Han Ziran replied softly. Han Ziran wouldn't lie to her, so Xiao Zhen felt relieved. "Why go on a spring outing? And you even brought Miss Qi along?" Master Qi suggested it. "I couldn't refuse, but I didn't expect Miss Qi to be here too. What happened with little Xing? She hadn't been questioned before she took her own life." Xiao Zhen nodded, expecting this. It was obvious that Madame Qi had ordered her, and that it was easy for Madame Qi to manipulate things inside the prison. That night, "Where did you and Mo go?" Han Ziran asked softly. It seemed he was still very concerned about that night. As Xiao Zhen was thinking about how to answer, Qi Yelian came over and bowed to Han Ziran, saying, "Official, what are you two talking about?" "Nothing much," Han Ziran replied coldly, showing little enthusiasm. "Uncle and Auntie are already ahead. Let's catch up," she said shyly, giving Han Ziran a sweet look. Xiao Zhen stepped between them, took Han Ziran's hand, and smiled sweetly. "Husband, let's go." Han Ziran's eyes flickered slightly, and he responded softly. seeing Qi Yelian walking nicely with her, but then deliberately moving to the back to say something, Zhang noticed her intentions. Seeing that Madame Qi didn't stop her, and recalling the last time they had dinner in the county town with Madame Qi, she understood what was going on. She approached Qi Yelian and asked, "So, Miss Qi, you like third brother?" Being exposed, Qi Yelian looked a bit embarrassed. Zhang then said, "But of course, Xiao is no match for you. You and third brother together are truly a perfect match, talented and beautiful." "Really?" Qi Yelian looked at her suspiciously. "Aren't you Xiao's second sister-in-law? Why aren't you helping her instead of me?" "I dislike her," Zhang said coldly. "If Miss Qi can be with third brother, I might help you." It seemed Xiao Zhen had never gone out to play like this before. She was having a good time until Madame Qi suddenly approached her and said, "Official, may I walk with you? Let's take a look. Our men are in the same county. One is the county magistrate, the other is an official. We should be like sisters. I want to strengthen our friendship." Since Madame Qi said so, Xiao Zhen naturally had no reason to refuse. They only walked a little way, heading toward a few peach blossom trees nearby. Xiao Zhen looked back at Han Ziran. As soon as she left, Qi Yelian was dancing around Han Ziran like a flower, while the county magistrate was nearby, laughing and talking. Mrs. Tongji wondered if she was worthy of Mr. Tongji. Madame Qi looked back from her distant gaze and focused on Xiao Zhen, speaking in a light, teasing tone. Xiao Zhen replied calmly, "Whether I am worthy or not is a matter for the Han family. You don't need to worry about it, madam." Madame Qi smiled beautifully, but her sharp smile seemed quite pointed. "That's true. I only noticed that on the day Mr. Tongji took office, the old madam of the Han family didn't seem to like Mrs. Tongji very much. I was just concerned. I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful." Xiao Zhen caught a falling peach blossom petal and said softly, "It's hard to judge family matters honestly, especially when it's someone else's family." "Thank you for your concern, madam." Hearing this, Madame Qi's face quickly darkened, but she smiled again. "Look at Mr. Tongji with Yelian. They look so lovely together, like a red apricot breaking the wall." Xiao Zhen sighed, without mercy. Madame Qi's face darkened even more. At this moment, nearby, Qi Yelian unexpectedly tripped and fell into Han Ziran's arms. Although Han Ziran pushed her away with some distance, they still shared skin contact. Xiao Zhen's lips twitched. During her previous life, when she served as a bodyguard for the young Emperor CMO, she saw many palace fights. Such acts of throwing oneself into someone's arms were common. She never tired of watching these scenes and often sneaked into the most lively consorts' palaces to watch dramas when she wasn't on duty. Oh, Yelian was so careless. If others saw her like this, what would happen? Yes, as a woman, throwing herself into someone's arms like that, if she had any shame, she might have already drowned herself in the river. Madame Qi looked very displeased. "I heard that Mrs. Tongji did everything she could to marry Mr. Tongji in the mountain cave, even attempting to drown herself." "Madam, you're flattering me. Loving each other is very different from trying to drown oneself. My husband didn't keep such a distance from me back then." "You?" Xiao Zhen responded with a bright smile. "What is it, Madame Qi?" "Xiao Zhen, you're so clever. You probably already understand my feelings. I'm just a simple farmer girl. How could someone as noble as you understand my thoughts?" Mrs. Qi clenched her fists, then relaxed her grip and coldly smiled. "Your clever words may seem charming, but if not handled carefully, you might end up in trouble yourself." "Is she threatening her?" Xiao Zhen casually replied, "Let's talk about that later. It's really irritating how she refuses to give in." Mrs. Qi coldly said, "I won't beat around the bush. Yelian is to marry the official, but she must be his wife, and you can only be his concubine." Xiao Zhen didn't bother to show any expression and simply said coldly, "This is a matter for men. As long as my master agrees, that's enough." "Why is the lady talking to me about this? Could it be that my master doesn't agree, and you're trying to persuade me to do this?" Mrs. Qi's face flickered with white and green. Yelian marrying the official has only benefits, no disadvantages. If the official truly cares about your master, he should try to persuade him. Otherwise, Xiaoxing's issues will happen one after another, right? That's right. I'm just wondering if I look like someone easy to bully? Xiao Zhen smiled slightly. Mrs. Qi frowned. Even if I have no status or background and am weak, I am not afraid of trouble. Even if the official is ruined because of you, do you care? If I, a simple peasant girl, cause my master to fall from grace, it just shows he isn't strong enough. We need to work harder in the future. I should thank those who push us. Mrs. Qi's face was no longer able to smile, only filled with anger, and she turned away in a huff. Whether it's palace intrigue or backyard schemes, the methods are often similar. But when such plots happen to oneself, Xiao Zhen finds it truly upsetting. Still, it's mostly just small tricks, nothing worth getting too annoyed over. When she returned to Han Ziran, she heard him say to Mrs. Qi, Mrs. Qi has urgent matters and needs to leave first. I will send you and Miss Qi back later. My master really is too much, leaving us here, Mrs. Qi said apologetically, then turned to Xiao Zhen. With only one carriage, it looks like we'll have to trouble Mrs. Qi and second sister Han to walk back. It's okay, it's just a short distance, Zhang Shi said nearby, her tone somewhat eager to please. This is a good chance for Yalian and Han Ziran to ride together in one carriage, Xiao Zhen thought with a cold smile. She smiled and said, since I need to go into town too, I'll join you.
This.
Jia Lian looked troubled and said, if we had brought our carriage, for people could sit comfortably. But that carriage took my uncle back to the city, and now this carriage is crowded with 3 people. If the lady gets on, it's fine. Our ox cart is everywhere, Xiao Zhen said, holding Han Ziran's hand gently and speaking softly. Husband, you can take the ox cart into the city. Lady Qi, Miss Qi, and I will ride the carriage. Seeing her face, clearly holding back anger but forcing a smile, Han Ziran suddenly felt all the frustration caused by young master Mo disappear. He felt happy and reached out to gently pinch Xiao Zhen's nose, saying, got it, wife. Xiao Zhen. Her indulgent expression was surprisingly natural, looking at Lady Qi and her niece's dark faces, making her feel uncomfortable. The carriage jolted along the road. Compared to Lady Qi and her niece's angry expressions, Xiao Zhen felt very happy. She occasionally lifted the curtain to look at the ox cart behind, watching Han Ziran sitting straight despite the bumps. The young man was like a painting, cool and distant like the moon. Even without a lively atmosphere, he was still very pleasing to look at. Thinking about the gentle look in Han Ziran's eyes when he gently pinched her nose earlier, Xiao Zhen drifted into her thoughts until Lady Qi's furious voice interrupted her. I asked the wife of Tongji once more, do you agree with what was said under the plum tree earlier? Xiao Zhen withdrew her gaze from Han Ziran and looked at Lady Qi coldly. I thought I made myself clear enough. Beside her, Jia Lian glared at Xiao Zhen with resentment. I'm willing to serve you as one husband and wife. Yet you, a poor girl, are still so ungrateful. I don't want to. Xiao Zhen simply closed her eyes to rest and ignored her aunt and cousin. You? Jia Lian wanted to say more, but was suppressed by Lady Qi. A hint of gloom appeared in Lady Qi's eyes. When they arrived at the county gate, Xiao Zhen jumped out of the carriage without looking back at the 2 inside and headed toward the ox cart following behind. The driver quickly stopped when he saw Xiao Zhen. Han Ziran got down from the ox cart and saw Xiao Zhen looking unhappy at her. He smiled and said, it seems you didn't enjoy the ride. Lady Qi wanted to force that peach blossom on you, but I refused, Xiao Zhen said as she walked into the county. Han Ziran hurried to catch up. Are you upset that I broke your peach blossom? Han Ziran's lips curled slightly. No, I'm not. And it was quite enjoyable. Xiao Zhen turned around and glared at him. You don't see many suitors like Fuzi, so why do you have so many admirers? So far, she had 2 good ones, but she wasn't sure if there would be more. If this kept up, wouldn't she get tired? Am I less handsome than Fuzi? Han Ziran narrowed his eyes dangerously. Xiao Zhen didn't notice his change in expression. She remembered the amazed look she had when she first saw Che Fei in her previous life. If she hadn't met Han Ziran first, She might have lost control. Hee. Seeing Xiao Zhen suddenly look so happy, Han Ziran's good mood turned sour. He crossed past her and headed toward the government office. Why are you walking so fast? Oh, I came to the county town today to look at shops. Will you come with me? Xiao Zhen called after him. Han Ziran paused for a moment, then turned around and said, yes. Most county towns have 2 city gates, north and south. Larger towns might have 4 gates, north, south, east, and west. Shun County is small, so it only has 2 gates. As for the shop's location, Xiao Zhen thought about it. Even though the town isn't big, having only 1 shop might be inconvenient. When Xiao Zhen shared her thoughts, Han Ziran said, I've already found 2 small shops for you. They should work well. How do you know I was looking for shops? Xiao Zhen asked in surprise. I see your cart business is growing. It's unlikely you only do business in the countryside. Sooner or later, you'll need a place in the town. I found 2 small shops in advance. Xiao Zhen knew Han Ziran was very capable, maybe even extraordinary. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Han Ziran asked when he saw her surprised look. No, it's fine. Let's go see them. Xiao Zhen found that the 2 shops Han Ziran chose weren't very big, but had everything she needed and were easy to find. They weren't in the busiest part of town, but for her cart station, the location was just right. Without hesitation, Xiao Zhen paid the deposit. I thought you didn't care about my cart business, Xiao Zhen said with a silly smile. Han Ziran didn't seem like someone interested in that. You are my wife. Of course, I care about what concerns you. Xiao Zhen felt warm inside. What are we doing next? Che Fei and Emoer have already gone back to the capital. Already? So soon? Han Ziran was silent, his gaze full of displeasure as he looked at her.
Fast?
Xiao Zhenxin understood that Han Ziran might be reluctant to part. She hurriedly said, Don't be reluctant. Since we are close friends, distance won't make us distant. Me reluctant?
Yes.
Teacher Fei and you share both a master-student relationship and friendship. I see there's no one really close to you, so it's understandable you'd feel reluctant. Xiao Zhen confidently said, Is it you who's reluctant?
Me?
Xiao Zhen looked at him in surprise. Why would I be? Since I met Teacher Fei, we've only spoken a few words. There's no reason for me to feel reluctant. Even in her past life, she only watched from afar. And in that past life? Of course, Han Ziran didn't ask about that. He just said, You just now said my face still falls short compared to Teacher Fei's. Your words are full of reluctance. How could I be reluctant? She quickly said, I didn't say Teacher Fei is more handsome than you. It's just that. You two are different kinds of people.
Haha.
How to explain? Teacher Fei is the type who, at first glance, is easy to like. Even after getting to know him better, the first impression of beauty is hard to forget. What kind of person do I belong to? I can't quite say. But as long as you're good-looking, that's enough. If you dressed more elegantly, you'd look like a celestial being. Han Ziran looked at her silently, his cold eyes seeming to ripple with some emotion. Why are you looking at me like that? Feeling awkward, Xiao Zhen turned to leave. But suddenly, her waist was tightened, and in the next moment, 2 hands pulled her into a hug. Xiao Zhen hurriedly looked up and saw Han Ziran leaning closer, his face gradually approaching hers.
You.
She hadn't finished speaking when her words were silenced. Xiao Zhen could only open her eyes wide as he approached, but their lips just brushed briefly before Han Ziran quickly let go. She hurriedly looked around. Although they were in a small alley with no one nearby, she worried about being seen. How embarrassing that would be. Then she heard Han Ziran whisper in her ear, You are my wife. In the future, don't talk about how other men look in front of me, or I will get angry.
What?
What's going on? Xiao Zhen stared blankly at him.
Han Ziran kissed her, publicly.
Could Han Ziran do such a thing? He, so cold and distant, would he do something like this? Seeing her stunned expression, Han Ziran let out a low laugh. Do you want me to kiss you again? No, no need. Han Ziran nodded, took Xiao Zhen's hand, and said, I'll take you to the station. Touching her lips, Han Ziran took the initiative to kiss her. Xiao Zhen felt a strange, hard to explain emotion. In her past life. Forget past lives. That's all in the past. But looking at him now, does Ziran like her? Xiao Zhen didn't like feeling shy or hiding her feelings. She asked, "Husband, do you like me?" "Yes." "What does that mean?" "I thought I made it clear." Since finding her again, he paid close attention to everything she did. This shows he cares a lot about her. Even without memories, deep inside, he still wants to do things for her. So he must like her. They had wasted 2 lives. Now that he understood his feelings, Han Ziran wouldn't hide anymore. Knowing Han Ziran wasn't good at expressing himself, but he said this openly, Xiao Zhen was very happy. "I like you too." Han Ziran's face turned slightly red, but he quickly hid his feelings. Back at the Han family, Xiao Zhen thought her mother-in-law would scold her. But she only said calmly, "Your older brothers and second brother don't have much time. Go chop some firewood in the woodroom." As soon as Xiao Zhen left the yard, Zhang came out of the house and looked suspiciously at Han's mother, who had gone into the kitchen. "Why didn't you scold Xiao Zhen at all?" she asked, then followed into the kitchen.
It was almost dinner time.
Lu, who was pregnant, was busy chopping vegetables. Han's mother was adding firewood. "Mother, you must keep what I told you in mind," Zhang said, leaning close to Han's mother. "I already told you not to mention it again," Han's mother said coldly, showing her disappointment. "But how can I not mention it? It's a big matter for our Han family." Hearing this, Lu, who was chopping vegetables, asked curiously, "What big matter is second sister-in-law talking about?" "Big sister-in-law told me last time that Lady Qi and her niece, Qi girl, looked very strange. Today I found out that Lady Qi wants to marry Qi girl to the third brother." Lu paused her chopping and looked surprised.
How can that be?
"I told you not to say anything about it," Han's mother said coldly. But Zhang wasn't afraid. "Why not? I also think Xiao Zhen isn't suitable for the third brother. But Qi girl is talented in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She's the niece of the county magistrate. If the third brother marries her, it's his good fortune." Han's mother's face grew darker and darker. Lu smiled and said, "I'm not a big deal. Third brother doesn't even pay attention to the daughter of the grand scholar, so why would he look at Miss Qi?" Mrs. Zhang raised her eyebrows. She suddenly remembered this matter. It seems that Miss Qi will really need some time to marry into the Han family. Ziran won't marry anyone else. "Mrs. Zhang, please don't mention this anymore." Han's mother stood up and looked at Mrs. Zhang coldly. "Mother, don't you also dislike Xiao Zhen?" Mrs. Zhang asked curiously. "Why are you protecting her today? This is Ziran's own choice. Others don't need to interfere. Besides, even if Miss Qi is from a noble family, if her personality isn't good, marrying her would only cause trouble for the Han family." Han's mother gave Mrs. Zhang a meaningful look. Compared to Xiao Zhen, she thought Xiao Zhen was much better. Thinking about what she had said and done to Xiao Zhen before, Han's mother sighed softly. It's hard to see the true situation. Compared to Mrs. Zhang, Xiao Zhen might not have as much money, but her personality is much better. "Mrs. Zhang sneered nearby. "Mother, what do you mean by that?" "It's nothing. Get ready. Ziran and his father will be back soon," Han's mother said. Hearing this, Mrs. Zhang sneered again. "Ever since my eldest brother took on work for the Xiao family, he's been working as a carpenter behind the yard. The farm work is all on my husband and father-in-law. They work so hard every day. It's not fair. Second sister-in-law, this is only temporary. In a month, it will be better," Lu said quickly. "Helping our own brothers is what we should do," Han's mother agreed. Mrs. Zhang snorted and left the kitchen in a huff. Since Xiao Zhen married into the Han family, the atmosphere during meals had become a bit awkward. It was no longer the relaxed and happy mood of before. But recently, Xiao Zhen noticed that the atmosphere was quietly changing back. Especially Han's second brother, who had returned to being talkative. During dinner, because he started new topics, everyone would chat and laugh from time to time. After the meal, Xiao Zhen planned to go back and check on the ox cart's accounts as usual. Han Ziran's voice came from behind. "Let's go for a walk together." She rubbed her belly. She was indeed full. Xiao Zhen smiled and nodded. As summer approached, the evening spring breeze carried a hint of summer warmth. The sunset shone on her, making everything look a bit bright and beautiful. Han Ziran led her not along the usual village paths, but toward the fields behind the Han house, a rarely visited rural road outside the village. He held her hand and walked slowly, facing the sunset, taking a stroll. It was so peaceful. Xiao Zhen looked at the green fields within 10 miles and felt that she truly liked this kind of life. Without thinking, she looked up and saw Han Ziran bathed in the sunset, glowing with bright gold. He already had red lips and white teeth, and now the sunset's light made his handsome face look even more like a painting, though a bit cold. Mother said second brother should manage the Xiao family affairs. I thought you wouldn't agree. Han Ziran stopped walking. If it were someone else, I wouldn't agree. But he's your second brother, not just anyone. Besides, I think his personality is quite reliable.
Thank you.
Not only for second brother, but also for giving the carriage-making opportunity to elder brother. We are family. What kind of life do you like? Unexpectedly, Han Ziran asked this question. Xiao Zhen thought for a moment and said, a more relaxed and free life, like now. You previously said that the position of the Prime Minister's wife is very precious. Why do you not want that position now? Han Ziran asked curiously.
I was just saying that.
I want to live a simple life with you, have a few children, and then peacefully grow old. In her past life, she lived brightly, but also tiring. This life, she just wants to be ordinary. Okay, Han Ziran gently squeezed her hand and softly promised. After the walk, Han Ziran went to the study to read, while Xiao Zhen started looking at the account books for the ox cart business, feeling excited. She didn't expect that in just a few days, Zhang Lu had managed everything so well. The accounts were clear, and the income had increased quite a bit. Xiao Zhen thought that people like Zhang Lu should be hired more. Just as she was examining the details carefully, the door opened, and Han Ziran came in. Are you going to rest so early today? Xiao Zhen was a bit surprised. Usually, Han Ziran only came in after she was already asleep. Seeing that Han Ziran didn't say anything and just looked at her, Xiao Zhen asked curiously, What's wrong? I'll go get some face wash water for you, Han Ziran said, and left the room. Xiao Zhen thought, wait, he's going to get her face wash water? At this moment, Han Ziran returned with the water, with a towel, wrung it out, and handed it to Xiao Zhen.